Reincarnator Jiang Qiancheng, having traversed countless realms, has mastered the unparalleled divine art, earning the title of the Heavenly Breaker, the legendary ninja of the Naruto world, and the foremost cultivator in the realm of immortality. Now, he finds himself in the realm of his son-in-law, compelled to play the role of a useless son-in-law, while also safeguarding his ethereal wife and mother-in-law. What a ridiculous task bestowed by the Reincarnation Deity. Chapter 1. My mother-in-law is a superstar. Jiang Qiancheng, take the footbath and pour it out. A melodious and ethereal voice, rich with magnetism, echoed through the air. Jiang Qiancheng, bewildered, rubbed his eyes, hardly able to fathom the scene before him. Am I? At that moment, he stood in an opulent chamber adorned with crystal chandeliers and marble as white as jade. In the center of the room sat four exquisitely beautiful women, epitomes of high society, their faces adorned with heavy makeup. They lounged gracefully, their long, elegant legs crossed, daintily playing mahjong at the table. Oh, you want a one bamboo? One lady with ruby-red lips inquired. Oh, Sister Zhang, how can one indiscriminately ask for a one bamboo? Teased another voluptuous woman. No, it'll take an 8 character. Wait, sisters, if you're not taking it, then I shall, said a girl clad in a purple strap dress. The woman with red lips chuckled. You can't take it. You can't. With our looks, touching a one bamboo would turn it into a rooster, scaring everyone away. Sister Yaqiao, what nonsense are you talking about? There's a man present. Can he even be considered a man? Living off women. Utterly useless, retorted the lady with ruby-red lips, flaunting her audacious attitude with a Tizot watch worth 300,000. Su Jingyan, the superstar, how could you allow your daughter to marry such a pretty boy with no capabilities? I truly don't understand why you consented to their marriage. Su Jingyan, enchanting and exquisite, radiated beauty that outshone the other 3 socialites around her. Her skin, as flawless as sheep fat jade, bore the allure of maturity and a voluptuous figure at around 42, exuding feminine charm. Despite enduring countless trials in hellish realms, Jiang Qiancheng couldn't help but gaze a moment longer at Su Jingyan. Why am I here? He muttered. Jiang Qiancheng, are you deaf? Hurry up and pour the footbath for me, Su Jingyan urged. Cough. Incoming, Jiang Qiancheng replied, snapping back to reality. As he approached his mother-in-law, he caught a whiff of a violet fragrance that left him parched. He bent down to lift the footbath. Such a disgrace. Seeing a son-in-law like this gives me a headache, the red-lipped lady lamented. The purple strap-dressed beauty chimed in. Sister Jingyan, you are the hottest star today, and your daughter is as lovely as a princess. You should find her a son-in-law who is a graduate from an overseas prestigious university, accomplished and mature, someone with taste who knows fine wine. That would be impressive. Su Jingyan extended her delicate fingers, each one a masterpiece of artistry white, smooth, and slender as she gracefully held a mahjong tile. Qiancheng, before you pour the water, give me a foot massage. Jiang Qiancheng inhaled sharply. He had traversed realms and was known as the Heavenly Breaker, a figure of great repute. Yet, gazing at her flawless, delicate feet, he felt a flutter in his heart that, just a mere mortal. Even with your celestial beauty, I have traversed 3,000 worlds, standing at the pinnacle. Countless women and divine beings have desired my company. Yet it is you, this mere human, who compels me to massage your feet. Jiang Qiancheng, a reincarnator and supreme being, had just completed a task in the world of Naruto an hour prior. The system had promised him a respite. Thus, Chapter 2. The useless son-in-law dimension. Just as Jiang Qiancheng was about to lose his temper, a voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding. The reincarnator is now entering the strongest son-in-law dimension, where you will become the husband of a stunningly beautiful star, widow. Your wife, blossoming with elegance, is currently embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, managing a private entertainment company. In 5 hours, your wife will return home. At that time, please adeptly assume your role as a son-in-law. The introduction to the dimension concluded, and the activation of functions commenced. The skills of the reincarnator, including physical techniques, magic, and acquired items, would be inherited in this current dimension, allowing the reincarnator to exist as a superlative being. The familiar system notification rang in Jiang Qiancheng's ears, and he had heard the dimension's introduction no less than 3,000 times. The final warning echoed. Reincarnators must not reveal their superior identity in front of their mother-in-law or wife. Play the role of a son-in-law well, massage your mother-in-law's feet, or the system will eliminate you. Damn it. Another cliched, humiliating start? Jiang Qiancheng resigned himself to dutifully massaging Su Jingyan's feet. As a reincarnator, he possessed profound medical knowledge and was skilled in the use of hidden weapons, such as silver needles. Thus, he was well acquainted with the numerous acupoints on the feet. A gentle press of his fingers made Su Jingyan's complexion flush, eliciting gasps of surprise from the elegant beauties surrounding her. Su Jingyan, satisfied, remarked, "Do you all see? Your son-in-law brings you foot baths, does he not? Ha, what a joke. We are not treating our son-in-law like a deity, let alone fetching him foot water," retorted a noble lady. Su Jingyan continued, "Your son-in-law massages your feet, washes clothes, cooks, cleans, and if he is in a bad mood, he can even take a few scoldings without retort, can he not?" "Absolutely not." The three beauties exclaimed in unison. "Enough." Su Jingyan abruptly withdrew her foot, stepping on Jiang Qiancheng's hand. "This feels wonderful. Who knew your massage skills had improved? Tonight, give me another massage, and after that, fetch my clothes to wash." Though the pressure of her foot was not painful, Jiang Qiancheng felt utterly humiliated. The three beauties watched Su Jingyan's demeanor, and the fiery-lipped noblewoman could not help but comment. "Jingyan, has your husband wronged you in the past, or do you simply harbor prejudice against men? My dear Jingyan, even if he is your useless son-in-law, this seems excessive. He must feel embarrassed." With a playful flick of her wrist, Su Jingyan teased, "Qiancheng, you like these feet, do you?" A shiver ran down his spine. If it weren't for the demands of this wretched reincarnation system, Jiang Qiancheng could easily eliminate all four with a mere flick of his finger. "Yes, mother. I adore them." "May your luck flourish," Jiang Qiancheng replied, carrying the foot bath away. Su Jingyan added, "The clothes are in the bathroom, along with Minjing's outfit." Laughter and chatter echoed from the mahjong room, where the women reveled in their game. With a crash, Jiang Qiancheng hurled the exquisite foot basin into the bathtub. Glaring at his reflection in fury, he raised the hands that had massaged the feet of women. "Useless, useless, useless. Trash, trash, trash. This damned reincarnation system. How could I, the esteemed breakthrough lord, be reduced to washing women's feet? Such humiliation. I shall dispose of these hands." Once a majestic ruler, Jiang Qiancheng had traversed countless cycles of reincarnation, achieving the status of the supreme breakthrough lord. With every trial endured, he had undergone hellish refinement, becoming the unparalleled emperor of the present age, possessing celestial cultivation techniques. It had been a long time since he had felt blood flow. Jiang Qiancheng gazed at his hands in the basin. An inexplicable force lifted his hands, hovering before him, and he gently exhaled. His hands ignited in dark flames, transforming into gray ashes that vanished without a trace. In this son-in-law dimension, I ponder, who poses a threat to me, others or merely myself? Jiang Qiancheng summoned his true energy. Ninjutsu, Great Serpent Rebirth Technique. The smoothly severed stumps sprouted new hands enveloped in a mucous membrane, pristine and untainted. "I am still this strong." Ding. The voice of the reincarnation master system resonated. Reincarnators are advised against self-harm. You are about to receive a directive to wash clothes for Su Xingyan and your wife, Su Minjing. After this, do you wish to sever your hands again? Jiang Qiancheng looked at the exquisitely carved basin in the bathtub, filled with luxurious garments, dresses, and scantily clad undergarments. A chill ran down his spine. What in the world is this scant fabric? How did I, Jiang Qiancheng, once a bold and valiant figure, reduced to washing clothes for women? Being a reincarnator is no easy feat. Reluctantly, despite possessing extraordinary abilities and inheriting countless skills from various reincarnation worlds, Jiang Qiancheng found himself playing the part of a useless son-in-law in this dimension. Ding. In this son-in-law dimension, your task is to protect Su Jingyan and Su Minjing from harm at the hands of other men. Upon completion, permissions will be unlocked. For now, you must obey the commands of your mother-in-law and wife, with opportunities for unlocking in the future. Jiang Qiancheng's gaze turned cold, exuding a murderous aura. Yet he contained it, murmuring to himself, to prevent others from harming the mother and daughter? I, the great breakthrough lord, have become a mere mortal's bodyguard. Humph. What can mere urban mortals do against me? Meanwhile, in the mahjong room, a delicate hand caressed the tiles, the freshly manicured fingers gently placing a tile on the table. The noblewoman with fiery red lips smirked. "Sister Su, I must say, while having a son-in-law to wash your feet and clothes is convenient, we all know you've been hurt by men before, but that is all in the past now. One more tile, please." The beauty in the lace camisole added. Sister Su, what Jiang said is true. You and my daughter are both exquisite, and countless men wish to be your partners. Why not find a capable and successful businessman to protect you? I think my Yun from next door would be an excellent choice. He is quite wealthy and could offer you protection in the entertainment industry. The beauty sighed as she discarded a tile. Even if you detest men, why not have my daughter marry into a prominent family for protection? Why settle for someone who only knows how to wash dishes and do laundry, and is just an ordinary university graduate? Sister, I understand all you say. Let's just play. Su Jingyan's lips curled slightly, her smile as refreshing as a gentle breeze, warming the hearts around her. Chapter 4. Mother-in-law Su Jingyan, her fair hands, untouched by dust, were like chains that ensnared the hearts of those who beheld them. As she released a tile, the three women beside her sighed in envy. Her hands were a sight to behold, and her smile could charm a kingdom. Su Jingyan wielded an irresistible allure over women, let alone the brutish men. Ding ding ding. The phone rang at an inopportune moment. Orange Light Entertainment Company, Manager Jiang. The fiery-lipped noblewoman remarked, Sister, if you have matters to attend to, we can continue our game another day. In the realm of sisterhood, it was evident that the sisters possessed a keen sense of perception as they discerned a flicker of anger in Su Jingyan's gaze. Jiang, the CEO of Chengwang Entertainment, is nothing short of a rogue, remarked one of the beautiful sisters. Sister Su, you must refuse him. Once, a friend of mine accompanied me to drink with him, and despite my declaration of being married, he persistently sought to pour me drinks in various ways. Hang up the phone. If he invites you to dinner, it surely bodes ill. With a strained smile, Su Jingyan replied, My dear sisters, I appreciate your concern, but Minjing's company has only just begun. I must introduce her to certain figures in the industry, which may prove beneficial in the future. My divine sister, divorce won't drive you to madness, will it? Why must your daughter venture into the entertainment industry? Exclaimed a fiery-lipped matron, visibly frustrated. Su Jingyan raised an eyebrow, her teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her eyes reflecting a potent mix of resilience and pride. Having been a prominent star for decades, I have learned much along the way. As for the reasons behind my entry into the entertainment world, that remains a secret. Upon connecting the call, a man's voice resonated from the other end. Jingyan, you must arrive early tonight. I've arranged meetings with a few affluent businessmen who wish to meet you. Punctuality is essential. They are significant figures in Jiang City. Once a top-tier actress in Xia Country, Su Jingyan had an annual income exceeding hundreds of millions and owned luxurious properties in major cities, including 2 villas in the capital. Yet, at the height of her fame, she had hopelessly fallen for a man from her own management team. Despite facing public scrutiny, she married and had children. Retreating from the limelight, she should have enjoyed a life of happiness and security, but her husband betrayed her, misappropriating assets and seizing control of her company. Most despicably, he orchestrated schemes to ruin her, leveraging public opinion to claim 90% of her wealth, leaving her with merely a villa in a third-tier city and a mere 30 million in assets. This was a disgrace, a tragedy for any woman. Having been foolish once, she vowed never to be so again. Su Jingyan resolved to reclaim all that was rightfully hers, determined to make the man who wronged her suffer the wrath of a woman scorned, ultimately forcing him to kneel before her in apology. She would start anew. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, she whispered. By the way, dress beautifully tonight. The investors have heard of your past allure as a star who captivated countless young men. They will surely provide funding upon seeing you. They are important figures in Jiang City. Understood. The call ended with a disdainful click. A bunch of insufferable men. Do they truly perceive me as a mere plaything? Everything I have lost today, I will reclaim with my own hands. I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 5. Wife Su Minjing in Jiang City. At the Royal Court Supreme, the minimum expenditure for a private room in a single evening amounted to 30,000 yuan. Inside, a corpulent middle-aged man lounged, clad in a suit, flanked by voluptuous, social media-savvy models. His hefty hand carelessly patted a large white rabbit. Take it easy, boss. You're hurting me, protested one of the influencers playfully. Zhang Wanghua remained unfazed, pouring red wine over the rabbit. Gentlemen, tonight I present to you Jingyan, a former superstar, far surpassing these painted dolls in beauty. During dinner, ensure she drinks to her limit. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Lin Cheng, another businessman, responded with a bow. Tonight, let this lady pamper you well. Zhang Wanghua, ever astute, replied. It depends on how much you are willing to pay for her to drink. Huang, another businessman, remarked. I'm curious to see how much my reputation holds weight with you all. The expressions of the businessman shifted, inwardly cursing Huang Wangwo repeatedly, yet maintaining a facade of respect. In Jiang City, Huang's reputation is priceless. Who would dare disregard it? Zhang Wangwo was indeed a cunning man, desiring what he wanted while compelling others to finance the indulgence. His family, the Zhangs, held considerable power in Jiang City, being the foremost clan with an elder who achieved greatness in Wuyang Mountain. The elder's presence had stifled the other two prominent families, rendering them breathless. Zhang Wangwo chuckled. Ah, Su Jingyan, once you stood so high, and now, having fallen, I too shall taste your flavor. In the Yushan Villa district of Jiang City, at the Mingjia building, the front door was gently pushed open by a pair of nimble hands. Su Minjing, dressed in a sleek black business suit and carrying a briefcase, entered the room. Noticing several pairs of shoes in the shoe cabinet, she thought, Mother must have invited a few friends over from Mahjong again. I have an important meeting tonight. I hope I can skip the dinner. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng, having finished washing his clothes, descended the stairs with a basin, disregarding Su Minjing and heading straight for the door. Once a man of great renown, holding titles such as the strongest ninja in the ninja realm and the foremost cultivator, he had once commanded immense respect. Now, he was reduced to a mere shadow, devoid of the stature he once held. Su Minjing, feeling slighted, called out, Qiancheng, your wife has returned. Won't you fetch me some slippers? Accustomed to commanding Jiang Qiancheng to do her bidding, cooking, fetching tea, and even massaging, he had been relegated to the status of a servant in their home. For over a year, Jiang Qiancheng had slept alone in a separate room, as Su Minjing forbade him from sharing her bed. The ridicule from her peers and townspeople had stung her deeply. When she was successful, they revered her. But in her downfall, they feigned sympathy while secretly reveling in her misfortune. She could not fathom why her mother insisted on this marriage with Jiang Qiancheng. Jiang Qiancheng coldly retorted, Don't you have hands? Su Minjing was taken aback, her frustration bubbling over. Yet, as a cultured and refined woman, she found it difficult to unleash foul language. Instead, she laughed, Jiang Qiancheng, how amusing. After all this time, you finally learned to talk back. I thought you were merely a spineless wretch. Jiang Qiancheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chapter 6. Can you change me? Turning his head, Jiang Qiancheng was met with the sight of an enchanting beauty, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy of stars. Just one glance held an irresistible allure. My unexpectedly fortunate wife isn't half bad, he mused inwardly, though her mind seems a bit off. Suddenly, an electric jolt surged through him, a punishing current capable of reducing a person to charred remains. Yet Jiang Qiancheng, having attained a sacred physical form, endured the torment. The excruciating pain was a punishment from the reincarnation master. Reincarnator, you must fulfill your role as a useless son-in-law. Before your wife, you have no room for retort. Did you not hear her request for slippers? This time, it was a shock. Next time, it could erase half of him. Jiang Qiancheng took a deep breath, patting his chest. Isn't that a bit excessive? Am I not already down to 10 centimeters? With no choice, Jiang Qiancheng bent down, humbly retrieving a pair of slippers and presenting them before Su Minjing. Here, my lady, please wear your shoes. Su Minjing snapped. Why have you reverted to your useless self? I refuse to spend my life with a good-for-nothing. Can't you show some ambition? I can tolerate your lack of wealth, but what of your pride? Your drive? I dislike this version of you. Jiang Qiancheng's eyes lit up. Really? Only you and your mother can inspire me to change. Do you wish for me to transform? To no longer be a failure? In the depths of his sincere, fervent gaze, Su Minjing sensed a flicker of hope. I, Su Minjing, find myself somewhat conflicted. For over a year, she had grown accustomed to Jiang Qiancheng's humility and his unwavering diligence. Should she desire change? Su Minjing gazed into Jiang Qiancheng's eyes, which were striking and ablaze with an intensity that transcended mere flames. Such a look could hardly belong to an ordinary failure. Su Minjing had become used to Jiang Qiancheng's submissiveness, complying with her every whim. Yet now, Jiang Qiancheng was resolute. Speak. If you wish for me to transform, from this day forth, I shall no longer be the useless individual you see before you. The system had cast Jiang Qiancheng in the role of a worthless son-in-law, obedient to the whims of the Su family matriarch and her daughter. However, since his wife would not permit him to remain a failure, this did not contravene the edicts of the Reincarnation Deity. At that moment, 3 beautiful ladies playing cards approached the door. The one with fiery red lips tousled Minjing's hair and said, Minjing, go keep your mother company. She seems rather upset. Oh, all right. Thank you, Auntie, Su Minjing replied eagerly. Hastening upstairs, she fled, her heart racing with anxiety, wondering, what is going on? He is clearly a failure, yet why does he instill such fear in me? Jiang Qiancheng sighed, carrying a basin to the door of the villa to hang out the laundry, ignoring the beautiful ladies around him. Another sigh escaped him, but the comments from the ladies reached his ears. The woman with the fiery lips remarked, "Look, this son-in-law is quite diligent, washing and cooking. Isn't this what women are supposed to do?" Jiang Qiancheng paid no mind, skillfully hanging the clothes. As a reincarnator, he had achieved the highest path, acquiring celestial powers through trials and tribulations, not merely by chance, but through understanding, learning, and a formidable mindset. What a pity such an opportunity was being squandered. Well then, Jiang Qiancheng thought, let me experience what it feels like to be a failure. Chapter 7. What did you see? Mom. Su Minjing pushed open the fitting room door, stunned. Before her stood her mother, adorned in a magnificent dress, resembling a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Her fair skin complemented the regal gown, and with just a glance, Su Minjing found her eyes captivated. Mom, why are you dressed so beautifully for tonight's gathering? Su Minjing inquired. Su Jingyan gazed at her reflection, her ruby lips parting in a soft sigh. Tonight, I will introduce you to important figures in Jiang City. It will greatly benefit your future company. But Mom, Su Minjing worriedly protested, those men will undoubtedly make shameless propositions towards you. Her fears stemmed from her mother's beauty. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, nor do they befall men without ulterior motives. When her mother had brought her back to Jiang City, countless men had sought to take advantage of both her mother and herself, believing themselves to be safe harbors for the Su women. Su Jingyan reassured her, it isn't as complicated as you think. By bringing you along, I aim to ease your mind. I know how to handle myself. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, Su Jingyan had steeled herself. After a year of enduring the pain of divorce, she had prepared herself for sacrifice in pursuit of revenge against the man who had shattered her heart, stolen her hard-earned wealth, and cast her down from her former heights in the capital. She yearned for the day he would regret his actions and kneel before her, begging for forgiveness, reclaiming all that he had taken from her. This was Su Jingyan's vengeance. Why don't you change into something comfortable as well? In the mirror, Su Minjing admired her exquisite figure in a strappy dress, exclaiming, Mom, with a daughter as beautiful as me, how can you bear to marry me off to a useless son-in-law? He lacks any semblance of masculinity, merely cooking and washing. As a prominent star, Su Jingyan attracted countless admirers, and her daughter's figure, with its combination of angelic grace and devilish allure, was no less captivating. My dear daughter, it is precisely because of your beauty that I cannot allow those wicked men to harm you. Although Jiang Qiancheng may be a failure, he would not dare bully you or cause you harm. If the day arrives when we can no longer tolerate him, we can simply send him on his way. Su Jingyan said, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. Unlike your father, who, upon finding another woman, cast us aside. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng pushed open the fitting room door, only to find Su Minjing in a state of undress at a most delicate moment. Ah, Jiang Qiancheng, what are you looking at? Who let you in here? Su Minjing shouted, covering herself with her hands. I was looking at your mother. Jiang Qiancheng's eyes were fixated on Su Jingyan, a vision rivaling that of a fairy. Close your eyes, Su Jingyan snapped. Listening to the ladies downstairs, I heard you all are going out for dinner. May I join? Jiang Qiancheng turned away, closing his eyes. Sure, you can come along. Having a man with us will provide better protection for Mom, Su Minjing replied. Jiang Qiancheng shared the same thought. His mission was to safeguard the two women from harm. However, Su Minjing persisted. Jiang Qiancheng, what did you see? Chapter 8. The Eye of the Sand and Dust Technique. Standing at the door, Jiang Qiancheng coldly replied, I saw nothing. Your mother is simply too beautiful. I hardly noticed you. You scoundrel. You fool. You're insufferable. Su Minjing retorted. During his training, Jiang Qiancheng had first honed his observational skills. And in that fleeting moment when he opened the door, he had taken in everything about Su Minjing. However, it was inconsequential and did not affect anything. After a brief wait, the two emerged in their attire. Wang Yu arrived at the garage to drive them. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz worth millions awaited them. Jiang Qiancheng took the front seat, while the two beauties settled into the back. As Wang Yu activated the navigation system, he started the car and drove toward their destination, the Jiang City Haoyuan Hotel, the most prestigious establishment in the area, where countless luxury vehicles were parked outside. Jiang Qiancheng found a vacant spot to park and stepped out, opening the door to welcome his mother-in-law and wife. However, Su Jingyan instructed, "All right, you stay in the car. I'll wait here for you. What if something happens?" Jiang Qiancheng insisted. Su Minjing, filled with concern, urged, "Mom, please let Qiancheng accompany us. He can help protect you." Observing Su Jingyan's hesitation, Jiang Qiancheng understood that bringing him along might disrupt the dinner's ambience, as the presence of a man might not sit well with the higher-ups they were meeting. This woman was indeed tough. Jiang Qiancheng muttered to himself, "Fine. I will wait in the car. Just be cautious and call me if anything happens." Watching them enter the opulent hotel, Jiang Qiancheng settled back into the luxurious Mercedes. "In the last dimension, I visited the ninja village, and I happened to possess a useful ninjutsu." With a wave of his hand, energy swirled within the car, coalescing dust into a thumb-sized form. He pointed at his eyes, then at the dust. "Ninjutsu, eye of sand and dust." Suddenly, a peculiar pupil emerged from the dust, granting him the ability to see through it. "Go, follow Su Jingyan and Su Minjing." The sand eye swiftly departed. Inside the grandest private room of the Haoyan Hotel, exquisitely adorned with fine craftsmanship, the dining table was laden with exquisite delicacies worth tens of thousands, not to mention the bottles of fine wine, each valued at over 100,000. As Su Jingyan and Su Minjing entered the private room, the expressions of the several businessmen inside shifted noticeably. "The beauty is mesmerizing. Truly astonishing. This mother-daughter duo is a feast for the eyes." Zhang Wanguo's gaze was fixated, while the other three bosses, Lin Hao, Zhang Qiangxin, and Ma Yulai, exhaled with envy. "Please, take a seat." Zhang Wanguo boldly extended his hand, leading Su Jingyan to the head of the table. "Allow me to introduce you to these gentlemen, the prominent business magnates of Jiangqing, controlling half the city's resources. I hear you have launched an entertainment company, Miss Su. After dinner, we shall sing, chat, and revel in merriment. I wouldn't mind investing 30 million to support your endeavors." Zhang Wanguo, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Su Jingyan, found the meal instantly tasteless. It would be better to get straight to the point. Su Minjing smiled and nodded, though her heart held little affection for the men present. "What a bunch of boors. Why did my mother invite these people?" "Thank you for your kind intentions, Mr. Zhang. You are truly a generous soul," Su Jingyan replied gracefully. Zhang Wanguo exchanged glances with the others, who raised their glasses in salute, exclaiming, "To you. Seeing is believing, and you are indeed a great beauty. I doubt anyone in Jiangsheng can rival your allure." Chapter 9. Arrival of Jiang Qiancheng. Toasting, drinking, and excessive indulgence ensued, all under the watchful eyes of the hidden observer. Among the bosses, someone had tainted the wine. The two young women were unaware that the drinks had been tampered with. Reluctantly, Su Minjing felt an unwelcome sense of obligation to drink. Zhang Wanguo proclaimed, "Ladies, this wine was brought back by Mr. Lin from abroad, aged for years without being touched. Today, with your esteemed presence, we are fortunate enough to partake." Lin Hao nodded eagerly in agreement. The expressions of the men were devilish, observed keenly by Jiang Qiancheng, who sat in his car, his anger rising. "No wonder the Reincarnation Deity instructed me to protect these two. It seems Jiangqing harbors such scoundrels." As the heavenly sovereign, Jiang Qiancheng looked down upon those who resorted to despicable means to win a woman's affection. He relied solely on his charisma, strength, and charm to attract the women he desired, unlike these pathetic individuals. Suddenly, the sound of a car door slamming echoed, and within the private room, Su Jingyan rubbed her temples, her fair face flushed, breathing becoming labored, and her body inexplicably warm. "Mom, I think I'm drunk." Both Su Jingyan and Su Minjing collapsed to the floor, their exquisite gowns cascading around them like blooming flowers. Yet, this flower was destined to be plucked tonight. Zhang Wanguo grinned maliciously. "You three, help me carry these ladies to the luxurious suite upstairs." The three male bosses approached, their hands brushing against the two breathtaking beauties, the intoxicating scent overwhelming their senses. Lin Hao, emboldened, asked, "Mr. Zhang, if you finish first, could you let your brother have a turn?" Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the room as Zhang Wanguo struck him hard across the face, the fiery sting causing Lin Hao to clutch his cheek. "Do you wish to ruin your standing in Jiangqing?" Forgive me. I was wrong," Lin Hao pleaded. Zhang Wanguo chuckled. "Tonight, I shall indulge myself, reveling in the company of such goddesses, former stars, no less. Just as he opened the door, he was suddenly kicked in the stomach, doubling over in pain. In the corridor, over a dozen waitstaff knelt with their foreheads to the ground, submitting to the man who had just struck Zhang Wanghua. Do you wish for death? Someone. Kill him. At the entrance, 5 black-clad bodyguards, once skilled fighters, now trembled in fear, kneeling before the newcomer. Did you not hear my command? I told you to strike. With fury, Jiang Qiancheng kicked Zhang Wanghua back into the room and closed the door behind him. Lin Hao and the other bosses were too terrified to utter a word, the young man's aura of menace chilling them to the bone. Who orchestrated this? Jiang Qiancheng confronted the bosses with an authoritative demeanor, his tone icy. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the Reincarnation. Jiang Qiancheng's voice bore the weight of an emperor addressing mere ants. Who are you? Lin Hao stammered, pointing at Zhang Wanghua, his face still stinging from the earlier slap. He forced us into this. Zhang Wanghua thundered, Lin Hao, your days in Jiangcheng are over. Slap yourself until I am satisfied. At Jiang Qiancheng's command, his voice resonated with supreme authority. Who are you to challenge me? I am Zhang Wanghua. You should inquire about me in Jiangcheng. His arrogance was palpable. Today, you shall not leave this hotel unscathed for disrupting my affairs. In Jiangcheng, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Countless individuals had gone to great lengths to curry favor with the Jiang family, knowing that recognition from the Jiang family was essential for success. Yet, the scene of the bodyguards and waitstaff kneeling before Jiang Qiancheng made him forget that his fellow bosses were trembling in silence. Ants. A chilling voice emerged. Jiang Qiancheng's dark, enigmatic eyes rippled like a lake, creating concentric circles of black waves. Reincarnation Eye, activate. With a single glance, he summoned an oppressive force that distorted the very air in the room. Calmly, he assisted his mother-in-law and wife onto the sofa, his every movement tender and gentle, as if cradling precious gems. Rest easy. With me here, no one can harm you. Suddenly, Zhang Wanghua, let me see what you rely on for your arrogance. In one moment, he appeared an angel, in the next, a demon. Jiang Qiancheng's gaze bore into Zhang Wanghua, who felt his mind unravel. The reincarnation Eye spun, revealing the cycles of life and death, unraveling the secrets of the universe. This was the divine vision achieved by the immortal beings of the 6 paths. As the wheel of reincarnation turned, Jiang Qiancheng glimpsed the source of Zhang Wanghua's hubris. His great-grandfather's latent spiritual potential had caught the attention of a master from Wuliang Mountain, who had taken him for cultivation. The Zhang family status in Jiangcheng had risen steadily, allowing them to sit atop the throne of power. Ah, I see. Jiang Qiancheng smirked, finding the situation amusing. It appears that even in this realm, there are practitioners of the arcane arts. Allow me, the heavenly sovereign, to confront the masters of this world. Boom. A tempest erupted in the room, and no one witnessed how the 23-year-old man vanished from sight. Zhang Wanghua stared in bewilderment. What just happened? Am I seeing ghosts? Is this boy even human? He cursed, glancing at the unconscious forms of Su Jingyan and Su Minjing, their delicate arms and porcelain-like skin captivating yet vulnerable. Zhang Wanghua, intoxicated with arrogance, declared, Heh, no matter who you are, in this Jiang city, no one can stop me, Zhang Wanghua. I shall take whatever I desire. Ha ha ha. What a foolish youth, vanishing without a trace. Even my great-grandfather could accomplish that, and your methods are far inferior. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, before Zhang Wanghua could continue his boisterous laughter, Jiang Qiancheng reappeared, casually tossing an object that was a blood-soaked head. Wuliang Mountain is hardly impressive, Jiang Qiancheng stated coldly as he sat on a bench. Do you still possess the audacity to be arrogant? Ah, Zhang Wanghua was driven to madness. For upon the table lay the very head of his great-grandfather, who had been cultivating at Wuliang Mountain. Chapter 11. Wuliang Mountain is nothing special. How did that brat appear here? What is this he has thrown down? Where did it come from? Not only Zhang Wanghua, but everyone present gasped in shock. Unbeknownst to them, no one dared to question the authenticity of the grisly object before them, for it was all too real. Thud. Zhang Wanghua's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, his furious and frenzied gaze fixated on the relaxed Jiang Qiancheng. Impossible, impossible, impossible. My great-grandfather is at Wuliang Mountain, and it is a distance of 3,000 kilometers from here. How could you possibly arrive in just a few minutes? You have not seen my great-grandfather. After so many years, I can barely remember what he looks like. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Wanghua raved. You are deceiving me. You deceitful brat. I will kill you. Dare you tell me your name? The likes of ants are not worthy of knowing my name, Jiang Qiancheng replied. Just 2 minutes prior, at Wuliang Mountain. The night was serene and tranquil, with maple trees cloaked in darkness. The Wuliang sect, nestled atop the mountain in a place rich with spiritual energy, stood magnificently. At the entrance of the grand hall, an elderly man with white features sat cross-legged in meditation, exuding an air of calm. Master, I have dispatched individuals to maintain strict surveillance, increasing the patrols by 100 disciples for the night. 2 disciples are stationed to monitor the vital mountain paths, ensuring no one sneaks into our mountain unnoticed, a young disciple reported. Dismissed. You have worked hard, the elder replied, keeping his eyes closed. The disciple bowed and retreated. Alas, the cultivation world is tumultuous lately. Since the emergence of divine skills, various sects and hidden masters in the cities have responded. Wuliang Mountain, the foremost sect in Sichuan province, has caught the attention of others, the elder sighed. Old man, where is Zhang Yuan? A youthful voice interrupted. The elder's heart jolted, and he stiffened as if plunged into an ice chamber. A young man's hand rested on his shoulder, appearing silently, like a specter. So swift, so incredibly fast. The esteemed leader of Wuliang Mountain had been approached without detection. The elder's heart raced as he thought, how did he manage to get so close? Are my disciples mere decorations? Jiang Qiancheng, slightly angered, tapped thrice on the elder's shoulder, saying, What? Do you take me for a fool? And no, I dare not. You, esteemed one, the unparalleled master, the Zhang Yuan you seek is cultivating at the North Cliff, the elder stammered, trembling as he pointed northward. Tell your sect leader to come collect the corpse. The voice echoed, yet the figure was already gone. Chilled to the bone, cold sweat dripped from the elder's forehead. Whom has Zhang Yuan offended? He murmured, Forgive me, Zhang Yuan. He apologized toward the North Cliff. The sect leader is powerless. I nearly perished at this young one's hands. At Wuliang Mountain, North Cliff, Zhang Yuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a silvery light that radiated outwards in concentric circles. Countless strands of spiritual energy flowed into his body. A gust of wind howled, and thunder cracked. Who goes there? Zhang Yuan snapped his eyes open, only to see his own body meditating nearby. A luminous pattern emerging on the ground. Yet, his head was already seized by the newcomer before him. Crackle, crackle, thunder roared, and tendrils of lightning coiled around Jiang Qiancheng's hand. His strike was so swift that Zhang Yuan's nerves did not register the pain of the severance. In mere seconds, his body was dismembered without sensation. Chapter 12. You all are ants. Before him lay a bizarre scene. The youth held lightning in his grasp, while the atmosphere crackled with thunder. Jiang Qiancheng jested, with the ability to sever lightning, I still prefer the 1,000 birds technique. As if a myriad of thunderous birds were crying out. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan felt excruciating pain, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah! He screamed in agony. Jiang Qiancheng opened his reincarnation eyes, their depths swirling in cycles. In this dimension, the cultivation path diverged greatly from that of immortality. A mere foundational practitioner could elevate the Zhang family to prominence in Jiang City. A foundational practitioner could become the backbone of a family's arrogance. Was there truly no stronger individual in this world? Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward, his figure vanishing into thin air. In mere moments, he materialized 3,000 kilometers away. Within a lavish private room, leisurely, Jiang Qiancheng proclaimed, Do you still possess the audacity to be arrogant? Slap yourself. Make me satisfied. Zhang Wang was stared at the head of his grandfather on the table, recognizing the familiar features, the eyebrows, eyes, and the distinctive mustache. His great-grandfather was a proud cultivator, whose longevity soared, a source of pride for the Zhang family. For many years, his grandfather wielded his fists and prowess, commanding respect in the gray areas of Jiang City, even aiding influential figures from other provinces. His grandfather was a renowned figure in the vicinity, ultimately aided by a benefactor to ascend Wuliang Mountain, the foremost sect in Sichuan. How is this possible? Impossible. Zhang Wangwo raved, a manic grin spreading across his face. You little brat. How could you achieve this? Do you think I am easily intimidated? Too many illogical elements arise. 3,000 kilometers in mere minutes? My grandfather is at Wuliang Mountain, the most prestigious sect in Sichuan. How could you, of all people, infiltrate such a heavily guarded place? You truly believe I am easily intimidated, you insolent brat? Do you think no one can deal with you? Zhang Wangwo lunged for the knife and fork on the table, aiming at Jiang Qiancheng. Whoosh! Zhang Wanghua failed to perceive any action from Jiang Qiancheng. He saw only the latter seated calmly. Yet, his own hands had already fallen to the ground, severed. Jiang Qiancheng rose, declaring, "How dull, encountering a fool like you. How could an ant comprehend the terror of a deity? I perform what seems impossible to mere mortals with ease, yet find this event utterly absurd." Approaching Su Jingyan and his wife, Jiang Qiancheng assisted them in leaving the private room. As they departed, he warned, "The Jiang family relies on death. I have aided you. If anyone speaks a word of today's events, your family shall pay the price." Lin Hao, Ma Yulai, and several other businessmen knelt, drenched in cold sweat. After this formidable deity departed, they remained frozen in fear. "Is it true? Has the Zhang family's reliance truly perished?" Lin Hao inquired. Ma Yulai replied, "Enough of that. Let us quickly dispose of everything here. Call for emergency services. Who is this young man? Why did he help the Su mother and daughter?" Within the bright private room, the atmosphere was tense, for Jiang Qiancheng's formidable presence rendered the onlookers speechless. They cannot recall the visage of Jiang Qiancheng, should they encounter him amidst a throng. The aura emanating from him would undoubtedly awaken a profound terror within their hearts. Jiang Qiancheng assisted the mother-daughter duo of the Su family into the vehicle, both of whom were slumbering soundly, oblivious to the fact that he had already averted their crisis. Such worrisome ladies, I dare say, with their appearances. I dread the day I shall encounter someone with ill intentions. Off we go back home. Jiang Qiancheng pressed the accelerator, and the luxury sedan kicked up a cloud of dust. Chapter 13. I want you to be willing on the other side, under the cover of night. As the leader of the Wuliang mountain rushed to the northern cliff and discovered the lifeless body of his disciple, a tempest of urgency and helplessness gripped his heart. He advised, "Do not speak of the events that transpired at the mountain gate. Dispatch someone to discreetly inform the Zhang family of this matter, ensuring they maintain confidentiality. It must not be made public, otherwise, the Jiang family will bear the wrath of Wuliang Mountain." The sect leader gazed at the bright moon and sighed deeply, "Disciple Jiang, there is little more I can do for you. That formidable deity, the one who dispatched your mysterious youth, is a being we cannot afford to provoke. Let it be buried. Obey my command. Anyone who dares to utter a word about tonight shall become my enemy." The 4 elders and 15 key disciples present clasped their hands in salute, silently vowing. In the villa at the waist of Yinshan Mountain, Jiang Qiancheng held Su Minjing with his left arm and his mother-in-law with his right. Both were stunning beauties, and their assistance was not without its bumps and scrapes. Quite comfortable, quite soft. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiancheng remained indifferent. He tossed them onto the bed and gazed at their flushed, intoxicated faces. He couldn't help but remark, "No wonder the Lord of Reincarnation instructed me to protect you. You fell so easily for a trick, oblivious to being drugged." At that moment, within the opulent bedroom adorned with jade, heavy breaths filled the air. I feel so hot. Is there any water? I desire water." Su Jingyan awakened, her eyes unfocused, reaching out with her delicate hand to caress her daughter, relishing the tender touch. Unable to resist, Su Jingyan planted a kiss on Su Minjing's cheek. I feel so hot. Why do I suddenly crave?" Su Jingyan embraced her daughter. Jiang Qiancheng quickly approached, snatching Su Minjing from her mother's grasp, saying, "This potion is indeed troublesome. I must first separate you two and then detoxify you both." It had been ages since this former celestial monarch had attended to such matters. He tossed Su Minjing onto the large bed in another bedroom. Taking her hand gently, Jiang Qiancheng said, "Ah, seeing you and your mother, so formidable, treating me as an ineffectual son-in-law. What now? Do you require my care?" Having reincarnated, Jiang Qiancheng possessed no memories of being an ineffectual son-in-law. Thus, for him, the individuals before him were merely targets requiring protection, a task to complete. At that moment, Su Minjing stirred, her hazy eyes fluttering open, her expression dazed. She had never felt such heat coursing through her. As she gazed at Jiang Qiancheng, an illusion struck her. You're my idol. Hugo, how did you end up here? Hugo?" A series of fragmented memories flashed through Jiang Qiancheng's mind as he realized that Su Minjing's idol was indeed Hugo, a man clad in a suit. Handsome and composed. "Brother, could you hold me? I'm so hot." Jiang Qiancheng replied, If I hold you, won't you feel even hotter?" Su Minjing loosened her clothing, removing her top, saying, "Hugo, you're right. I want water. I need you to feed me." "Hugo, where are you going? Don't leave." I feel so hot. I'm in distress. Su Minjing posed alluringly, her delicate hands teasingly brushing, unable to suppress the flames within her heart. Yet Jiang Qiancheng had already slammed the door behind him. Bang! Who go? Why must you treat me this way? Open the door. Did I frighten you? I merely wanted a hug. Jiang Qiancheng leaned against the door, contemplating the ease with which one could access the vehicle and insert a card. However, I require your willing consent, Jiang Qiancheng stated. Bang! Chapter 14. Enemies who go. Please open the door. I wish to see you. I want to harm you. We're all young, after all. The persistent sounds of Su Minjing echoed against the door. Jiang Qiancheng paid her no mind, employing a subtle spell to secure the door. He sauntered into his mother-in-law's room. In truth, his preference lay with her. The allure of her figure, her serpentine waist encased in a cheongsam, was utterly captivating. Without my intervention, you two would likely be lost tonight. Upon entering, Su Jingyan, a prominent star, felt her illusions of men dissipate. No longer did she harbor subconscious yearnings for them. Yet, her eyes sparkled with a new light, misinterpreting her situation as one of constraint under Zhang Wangua's influence. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she lamented, Why, despite my cautiousness and relentless self-improvement, did I believe I could remain true in this murky mire? I thought I could contend with the grand elites of the capital, yet I ended up like a fool. In the dim light, as a shadow approached, Jiang Qiancheng mused. Is my mother-in-law beginning to ramble? Although Su Jingyan felt a raging fire within, her composure remained intact, a testament to her resolve. How ridiculous! I, Su Jingyan, mistook you for a decent man, only to have you shatter my heart and plunge it into the deepest abyss, leaving me desolate. Do you have any idea how close I was to the brink of despair? I have realized that as long as I can avenge myself, make you regret it, and pay for mocking my feelings, I shall see you kneel before me. Tears welled in Su Jingyan's eyes, dampening the bed with her sorrow. Even if I must tread through hell, what of it? It is you who has taken everything from me. Jiang Qiancheng drew nearer, activating his reincarnation sight. In millennia of reincarnation, he comprehended the cycles of cause and effect. Jiang Qiancheng's thoughts turned to Zhou Huafeng, a man in a suit, appearing exceptionally respectful before Su Jingyan. He was competent, affluent, and knowledgeable. Originally, he was merely Su Jingyan's manager, their relationship strictly professional. However, over time, admiration blossomed into love, culminating in marriage and the birth of Zhou Minjing. After their divorce, the once whole existence of Su Jingyan shattered, leading her to rename her daughter in her own image. Zhou Huafeng, he mused, relishing the name. How intriguing. It appears the Lord of Reincarnation has tasked me not only with a vacation and the protection of the Su mother and daughter, but also with confronting the man lurking behind them. Jiang Qiancheng regarded the tear-streaked face of Su Jingyan, gently lifting her chin, saying, My dear, you must ensure that you take care of your ineffectual son-in-law. Your future plans for vengeance depend upon me. Observing her tear-stained visage, filled with a captivating sorrow, he couldn't help but feel the allure that had first astonished him. Jiang Qiancheng, compelled by an inexplicable force, leaned in gently, prepared to savor the warmth of her lips. At that moment, Su Jingyan shouted, Jiang Qiancheng, get out. What are you doing here? She had finally recognized the man she deemed ineffectual. How did you come to be here? Where is Zhang Wanghua? Jiang Qiancheng released her chin, arching an eyebrow. His wife arrived unexpectedly, and then left. I merely brought you two back. Really? Su Jingyan questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. Believe it or not, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you both would have. Chapter 15. Spirit communication, get out. Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Su Jingyan could hardly endure the humiliation of being ridiculed by her ineffectual son-in-law. Even in his current state of distress, Jiang Qiancheng would not allow himself to be ridiculed. With a chuckle, he remarked, Mother-in-law, you often complain of the heat. Shall I turn on the air conditioning for you? Get lost. With a resounding thud, a high-heeled shoe struck the door just as Jiang Qiancheng was shutting it. Cursing under his breath, he prepared to check on Su Minjing in her room. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Upon opening the door, he was met by a man in a suit, drenched in sweat and clutching a briefcase. Jiang Qiancheng did not recognize him. His face was unfamiliar. Who are you? Hello, you must be our boss's useless son-in-law. Jiang Qiancheng's expression turned cold. Repeat that? Oh, I apologize. You must be our boss's beloved, truly a fine specimen, not only handsome but also quite formidable when angered. The man brushed past Jiang Qiancheng and strode into the villa's hall. I'm sorry for the late intrusion, but I have urgent matters to discuss with President Su, matters crucial to the company's survival. How do you know she is home? The man replied. She texted me to come over. Where is she now? Upstairs. Jiang Qiancheng immediately regretted his words. He swiftly intercepted the man, declaring, You cannot go up there just yet. Allowing this man to see Su Minjing in her current state would only lead to complications. Wait here. Jiang Qiancheng hurried upstairs and entered the room. Upon seeing him return, Su Minjing leaped into his arms, clinging to him tightly. Brother Hugo, you finally decided to come back. I've dreamed of seeing you. Jiang Qiancheng, feeling a pang of jealousy, delivered a sharp slap. Su Minjing fainted. With quick hands, Jiang Qiancheng formed a series of intricate seals. His movements so swift they were almost dizzying. The summoning technique required 36 hand seals and his own blood as a medium. Yet, he accomplished it in but a second. With a single hand pressed to the ground, the summoning incantation manifested, releasing a plume of smoke. A palm-sized white slug appeared. Master, it has been so long since you summoned me. I thought I would never see you again. Who could have harmed you? Jiang Qiancheng pointed to Su Minjing on the floor. Who could harm me? She has been poisoned. How long will it take to remedy this? The slug attached itself to Su Minjing's arm, channeling chakra to examine her blood flow and composition. Reporting to you, Master, this is not a potent poison. It will take only 3 seconds. That's enough. Jiang Qiancheng counted down 3 seconds at the doorway. Su Minjing's complexion began to normalize, her heart rate stabilizing, and her murky eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. Wake up, open your eyes, and question. Where am I? Oh no, am I? Su Minjing glanced at the bed beside her and began to weep. Why? No, mommy. I'm innocent. Jiang Qiancheng coldly interjected. Stop crying. It's fine. Zhang Wanghua's wife is here for you. You're all right. I let him in. Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Qiancheng was strikingly handsome. The light casting shadows across half his face, leaving Su Minjing momentarily entranced. So handsome. Ahem. Chapter 16. You call me useless after a brief moment of tidying. Su Minjing composed herself, sweeping her hair back. She transformed back into her capable and assertive self. Once she had gathered her thoughts, she descended the stairs. The man in the suit had been waiting patiently. Li Fu, how did the meeting progress? Tonight marked the negotiations between Dreamstar Entertainment and a colossal entertainment company from Yanjing. However, the large corporations in the capital were known for their financial might. Intending to pursue a buyout, offering her a chance to repurchase 40% of the shares. In plain terms, they were asking her to sell the company. Li Fu, with a gleeful expression, reported, the other party has valued our company at 50 million. 50 million, boss, that is a substantial figure. With that, he produced a stack of documents. The other side, confident in their wealth, has stated that if we refuse, they will establish an entertainment company in Jiangxing to compete for resources. We need to respond by tomorrow morning. Su Minjing leaned back on the sofa, contemplating for a moment. Jiangxing has a rich cultural heritage, producing numerous musicians and seasoned actors throughout history. Recently, with talent shows dominating the scene, young stars and trending celebrities have flourished across the land. We need not fear the company from Yanjing. We will not cooperate. Among her team were 3 young rising stars, one of whom her mother believed to have immense potential. Their future was promising, and though the opportunity had not yet arrived, they were like uncut gems needing refinement. Allowing the Yanjing company to acquire them would be a genuine loss. We need not concern ourselves with them. I'm not afraid. Li Fu, that will be all. Is there anything else? Li Fu was momentarily taken aback. Boss, you're not considering this further? 50 million. We registered this company for just 10 million. And in a matter of months, it has quintupled in value. Su Minjing responded firmly, enough. I will not sell this company. Li Fu shook his head, rising with anger etched across his face. Su Minjing, don't regret this. You've offended a major player from Yanjing. You're like an egg striking against a rock. You will perish, and we will follow you to our doom. Su Minjing, I urge you to think this through. Such a behemoth is not one we can afford to provoke. That's enough. Su Minjing snapped. Qiancheng, see him out. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng was sitting nearby, cracking sunflower seeds and watching television. Reluctantly, he rose and said, let us go. Li Fu glared at Su Minjing before turning to Jiang Qiancheng. I don't need you, the good-for-nothing son-in-law, to see me out. I can find my own way. In a fit of rage, Li Fu stormed out of the villa, slamming the door behind him. Though Su Minjing was infuriated, she felt helpless. It seemed many of her subordinates were swayed by the promises of the opposing side. Li Fu had been with her since the company's inception, a talented and eloquent individual, and it was clear he was wavering. Indeed, who wouldn't want to leave a small city like Jiangqing for the opportunities presented by a large company from Yanjing? Just then, Jiang Qiancheng, still munching on sunflower seeds, made his way toward the door. Su Minjing questioned, "Why are you going out?" "I let him leave." "Oh, me?" Jiang Qiancheng replied. "I'm in a bad mood after being called a useless person. I need to take a walk." As he exited the villa, Li Fu muttered insults under his breath, turning back to say, "You old hag. You wouldn't take the money if it were offered. Humph, running a shabby entertainment company, thinking you can get rich. With a useless son-in-law tagging along. Uselessness is contagious. Your whole family is worthless." Just then, a figure emerged. It was Jiang Qiancheng. "You call me useless?" Chapter 17. I advise you. As he spoke, he faced the notorious useless son-in-law. Li Fu shook his head, his mood already sour, and he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations on Jiang Qiancheng. "Useless? So what if I call you useless? Everyone knows you're just Su's family's lapdog. Has Su Minjing ever treated you as an equal all these years? Huh? A kept man. You should go home and advise your wife to be cautious. The entertainment company from the capital is not something a frail woman like her can contend with." Li Fu stepped closer, placing a hand on Jiang Qiancheng's shoulder, continuing, "If the company goes bankrupt and collapses, there won't be any soft food left for you to eat." Ha ha ha. Just as Li Fu stated, the company from Beijing was indeed a formidable force compared to the small third-tier city of Jiangqing. Not only does the company possess talent and scale, but its capital flow is also substantial. How could such a small enterprise possibly be compared to a behemoth? In the capital city, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, and commercial office buildings are worth billions. Even a boss earning a modest 1 million a year would need to toil for centuries, abstaining from all luxuries, to purchase an office building in the capital. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng, once faced with the threat of a demonic emperor in the cycle of reincarnation, felt no fear. What is a mere human company to him? "Are you envious of my reliance on others?" Jiang Qiancheng declared. "Out of respect for my wife's company, I offer you a chance. If you choose to remain at Dreamstar Entertainment, unimaginable wealth awaits you. However, should you attempt to sabotage my wife's company and poach her talents, then we shall be adversaries." Li Fu, listening to Jiang Qiancheng's words, furrowed his brow. How could this worthless fool possibly be aware of my plans with the company in the capital? I intend to lure Su Minjing's talents to our firm and undermine her leadership. How does he know? As Li Fu pondered, Jiang Qiancheng's figure vanished from sight. Humph. How could I fear a mere waste of space? With that thought, he drove away. In the villa on the mountainside, Su Minjing had returned to her room, contemplating the future operations of her company, knowing that someone was preparing to strike from the shadows. Jiang Qiancheng, munching on sunflower seeds, watched his devoted wife as she immersed herself in work. "Oh, my dear, why are you still awake at this hour?" he teased. Su Minjing replied, "You're back. Did you find Li Fu?" Jiang Qiancheng spat the sunflower seeds into his palm and said, "Just a few reminders. I doubt he'll heed them." Su Minjing, accustomed to Jiang Qiancheng's perceived ineptitude, was used to his demeanor of simplicity and kindness, never having raised his voice in anger. "Enough, go to bed. You needn't concern yourself with my matters." "Understood," Jiang Qiancheng responded, retreating to his room, where he sat upon a cold bed. The room was sparsely furnished yet exceptionally tidy. Huh, the person I've inhabited was quite the diligent cleaner, he mused. Just wait, this will become interesting. Jiang Qiancheng soon fell asleep. Previously, using his reincarnation eye, he had glimpsed Li Fu's past cycles. History remains unchanged, yet the future is rife with potential transformations. Li Fu had once been a diligent individual, raised in a rural family in the mountains, enduring hardships to graduate from a prestigious university, fueled by ambition to carve out a successful career. At this juncture, Su Minjing's Dreamstar Entertainment Company was in its nascent phase, and she recognized Li Fu's capabilities. He was the backbone of her company. Chapter 18. The Zhang family's turmoil that night, at the Zhang family villa in Jiangqing. A somber atmosphere pervaded a certain room where a man in his 60s stood by the bedside. Several doctors were busily monitoring Zhang Guanghua's heart rate and blood pressure. Zhang Kaiyuan inquired anxiously, "Doctor, how is my son? Will his hand be saved?" At that moment, he struggled to contain his fury. The Jiang family was the preeminent force in Jiangqing. Who dared to commit such audacious acts against them? Lin Hao Mayulai and other prominent figures were reluctant to get embroiled in Jiang Qiancheng's affairs. After a brief phone call, they departed. Jiang Qiancheng, his neck reddened and eyes bloodshot, vowed, "No matter who it is, I will ensure they pay for this." The doctors were acutely aware of Jiang Qiancheng's ruthless reputation. "Mr. Jiang, the wound is smooth at the severed edge. It appears to be the work of a sharp weapon," one doctor remarked. "What do you mean?" Jiang Qiancheng's brow furrowed. "Could it be the work of a practitioner?" Indeed, Dr. Li, a skilled physician with years of experience, had seen countless injuries but had never encountered such a smooth severance. This was not the handiwork of an ordinary practitioner. It was executed by one with exceptional skill. Such remarkable technique. If I possessed such abilities, I could perform cuts without leaving traces on the skin or meridians. Silence. Jiang Qiancheng struck Dr. Li across the face, reprimanding him. "I care not who it is. No one dares to provoke the Jiang family in Jiangqing. Do you think our esteemed family is merely a facade?" With that, Jiang Qiancheng angrily picked up his phone and dialed the number for the Wuliang sect. At that moment, a servant approached, saying, "Patriarch, the Wuliang Mountain is on the line with urgent news." "Perfect timing. I was just about to call them," Jiang Qiancheng replied, picking up the phone. Before the other party could utter a word, Jiang Qiancheng felt his legs tremble and his face pale with terror. "What? My father died while cultivating at Wuliang Mountain? Impossible. How could this be?" The voice on the other end was devoid of emotion, stating plainly, "There is no mistake. We have already buried him at Wuliang Mountain. If you have time tonight, bring your family to pay your last respects." With a thud, Jiang Qiancheng collapsed to his knees, gripping his face in disbelief and horror. It's over. The Jiang family is finished. What on earth is happening? My son has had his arms severed by a practitioner. And now my father has perished at Wuliang Mountain. This cannot be mere coincidence. In a desperate struggle, Jiang Qiancheng sought answers. The voice on the line turned cold, each word dripping with menace. "This is not information you are entitled to. Should this matter become public, it will mean war between the Jiang family and the Wuliang sect." Jiang Qiancheng felt despair wash over him. Who could possess such immense power? What grave offense had his worthless son committed to bring such ruin upon the Jiang family? With increased heart rate and blood pressure, Jiang Qiancheng realized that decades of the family's legacy were on the brink of destruction. Would the other party show him mercy? The following morning, Jiang Qiancheng rose to brush his teeth, leading a mundane life. However, Su Minjing had left the villa early, as had her mother. "Oh, I'm home alone today," Jiang Qiancheng mused, feeling bored. Chapter 19. Trouble approaches throughout the night. Su Minjing, having learned of a disruption at the company and an impending threat from a major firm in the capital, informed her mother, Su Jingyan, who promptly went to her daughter's company for preparations and strategic planning. The elite from the capital city were not to be trifled with. "Well then, I'm alone at home," Jiang Qiancheng thought, grabbing a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on. The Reincarnation Deity had granted him respite in the son-in-law dimension, and he found himself enjoying the leisure. However, with the looming threat against his wife, he too needed to make some clandestine arrangements. The entirety of Jiangqing's power structure remained a mystery to him. Who were the big players, and were there any gray areas? Moreover, Jiang Qiancheng contemplated establishing a small financial reserve for himself. Surely, he could not continue to be viewed as a useless son-in-law reliant on his wife for support. What should I do for work? Deliver takeout, drive for a ride-hailing service, or perhaps engage in underground fighting? How could I quickly amass wealth? After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Qiancheng stepped out of his room. The villa on the mountainside housed notable figures of Jiangqing, set in a picturesque environment. With fragrant flowers wafting through the verdant landscapes, a sports car emerged from a luxurious mansion, carrying a beautiful woman who affectionately wrapped her arms around the man's neck. "Young Master Lin, your family is truly wealthy. I thought you were jesting, but it seems this car is indeed yours." The vehicle, a striking red, gleamed under the sunlight. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a little over 800,000. Is that considered wealth? For the Lin family, this is hardly anything, just my monthly allowance." The girl, infatuated, planted a fervent kiss on Lin Feng's cheek and exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, since you treated me so well last night, could you give me this car? It's just a part of your allowance, after all." The young woman, named Zhang Qianya, was adorned like an internet celebrity, her big eyes sparkling and her figure graceful, while a luxurious Gucci bag hung from her arm. Lin Feng mused, Even though my family is affluent, I can't just give it away. Besides, this girl has expensive tastes. She demands 80,000 for a single night. Just then, he spotted Jiang Qiancheng jogging down the hill. Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation, Lin Feng pointed at Jiang Qiancheng and said, "Qianya, do you see that fellow? He's notorious in our neighborhood for living off others. His mother-in-law was a famous star a few years back, but look at him. He's hardly impressive." Jiang Qianya responded, "Brother Lin, I want a sports car. Please give it to me." Lin Feng, hearing the derisive comments, halted the car beside Jiang Qiancheng. "Since changing the topic didn't work, I suppose I'll have to confront you directly." Feigning ignorance, Lin Feng lounged in the convertible, wearing sunglasses, and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the son-in-law of the Su family? After years of being a live-in son-in-law, you don't even have a car. How pitiful. Are you now reduced to walking to buy groceries? Come on. Why not hop in my car for a ride? Oh, wait, I forgot. There's only room for two." Jiang Qiancheng shook his head slightly, thinking, what a foolish dog seeking its own demise. Once a figure of prestige, Jiang Qiancheng had now been reborn as a seemingly useless son-in-law. Yet he retained his pride and dignity. His wife and mother-in-law could label him as worthless, but who else in the world had the right to do so? With a smile, Jiang Qiancheng addressed Lin Feng, "Young Master Lin, is it inappropriate for you to boast in front of this lady? Why trouble me? Do you genuinely have 80,000 in pocket money each month?" His eyes opened to the truth of the past and the consequences thereof. Jiang Qiancheng saw through Lin Feng completely. Leaning casually against Lin Feng's car, he exuded charm and confidence, captivating Jiang Qianya, who couldn't help but admire his striking profile. How extraordinarily handsome he is. No wonder he managed to attract the daughter of a superstar, she thought, her breath quickening. Lin Feng, noticing her admiration, felt a surge of jealousy. "Humph, what right does a worthless person like you have to concern yourself with my finances? At least I can walk. You deserve to be broke. What does being handsome matter?" He pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet, scattering it before Jiang Qiancheng. "Here, $500. I don't have time to waste on you. Get lost. Is this an attempt to humiliate me?" Jiang Qiancheng thought. $500? You must be joking. How could anyone possibly be interested in such a petty sum? Is that why this lady has taken a liking to you? Because you're foolish? As the crowd began to gather, Jiang Qiancheng preferred to avoid attention and planned to leave. "This arrogant fool," he thought, "I'll see how long you can maintain that bravado." Lin Feng, a naturally arrogant young master, found himself surrounded by onlookers, prominent figures in Jiang City. "That useless son-in-law is making me lose face in front of so many." With fury in his eyes, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. Jiang Qianya gasped in alarm. "Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Stop. Don't hit anyone." "And what if I do?" Lin Feng shouted, his anger flaring as the sports car surged toward Jiang Qiancheng. The bystanders, including middle-aged men and women, gasped in horror but remained silent, recognizing Lin Feng as the son of a powerful family allied with influential figures in Jiang City. At the last moment, Jiang Qiancheng deftly dodged to the side, leaving the crowd bewildered. With the sound of the car's engine roaring, he sat on the ground, fully aware of the unfolding drama. In that critical moment, he executed 3 swift movements. He raised his middle finger at Lin Feng, then slapped him hard before reversing the car, stopping it with a single hand. Finally, he sat innocently on the ground, his actions too rapid for the ordinary observers to comprehend. With a surge of anger, Jiang Qiancheng approached Lin Feng, seizing him by the collar. "Prepare to pay." As the former pinnacle of strength, Jiang Qiancheng's physique was akin to that of a dragon, an invaluable existence. In the past, when someone had harmed him, he led countless warriors to exact revenge. Now, a mere mortal had the audacity to strike him with a car, reveling in their petty victory. With a single movement, Jiang Qiancheng lifted Lin Feng from the vehicle. One slap followed another, ringing out loudly. Lin Feng, disoriented and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, stared in disbelief as Jiang Qianya stood frozen in shock. "You dare strike me, Jiang Qiancheng? I swear I will make you regret this," Lin Feng exclaimed, his bravado faltering. "Is that so?" Jiang Qiancheng replied, unfazed. "You're nothing but a worthless son-in-law, relying on a woman for protection. I give you 1 minute to release me, or else when my father arrives, you'll truly regret crossing the Su family." Lin Feng struggled, but Jiang Qiancheng's grip was unyielding. "Fine, I'll wait for your father," he retorted. Among the onlookers, someone recognized the two and exclaimed, "Isn't that the son-in-law of the Su family? Has he lost his mind, attacking the Lin family's young master?" Mr. Jiang, aren't you going to intervene? This is the perfect opportunity to solidify relations with the Lin family, another suggested, referring to Jiang Qiancheng, a figure once known in the gray areas of society who had amassed wealth through force and intimidation, yet still resided in a modest villa on the mountainside. Once a butcher's assistant, his ascent to his current position is attributed to his ruthless demeanor. I have nearly lost my mind. I have offended Su Jingyan's son-in-law who has come to the capital. Zhang Kuanyu remarked that the arrogant young master is under the thumb of his father, and we should wait for his father to resolve the matter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a villa on the mountainside, Lin Hao respectfully approached and opened the car door for the elderly man. The old man, clad in simple garments and wearing cloth shoes, emanated an aura of authority. Clearly a practitioner of martial arts. Gray Elder, I summoned you urgently last night because I feared that Jiang City might face upheaval, and I wanted to prepare in advance. Lin Hao said with a bow. He had witnessed the astonishing abilities of Jiang Qiancheng, Su's son-in-law, firsthand last night, especially after Jiang Qiancheng severed Zhang Wanguo's hands. Given Zhang Caiyuan's temperament, it was only a matter of time before he retaliated against Jiang Qiancheng. However, the night passed without incident, and the Zhang family remained silent, leading Lin Hao to suspect that they would have to swallow the bitter consequences themselves. Thus, he convened the Lin family to caution them about Jiang Qiancheng, urging them not to provoke him, for he stood atop a peak that mere mortals could not hope to reach. I understand, Lin, you can trust me to handle this. The Gray Elder replied. Lin Hao nodded in a sycophantic manner. Allow me to escort you, he offered as 5 martial artists boarded the vehicle. As they descended the mountain, the Gray Elder observed, Isn't that your son's car, Lin? Lin Hao peered through the window and realized it was indeed the sports car he had purchased for Lin Feng, a striking red vehicle. In the next moment, both men gasped in shock. The Gray Elder growled, Stop the car, Lin. Someone dares to strike your son, and it appears to be quite severe. I must seek revenge for my nephew. Witnessing his son being assaulted ignited Lin Hao's fury, especially with the business magnates of Jiang City observing, as well as his subordinates. I cannot believe it. Who dares to lay hands on my son? He charged forward, flanked by 5 formidable martial artists whose imposing figures were barely concealed by their suits. However, since Wang Yu was blocking their view, Lin Hao could not discern the assailant's features. Lin Hao shouted angrily, Seize him and incapacitate that brat. The 5 men advanced with determination, while Jiang Qiancheng sensed the impending danger and calmly turned around, a devilish grin on his face. He was Jiang Qiancheng, the Supreme Lord, a man who surpassed all realms. Ah, your father has finally grown old. Let him witness your disgrace. He mocked as he effortlessly tossed Lin Feng to the ground like refuse. Dad, help me. I'm being attacked. Lin Feng's heart-wrenching screams filled the air, and as he saw his father arrive, he wept uncontrollably. Onlookers, including wealthy women and local business owners, expressed their pity, some shaking their heads, declaring that the Su family's useless son-in-law was doomed with his father arriving on the scene. Zhang Jinyo squinted and remarked, I recognize that old man in gray. He's the head of the Gray family, an 8th rank master. If this Su family son-in-law has been beaten to such a state, severing 2 hands may be but a trivial matter. At that moment, Lin Hao recognized the young man before him, the very source of his torment and the reason he had hastily gathered the martial families for an urgent meeting, Jiang Qiancheng. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, despair washing over him as he bellowed, Stop! Everyone, cease this madness. The 5 muscular bodyguards halted but surrounded Jiang Qiancheng instead. The Gray Elder, taken aback, inquired, Lin, what is happening? Lin Hao, trembling, replied, He is Jiang Qiancheng. Ah, the Gray Elder was stunned. You warned us repeatedly, and yet your son has offended him? Though astonished, the Gray Elder could only comprehend Lin Hao's caution at face value, unaware of Jiang Qiancheng's true terror. Now, he was eager to see just how deeply Lin Hao feared this young man. Oh, it's you, Jiang Qiancheng remarked, recognizing his visitor, maintaining his composure. Lin Hao head bowed, dared not breathe too loudly. Young Master Jiang, he stammered. Just as he spoke, Jiang Qiancheng gestured dismissively. As a reincarnated being, having entered the realm of the useless son-in-law, Jiang Qiancheng sought to avoid revealing his identity. If Lin Hao's attitude instilled fear in them, the game would be over, making the son-in-law's realm exceedingly dull. Lin Hao, astute, caught the implication of Jiang's gesture and coldly remarked, There are many people here. Follow me. Laughter erupted as onlookers speculated that Lin was preparing to find a more secluded location and Zhang Jinyo, a man of repute in the gray areas, understood the implication, commenting, "I hope your wife enjoys the idea of a disabled husband." As the group entered the vehicle, the gathering crowd of spectators began to disperse. Among them was Jiang Qiancheng, who decided to follow and witness how Lin Feng's father would handle Jiang Qiancheng. "Uncle, I'm Feng Feng's girlfriend. I wish to see this unfold," she declared. Lin Hao, infuriated, barked, "Hide in the car, you ugly woman." Defeated, Jiang Qiancheng sulked back into the vehicle, muttering about the arrogance of the wealthy. Inside the car, Lin Hao intended to ease the tension, but Jiang Qiancheng ignored him, gazing out the window. Lin Hao said, "Young Master Jiang, I am willing to accept any punishment for the inconvenience my son has caused you, as long as it alleviates your anger. I will do whatever it takes." Jiang Qiancheng replied, "Just keep an eye on your son." The luxurious car pulled up to the Lin family villa, an expansive courtyard devoid of outsiders, filled only with Lin family members. Typically, the Lin family would interrogate and torture adversaries elsewhere, often in abandoned factories or desolate mountains. But given the urgency of the situation, they acted differently this time. Lin Feng approached, his anger simmering. This was now his father's domain, and with the Gray Elder present, an 8th-rank master, Jiang Qiancheng could hardly stand a chance against him. What a joke! Lin Feng laughed maniacally, his face pained. "Jiang Qiancheng, you just enjoyed beating me, didn't you? Damn it. Dad, look at how badly this scoundrel has hurt me. You must break his hands. No, both hands. And his legs too." Lin Feng stepped forward, bowing to the Gray Elder. "Greetings, Gray Grandpa." Then he made a slashing motion across his throat towards Jiang Qiancheng, arrogantly declaring, "Dad, help me take care of this." Before Lin Feng could utter another word, Lin Hao suddenly knelt before Jiang Qiancheng, pressing his forehead to the ground. "I am deeply sorry, young Master Jiang. I take full responsibility for raising such a wretched son. I deserve to die for this, young Master Jiang. I am truly sorry." One after another, his apologies echoed, with Lin Hao's head striking the ground until it bled, yet he persisted. The Gray Elder was astonished, his brow furrowed. The youth before them, Jiang Qiancheng, possessed an extraordinary capability that compelled Lin Hao to show such deference. "Father, have you lost your mind? Why are you kneeling to him? He is merely a useless son-in-law. Did you forget to take your medicine today?" Lin Feng, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently. Typically rebellious and arrogant, he had inherited this indomitable spirit from Lin Hao, who, despite his busy life, had once traversed the world relying on his tenacity and unyielding attitude. Consequently, Lin Hao did not seek to suppress his son's fiery temperament. Rather, he encouraged its growth. Now, Lin Hao understood that offending him meant provoking Jiang Qiancheng, and the Jiang family would face dire consequences. "Gray Elder, please render my son's hands and feet useless." Lin Hao howled with a savage expression. "Yes." Gray Elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately stepped forward and grasped Lin Feng's shoulders. At that moment, when the worthless son spoke, the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Qiancheng was enough to make Gray Elder tremble. This young master was no ordinary man. He was a god. He was the pinnacle of martial prowess, a figure whose greatness could never be surpassed, only gazed upon from below. Bang! Ah! Lin Feng collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog, wailing in agony. Jiang Qiancheng, however, said, "Do you think this will appease me?" Chapter 24. A caution against becoming my adversary. No, I wouldn't dare. Once, Lin Hao had stood high above in Jiang City. But now, before Jiang Qiancheng, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Power reigned supreme. Only with transcendent strength could one dominate the myriad worlds. This was the truth Jiang Qiancheng had gleaned from countless realms, a principle that governed the strong. Lin Feng, apologize to young Master Jiang immediately. If you do not, I will have Gray Elder kill you this instant. Lin Hao commanded. Die. Lin Feng, tears streaming down his face, offered a weak apology, the agony of his injuries lingering in his heart. "I'm sorry, young Master Jiang. I was blind to your worth. I will never underestimate you again." Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward, placing his foot upon Lin Feng's head, declaring, "I advise you all not to make me your enemy." Yes, I will never dare again." Lin Hao repeatedly bowed and apologized. This scene was profoundly shocking. Gray Elder silently vowed never to provoke Jiang Qiancheng again. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. "Your son hit me with his car. If I were an ordinary person, it would be merely an accident. Unfortunately, I am an existence you can never afford to provoke. Your son has injured me. I expect 50 million by tomorrow morning." Jiang Qiancheng stood before Lin Hao, pressing his foot against Lin Hao's neck, forcing him to the ground. If you pay even a cent less, the Lin family will perish overnight in Jiang City. With that, he departed, leaving behind a chilling remark. Once he was gone, the onlookers finally dared to breathe again. Gray Elder felt as though he had been reborn, muttering, "So, this is the young Master Jiang you spoke of." Lin Hao sighed, regretfully gazing at his son, whom he had raised for over 20 years. "Is my indulgence what led to your downfall?" As he left the hillside villa, Jiang Qiancheng looked down upon the bustling city from the mountains, where skyscrapers loomed like a dense forest. The streets were alive with the flow of traffic, and various luxury stores and car brands thrived amidst rampant materialism, resembling steel beasts. Jiang Qiancheng, in high spirits, felt pleased. Threatening the boss is the way to quick riches. With 50 million in hand, I won't need to drive for ride-hailing services or deliver takeout anymore. To maintain the facade of being worthless in the eyes of Su's mother and daughter, he couldn't pursue a respectable job. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Qiancheng thought, "Su Minjing, how fortunate you are to have encountered me. What shall I do to pass the time now?" Realizing he needed to buy groceries before their return, he resolved to prepare the meal. From this moment on, only Su Minjing and his mother-in-law could call him worthless. This was Jiang Qiancheng's principle. No one else could stand above him. He went grocery shopping, browsing the streets, and spent an afternoon playing games at an arcade. Once he felt the time was right, he returned home to start cooking. It must be noted that Su Minjing treated him decently, giving him $300 a day, accumulating to $9,000 a month, more than most workers earned. Back at the villa, in the kitchen, Jiang Qiancheng's knife skills were extraordinary, akin to the art of ninjutsu. Before him lay 3 potatoes, which he effortlessly transformed into neat slices, the peels resembling long black ribbons. As 6 o'clock approached, the hour when they usually returned, his phone rang. It was Su Minjing. "Woo, Qiancheng. Something has happened." Chapter 25. The 3 sisters of the Su family. What? Something has happened? Jiang Qiancheng's hand trembled slightly as he held the knife, his brow furrowing with barely contained fury. "I've only been in this son-in-law realm for 2 days, and trouble has already arisen? If something were to happen to Su's mother and daughter, what would become of me? Would the reincarnation master erase me? Would all the abilities I painstakingly acquired across countless realms be for naught? Dreaming, don't panic. Tell me where you are. I will come to save you." Jiang Qiancheng urged anxiously. Haha, what are you thinking, Qiancheng?" Su Minjing laughed lightly. "Isn't it you and your mother in trouble?" Jiang Qiancheng asked. "No, it's Grandma. She suddenly fell ill with high blood pressure and needs to go to the hospital. Can you take her? Do you have any money? If not, you can borrow some from Uncle Chun. I'll give him a call. Just ensure you have the money for her treatment." Jiang Qiancheng tuned out the latter part of her words. As long as Su's mother and daughter were safe, that was all that mattered. "You scared me. I understand now." He sighed in relief after hanging up. On the other end of the line, Su Minjing felt a stir within her heart. Does Jiang Qiancheng truly care about my and my mother's safety? Following her instructions, Jiang Qiancheng borrowed $2,000 from Uncle Chun and took a taxi to Su's residence. As he pondered about the elderly matriarch of the Su family, he recalled her formidable presence. After her husband passed away early, the Su family gained prominence in Jiang City. The matriarch had 3 children, with Su Jingyan being the eldest. Once the most renowned and successful of her kin, she later fell from grace, a situation Jiang Qiancheng was well aware of. Su Jingyan had chosen a manager for herself, a decision vehemently opposed by the matriarch, who believed her daughter should marry into a wealthy family in the capital. This was perceived as a critical opportunity for their family. Thus, when Su Jingyan eventually returned to Jiang City in a state of despair, her standing within the family plummeted. As his thoughts drifted, Jiang Qiancheng arrived at the entrance of a high-end residential complex, where each square meter was valued at around $20,000. Each unit was at least 100 square meters, costing over $2 million. Upon ascending, he knocked on the door, which was opened by a young woman. "You are Jiang Qiancheng? Come in. Grandma is unwell, and you need to take her to the hospital." Su Yunjing reluctantly opened the door, regarding him as if he were an unwelcome visitor. Inside the room, Jiang Qiancheng felt a wave of discontent. The elderly matriarch's 2 daughters and their husbands were present, engrossed in a game of mahjong. The old lady was in distress, yet they left it to Jiang Qiancheng to escort her to the hospital. Anger welled up within him as he exclaimed, "You're playing mahjong while Grandma needs to go to the hospital?" The second sister, Su Yunjing, who had always looked down on Jiang Qiancheng, spoke with newfound confidence after marrying into wealth. She said, since you have no work and are idling at home. Your grandmother has a headache, so take her to see a doctor. Third sister Su Lu remarked, enough with the chatter. Can't you see we are busy? Have you developed a temper? Jiang Qiancheng, tired of their bickering, stepped forward and said, Grandma, if your head hurts, let me take you to the hospital. The elderly woman, with her head held high, arrogantly commanded, carry me downstairs. Jiang Qiancheng thought, is she not aware of her own irreverence? The old lady had a head full of white hair, devoid of the tenderness often associated with the elderly, her eyes radiating a commanding presence. Su Nanfeng, the matriarch of the Su family, snapped, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and turn around. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Jiang Qiancheng retorted, Grandma, if you're unwell, there are others at home who can take you to the hospital. It was clear he considered himself merely a chauffeur. The old lady dismissed him, saying, stop talking nonsense. Their time is far too precious compared to yours, you worthless thing. Master Ma, son-in-law of Su Yunqing, earns tens of thousands a month. And Su Lu's husband, Li Bin, though earning less, has a promising future. They wouldn't bother to look after me when they can play mahjong instead. Look at you, a failure. Wasting your days cooking at home. If you don't handle these trivial matters, who will? Jiang Qiancheng thought to himself. This morning, I effortlessly earned 50 million. How could these insignificant insects compare? If Su Minjing and Su Jingyan were willing, he could present the entire world to them, allowing them to experience its splendor. Smack. The old lady's cane struck Jiang Qiancheng. Are you disobedient? He inhaled sharply. He had vowed not to let anyone who called him worthless remain in this world. However, he could not resort to violence against an elderly woman. That would only reveal his true identity and methods. Are you annoying? Hurry up. If you delay my grandmother's condition, I want to let you off. Su Yunqing shouted angrily. Jiang Qiancheng, weary of arguing with these ungrateful individuals, scoffed and said, fine. Grandma, let me carry you. Amidst the sounds of mahjong, he hoisted the old lady on his back and descended the stairs. Hailing a taxi and informing the driver of the hospital's name, the old lady sat in the back seat, her eyes closed, exuding an air of superiority, while Jiang Qiancheng took the front seat. He remarked, Grandma, you're in pain. And yet you wait for them to play mahjong and for me to take you to the hospital. Aren't you worried it might be something serious? The old lady retorted, what serious illness could I have? Be quiet, worthless. I don't understand how Su Jingyan let you into the Su family. After being dismissed, Jiang Qiancheng fell silent. Mastering the art of healing and medical techniques, he knew this minor ailment was easily treatable. However, the journey was quiet. Upon reaching the hospital, Jiang Qiancheng busily took care of the old lady, arranging tests and retrieving documents. All the while, the old lady maintained her aloof demeanor, not acknowledging him with so much as a word of thanks. During this time, none of her children called. Grandma, the doctor has finished your examination. We just need to wait for the report, Jiang Qiancheng informed her. The old lady remained in her state of repose. Suddenly, a call from Su Minjing interrupted. Qiancheng, how is Grandma? Is there anything serious? Mom and I are still busy with company matters, so please take care of her. Hearing Su Minjing's concerned voice stirred a mix of emotions within Jiang Qiancheng. Being labeled as worthless was indeed burdensome. Understood, I comprehend that work is important. In your eyes, I am merely a bystander. He wanted to voice his thoughts, but the words never escaped his lips. On the other end of the line, Su Minjing awkwardly chuckled, sorry, Qiancheng. After this is over, I'll treat you to a meal. For many years, Jiang Qiancheng had tirelessly catered to the needs of the Su family, always prioritizing the old lady's needs, yet he received no acknowledgement. Many times, Su Minjing felt it was unfair, as there were others to share the burden, yet it always fell to Jiang Qiancheng. Yet, seeing him as a failure, she wished he could strive for better. Today, since he had taken the initiative, she thought perhaps she would indeed treat him to a meal. Ding dong, please 3022. Come to collect the examination report. Jiang Qiancheng disregarded the commotion, took the report, glanced at the old lady, and headed to see the doctor alone. The doctor, after examining the report, shook his head slightly. Where's the patient? He inquired. Sitting by the door, Jiang Qiancheng replied. The doctor's expression darkened. Oh, you must be the patient's family. The patient has a tumor in the brain. While it is currently benign, there is a risk of it becoming malignant. If it changes, she may not survive 3 months. Considering the patient is already 88 years old, you should keep this information from her to avoid distress. I will prescribe some medication for conservative treatment. The main goal is to manage her mood. As long as it doesn't worsen, she should be fine for a few more years. I understand, Jiang Qiancheng said, thanking the doctor. Exiting the ward, the old lady remained with her eyes closed, appearing unbothered, as if she were a revered monarch. Upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng arrive, she remained silent. It's not a serious illness, Jiang Qiancheng began. The doctor said you have a benign tumor in your brain, and if it worsens, you may not live for 3 months. Boom. The old lady's eyes fluttered open in alarm. A tumor? Not 3 months. What? Is the doctor mistaken? She exclaimed. Jiang Qiancheng replied, No, you can ask him yourself. With surprising agility, the old lady stormed into the doctor's room, shouting accusations of incompetence at him. Indeed, to the average person, a tumor, cancer, was regarded as a severe and irreversible ailment. However, to Jiang Qiancheng, it was merely a minor affliction that could be remedied with a bit of healing technique. You useless doctor, can't you treat a patient? My head only aches a bit, and you say I have a tumor. Do you think I'm made of money? Su Nanfeng berated. The doctor replied, Madam, if you refuse to believe me, you are welcome to seek another opinion. Su Nanfeng, undeterred, turned to Jiang Qiancheng. Let us find another hospital. I have no faith in this doctor. Jiang Qiancheng offered, Grandma, I have some medical knowledge and can help you. Humph. If I ever decide to die, I want to be consulting you. A worthless person is still a worthless person. Stop pretending to be cultured. Squat down and carry me. Jiang Qiancheng, feeling exasperated, complied and carried the old lady out of the hospital. Chapter 28. Disheartened along the way, the old lady's demeanor shifted from confident to anxious. Her earlier composure now replaced by a pallid face. After visiting 2 hospitals, receiving the same report each time, she finally slumped against the car window, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why, I, Su Nanfeng, have always been strong-willed. Yet all I wanted was to see the Su family ascend to the heights of Jiangqing's elite. Why? Su Nan pondered. Has the heavens forsaken me? The elderly lady was engulfed in sorrow and despair. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng remained unfazed. Initially, he had the ability to treat her, but now he was reluctant to do so, primarily due to her pride, tyranny, and arrogance, which made him feel like a mere waste in her eyes. If I am deemed a worthless entity, then I shall embody that very notion. Upon returning home, the Su sisters were engrossed in a game of mahjong. Su Yunjing inquired, Mother, how are you? Is there anything amiss? The elderly matriarch slumped onto the sofa, her eyes devoid of life. Jiang Qiancheng placed the medication on the table and said, The illness has been diagnosed, and the hour is late. Since my presence is no longer required, I shall take my leave. In this room devoid of warmth, Jiang Qiancheng was unwilling to linger any longer. Who said you could leave? Su Yunjing snapped. Has Mother recovered? Why aren't you here waiting for her to get better? Why are you leaving? The elderly lady's emotions were tumultuous. Upon returning to find her daughters indifferent to her plight, yet expecting an outsider to care for her, she remarked, Go back. Aren't you still here? Su Lu interjected. No, he cannot leave. We cannot be sure of Mother's condition. What if she has another headache and needs to go to the hospital? Jiang Qiancheng, you will stay here to look after the elderly lady today. In their eyes, Jiang Qiancheng was not permitted to depart. Mother, what exactly is your condition? Why do you have a headache? Su Lu's husband, Li Bin, asked a somewhat sensible question. The elderly lady coldly stated, There is a tumor in my brain, benign. But if it worsens, I may not survive for more than 3 months. A thunderclap resounded, shaking everyone to their core. This was indeed a grave matter. Su Yunjing rushed to her mother's side, saying, Mother, please do not worry. We daughters have money. We will pay for any treatment. Do you need to be hospitalized? We will find any hospital you wish. At that moment, she shifted her tone, adding, I have recently invested in some businesses in pitching with Ma Zhe, so I may be a bit busy. I can cover half the medical expenses, and Su Jingyan will cover the other half. Mother, do not be concerned. What did the doctor say about controlling it? The group abandoned their mahjong, surrounding the elderly lady with concern. However, ultimately, it was merely idle inquiry. No one was willing to shoulder the responsibility. Mother, do not fear. Jiang Qiancheng will be here. He has nothing to do at home. I will inform my elder sister to have him stay with you around the clock, Su Lu declared. Ma Zhe approached Jiang Qiancheng with a superior demeanor, saying, Qiancheng, regarding the elderly lady's situation, please bear with it. Once my aunt and I finish our business, I will gift you a pair of limited edition sneakers. Su Lu added, Exactly. Qiancheng, if Mother is hospitalized, please stay by her side. Your second uncle is on the rise in his career, preparing for a promotion to regional manager. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Mother, if anything happens, just call Qiancheng and we will cover the expenses. To hear such harsh, unfilial words left the elderly lady disheartened. Chapter 29. No one can keep me here. The daughters she had raised with her own hands, now at a critical moment, were entrusting the task of caring for her to an outsider who would not feel a chill in their heart. Yet, the elderly lady felt helpless. All three sisters were affluent, now settled in their lives. She commanded, I understand. Qiancheng, I will call Su Minjing shortly. You will move over to take care of me for a while. Did you hear that, Qiancheng? The elderly lady has spoken. You have nothing to do anyway. Humph. Jiang Qiancheng smiled wryly. Everything here was none of his concern. Even if he were to play the role of a worthless individual, it was time for him to erupt. I'm sorry, but I'm not available. Jiang Qiancheng turned and walked towards the door without looking back. Waste. Stop right there. Su Yunjing rushed forward, gripping Jiang Qiancheng's shoulder, saying, You do not heed the elderly lady's words? Who gave you the audacity to act this way? Are you throwing a tantrum now? Without Su Minjing and the Su family, could you reside in a villa? With your kind of uselessness, do you think you can find a wife? My elder sister values your honesty and care for the family. If you cannot even manage that, then get lost from the Su family. Here, everyone was in this together. The elderly lady's family, no matter how poorly they treated her, she felt indifferent. But if an outsider wronged her, it was always the outsider's fault. Even if Jiang Qiancheng had cared for the elderly lady 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, the elderly lady barked. You think you've grown wings? I've seen through you all along. You are no good. Humph, leave. If you dare step out that door today, I will have Su Minjing and Su Jingyan divorce you. Oh, fine, go ahead and call, Jiang Qiancheng said, shaking off her grasp, his imposing aura intimidating Su Yunjing. Once the supreme lord, the strongest ninja, the foremost cultivator, he had dominated the world for years, exuding ironclad resolve. After years of camaraderie with powerful brothers, transcending realms and achieving unparalleled paths, now he faced the mundane squabbles of mortals. Humph, Jiang Qiancheng turned. Today I wish to leave. No one can stop me. As for divorce, if Su Minjing is willing, I will sign immediately. Moreover, elderly lady, you are not without children. If they do not care for you, why call upon me? Besides, Su Lu, Su Yunjing, you are not without sons. Have them look after you. Humph, I am but an outsider in the Su family. With a bang, Jiang Qiancheng slammed the door mercilessly behind him, departing with an air of grandeur. He found it utterly incomprehensible why the Reincarnation Deity would entangle him in such trivial familial disputes. Nonetheless, mere mortals held no significance in his eyes. Mother, did you see? I told you this kid was up to no good, Su Yunjing said, hands on her hips, quietly remarking, I knew he must have used some trickery to deceive my elder sister into marrying him. Look, now that he wants a divorce, my elder sister's daughter will have to split the assets with him. Darling, you should say something too, Ma Zhe chimed in. Mother, Yunjing does have a point. He has lurked in our family for years, biding his time, and the divorce is undoubtedly to claim a share of the assets. If he truly divorces, it would be falling into his trap. The elderly lady gazed at Jiang Qiancheng's receding figure, feeling a sense of strangeness, entirely unlike the person she had previously known. This time, his aura was dramatically different. Could it be that his patience and pretense of being worthless were merely for our viewing? Chapter 30. 100 million in the bank. In the deep of night, Jiang Qiancheng found himself alone in a villa on the mountainside, feeling an unsettling discomfort. On the road, he vaguely perceived shadows flickering, a figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. No, this speed was like lightning, too swift for anyone to catch a glimpse. The wind, faster than the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Qiancheng dashed through the urban landscape of Jiangqing, his speed beyond the comprehension of ordinary eyes. He ran faster and faster, until he became one with the night. Frustration. An unprecedented sense of frustration. It was precisely because these individuals were from the Su family, the relatives of Su Jingyan and Su Minjing. Jiang Qiancheng could not reveal his true capabilities before relatives as he would with outsiders. Beneath the silver moonlight, atop the highest building in Jiangqing, Jiang Qiancheng stood against the wind, exuding an extraordinary presence. The ants below cannot witness my true might, yet I can obliterate everything they hold dear. Ha! Sisters of the Su family, elderly matriarch, one day, you will kneel before me, begging, Whoosh! Jiang Qiancheng's figure, like a specter, melded into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The night passed without a word. Su Minjing and her mother returned home late, having not spent the night. It appears that the company from the capital has caused considerable distress to the Dream Star Entertainment Group. However, after a simple breakfast, Jiang Qiancheng arrived at the Lin family villa as promised, ready to collect the 50 million he was owed. Outside the villa, 2 bodyguards clad in black stood sentinel, exuding an extraordinary aura, their eyes betraying a lethal intent. Passers-by averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet their stare. Jiang Qiancheng approached with a cold expression, unyielding in demeanor. The bodyguards, upon seeing him, respectfully announced, "Young Master Jiang, Lin boss has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Suddenly, Jiang Qiancheng halted, his voice icy. "What do you mean by that?" The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, perplexed by Jiang Qiancheng's insinuation. These 2 were formidable experts trained by the renowned Hui family, loyal to Lin Hao for many years, and had earned a notorious reputation in the gray areas of society. Typically, even the most brazen ruffians would not dare to speak so boldly in their presence. Even the young scions of Jiangcheng would not dare to flaunt their power before them. "My apologies, I apologize. I have devoted my life to martial arts and lack formal education. Please do not hold it against me, young Master Jiang," they exclaimed, bowing deeply. Jiang Qiancheng was known to harbor grudges. The humiliation he suffered at the Su family's hands the previous night still gnawed at him. It had been a long time since he had endured such an insult. "Must Lin boss not wait for me any longer?" Jiang Qiancheng inquired. No, that is not it. Lin boss has been earnestly awaiting your arrival." The bodyguards hastily replied. "Oh, does that imply you think I am slow?" Jiang Qiancheng retorted sharply. No. The bodyguards, unsure of how to navigate the situation, simply bowed and declared, "As you say, young Master Jiang." No longer wishing to engage in this trivial exchange, Jiang Qiancheng followed a butler into the villa. The opulence of the place surpassed that of a royal palace, yet to Jiang Qiancheng's discerning eye, it was merely ostentation. In the grand hall, upon his arrival, Lin Hao stepped forward, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Young Master Lin, please, take a seat," he urged. Jiang Qiancheng reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. Is the money ready? I have made it clear, not a single cent less." Lin Hao respectfully presented a black gold card, stating, "Young Master, how could I dare to shortchange you? The sum you require is intact. There is 100 million within." 100 million? Jiang Qiancheng responded with an air of indifference. Lin Hao's brow furrowed, a wave of astonishment washing over him. 100 million in cash. Before anyone, this amount would elicit a reaction, at the very least a raised eyebrow. Yet, the youth before him remained unfazed, his heart devoid of any stirring emotion. This sum had required Lin Hao to risk offending the board and persuade his father, who had long since retreated from frontline duties, to mobilize resources from the Lin family's secondary enterprises overnight. For the Lin family of Jiangcheng, given 3 days, they could amass 1 billion in cash. However, within 12 hours, they could gather 300 million. Initially, Lin Hao had assumed that 100 million would suffice as a courtesy gift, but he was taken aback by Jiang Qiancheng's apparent disregard for the sum. Lin Hao continued respectfully, "Young Master, I speak on behalf of the Lin family. We wish to establish a friendly rapport with you. The extra 50 million is intended to leave a favorable impression." What a character! Jiang Qiancheng observed the man before him, whose son had been rendered incapacitated yet still managed to maintain composure and engage in conversation about friendship. He could not help but harbor a modicum of admiration, albeit slight. "I form friendships not based on wealth, but on fate. I will grant you 5 minutes to retrieve the 50 million from the card. I shall only take what I desire." "Understood." Lin Hao immediately complied, without hesitation or explanation, taking the card and turning to his subordinates to execute the task. Intriguing. Jiang Qiancheng smirked, resting his chin on his hand. Moments later, Lin Hao once again bowed, presenting the black gold card, "Young Master. Should the Lin family ever have the opportunity to assist you in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Here is 50 million. The password is 88s." With a flourish, Lin Hao tucked the card into his pocket. At that moment, a suited man rushed to the villa entrance, saluted Jiang Qiancheng, and whispered into Lin Hao's ear. Lin Hao declined. "There is no need. Before young Master Jiang, the Lin family has no secrets, and such impertinence is unwarranted. Speak plainly. The suited man replied, Boss, the Ma family intends to challenge the Jiang family's territory tonight to test the waters. What should we do? Shall we go? Jiang Qiancheng had undergone a significant shift following Jiang Qiancheng's decisive actions against Zhang Yuan. The three great families of Jiangcheng had suffered under the Jiang family's suppression for many years, daring not to breathe a word, as they had lost considerable interests. In the urban landscape, sects held dominion over martial families, which in turn surpassed ordinary clans. However, while martial families excelled in cultivation, they still required financial resources. Whereas ordinary families thrived in urban management and profit-making, it could be said that both complemented each other. Behind the sects, only true financial magnates offered support. The mere Lin family of Jiangcheng could hardly be mentioned in the same breath as the Jiang family. Thus, during their previous encounter, when Ma Yulai, Jiang Qiancheng, and Lin Hao were present, Jiang Qiancheng's bold declaration had left a lasting impression. The Jiang family relies on death. Who dares utter a word? The family shall perish. The Jiang family was backed by the Wuliang sect. Nevertheless, the three great families were also probing the Jiang family's limits. Lin Hao remarked, Why not go? Call Tai Ba back. We must see how the Jiang family responds. He bowed and invited, Young Master Jiang, at 6 this evening, should you be available. May I extend an invitation to you for a boxing match? Is there a connection between the Ma family and Ma Zhe? Jiang Qiancheng inquired, reporting to young master. Ma Zhe is indeed a member of the Ma family, the third son of the family head, Lin Hao explained. The intricacies of fate were indeed remarkable. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. If my wife and mother-in-law do not return for dinner tonight, I shall attend. Ma Zhe, Su Yanqing, let me commence my quest by obliterating the Ma family. Holding the black gold card, Jiang Qiancheng departed from the Lin family estate, alone. Now, he wielded unmatched power and had inherited supreme techniques. Merely the ninjutsu acquired from Naruto was sufficient to render him invincible in this dimension of son-in-laws. However, as he stowed the black gold card in his pocket, he mused. My mission this time is to protect the Su mother and daughter. While a direct assault is easily evaded, covert threats are insidious. I must also procure some protective talismans for them. With newfound wealth, Jiang Qiancheng was now capable of crafting some magical artifacts. After some inquiries, Jiang Qiancheng found himself at the antique street, a place teeming with talismans, artifacts, charms, and antiques. Originally an old street, the shops lining it exuded an antique charm. Adorned with black bricks and tiles, many men clad in simple garments hawked their wares, while some donned the garb of Taoists, exuding an air of mystery. Jiang Qiancheng discreetly activated his eye of reincarnation. As he traversed the street, he could perceive the past of various tools, treasures, and artifacts. Some items emanated the spiritual energy of the universe, or the lingering aura of powerful beings, or even the historical process of their creation. With the eye of reincarnation, he could discern authenticity from forgery. This is it. Among the shops, he felt the presence of golden energy. Jiang Qiancheng entered an antique shop, where two stone lions stood at the entrance, their likeness breathtakingly lifelike. The Zhengdao Hall, reputed to be run by an enlightened Taoist, was well known in Jiangcheng. The preservation of this antique street was attributed to the old Taoist, who once aided a contractor in resolving peculiar issues at a construction site. In gratitude, the developer constructed this street in honor of the Taoist. Indeed, this should contain the items I require. Jiang Qiancheng strode confidently into the establishment. The elderly gentleman. I implore you, please save my grandfather. I beg you. My grandfather and I have exhausted all our savings on this journey, and I have heard that there is an extraordinary Taoist here. A disheveled youth, around 16 years of age, is desperately pleading with a server who appears helpless. I am truly sorry, young brother. My master is currently in seclusion in the mountains, and I am not versed in any Taoist arts to assist you, the server replies. Please call my master. He must come down to help my grandfather. If you cannot assist him, I will truly have no way to survive. How much do you require? I can write you an IOU. If you can save my grandfather, my life will be for my master. Why would I want your life? My master has said he will not meet anyone, regardless of their wealth. The boy clenches his fists, stifling his tears. Beneath his unkempt hair are eyes that shine like stars. Silently, he turns away, murmuring, "Is this fate?" He departs quietly. Jiang Qiancheng's reincarnation eyes watch the boy leave. Excuse me, sir, what would you like to purchase? Jiang Qiancheng points to a talisman hanging in the center of the hall. I wish to buy this talisman. The talisman appears to be an ordinary yellow paper adorned with Taoist symbols, yet it is elegantly framed and displayed prominently. The server responds, I am sorry, sir, but this is the jewel of our establishment, and it is not for sale. 1 million. The server replies, this is not a matter of money. I am truly sorry. Sir. Chapter 33, Ma Yulai returns. Jiang Qiancheng states, very well. Thank you. He turns and leaves. The server gazes after Jiang Qiancheng's retreating figure, scratching his head. What a peculiar individual. However, since the item is not for sale, Jiang Qiancheng does not press the issue. He can always return later to acquire it. In his lexicon, no does not exist. If Jiang Qiancheng desires an item, it shall not evade his grasp. Currently, he finds himself intrigued by the disheveled youth. The boy, with his tattered clothing, gazes curiously at the street, as if he has just emerged from the mountains. Jiang Qiancheng follows him closely. The youth arrives at a bun shop. The owner, upon seeing the boy's appearance, scolds, where did this beggar come from? Get out of my way and do not disturb my business. I am not a beggar. I have money. How much for the buns? The boy pulls out 2 crumpled bills from his ragged clothes. Humph, $2? Do you not know how expensive pork is these days? $2 will only buy you 2 buns. The owner sneers, do you want 2 buns or not? Is it really that expensive? Never mind, I do not want them. The youth pouts, grabs 2 buns, and bolts away. I knew you were going to steal the buns. The owner chases after him, while the boy runs frantically forward, too hungry to care about anything else. He has not eaten for 3 days in his quest to reach Jiang City to save his grandfather. The boy escapes wildly, weaving through the crowd until he suddenly collides with a middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Enraged, the middle-aged man kicks the boy, exclaiming, Who do you think you are, you filthy beggar? My new clothes smell terrible. The bun shop owner arrives, astonished at the sight before him. What? How did Ma Yulai get here? This is a notorious figure in Jiang City, known for his erratic temper. Meanwhile, the boy is being lifted by the ear by Ma Yulai. Let me go? I'm sorry, please release me. Ma Yulai replies. You filthy beggar dared to block my path today. Shouldn't I simply eliminate you? Lu Lao, please wait a moment. Teach this rascal a lesson. 3 suited bodyguards advance, kicking the disheveled boy to the ground, their hands striking him. The pristine buns roll onto the ground, and the boy lunges forward, covering them with his body. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You dare to apologize to me? You are not worthy. Ma Yulai spits at the boy. He then turns to Lu Lao. Tonight, I need your men to help me challenge the Zhang family. I have heard that there is a master in the Zhengdao Hall, and I want to seek a favorable omen. The onlookers dare not speak out against the injustice. One boy exclaims, Is it necessary to beat him so brutally for a mere collision? Yet, Ma Yulai's status in Jiang City is formidable, known for his tyranny. He employs a cadre of thugs and engages in the construction business outside the city, acting with great arrogance. Is it truly necessary? It was just a bump. Why treat a child so harshly? Someone murmurs, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The boy continues to plead throughout. Chapter 34, Apologize to this boy. Stop. A sharp voice cuts through the chaos as Jiang Qiancheng steps in front of the bodyguards. They glare at him, enraged, mind your own business. Do you even know your own strength? Before they can finish, Jiang Qiancheng delivers a kick to one bodyguard's abdomen. To demonstrate his restraint, he manages to temper his strength. Bang! The bodyguard flies 5 meters back, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain. Who dares? Lu Lao and Ma Yulai are utterly stunned. Who is this reckless youth daring to lay hands on their men? Jiang Qiancheng says, Hey, kid, stop crying and get up. As the boy lifts his gaze, he sees the 3 bodyguards sprawled on the ground, unable to move, and before him stands a radiant and handsome older brother. Brother, thank you. However, in the next moment, he hurriedly checks on his buns. They are shattered and covered in dirt. Yet he grabs the filthy buns and shoves them into his mouth. Jiang Qiancheng pats the boy on the shoulder, saying, Young man, do not apologize so easily. Who is this? The crowd erupts in fervent discussion. This kid is courting death. He dares to strike Ma Yulai's men. What is his background? Ma Yulai clenches his fists, a cold smile curling his lips, as if looking at a corpse. Another one blocking my path? Lu Lao, does this imply we will encounter much trouble tonight in challenging the Zhang family? Ma Yulai aims to seize control of the Jiang family's territory amid their turmoil. In Jiang City, the gray areas are governed by clear rules. Those with the strongest fists control the most territory. Lu Lao chuckles, just a clown. no matter how many come. They will not affect our operations tonight. Lu Gang, go teach this clown a lesson. Consider it a warm-up for tonight's activities. Lu Lao dismisses casually. Yes, master. A man steps forth from behind Lu Lao, Lu Gang, a towering figure at 6 feet tall, with a robust, muscular physique, recognized for his iron fists. He is a skilled warrior trained within the Lu family. Ma Yulai says, Lu Lao, are you showing me Lu Gang's prowess? Thank you, Lu Gang. Feel free to unleash your strength. I will bear the consequences. Yes. Lu Gang remains silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Qiancheng, who stands in stark contrast to him. He clenched his fists, twisting his body as his physique emitted sounds akin to frying beans. Crack! Lu Gang, a formidable figure, suddenly launched an attack, his feet propelling him like a shadow towards Jiang Qiancheng. Bang! His fist aimed squarely at Jiang Qiancheng's face. Boom! Lu Gang struck. Yet Jiang Qiancheng effortlessly tilted his head to evade, countering with a punch that landed on Lu Gang's chest. Bang! Lu Gang fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. How could this be? Both Lu Lao and Ma Yulai were simultaneously astonished, and the crowd gathered along the street shared their surprise. The young boy sitting on the ground tugged at Jiang Qiancheng's sleeve, exclaiming, Brother, you are incredible. Jiang Qiancheng pointed at Ma Yulai and commanded, Apologize to this kid. Chapter 35. The Art of Misty Ghost Technique, ha ha ha. Ma Yulai laughed boisterously, finding this the most amusing joke he had heard all day. You dare ask me to apologize? With your abilities? Ha ha. Do you even know who you are talking to? Ma Yulai regarded Jiang Qiancheng as if he were a mere corpse. Jiang Qiancheng smirked. I would like to know who you are too. If your apology does not satisfy me, I will ensure you cannot remain in Jiang City, regardless of your identity. I will remember you, Jiang Qiancheng. Ha ha. Lu Lao, look at this kid. He is making me laugh to tears. Ma Yulai clutched his belly, his rolls shaking as he said, This is the best joke I've heard today. Lu Gang, the person you introduced to me is pathetic. He was knocked down by this kid with a single punch, and look at him now, so proud. Ma Yulai growled, Kid, I am Ma Yulai, your grandfather. Once again, a member of the Ma family. The boy clutched Jiang Qiancheng's sleeve, urging, Brother, let us go. This fat man seems tough to deal with. We should run. At that moment, more suited bodyguards, all skilled martial artists, gathered on either side of the street. However, Lu Lao remained silent, staring intently at Jiang Qiancheng. For ordinary people, Jiang Qiancheng's punch was imperceptible, but Lu Lao could see the truth. He knew Lu Gang's strength well. To defeat him with a single punch indicated the presence of a powerful adversary. Even Lu Lao had not managed to land a single punch on Lu Gang during their encounter. Slap. Before Lu Lao could utter a warning, Jiang Qiancheng closed in, delivering a resounding slap to Ma Yulai's face. Slap, slap, slap. Each strike was merciless. Ma Yulai's face swelled instantly. Humph. With a single toss, Jiang Qiancheng sent Ma Yulai crashing to the ground like a dead dog. All you can do is run your mouth. Who is this kid? Just who is he? To be so formidable? Hey, don't just stand there. Take a video and post it online. Onlookers began filming with their phones, some inquiring about Jiang Qiancheng's identity. This was bad. The commotion was too loud. If this were to go online, how could I explain it to Su Minjing and Su Jingyan? Jiang Qiancheng's mind raced as he formed a seal with his hands. Ninjutsu, Misty Ghost Technique. Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped the entire street, obscuring visibility. The white haze made it impossible for the crowd to see through. What is happening? Why is there suddenly fog? Lu Lao was equally bewildered. Then he heard a cold voice whisper, Don't even think about finding me. Lu Lao's heart sank, his limbs turning cold. Who have I offended? This fog control technique must belong to someone of profound mastery. Thud. Lu Lao knelt. The calm composure he once had now vanished. I apologize, esteemed one. I, Lu, am blind to your greatness. But suddenly, Lu Lao appeared entranced. Within the white mist, an unfamiliar man emerged, wielding a massive blade, poised to strike at his neck. As the fog dissipated, Jiang Qiancheng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lying on the ground were Ma Yulai and his bodyguards, while Lu Lao trembled uncontrollably, drooling as he shouted, Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. The others present were equally distressed, their eyes flashing with three tomo. They witnessed a gang of thugs attacking indiscriminately, engaging in brutal combat. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 36. Do you wish to follow me? Huff. Jiang Qiancheng found a vacant spot to sit, leaning against a stone pillar on the street. It wasn't fatigue that compelled him to rest. Rather, it was a sigh of relief. He almost forgot that in this modern society, with the existence of smartphones, a video of his brawl could easily surface online, making it difficult to explain to Su Minjing and Su Jingyan. If I am this formidable, I can no longer pretend to be a waste. In Jiang Qiancheng's eyes, the three tomos spun before settling into a steady dark hue. Thankfully, with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could create illusions for them. Just as he pondered, the voice of the Reincarnation Lord echoed in his mind. Attention, Reincarnator, you have been overly arrogant. Please be cautious in your use of ninjutsu. As you are currently masquerading as a waste, use your abilities judiciously. Fortunately, no one among the crowd recognized you. Otherwise, word would reach Su's mother and daughter, and the Reincarnation Lord would deem your mission in the son-in-law dimension a failure. Understood, dear Lord. As the celestial monarch, a being of immense status, Jiang Qiancheng found himself compelled to bow before the Reincarnation Lord. The power of the Reincarnation Lord was beyond his comprehension. It was likely that even the formidable Jiang Qiancheng could be easily erased by the Reincarnation Lord. While he was lost in thought, the young boy spoke up. Thank you. Brother, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. The impoverished boy, lacking money, could only kneel before Jiang Qiancheng. He understood that without the brother before him, he would have suffered grievously. I don't like you being like this. Jiang Qiancheng patted the boy's head and said, with that cowardly demeanor, why would I want you to follow me? The boy stared at Jiang Qiancheng in surprise. Brother, can I really follow you? In the Zhengdao Hall, Jiang Qiancheng activated his Sharingan, delving into the boy's past life. He lived with his grandfather in the mountains, tending to cattle and farming for sustenance, while training in martial arts under his grandfather's guidance. However, his grandfather suddenly fell ill and needed treatment in town, exhausting their life savings, but to no avail. The grandfather claimed he might have been possessed. The boy had heard of the powerful Taoists at Zhengdao Hall who could exorcise evil spirits, leading him to bring his grandfather to this place. His life had been nothing short of tragic. However, the Sharingan possessed another remarkable ability. It could discern a person's innate talent, evaluating based on 5 levels: dull, ordinary, genius, noble, and divine emperor. The boy before him possessed the talent of a divine emperor, his learning aptitude surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With the Reincarnation Lord's reminder, Jiang Qiancheng decided to cultivate his first capable assistant. As long as you follow me diligently and earn some money, I can help cure your grandfather. Really? Brother, you are like a living deity. The boy exclaimed. Let us go. Take me to see your grandfather. Jiang Qiancheng replied, but before we go, we must settle the bill at the bun shop. I dislike thieves, but I only have 2 coins, the boy protested. I have money, Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. In truth, he was not shy at all, as he had planned to steal the talismans from Zhengdao Hall that very night. In Jiang City, there were affluent districts, but also impoverished ones. At the entrance of a dilapidated temple, a ragged old man lay among the weeds. Cough, cough. Grandpa, I found someone who can save you. Li Xiaoyan held a bag in his hand and said, he is a good man. He even bought us mini buns. Grandpa, barely clinging to life, murmured, Xiaoyan, how many times must I tell you? Do not save me. You are still young. Chapter 37. I have only encountered this in books. Grandfather, it is you who took me in, who raised me, and taught me martial arts. You gave me life. How could I abandon you? Li Xiaoyan wept bitterly as he embraced his grandfather. He had long known he was an orphan, and without his grandfather, he would have perished in the wilderness. He had never seen his parents and harbored resentment towards them. Yet, the old man who had adopted him advised, Xiaoyan, perhaps your parents faced insurmountable difficulties. There must have been a compelling reason for them to abandon you. If you ever have the chance, ask them yourself. Li Sanjia patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and said, do you still remember the boxing techniques I taught you? They are sufficient for you to navigate the city. You can live a good life. I have come to terms with this. Starting today, you may use your skills. Coughing, Li Sanjia spat out blood. I can feel my time is short. Xiaoyan, live well. Take this. He produced a necklace from his hand. Perhaps this necklace will lead you to your parents. It is my fault. It is the old man's fault for only realizing this at the end. Haha, Xiaoyan, thank you for accompanying me for so long. The 16-year-old Li Xiaoyan clutched his grandfather, sobbing. Qiancheng brother, I beg you, save my grandfather, please. Step aside. Jiang Qiancheng hurried forward and began to press acupuncture points on the old man's hands. Human beings possess both yang and yin energies. It is the harmony of these forces that sustains life. The human body contains numerous meridians that govern the flow of one's vital energy. Forcibly manipulating the energy can seal the meridians and stabilize the breath, thus preserving life. His techniques were swift and powerful, akin to a divine being descending. This old man is gravely injured, he thought. Xiaoyan, close the door. Do not let others see. Stay outside. Li Xiaoyan quickly exited the temple and closed the door. Inside, Jiang Qiancheng pushed his hands forward, summoning a formation of the 5 elements, illuminating the old man in a circle of light. Waves of vibrant life force surged into the elder's body. Li Sanjia exhaled a breath of dark energy. If any cultivator were to witness this scene, they would be astonished by Jiang Qiancheng's strength. Forcibly extending a life requires immense mental and spiritual energy, yet Jiang Qiancheng remained composed, not even breaking a sweat. All right, come in. Li Xiaoyan rushed back in, noticing a glimmer of vitality in his grandfather's dim eyes. Grandfather Qiancheng, he coughed. Why do I not see Li Sanjia? In his final moments, felt he was glimpsing hell, where strange figures with bull heads and horse faces were coming to take him away. Jiang Qiancheng said, Old sir, I cannot keep you alive for long, at most 3 days. If only there were heavenly materials and treasures, or artifacts, I could extend your life by 100 years. Alas! Li Sanjia grasped Jiang Qiancheng's hand, saying, Thank you. 3 days is more than I could ask. Li Xiaoyan bowed deeply to his benefactor, pledging to never forget the kindness shown to him once he became prosperous. Yes. Kneeling on the ground, Li Xiaoyan bowed 3 times to Jiang Qiancheng. I can only assist you to this extent. Here is 100,000 yuan. Cherish your remaining time. Old sir, I wish to take Li Xiaoyan as my disciple. Do you consent? Li Sanjia replied, Benefactor, the techniques you use to heal me, I have only encountered in books. How could I refuse? If you wish to take Li Xiaoyan, it would be his greatest fortune. I must thank you. Chapter 38. Who talks to you about the future? Jiang Qiancheng observed the grandfather and grandson seated on the ground, intending to give them their final moments together before silently exiting the room. He was indifferent to their affairs and had no desire to meddle. His sole focus was achieving his own objectives. He sought to cultivate a spokesperson in Jiang City, allowing him to manipulate events from the shadows. Li Xiaoyan's divine talent was more than sufficient. The night deepened, and as the hour grew late, Jiang Qiancheng returned to his grand villa, realizing it was already past 4. Sighing, he gazed at the opulent estate and the lavishly adorned living room, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Alone at home every day, while the 2 women were absent, had granted him a sense of ease. Yet, the cycle of the main deity required him to prepare meals for them, which was exceedingly dull. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng lounged on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, a figure identical to Jiang Qiancheng was busy cooking, chopping vegetables, and simmering soup. I want a Coke, Jiang Qiancheng called out. Shortly after, the duplicate Jiang Qiancheng, wearing an apron and cleaning upstairs, obediently approached with a can of Coke held respectfully before him. Master, please enjoy your Coke, the doppelganger said. Once you finish cleaning upstairs, see if there are any clothes to wash. I do not wish to help those 2 women with their laundry anymore. Yes, master. Possessing the ability to create shadow clones, Jiang Qiancheng could produce duplicates of himself. With an almost infinite supply of chakra, he could generate billions of identical versions, forming a nearly invincible legion. Meanwhile, at Mengxing Entertainment Company, located in the bustling district of Jiang City, Su Minjing and Su Jingyan had been at the office for a day and a half. The meeting continued, attended by Li Fu and members of the board. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing wore grim expressions. Initially, they had intended to discuss strategies for countering the impending crisis posed by a company from the capital. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered that all the board members had been bribed by the opposing side. Slamming her hand on the table, Su Minjing, her stunning visage tinged with fury, exclaimed, Are you forcing me? How could I sell the company I painstakingly built? One board member, Wang Kuei, interjected, Su boss, have you truly considered this? The capital company has offered 60 million. Mengxing Entertainment has only been established for 6 months, and its assets have multiplied 6-fold. Our investment was solely for profit. Chairman Zhu added, We have no reason not to sell. We board members hold 51% of the shares. After all, we are partners. I do not wish to sever ties with you. It would be too unseemly. Just sell it. You can always start a new entertainment company. Su Jingyan, exuding an icy demeanor, remained silent, coldly observing the fickle nature of humanity. What a group of opportunists. Su Minjing, anxious, replied, yes, it can generate profit. But the artists we have signed will be lost. I believe in Xiao Zhan. He will undoubtedly become the hottest star. He is our company's backbone. You will regret this decision in the future. Who can predict the future? Wang Kuei retorted. Enough wasting time. Let us vote. Raise your hands if you wish to sell the company. In that moment, 4 of the 7 attendees, all board members, raised their hands. They collectively controlled 51% of the shares. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing realized with dismay that those they had once trusted had likely all been swayed by the capital company. Please, reconsider. We cannot sell this company. Su Minjing's voice trembled with emotion, her resolve shaken by the heartbreaking scene before her. Wang Kuei declared, it is settled then. We all agree to sell the company. Seeing Su Minjing's despair, Wang Kuei felt a surge of triumph. He had already negotiated a collaboration with a company from the capital, and by merely transferring the deal, he would not only reap substantial profits, but also leverage the capital's company to ascend to greater heights. Regardless of the circumstances, this prospect promised financial gain for him. For men competing against 2 women was indeed shameless. At that moment, Su Jingyan, who had remained silent, spoke up assertively. Since you are selling, it matters not to whom. I shall purchase all the shares you hold for 60 million. This will sever all ties between you and Minxing Company. Wang Kuei's heart raced in panic. If this were true, he would lose his connection to the capital's company. No, that could not happen. Yet, who could have anticipated such a bold move from Su Jingyan? Just as he was about to refuse, Li Fu intervened, saying, as Su's mother mentioned, 60 million will buy back the shares held by these shareholders. Agreed. It is settled, Su Jingyan declared resolutely. How soon can the payment be made? Li Fu inquired, furrowing his brow. Give me 10 days. After leaving the conference room, Su Minjing pulled her mother aside, her worry evident. Where will we find such a large sum? A total of 60 million. The money left by that man barely amounts to a villa, a luxury car worth $1 million, and 500,000 in cash. The 500,000 has already been invested in Minxing Entertainment Company. Mom, they aren't good people. But where will you find 60 million to appease them? We might as well sell the company. Su Jingyan retorted angrily. Don't worry, the villa can be sold for 60 million. As long as we control the company. Trust me, we will earn it back within a year. Having once been a top-tier star, Su Jingyan understood how swiftly money flowed in the entertainment industry. A popular artist could earn $1 million overnight with just one paid viewing. She believed that the artist she valued, Xiao Zhan, would surely rise to fame. Let us go? Minjing. When we get home, tell Qiancheng to get ready to move. Meanwhile, in another conference room at Minjing Entertainment Company, Li Fu was conspiring with 4 board members. Li Fu, how could you agree to this? This is our chance to curry favor with the company from the capital. If we sell to Jingyan, we will sever all ties with them, Wang Kuei argued. Don't be hasty. I have a plan that will allow us to profit handsomely from them, Li Fu replied, motioning for the others to lean in closer as he whispered. Is that really feasible? Wang Kuei questioned. Wouldn't that be going too far? Li Fu retorted. What is there to fear? How else will we deal with the people from the capital? Are you afraid of her family's worthless son-in-law? Nonsense. I would never fear him. Just find someone, and we will exert external pressure, Wang Kuei insisted. Li Fu sneered. Rest assured, no one will discover it. Success will bring us far more than mere profit. Chapter 40. Kidnapping Su Jingyan and Su Minjing descended the stairs as usual, exiting the company while it was still light outside. Mom, should we call Qiancheng to pick us up? Su Minjing asked. No need. He is surely busy cooking. Let's take a taxi home. We need to start learning to save, her mother replied. Okay, Mom. Accustomed to relying on Jiang Qiancheng, the mother and daughter duo realized how deeply he had integrated into their lives. During Su Minjing's illness, Jiang Qiancheng had taken care of cooking and laundry, attending to her every need. When Su Minjing was in a bad mood, she would vent her frustrations on Jiang Qiancheng, but he would never resist, merely enduring in silence. This was something Su Minjing could not accept. Qiancheng, why can't you be more assertive? Do you intend to be a useless person for life? Just then, a taxi passed by. The 2 women entered the vehicle, unaware that the driver wore a mask and a baseball cap. Without waiting for them to speak, he slammed the accelerator. Who are you? They gasped. The masked figure replied, I am the one taking you on your journey. A firearm was aimed directly at them. At the hillside villa, Jiang Qiancheng had been waiting for quite some time, glancing at the clock anxiously. Why are these 2 women not back yet? Not even a call to let me know. Do they really think I'm their servant? The shell casings from sunflower seeds littered the ashtray. I admit you both are beautiful. Just because you are pretty, does it mean you can act so haughty? Jiang Qiancheng reclined comfortably, tossing a sunflower seed shell carelessly. The shell sliced through the air with a sharp sound, hitting a mosquito 10 meters away, sending it crashing to the ground. I am still who I am. Even after 3 months without practice, my skills remain intact. How dull. Just then, his phone rang. Who could it be? Upon answering, his heart tightened. A cold voice on the line spoke. Who are you? The voice replied, do not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish for their lives, prepare 50 million and come to warehouse number 82 in the rear mountain. Otherwise, be ready to collect their corpses. Don't play tricks. Help. Help us. Qiancheng. You must save us. Don't harm them. I will be there immediately. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng vanished from the room in an instant. The kidnapper hung up. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing were bound to chairs, 5 masked men holding daggers. The leader declared, we are only after money, not lives. We will leave once we have the cash. Su Minjing panicked. How could he possibly have money? 50 million? We are not wealthy. Ha. Do you think I would believe that? A former top-tier star unable to produce 50 million? I could have asked for 100 million. The leader, lusting after the beauty of Su Jingyan and Su Minjing, felt his anger surge. Back in the room, he began to read a book, grumbling. They instructed me to kidnap these two, but forbade me from touching them. This is truly frustrating. Just then, before he could say another word, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, exuding a menacing aura. Who are you? Chapter 41. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Activation, the one who will kill you. Jiang Qiancheng was consumed by rage. His ghostly figure undetected. Even the leader of the Wuliang sect could not perceive Jiang Qiancheng's movements, let alone this insignificant fool. You are quite arrogant, kid. I have been hunted for years, yet no one has succeeded. As the leader turned, drawing his dagger, he felt a grip around his neck, the immense force rendering him breathless. His neck turned blue, and his brain starved of oxygen. He struggled to breathe. How could this be? Such speed. I didn't even see him make a move. In his final moments, all he could see was the man before him gripping his neck, but the action itself was imperceptible. Who was behind this? Jiang Qiancheng's voice, strained to the utmost, concealed an unfathomable fury. The leader screamed, kill me. Just kill me. As a man who had roamed the underworld for years, he was loyal and never revealed the identities of those behind the scenes, even in the face of death. This loyalty earned him respect and high rewards in his line of work. Do you fear death because you have never seen hell? Jiang Qiancheng's eyes turned blood red. Activating the 3 tomo of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped the space, and the leader witnessed the man's pupils transform to a terrifying crimson. It was a color that instilled fear, despair, and a shattering dread. Why do I hear the sound of the sea breeze? I am clearly inside a room. What is happening? The man before him vanished, leaving Brother Dao standing at the dark edge of the lake. As the sea wind howled and a blood-red moon loomed overhead. What place is this? Suddenly, countless decaying corpses emerged from the water, their mouths filled with rotting black teeth. Flesh torn and blood-soaked. Some lacked heads, others arms. Brother Dao, return my life. You have slain me. You shattered my skull. Now I shall crush yours. Brother Dao's eyes widened in horror as he turned to flee, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. This is a dream. A dream. All these are the people I have killed. Yes, that foul brat must have used hypnosis on me. How could I be afraid? Before Brother Dao could boast further, the endless corpses seized him, tearing open his abdomen, extracting his intestines, and prying open his skull with stones. The pain was amplified 100,000 times within him. He attempted to bite off his own tongue, yet with each bite, his consciousness grew sharper. How is this possible? How can this be? Brother Dao watched in horror as he was devoured, akin to undergoing surgery without anesthesia, as a blade sliced through his belly. Why am I not dead yet? Let me die, let me perish. Oh, the agony. The pain is unbearable. Brother Dao writhed in torment, drenched in sweat, his face pale as parchment, his body devoid of unscathed flesh. At last, is this my end? Suddenly, he regained awareness. Standing once more at the black surface of the lake, the blood moon glaring down. The corpses crawled out again. At this moment in the room, Brother Dao rolled his eyes back, collapsing to the ground, his complexion as pale as paper, drenched as if drawn from water. Stay back. Do not consume me. Let me die? Jiang Qiancheng turned, his cold gaze fixated on him. You shall pay for your sins in hell. Chapter 42. A bunch of trash. The strength of the kaleidoscope Sharingan lies in the caster's ability to manipulate the senses of the victim, commonly known as illusion. Everything Brother Dao perceived and endured was but an illusion, a reflection of true suffering stemming from his nerves. As he underwent the torment of being devoured by corpses in a cycle of pain, he experienced tenfold agony, while merely a second passed for Jiang Qiancheng. Thus, Jiang Qiancheng planned to return in an hour, and Brother Dao would endure 70,000 cycles of being gnawed upon, a punishment more excruciating than death. In a separate room of the warehouse, four ruffians fondled knives. One remarked, "What's the matter? Why hasn't the boss returned? He has been gone too long." The red-haired lad replied, "What do you care about the boss? He is not someone we can question." I just thought those two beauties were quite lovely. And since the boss is away, why not let us have a taste?" Su Jingyan, with her fair complexion clad in a black suit and jeans, perfectly accentuated her figure. Su Minjing, youthful and beautiful, radiated vitality in her white shirt and jeans, with hints of pink in her eyes, exuding a captivating fragrance that could entice anyone. "Bro, don't even think about it. The big guy won't allow us to touch them. What are you afraid of? Let us just go up and take a picture or kiss them. What can they do? You all won't dare. I'll go first." The ruffian quickly stepped forward. "Step back. I'm moving away. Don't come near." Su Minjing screamed, having never let a man touch her in all these years. Her first kiss remained intact. Even in marriage, Jiang Qiancheng had never dared to approach her. Su Jingyan insisted, "We agreed to only take the money. Why must you touch us? If you simply take the money, wouldn't that suffice?" She feigned calmness, though fear gripped her heart. They had no 50 million. How could Jiang Qiancheng possibly provide such funds? In the end, it would likely only infuriate these criminals. How could she expect Jiang Qiancheng, this useless son-in-law, to rescue them? Su Jingyan panicked. She couldn't envision anyone coming to their aid. Smack! A ruffian struck Su Jingyan's face, yanking her hair. "Damn! The thing I loathe most is you beautiful women. Just today, I was scorned by a stunning beauty, so I broke her hand. I have no pity for delicate flowers." Smack, smack. 2 more slaps followed. Su Minjing, crying in anger, struggled fiercely. "Don't hit my mom. Hit me instead." The ruffian pinched her chin, grinning. "Ha ha. You're the one who brought me here." As he leaned in to kiss her pink lips, he warned, "Don't move, or I'll kill you, Mom. Remove your filthy hands." Jiang Qiancheng appeared, witnessing the scene before him. His rage ignited as he clenched his fists. Veins throbbed on his forehead like wriggling worms. His fists tightening as his blood boiled. For men bullying 2 defenseless women, is that a display of skill? Jiang Qiancheng's fury erupted like a volcano. It wasn't he merely because Su Minjing was humiliated. The proud celestial being had yet to fall in love with a woman in just 2 days. However, the sight of a group of men tormenting women was intolerable. The ruffian looked up. "Oh, is this your wife? Did you bring the money? You sure are meddlesome." The ruffian charged at Jiang Qiancheng, landing a punch in his gut. This blow was neither painful nor ticklish, hardly more than a mosquito bite. Moreover, to Jiang Qiancheng, these ruffians were 1,000 times weaker than mere trash. Yet, Chapter 43. I will protect you before Su's mother and daughter. Jiang Qiancheng had to feign incompetence, forced to collapse to the ground. Had he unleashed his power, these men would have perished countless times already. They lay there like Brother Dao, tasting the essence of hell. The definition of a useless person according to the Cycle-S Master is one who does not retaliate against insults, does not fight back, and lacks temper, submissively enduring everything. Smack! Jiang Qiancheng bent down, enduring another punch to his head, followed by a knee to his gut. Smack, smack. He bore the blows without a single cry. Was this pain even worthy of the name? It felt merely like a tickle, akin to air brushing against his face. Yet, witnessing Jiang Qiancheng being struck, Su Minjing's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching. "Stop hitting him, please. I beg you don't." Helpless and desperate, she cried, unable to assist as her mother and husband were beaten. Why am I so cowardly? Have I no strength at all?" A whirlwind of emotions swirled within Su Minjing. But what else could she do but watch and plead? "Enough, don't strike him anymore." The red-haired ruffian commanded. "Did you bring the money? Where is it?" Jiang Qiancheng replied, "It's at the entrance. Come with me to get it." The ruffian gripping Jiang Qiancheng's hair warned, "Don't pull any tricks, or I'll kill you right now." "Why would I dare? Just follow me out." Jiang Qiancheng resolved that as long as he did not reveal his strength before the Su family, his identity would remain concealed. These men could only be dealt with one by one. Jiang Qiancheng led the way, with a few ruffians following closely, cautioning, "Bro, be careful. If anything happens, be quick." Before they could finish, the room's door was flung open, and 5 uniformed, helmeted special forces burst in. "What is happening? Why hasn't anyone reported back?" Before the ruffians could resist, the special forces swiftly subdued them, especially the one who had struck Jiang Qiancheng. One special forces officer landed a punch to his face, followed by another, as the ruffian screamed in agony, "Stop! Stop! I surrender." He was no longer the arrogant man he once was, reduced to a pitiful state. The assailant continued relentlessly, delivering a knee strike followed by a powerful hook. The thug's teeth scattered, his nasal bone fractured, and blood smeared across his face. "Please, stop. I beg you, don't hit me anymore." Jiang Qiancheng rose to his feet, untying the ropes binding Su Minjing and Su Jingyan. "It's safe now. Let them handle it." The leader of the special operations team instructed, "You should return to rest. I will notify you if anything arises." Qiancheng, Su Minjing, having freed herself, suddenly threw herself into his embrace, her voice tinged with concern. "Look at your face. It's all red from the beating. Why endure this? It clearly hurts. And yet you still don't want me to worry. If it hurts, just cry out." She gently rubbed Jiang Qiancheng's cheek. At that critical moment, Jiang Qiancheng's arrival had opened a crack in the fortress of her heart. "All right, you don't want to get embroiled in trouble, do you? Let us leave quickly." The three departed the warehouse, where $1 million Mercedes was parked at the entrance. Jiang Qiancheng opened the door for the injured women before taking the driver's seat. "You must be frightened. It's all over now." Su Jingyan, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't they going to keep us to take a statement?" "They are the police, right?" Jiang Qiancheng replied. "What could I do without calling the police? They were demanding 50 million. I certainly don't have that much money. Am I supposed to sell my villa?" As he said this, he jested, "You never let me work or deliver takeout. My pocket money isn't even enough to save you." Although Jiang Qiancheng had acquired 50 million from Boss Lin that morning, he was too apprehensive to spend it. Su Jingyan laughed, "Don't worry. I'll let you work in the future. Recently, Minjing and I have decided to sell the villa to start an entertainment company. If you can work and earn money, it would help lighten Minjing's burden. However, you still need to cook and tidy up at home when you have time." "What is wrong with the company?" Jiang Qiancheng asked. "Nothing to fret about. Once my company starts thriving, I'll ensure you receive compensation. Difficulties are only temporary." Indeed, in the capital's business scene, Li Fu was causing trouble within the company, yet he could not act too overtly. "It seems I must accelerate the cultivation of Li Xiaoyun as a protective talisman for the Su mother and daughter." Su Minjing smiled. "Qiancheng, last night Grandma called me, saying you upset her and even scolded her. I find that hard to believe. How dare you talk back to Grandma? How is she?" Mentioning Grandma made Jiang Qiancheng's head ache. The old lady could be quite troublesome. He recounted the entire incident candidly. "Oh, I see. No wonder Grandma had Mom send you to take care of her. I think you were right. Her children are busy playing mahjong and didn't take Grandma to the hospital, waiting for you instead. I would be angry too." Su Minjing observed Jiang Qiancheng's profile, noting for the first time how handsome he appeared in the dim light of the car, his features striking and heroic, especially when he bravely confronted the thugs with a knife. Jiang Qiancheng, though lacking in skills, at least had the courage to protect me, she mused with a smile. "Don't worry, if you want me to care for the old lady, I will," Jiang Qiancheng replied. The elegant Su Jingyan interjected, "No need for that. Just ignore them. Let us go home." Jiang Qiancheng drove earnestly. Exhausted and shaken, the Su mother and daughter leaned against each other, falling asleep. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, casting a chill over the mountains, the coldness echoing in the valley. "Rest easy. I'll take care of you," he murmured as he brought them home. After a comforting hot bath, the two women enjoyed the soothing sounds of running water and playful splashes. Though the villa was spacious, this close proximity might incite Jiang Qiancheng's wild imagination. "I need to step out for a bit. There are still matters to attend to. I'll be back shortly," Jiang Qiancheng called out. Su Jingyan's authoritative voice replied, "No, you still owe me a massage afterward. Wait right there." Jiang Qiancheng felt anxious. There was still a mess waiting for him to resolve in the factory. Besides, he needed to identify who had harmed them. Whoever dared to injure the Su mother and daughter would surely face dire consequences. Nevertheless, he patiently awaited their bath to finish. When Su Jingyan emerged in a revealing red nightgown that clung to her figure, she was undeniably captivating. In contrast, Su Minjing wore a Pikachu-themed nightgown, adorable, yet overshadowed by the allure of her mother. Qiancheng, come here. Your foot massages were delightful last time. This time, I need a back massage, Su Jingyan called. Jiang Qiancheng turned to Su Minjing. Your mother wants me to give her a massage. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Go on, Mom said so. Su Minjing replied. Jiang Qiancheng entered the room, the enchanting scent enveloping him. The vanity was adorned with luxury cosmetics, and the wardrobe overflowed with exquisite dresses. The room was immaculate, free from dust. Su Jingyan lay on a purple mat, her smooth back gleaming alluringly. Jiang Qiancheng found himself momentarily entranced. Ahem. Su Minjing snapped him back to reality. Stop staring and get on with the massage. Jiang Qiancheng felt his heart race and his breath grow heavy, especially with his wife watching. He was overwhelmed by this strange and awkward atmosphere. As the former supreme ninja, he had never encountered such a peculiar situation. What are you waiting for? Can't you hear me? Su Jingyan urged. All right, coming. Jiang Qiancheng acquiesced. He closed his eyes, placing his hands skillfully on her back. With the expertise of one trained in healing arts, he understood the 12 primary meridians of the body and how to alleviate muscle tension by applying pressure to the correct acupoints. As he channeled chakra, a warm sensation flowed like a gentle stream through his hands, enveloping her. Ah, that feels wonderful. Su Minjing mused, pondering. Has Mom been too long without contact with men? Qian Chengguang placed his hand gently, and the sensation was utterly delightful. In the next moment, Su Minjing was taken aback. She witnessed Jiang Qiancheng's technique, flowing smoothly like a torrential rain, sharp and precise. Each time he pressed an acupoint on her mother's back, Su Jingyan would emit a contented sigh. Listening to those sounds, Su Minjing remarked, Is Jiang Qiancheng's massage truly this pleasurable? Soon after, Su Jingyan fell into a deep slumber, blissfully at ease. Jiang Qiancheng exhaled a deep breath. Turning his head, he found Su Minjing staring at him with wide eyes, her adorable little head nodding in admiration. Jiang Qiancheng, you are truly remarkable. Why don't you pursue a career as a blind masseur? Look how relaxed Mom is. She's practically drooling. Chapter 46. A waste of talent. Jiang Qiancheng felt an overwhelming urge to strike the woman before him. As a distinguished figure, he wielded the unparalleled technique of the supreme immortal physician, a supreme skill within the celestial realm, accessible only to the most extraordinary physicians serving the celestial sovereign. It was absurd to think that a mere mortal girl would prompt him to employ such divine prowess for a simple massage. It was a bitter irony. If he were to utilize this technique again, it would command an exorbitant price. How wasteful. Go to sleep. I still have to record a statement, he said. Oh, all right. Be safe. Su Minjing felt a twinge of disappointment as she saw Jiang Qiancheng leave the room, as she had hoped he would massage her as well. Meanwhile, Su Jingyan lay in bed, snoring softly. Jiang Qiancheng, I want a massage too, Su Minjing exclaimed. At this moment, within the desolate mountains, Jiang Qiancheng had shed his humble demeanor. His appearance radiated an aura of supreme authority. No longer did he embody the meekness and restraint of before. He was finally his true self. Looking at the unconscious and drooling figure of Brother Dao, he mused that such little resilience was futile. With his consciousness disrupted, he could extract no information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Seated on a chair, he donned a uniform as special police officers approached, kneeling respectfully before him. Master, we have severed the limbs of those who attacked you. They will be rendered incapacitated for life. However, they could not reveal the identity of the mastermind, stating only that Brother Dao was responsible for contacting them. The officers removed their helmets, revealing identical visages to Jiang Qiancheng. They were manifestations created by his shadow clone technique. Arriving precisely at this moment, what should we do with the remaining individuals? They inquired. Jiang Qiancheng rose, his cold gaze fixed. Those who harm my women shall be left unharmed. Yes, master. Following his command, his figure dissolved into a vortex, reappearing within the establishment of Zhengdeitang. The shop was equipped with thermal and night vision surveillance, showcasing antiques valued in the millions. While everything seemed to be in order, Jiang Qiancheng stood strangely in the room, scrutinizing a talisman. I can perceive the power contained within this talisman. Its potency is barely sufficient. He extended his hand, his palm mysteriously penetrating the glass to grasp the talisman effortlessly. Excellent. With this talisman, I can inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique and arrive before the Su mother and daughter in an instant. The Flying Thunder God, a technique created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was renowned for its speed. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng's swiftness had long surpassed it. However, he needed to conceal the talisman within an ornament. Thus, he activated his Rinnegan and sought a suitable item within Zhengbaotang. At that moment, he noticed two necklaces, pulsating with abundant life energy, yet intertwined with a subtle malevolence. Chapter 47. A harbinger of misfortune, these two necklaces would suffice. Their robust life force could nurture vitality and promote longevity with prolonged wear, albeit they were merely mediocre items. Jiang Qiancheng seized the necklaces, and the next instant, a fierce wind howled, and he found himself atop a mountain peak. Simultaneously, in the surveillance room of Zhengbaotang, a piercing red alarm blared, startling the security personnel. What is happening? Why is the red alarm sounding? There is nothing unusual in the room. The monitors displayed a cabinet adorned with various talismans, radiating a formidable aura. Upon zooming in, the two necklaces within had inexplicably vanished. This is bad. The necklaces are gone. Notify the senior brother immediately. At that moment, a young man clad in a Taoist robe rushed into the shop, his face filled with panic. Ignoring the surrounding antiques, he fixated on the missing talismans. Senior brother Chen San, gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Who did this? How could the talisman disappear?" I checked thoroughly when closing the door. His gaze shifted to the cabinet that had housed the necklaces. How could they also be missing? It's impossible. There was no disturbance before they vanished. Fuming, Chen San lamented, "My master has been away for mere days, and now such a significant incident occurs on my watch." The talismans hanging in the shop were bestowed by a master from Long Hushan, embodying the essence of righteousness. Chen San pondered, "I wonder who stole these two necklaces. They harbor two malevolent spirits that even my master's century of cultivation cannot contend with. They must be kept here to be purified continuously before any attempts to exorcise them. Who would dare steal these? It's tantamount to seeking death." Night enveloped the mountaintop as Jiang Qiancheng shook the necklace, addressing the malevolent entity within. "Please relocate. You are no longer welcome here." The necklace remained silent. A mere ordinary object, its smooth jade gleaming under the moonlight. "Ah, you refuse to emerge? Then I shall have to eliminate you." Jiang Qiancheng unleashed a torrent of thunderous energy, and from the necklace burst forth a dark flash, revealing two spectral figures clad in tattered garments, their ghastly visages reminiscent of a bygone era. With fury, they glared at Jiang Qiancheng. "Who are you? How dare you compel us to emerge from this necklace?" One of the elder spirits questioned. "You possess considerable audacity. Seemingly superior to that wretched Taoist," the other added. Jiang Qiancheng narrowed his eyes, extending 3 fingers. "The necklaces belong to me. You have 3 seconds to vacate, or face annihilation." Chapter 48. I hold no interest in you. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the air, accompanied by a rising black wind. The elder with a greenish face bore a countenance of deep iron hue, with fangs protruding and an aura of malevolence swirling around him. The elder with a reddish visage appeared enraged, his teeth in disarray, exuding a sinister presence. Their energies converged, creating an atmosphere fraught with fury and chill, akin to traversing a frozen wasteland. However, this was merely the perspective of the common folk. In the presence of Jiang Qiancheng, it elicited no response. The red-faced elder scoffed. "You insignificant brat, barely in your 20s, dare to claim that we, ancient beings who have lived for a millennium, wish for death? What audacity has emboldened you? Liang Jingru, perhaps? Ah, you are aware of Liang Jingru. It appears you have been living rather well within this necklace." Jiang Qiancheng retorted. 3 seconds have elapsed. "I apologize. But it is time for you to depart," he continued. "Haha, listen to this child. How utterly ironic." The red-faced elder exclaimed. "Countless souls have perished at our hands. I have lost count of the lives I have taken. Your arrogance, young one, is indeed commendable." With a voice laced with rage, the red-faced elder reflected on his past as a fierce warrior, known alongside his brother as the red-faced duo. On the battlefield, their reputation struck fear into the hearts of many. Yet, that was all in the past. Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward, closing the distance with extraordinary swiftness. Yet the elder remained oblivious. With a swift motion, Jiang Qiancheng struck, and the red-faced elder's form shattered into a cloud of dust, dissipating into nothingness. "You! How could this be?" The green-faced elder, witnessing his brother's instant demise, should have been consumed by rage. Yet terror gripped him in the face of the boy's overwhelming presence and lethal prowess. Could a malevolent spirit, having existed for centuries, truly feel fear? Indeed, before Jiang Qiancheng, they trembled. I have no desire to hear your idle chatter. Perish, Jiang Qiancheng declared, striking again, and the malevolent spirit fell lifeless. 2 translucent demon cores lay upon the ground. Humph. Absorbing these monsters may enhance my strength, but I have no interest in your past memories. Jiang Qiancheng crushed the cores beneath his foot. Since you regarded this necklace as an object of evil, I shall not pass it on to the Su family. He bit his finger, unleashing the blood of the heavenly monarch, a sacred essence, the blood of the boundless emperor. This blood transcended reincarnation, possessing the power of enlightenment and evolution, embodying the supreme path. Using his blood as a medium, he inscribed a formation. Reincarnation I activate. Jiang Qiancheng's dark pupils rippled like the surface of a lake. Observing the 2 necklaces in his hand, he proclaimed, "Spirits of the wronged, emerge. I shall guide you to the afterlife." In a swift moment, more than 10 souls materialized before him, all former users and admirers of the necklace, both male and female. They had been trapped within due to the malice of the green and red-faced elders. "What is happening?" one spirit inquired. "Wasn't there a Taoist supposed to assist us in passing on? Why do we see a mere youth before us?" "Young man, have you truly vanquished the evil spirits within the necklace?" Among them were former wealthy individuals, vain beauties, youthful students, and aged elders, all who should have experienced joy or sorrow in life. Instead, they were ensnared by this cursed necklace. "I am not interested in your tales. Step into the barrier I have created, and I shall guide you to the heavens," Jiang Qiancheng commanded. "Is it truly possible? How can this be?" A portly wealthy man protested. "The Taoists claim the necklace is steeped in resentment, impossible to purify. How can a young lad achieve what they could not? Success means ascending to paradise, avoiding reincarnation as a beast or in suffering, and being reborn into a prosperous family. It is a chance at life as pinnacle. Believe it or not, I care not. Do not waste my time. I wish to return home and sleep," Jiang Qiancheng replied. "Hurry, my blood is precious. If you squander it, I shall eliminate you all." Helping was inherently a noble act. Where was the threat in that? However, the spirits, undeterred, entered the formation. Looking up, they beheld a magnificent, pure white gate descending from the heavens, crafted as if from clouds, radiating golden light, its immaculate glow instilling comfort. "Thank you, young man. We did not know you possessed such extraordinary abilities. We are immensely grateful," they exclaimed, kneeling with their foreheads touching the ground. "Begone. Next time, do not be so greedy," Jiang Qiancheng retorted. As the formation completed its purpose, the necklace transformed into another form, emanating a sacrosanct light. Merely touching it imparted a warm, soothing sensation, uplifting spirits and instilling hope and vitality. "This necklace shall be a splendid gift for the Su family as they embark on their new venture," Jiang Qiancheng thought, stowing it away to prevent any financial loss. He retrieved the talisman and recited the incantation of the Flying Thunder God. With everything in order, he declared, "Time to return home and rest." With a decisive step, Jiang Qiancheng found himself back in the room of his mountain villa, where he had once hosted guests. The space was tidy and well-kept, featuring a computer devoid of any installed games. "Oh well, I have outgrown my gaming days," he mused, deciding to take a shower instead. In the bathroom, Jiang Qiancheng gazed at his alluring physique, the rippling muscles and defined abs, his dripping black hair framing his rugged features and captivating gaze. How could I be perceived as a waste? He pondered aloud, unable to suppress his self-critique. Is society truly so shallow, judging worth solely by wealth? If one does not earn money, drive luxury cars, or hold a job, are they deemed worthless? Oh, the superficiality of today's women. As he whistled contentedly, he remarked, "Whoever captures my heart shall be the savior of the galaxy." The following morning, Jiang Qiancheng rose early to prepare breakfast. The table was adorned with milk, fried eggs, broccoli, stir-fried potatoes, toasted bread, and caviar, all basking in the warm sunlight. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing, clad in their pajamas, emerged refreshed from the night. Su Jingyan appeared radiant, while Su Minjing, in her 20s, lacked the vitality of her mother in her 40s. "Mother, your complexion looks luminous today." It seems Jiang Cheng's massage had a positive effect. Su Minjing remarked enviously. "Jiang Cheng, come to my room tonight. Would you be so kind as to massage me too?" I shall offer you 100 yuan. For reasons unknown, her tone was inquisitive rather than commanding. Had it been in the past, she would have issued a direct order. Jiang Qiancheng, munching on his bread, replied, "No way. I have my own place to sleep." Instantly, Su Minjing's face flushed crimson. "Jiang Qiancheng, you've misunderstood," she clarified, aware of the implications. A respectable young woman like herself had never dated, yet here she was, married to him. They had yet to reconcile their differences. "I never suggested you sleep in my room. I merely desired a massage. Do not let your imagination run wild." "Oh, I see now," Jiang Qiancheng teased. "You nearly scared me." Su Jingyan sipped her milk and continued eating, stating, "Today, I plan to investigate the villa purchase. Su Minjing, ensure the company operates smoothly and maintain the shareholders' confidence. We cannot allow them to change their minds unexpectedly." "Yes, mother, I understand," Su Minjing nodded, though a hint of fear lingered within her. Those 4 shareholders were not benevolent souls. She feared they might raise their demands. "Prepare yourselves and gather your belongings, for we must soon relocate." Su Minjing instructed, "Qiancheng, you shall seek out our new residence." Jiang Qiancheng, munching on a piece of bread, inquired, "Mother, do you have any specific requirements for the room?" Su Jingyan pondered briefly before replying, "As we will be busy with our entrepreneurial endeavors, there is no need to squander money. A 3-bedroom unit with 2 bathrooms, ideally priced around 15 to 16,000 would suffice." "Understood," Jiang Qiancheng affirmed. For him, finding a place to live was a trivial matter. A casual call to Boss Lin would easily secure complimentary accommodation. However, he was compelled to maintain the guise of ineptitude within the Su family, ensuring that every action bore a plausible justification. Bearing the title of a fool without being discovered was indeed a challenging endeavor. As he contemplated this, he prepared to retrieve a necklace, but hesitated. Revealing it now might prompt questions regarding its origin, and he could hardly say it was found. Perhaps another opportunity would arise to present it to them. In the following hours, adhering to their designated roles, Su Jingyan led Jiang Qiancheng to a real estate agency in Zhongjiang City, while Su Minjing busied herself with the daily operations of the company. In the meantime, on the 2nd floor of Dream Star Entertainment Company, Li Fu and Wang Kuei convened in the office. Li Fu appeared unusually anxious. "What is happening? Why has communication been severed? Why can't I reach them?" He pulled out his phone, having acquired numerous SIM cards, making it impossible for them to trace him back to Brother Dao. "This is strange. Wasn't the kidnapping proceeding smoothly? Why the sudden silence? Have they reneged on the deal?" Wang Kuei, visibly tense, remarked, "Li Fu, you orchestrated this alone. It has nothing to do with me. If a life is lost, you will bear the consequences." Li Fu's mind raced. He had explicitly instructed against harming the Su mother and daughter. Furthermore, the capital from the capital had permitted him to employ unscrupulous methods, provided that no harm came to them. Failure to adhere to this would invite severe retaliation from the capital. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "I simply cannot fathom why the capital prohibits harming the Su family while simultaneously acquiring their company. What a predicament! What has become of the Su mother and daughter?" Li Fu paced anxiously. At this critical juncture, nothing must go awry for the Su family. Just then, Su Minjing entered the office, catching Wang Kuei's attention. "Wang Kuei, I was looking for you," she said. The presence of Su Minjing astonished both Li Fu and Wang Kuei, who gazed in disbelief at the strikingly beautiful and charismatic woman before them. "Why you are here?" Li Fu stammered before catching himself, quickly adding, "Su Minjing, we have awaited your arrival." Confused, Wang Kuei asked, "Su, what brings you back?" Clad in a professional outfit, Su Minjing concealed her earlier fears and insecurities. Last night, she had sworn to transform herself, to be bolder, no longer the docile daughter hiding behind her mother. She was determined to assert herself. "Wang Kuei, I am here to request that you honor our agreement. We have known each other for years. I hope you will not forsake our bond for profit. My mother is currently raising funds." With that, the resolute Su Minjing turned and left. Wang Kuei, perplexed, turned to Li Fu. "Weren't you the one who arranged for her abduction? How has she returned?" I am uncertain. Could there have been a slip?" Li Fu muttered, his concern mounting. "I have already committed to the capital to dismantle Dream Star Entertainment." At that moment, on the bustling streets of Jiang City, Jiang Qiancheng was driving a Mercedes-Benz. He recalled his mother-in-law mentioning that this luxury vehicle would have to be sold, as it was unnecessary for their travels in a modest neighborhood. Su Jingyan, seated in the back, remarked, "Qiancheng, I have contacted a real estate agency. I will list the villa for sale." And you can look for properties that are reasonably priced and well-lit. Jiang Qiancheng nodded, reflecting on the Su family's fortitude. They were indeed formidable women, former stars, and strong businesswomen. If they were ordinary individuals, enduring such a devastating blow with $1 million and a villa, they could still lead a comfortable life with minor business ventures. Yet, she was determined to take bold steps to reclaim all that was rightfully hers. Mother, rest assured, I will find a suitable place. Jianglu Real Estate Company, the largest agency in Jiang City, boasted a high foot traffic, extensive information sources, and a diverse clientele. Welcome, welcome, Ms. Su, please come this way. A professionally attired woman with Chanel lipstick and an enchanting fragrance led Su Jingyan and Jiang Qiancheng to the office. Once seated, Xiaohong introduced herself. Hello, Ms. Su, Mr. Jiang. I am your customer service representative. I've heard your requirements. Currently, the asking price for second-hand villas on the hillside fluctuates around 12 million. Typically, properties are sold within 1 to 2 months. Su Jingyan replied, that is unacceptable. The selling time is too lengthy. I need cash in 2 days. Xiaohong appeared taken aback. In Jiang City, it was rare to find someone capable of producing 12 million in cash within a few days, as such wealthy individuals usually possessed real estate. I am offering a price of 80 million. Cash, Su Jingyan asserted. Xiaohong's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though every cell in her body was electrified. To reduce the price by 40 million in just over 20 days was astonishing. Was this truly the realm of the affluent? I will do my utmost to assist you, she promised. Su Jingyan's demeanor remained composed, devoid of emotion. I must secure the funds within 5 days. If no one accepts, 65 million is my bottom line. Xiaohong inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Ms. Su was facing significant challenges. Nevertheless, acquiring the hillside villa for 80 million would be considered a bargain. In Jiang City, such properties were in high demand, symbolizing status and prestige. The market for hillside villas was characterized by scarcity, offering a rare opportunity for those aspiring to ascend the social ladder. However, as Xiaohong previously mentioned, established magnates had already acquired prime real estate, leaving the emergence of new tycoons in Jiang City a matter of time. I will list your property at a high price and see if there are any interested parties. Now, we would like to take some photos of your house, Xiaohong stated. Jiang Qiancheng, seated nearby, stifled a yawn, feeling a touch weary. All right, please arrange for someone to show me some 3-bedroom units, with prices hovering around 2,000. Su Jingyan instructed. Xiaohong picked up the phone to relay the request. Shortly after, a beautiful woman in professional attire with a ponytail entered. Manager, you called for me? Xiaohong directed. Please take this gentleman to view the rental properties. The woman nodded. Yes, manager, sir, please follow me. Jiang Qiancheng yawned again, finding the mundane tasks rather tiresome. Mr. Li Bingbing, you may call me Bingbing. I will now take you to view some properties. Do you have any specific requirements? Li Bingbing led Jiang Qiancheng to the lobby, where she retrieved a collection of albums from a cubicle and invited him to peruse them. In today's market, potential tenants select their preferred layouts and locations ahead of time. Once they express satisfaction with the images, an agent accompanies them to the site. Jiang Qiancheng surveyed his surroundings. The office was filled with captivating women, each possessing stunning figures and enchanting beauty, dressed in a manner that irresistibly drew the gaze of men. Particularly striking was a voluptuous beauty to his left, whose magnificent curves mesmerized clients seeking rental properties, causing them to forget their original intentions. Nevertheless, Jiang Qiancheng remained unconcerned. He preferred a residence in close proximity to the Minjing Entertainment Company, as it would facilitate the work of the Su mother and daughter. Moreover, it would allow him to keep an eye on matters when necessary. As he flipped through the album, he stumbled upon an exceedingly affordable property. This 3-bedroom unit is remarkably cheap, just 800 per month. I'll take this one. Li Bingbing cautioned, Sir, I strongly advise against considering this property. Leaning closer, her breath tantalizingly tickled Jiang Qiancheng's ear as she whispered, I assure you, as a valued client of the manager, I am not deceiving you. Although this unit has good lighting and excellent decor, a death occurred here previously, and it possesses an eerie reputation. Odd sounds can be heard at night, which might frighten an ordinary person. However, Jiang Qiancheng was unperturbed. Eerie entities? Nothing has ever survived a confrontation with me. Very well, let us proceed to view it, he declared. Li Bingbing hesitated. Are you truly intent on going? It feels rather ominous. You don't have to. As a young woman, Who wouldn't fear the supernatural? She recalled a tale of a female customer representative who had accompanied a client to view a property at night, leaving her too frightened to sleep alone for a week. Chapter 53. The young boy, was this man insane, or had he lost his mind due to financial desperation? This was a property steeped in superstition. Even if someone offered it to Li Bingbing for free, along with a monthly stipend of 10,000, she would refuse to inhabit it. Mr. Jiang, you must consider this carefully. Do not blame me for failing to warn you, Li Bingbing emphasized. Are you truly determined to see it? Enough of this time wasting. Let us go, he replied. As the supreme being Jiang Qiancheng, endowed with extraordinary skills, he thought, it's just a dilapidated house. What is there to fear? If there are malevolent spirits, I shall eradicate them. All right, I shall accompany you. The two of them made their way to the unsettling property. Throughout the journey, Li Bingbing's demeanor was anything but calm as she recounted the strange occurrences associated with the house. It was said that a reclusive man had once resided there, preferring solitude over social interaction. Eventually, the stench emanating from his apartment became unbearable for the neighbors, prompting them to investigate. After alerting the authorities, they discovered that the man had been dead for several months, slumped over his keyboard, the scene littered with maggots and exuding a repugnant odor. Consequently, the property gained a sinister reputation, with whispers claiming the man's spirit haunted the premises. Listening intently to Li Bingbing's account, Jiang Qiancheng's thoughts wandered as they arrived at the entrance of the Qinguang community. Room 702. Li Bingbing retrieved a key and opened the door. Her teeth chattering as she said, I'll wait for you right here. I'm too frightened to enter. Jiang Qiancheng curiously scanned the interior, inhaling the atmosphere. It's not so bad. I can't even sense any ghostly presence. Suddenly, a cry escaped Li Bingbing, who clung tightly to Jiang Qiancheng. A ghost. There's a ghost. Is there truly a ghost in broad daylight? Jiang Qiancheng mused, turning to investigate. In the shadows of the corridor stood a small boy, no more than 6 years old, sucking on an alpenliebe candy, his gaze fixed intently on Li Bingbing. Ghost? Look, a ghost has appeared. Li Bingbing clung to Jiang Qiancheng's shoulder in terror. The boy approached with confidence, declaring, What ghost? Miss, I am very much alive. If you don't believe me, touch me and see if I'm cold. Ghosts are always icy. With that, he playfully tapped Li Bingbing's stockings. How dare you, you little rascal. Go away and don't interfere with my business. She rebuked. The boy, licking his lollipop, inquired, Sister, are you working for this big brother? How much do you charge? Can I also be part of your business? I want to be included. Get lost, you little brat. Go as far away as you can. You should be learning better things at your age. The boy replied innocently, What are you thinking about? I'm not thinking what you're thinking. Oh, this big brother is going inside. I want to see how terrifying this haunted room really is. With that, he dashed inside. As they entered, the door slammed shut behind them with a loud bang. Ah! Li Bingbing screamed, bolting outside into the sunlight, feeling as though she had been reborn. What just happened? That room is indeed haunted. How could the wind suddenly slam the door shut? It's terrifying. Even if that house were given to me, I wouldn't dare live there. Chapter 54. I can help you clean the room. Jiang Qiancheng strode confidently into the room. The decor was exquisite, the lighting abundant, and the kitchen spacious, a 3-bedroom unit with dual toilets. However, the interior and exterior were cloaked in dust, with insects and spiders scuttling about. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the floor with warmth and brightness. Yet within the room lingered an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching, sending chills down his spine. What do you think of the room, young man? The boy asked, having followed him inside. Jiang Qiancheng had noticed the boy's presence, but paid it no mind. It feels quite comfortable, little one. Are you here to see the ghost? My name is Shinkiki. All the adults say this room is haunted, and I have long wanted to see it for myself. My dad doesn't let me come, but seeing you here, I decided to join. Jiang Qiancheng's interest piqued. This house belongs to your father? Where is he? In the next room, playing mahjong. He owns over 10 properties and collects 10,000 in rent each month. I get 5 yuan a day from him. Bring him in. I'd like to have a word with him. The boy scampered off and soon returned with his father. The man, dressed in a white shirt and slippers, fanned himself with a handheld fan. Brother, are you looking to rent this room? It's 800 a month. Jiang Qiancheng got straight to the point. I'll help you clean this room for free. Just let me rent it. What? The man trembled. You can help me clean it? You must know that a death occurred in this house, rendering it a haunted property, and it has become impossible to rent out. Initially, I could deceive those unfamiliar with it, But later, strange occurrences at night scared away tenants. News spread, and my property effectively ended up on the blacklist of real estate agents. Now, selling it is also a challenge. I have sought numerous shamans for help, but none have proven competent. I've spent a fortune with no results. Zhou sighed. Sir, if you intend to swindle me, then forget it. I have been deceived by many before. Looking at you, it's hard to believe you possess any real skill. Enough, let us not waste my time playing cards. Jiang Qiancheng turned and pushed open the window. Below, the community landscape was vibrant, featuring a charming artificial lake that rippled enticingly. This room, in terms of layout, decor, and size, was exquisitely crafted. Aside from the bizarre legends surrounding it, it was indeed a beautiful and cozy place to reside. Jiang Qiancheng remarked, if it weren't for aiding the Su mother and daughter, upon hearing your words, I would have turned and left immediately. But I ask you once more, have you made up your mind? As he spoke, Jiang Qiancheng released his chakra. A powerful aura erupted from the boy's body, and in a moment of disorientation, a painful and inexplicable scream echoed through the room. Zhou and Zhou Jin clutched their ears in terror. Young Zhou Jin's lollipop fell to the ground as he lamented, Brother, what is that sound? It's so terrifying, I've wet myself. Zhou felt a chill run down his spine, his hands turning icy. The temperature in the room plummeted as if an air conditioner had been turned on. Jiang Qiancheng flashed a wicked smile, saying, Are you sure you don't wish to look? The ghost is right behind you. Take a glance. Chapter 55. The emergence of the homebody monster. With Jiang Qiancheng's reminder, Zhou and young Zhou Jin trembled in fear. Initially at ease, they were thoroughly intimidated by Jiang Qiancheng. A chilling sensation crept over them, raising the hairs on the back of their necks, as they felt a presence looming behind them. A dark figure with blood-red eyes stood there, a ghost. At that moment, the red-eyed homebody monster reached towards Zhou and Zhou Jin's necks with icy, bony fingers, sending shivers down their spines. Jiang Qiancheng taunted, Oh, why not take a look? If you don't, I shall take my leave. He then sauntered past them, seemingly indifferent. Strolling towards the door, Zhou swore this was the most sinister man he had ever encountered. All right, I will hire you to clean this place. Whatever conditions you have, I will meet them. Zhou felt the cold grip tightening around his neck, and a visible dark handprint appeared, a pair of purple, blood-stained imprints. Fine. Rent this place to me for $100 a month. Jiang Qiancheng tapped the back of his head, pondering that such a low price might arouse suspicion from Su Jingyan and Su Minjing. However, you must help me impersonate a Taoist and put on a show. Perform a ritual. Zhou and Zhou Jin nodded vigorously. Zhou had initially expected the price to be in the thousands, but $100 a month was a steal. Jiang Qiancheng declared, ghostly beings, once dead, should not linger in the mortal realm. Depart now. If you desire to avoid a tragic end, release your hold on these individuals. At this moment, the homebody monster, exuding sinister energy, advanced towards them like a rolling fog, its blood-red eyes glowing like lanterns. You are quite bold. Do you not realize how terrifying a person's conviction can be? With a swish, the homebody monster transformed into a thick mist, soaring through the air. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing countless silver steel needles, thousands of them, descending like a torrential storm. An array of needles flew towards Jiang Qiancheng, leaving Zhou and Zhou Jin awestruck. Is this what a monster is? So frightening. It can spit out needles. How can it produce so many? Did it consume needles? Zhou Jin picked up the fallen alp candy and licked it eagerly. Suddenly, Jiang Qiancheng produced a toothpick from seemingly nowhere. With a swift motion, he evaded the needle storm. Not a single one struck him. The homebody monster gasped, You are not human. How do you possess such speed? Jiang Qiancheng pointed a finger and demanded, Tell me, why do you remain here, unwilling to leave? With a swift motion, a toothpick pierced through the needle storm, striking the homebody monster's forehead. Golden script glimmered as the monster transformed, its terrifying visage morphing into that of a scruffy, portly man. He spoke slowly, I swear I want to become a top-notch music creator. The songs I have poured my heart into remain unpublished. I am not famous yet. I want to earn money, to become a star and a renowned music creator. I want to model, I want to marry, I want wealth. Jiang Qiancheng, unimpressed, had seen too much of human desires and the grievances they birthed. The relentless pursuit of fame and fortune leading to a whirlpool of cravings. But, he said, show me the songs you have written. Su Minjing's Dream Star Entertainment Company was precisely the kind of place that nurtured stars. If this homebody monster could pin a hit song, it could resonate throughout the streets. The first one is Love, Even in Death, the homebody monster replied. Chapter 56. A song that could ignite fame. Jiang Qiancheng was taken aback, staring intently at the homebody monster. This creature claimed to have written Love, Even in Death, a song that had once swept through the city Jiang Qiancheng had lived in before embarking on his journey of reincarnation. This song had already gained immense popularity over a decade ago. Yet, here in this realm, it had only just been created. Love even in death, not fully expressed. Not satisfying. Only such deep emotions can convey. Love even in death. Not until tears turn into smiles is it fulfilling. Even as the universe crumbles, the heart endures. The homebody monster sang passionately, yet he was merely a songwriter, his vocal performance an affront to the ears. All right, give me that song, and I shall help you publish it. Do you have any other songs? Jiang Qiancheng inquired. The homebody monster responded. There's also Romance of the Three Kingdoms and 1,000 Years Later. I have quite a few. Continuing, he mentioned titles Jiang Qiancheng had never heard of. Enough. Write down all the songs you've composed, and I will perform a rite for you, Jiang Qiancheng commanded. Thank you, thank you, thank you, young hero. The now human-like homebody monster nodded repeatedly, bowing profusely to Jiang Qiancheng. Zhou Yin and Zhou Jin, standing nearby, were left speechless, hesitant to approach. Zhou Jin said, Dad, this ghost has deprived us of so much money. Aren't you going to deal with him? Zhou Yin shot Zhou Jin a glare, scolding. Be quiet and eat your elk candy. After 3 hours, the homebody finally completed the song list. Big brother, I have quite a few songs, but I can only recall these 10 from the past. The others, if you truly desire them, are saved on my computer, but I'm uncertain if. That's enough. Jiang Qiancheng interrupted, grasping the song list. Overwhelmed, he realized that the songs that had once soared to fame in his era had yet to be released in this time. Dual Sticks, The Untamed, Beyond Light Years, and Partiality. These popular songs had never been published. In the future, Dreamstar Entertainment could launch countless stars based on these songs. As Jiang Qiancheng performed a spell, a golden door materialized in the room amidst a shimmering light. The homebody monster retreated into the door, enveloped in golden radiance. Zhou Yin was astonished, exclaiming, This big brother's abilities are extraordinary. The Taoist I hired for several thousand couldn't compare. Zhou Jin rushed forward, asking, Big brother, are you using techniques from Naruto? Just now, you employed Orochimaru's 9 layers of the rebirth gate. Such mere Naruto techniques pale in comparison to the art of cultivation. With the homebody monster dealt with, the room basked in sunlight, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. The previous sense of eeriness and revulsion had entirely dissipated. Jiang Qiancheng approached the 2 individuals before him and instructed, Look into my eyes. Zhou Yin and Zhou Jin gazed intently. Big brother, you have something in your eye. Before he could finish, 3 crescent-shaped patterns appeared in Jiang Qiancheng's blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a blood moon, exuding a chilling aura. The 2 began to perceive certain unknown illusions. Jiang Qiancheng cautioned, You 2 are mere bystanders. If you inadvertently let slip any words in front of the Su family, it will spell trouble for me. Bystanders differ from the boss. The latter fears Jiang Qiancheng's prowess, while the former might unwittingly reveal secrets. Jiang Qiancheng held a playlist and remarked, That's about right. At the opportune moment, pass these songs to Su Minjing. Chapter 57. The company's young stars at the entrance of the community. Li Bingbing remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Qiancheng had vanquished the monsters, instead waiting anxiously downstairs. Upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng's arrival, she hurried over. Her voice laced with urgency. What happened? Big brother, what did you see in the room? Was there really a monster? That door suddenly. As a girl, Li Bingbing was terrified of supernatural entities and had never dared to watch horror films. Jiang Qiancheng, however, responded nonchalantly, It was fine. It's just this room. The landlord even gave me a discount. Only 100 yuan a month. Are you out of your mind? You live there for 100 yuan a month? My goodness, Li Bingbing exclaimed as she slapped her forehead, bewildered by the thought processes of the wealthy. After inspecting the apartment, Jiang Qiancheng intended to return home while Li Bingbing rushed back to her job. He took out his phone and called Su Jingyan. The call connected swiftly. Mom, I found a place. It's quite good. The landlord thinks I'm handsome and only charges me 100 yuan a month. Stop joking. Such a low price must indicate something's wrong, Su Jingyan replied, her voice tinged with irritation. As expected, you can't even handle a small matter without causing trouble. She scolded Jiang Qiancheng harshly. They could never live in a room where someone had died. That would be a grave misfortune, a taboo affecting their lives. Jiang Qiancheng, however, remained unperturbed. As a once mighty celestial king, he had led a charge against the divine emperor's palace, where flames engulfed the skies. And the clash of battle resonated throughout the grand hall. Over 800,000 participated in that conflict, each step marked by death. The hall stained with blood and filled with the fallen. The war raged for 100 days, though it concluded the very next day. Jiang Qiancheng battled the supreme emperor for 98 days to determine the victor. My territory was seized from others. Mortals simply do not understand, he sighed in resignation. Ultimately, he settled for a regular room near Mingxing Entertainment Company, costing 2,000 yuan a month. Thus, time passed smoothly. Su Jingyan busied herself with selling properties, while Jiang Qiancheng handled the move and cleaning, and Su Minjing managed the daily operations of Mingxing Entertainment. One day, in the dance practice room of the entertainment company, the three young stars showcased their skills. Very good, excellent rhythm control, precise timing, and fluid movements. Such strong energy. Su Jingyan, clad in a sleek black suit and sporting a tidy ponytail, clapped to encourage them. As the practice music concluded, Su Minjing issued a 10-minute break. Approaching the three young stars, Su Minjing, in her early 20s, was unfazed by the youthful, vibrant boys aged 18 or 19. Standing beside her was a 28-year-old man, tall at 6 feet, with charming phoenix eyes that conveyed a gentlemanly demeanor. He breathed heavily, unable to keep up with the music's tempo due to his age. Xiaozhan, compared to the younger ones, you still have much to improve upon. Your potential for growth is the greatest among the three. Xiaozhan nodded, saying, Yes, Su Zong. I will continue to work hard. At that moment, one of the younger stars excitedly asked, Su Zong, why don't you let the company from Jingxing acquire us? Chapter 58. You have betrayed me. In the current entertainment industry, young stars dominate, and popularity reigns supreme. However, regardless of the celebrity, they must have works and heat. Moreover, the influx of young individuals aspiring to stardom is overwhelming. Qianyang, the leader of the young stars, said, Sister Su, we are working so hard for a chance. If you don't sell the company, aren't you afraid the Jingxing company might target you, leaving us without resources? Su Minjing's expression darkened. She never imagined that. Despite her care for Qianyang, who excelled in dance and song and possessed a remarkable learning ability, he would be the first to question her decision not to sell the company. I refuse to sell the company because it embodies my dedication. I believe in your futures, and you will surely shine brightly. The competition in the entertainment industry is fierce, and if we fear the Jingxing company, what will we do in the future? Huangzi expressed concern. Su Zong, I'm scared. You know this is our youth we are fighting for. Once it's gone, there will be no more opportunities. Su Minjing understood their fears, including her own. She too was apprehensive about offending the Jingxing company. In terms of wealth, systems, talent reserves, and networks, Mingxing Entertainment could not compare to them. With a rare sigh, Su Minjing expressed her concern in front of the three. Ultimately, she did not want to jeopardize their futures. Just then, Wang Kuei and Li Fu appeared at the dance studio's entrance, holding documents. They were followed by 3 other board members and a boss from Jingxing. The boss, clad in a pristine white suit, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, The environment here is quite shabby, the dance studio is outdated, and the sound system is far from top tier. It reeks of mediocrity, characteristic of a small company in a third-tier city. What brings you here? Su Minjing's heart sank as her worst fears materialized. Could it be that they had sold the company? Li Wenfeng extended his arms and declared, There's nothing surprising about this. Those who know how to adapt are the wise ones. What future can you expect here? You'd be better off following us at Jingxing Emperor Entertainment, where unimaginable resources await you. Wang Kuei added, Su Minjing, let me tell you, what benefits do you gain by selling the company? Just from your mere 10 million. I could sell the company to Emperor Entertainment and gain a connection to Jingxing's development. What do you represent? A fallen star still dreaming of success? Su Minjing's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. Indeed, these individuals were nothing but opportunists, driven solely by profit, devoid of any emotional ties. With a furious breath, she stepped forward and exclaimed, Wang Kuei, you scoundrel. She pointed at the shareholders present, saying, It was my mother who invited you to invest, and in good faith. We entrusted you with 51% of the company's shares. Yet now, with a trifling profit, you abandon the hard work of my mother and me. You, Su Zong, you can't blame us. We are merchants. Profit comes first. We are sorry, Suzong. Chapter 59. I misjudged you. All the gathering was predominantly comprised of men. In this gathering of men, they savagely assail the confidence of a young girl. One shareholder remarked, Mr. Su, if you sell the company, you and your mother could gain a fortune, over 30 million, enough for a carefree life. The business world is not a place for girls like you. Why? Why? Su Minjing gasped for breath, clutching her heart. The sting of betrayal was a bitter pill to swallow, a heart-wrenching pain that felt like it could lead to death. She could hardly comprehend the words of those around her. Her mind was a blank slate. Fixating on Li Fu, she grasped at a final glimmer of hope. Li Fu, you hold 7% of the shares. Together, our shares make 51%. If we unite, we can refuse to sell the company. I beg you. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking conviction as Li Fu stood amidst the crowd opposing her. The outcome was all but predetermined. Li Wenfeng sneered, little girl. Your naivety is almost charming. I'm here to finalize contracts with these fresh faces. If you want resources from me or a chance on a major variety show, then slap this girl and hurl some insults before tossing her out. Look at what a pathetic excuse for a company she runs here in Jiangqing. This can hardly be called a company. It resembles a dilapidated restroom. Li Wenfeng, a figure of absolute authority from the capital, exuded dominance. The company would soon be in his hands, and to the trio of young talents, he warned, if any of you desire a future, do not raise your hands. You scoundrel, you old fool. Su Minjing could no longer hold back. The suppressed rage within her erupted like a raging inferno. The cruelest blow was aimed at the very heart of Su's family, stripping them of their confidence and resolve. This was a command from Zhou Huafeng, a man of immense power within the capital's entertainment industry, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the four great families of Beijing. He was Su Minjing's biological father, and Su Jingyan's former husband. With a resounding slap, Qianyang mercilessly struck Su Minjing's face. You ugly woman, showing no respect. Did you eat dung this morning? How dare you speak so foully to the boss? Su Minjing glared at Qianyang. You hit me? How could you betray me after all I've done for you? Li Wenfeng clapped mockingly. Once we return, I'll ensure you get a spot on an all-star entertainment program. At least it'll keep you from embarrassing yourself publicly. This was the true power of a major corporation. The resources at the disposal of a big boss. All-Star Entertainment was a prestigious program exclusive to the iQIYI streaming platform, known for producing many popular stars. Bang! Huang Zishu kicked Su Minjing in the stomach, scolding her. You fool, you're nothing but a puppet for the executives. How does it feel to be bullied by so many? If I were you, I'd find a hole to hide in. Good. Go ahead to All-Star Entertainment. Su Minjing clutched her abdomen, collapsing to her knees. I truly misjudged you all. Chapter 60. I will make you regret this harsh words, a dagger to the heart. Su Minjing reminded herself not to cry, not to display weakness before these scoundrels. The more she faltered, the more they would relish her humiliation. Yet, tears betrayed her resolve. You traitors, Su's former boss was far superior to you. Xiaozhan stepped forward to shield Su Minjing, saying, Qianyang, Huang Zishu, I understand the struggle for resources. But at what cost? Have you lost your humanity? Oh, who is this brave soul? Li Wenfeng's interest peaked. Does he dare to defy me? His gaze turned icy as he contemplated how much compensation he could extract for this insolent youth. Li Fu, servile, calculated on his phone. This kid's termination fee is 2 million. 2 million. Xiaozhan gasped, realizing that his act of bravery might ruin his future. Bound by a 10-year contract with Dreamstar Entertainment, at 28, he faced 10 years of obscurity before reaching 38, past the prime of youthful stardom. Stepping back in shock, he recalled his humble origins. His parents ran a noodle shop in their hometown. He had come to Jiangsheng in pursuit of his dreams, only to be ensnared by Su Minjing's mother, believing he could achieve his aspirations. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Qianyang taunted. Xiaozhan, you're quite the charmer, yet your future is gone. Just watch as Zishu and I soar to success. Huang Zishu jeered. I believe one day you will regret your choices today. When we become stars under the Imperial Entertainment banner, releasing albums and amassing fans, you will envy us. Who would choose this foolish woman? Laughter erupted as they reveled in the spectacle, while Li Fu, groveling before Li Wenfeng, said, Mr. Li, this way, please. Let us sign the contract. Suddenly, Su Minjing rose with determination. She reassured the despondent Xiaozhan. It's all right. I'll help you terminate your contract. I can cover the 2 million. Resolute, she declared, her tears dried. Pain is futile, strength is what I must show. I will deduct 2 million from my shares. And my mother and I will still have around 20 million left. Pointing at Wang Kuei, Li Fu, Chen Yang, Huang Zishu, and all the betrayers, she vowed, one day, you will all regret the decisions made today, especially you, Li Wenfeng. I, Su Minjing, swear it. Witnessing her unwavering resolve, Li Fu and Wang Kuei felt a twinge of guilt, their hearts quaking. Yet, Li Wenfeng roared with laughter, clutching his stomach. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You think you can make me regret anything? You believe I fear anyone from Jiangqing? Chapter 61. Jiang Qiancheng arrives in this third-tier city. Talent and resources were scarce, barely competing with the colossal entities from the capital. Beijing was the foremost city, a hub of talent, wealth, and resources connected globally. How could one even compare? Li Wenfeng laughed heartily. You find this amusing, don't you? His last words were nearly a roar. The crowd, including Wang Kuei, Li Fu, Chen Yang, and Huang Zishu, jumped at the sound, forced to join in the laughter. Ha ha ha, too funny, too funny. Hearing their mocking laughter, Su Minjing began to doubt her own words. Who had given her the audacity? She could scarcely contend with these minions, let alone the prominent figures from the capital. Just then, a bright, carefree, and charming laughter rang out. Jiang Qiancheng approached, carrying a lunchbox, whistling as he came forward. Oh, what is all this laughter about? Let me join in. However, the next moment, Jiang Qiancheng's expression shifted to fury. The murderous intent in his eyes was overwhelming as he clenched his fists, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Minjing. Tears stained her cheeks, alongside the vivid imprint of a handprint. Only one boy stood protectively in front of her. The anger that surged within Jiang Qiancheng was not born from any feelings he harbored for Su Minjing, but rather from witnessing the disgraceful scene. 7 or 8 men bullying a single woman. The killing intent dissipated in an instant. With Su Minjing present, he could only play the role of the useless one. Who is this? Li Wenfeng pointed at Jiang Qiancheng. Li Fu, who had previously felt Jiang Qiancheng's threat, noted the stark contrast between the Jiang he had seen at night and the one before him today. Wang Kuei interjected, Li boss, this is Su's foolish husband. Jiang the useless, who does nothing all day but relies on the Su family for a living. Look, he is here meekly delivering lunch to his wife. Oh, so it's Jiang the useless, Li Wenfeng remarked indifferently. People tend to congregate with those of similar natures. A fool like him is bound to find another useless person. It's nothing noteworthy. Open the eye of reincarnation. Jiang Qiancheng remained impassive, activating his reincarnation eye. He sought to uncover the source of this fellow's confidence, to penetrate the cycle of life and foresee the future. However, for the first time, Jiang Qiancheng's brows furrowed in confusion. Blinking in bewilderment, he pondered, what is happening? Why can't I discern the source of this guy's confidence? Is he truly someone I cannot provoke? Huh, how could that be? Jiang Qiancheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. There is no one I cannot provoke. Perhaps it is the will of the reincarnation lord that prevents me from killing him. Approaching Su Minjing, Jiang Qiancheng addressed Xiaozhan. Thank you for making the right choice. He then gently handed her the lunchbox, saying, Minjing, your mother prepared this meal. Eat it while it's warm. Would you like me to teach these people a lesson? Just say the word, and I can make them leave on their stomachs. In a daze, Su Minjing stared at Jiang Qiancheng, bewildered. Why do I feel as though I don't know him? Is this gentle tone truly coming from my useless husband? Minjing, I told you, you can change me. As long as you are willing, a mere company in the capital is nothing. I will assist you. Minjing, say it. Do you want me to make them leave on their stomachs? Jiang Qiancheng lowered his voice intentionally, granting Su Minjing immense respect. She should not be ridiculed in front of him. Jiang Qiancheng. Chapter 62. Jiang Qiancheng's confidence. Su Minjing clenched her delicate hands, her nails digging into her fair skin, leaving behind vivid crimson imprints. Enough, Qiancheng, it's more than enough. Today, she had endured the betrayal of longtime partners and the disloyalty of the young talent she had cared for deeply. The trust she had in her colleagues and the essence of her company had been snatched away by outsiders. Pulling Jiang Qiancheng along, she said, Qiancheng, let us go home. She did not want Jiang Qiancheng to be embarrassed in front of these people, even if it meant severely punishing them. What difference would it make? Understanding her wishes, Jiang Qiancheng nodded gently, pouring all his tenderness into protecting her. However, he remained cold-blooded towards their enemies, sufficiently ruthless to instill fear. Supporting Su Minjing, Jiang Qiancheng led her away, with Xiao Zhan following closely behind. At that moment, Li Fu called out, Su Minjing, don't rush off. We're busy signing the acquisition contract today. You and your mother will soon receive a substantial sum of money. Haha. Are you still planning to stay at this company in the capital? Who knows, if Li Boss is pleased, he might even keep a position for you. Li Wenfeng coldly remarked, I think the position of janitor looks appealing, paying you 8,000 a month. What do you think? Haha. 8,000 for cleaning toilets. Suzong, do you see? This is the treatment in a big company. Wang Kuei chimed in, never missing a chance to flatter. Ha ha ha. Su Minjing said, Qiancheng, wait here for me. I'll go sign the contract with them. Despite feeling weak and wounded, she maintained a facade of strength. All right. Jiang Qiancheng waved his hand. Su Minjing followed the group into the adjacent conference room to sign the contract. Jiang Qiancheng and Xiao Zhan stood in the dance practice hall. Brother Qiancheng, today I enough. No need to say more, Jiang Qiancheng interrupted, patting Xiao Zhan on the shoulder. The man before him had a handsome face, bright eyes, and was courteous. Even in the presence of Jiang Qiancheng, the rumored useless one in the company, Xiao Zhan respectfully called him brother. For so long, who among those aware of Jiang Qiancheng's useless identity would dare to address him in such a manner? Jiang Qiancheng said, Today, I must thank you for protecting my wife. You will find that in a year's time, you will be grateful for the choices you made today. You will fare better than your two other friends. They are no longer my friends, Xiao Zhan declared fiercely, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. I despise those two. And I especially loathe the arrogant bosses from the capital. Do they really think their wealth gives them the right to act as they please? Though Xiao Zhan spoke boldly, he could not ignore the reality that companies from the capital often carried an air of arrogance. Jiang Qiancheng regarded Xiao Zhan with a smile. I am the breaker of heaven, possessing countless skills in ninjutsu and celestial techniques. In a short time, reviving a few talented individuals is effortless. The impure world reincarnation technique can bring back renowned musicians and screenwriters. Moreover, in my world, I still recall many popular dramas, Do Pat Song Qiong, Qing Yunyan, Chen Qing Ling, and more. Reviving a couple of famous screenwriters would be a breeze. Before long, Su Minjing returned, holding the contract in her hands. She said, Xiao Zhan, you are free now. Qiancheng, Xiao Zhan, please help me tidy up the office. Xiao Zhan bit his lip, clenching his fists, and replied, Thank you, Sister Su. Chapter 63. Li Fu's madness while tidying up the office. Su Minjing's belongings were few, filling only a couple of boxes. As they exited, the staff in the office could sense the wind changing. Some were joyous, while others were troubled. After all, whether the capital company would maintain the same conditions under Su Minjing's leadership was uncertain. Carrying the boxes, Su Minjing was followed by Xiao Zhan and Jiang Qiancheng. Someone in the company said, Sister Minjing, I wish you a safe journey. The future is unpredictable. You will rise again. Xiao Zhan, good job. Once you become famous, don't forget that we were colleagues. Thank you all. Work hard and goodbye. Su Minjing bid farewell to her former colleagues. Years of camaraderie were overshadowed by betrayal, yet the sentiments of these ordinary people touched her heart. At that moment, Li Wenfeng barged in, creating a ruckus. Oh, what's this? Everyone seems so emotional. Don't want your old boss to leave? Li Wenfeng sneered. I'm giving you a chance. Those who wish to leave, hurry up and pack your things and follow Su Minjing. The room fell silent, everyone at a loss for words. With Su Minjing gone, the company would no longer exist. Though emotions mattered, they still needed to earn a living. Wang Kuei chimed in. Su Minjing has been supporting a useless husband, living off her. She can support you too. Now she is a wealthy woman with over 30 million on her. Wang Kuei's words were harsh. What arrogance. He is no longer a shareholder. The company isn't under his control. What right does he have to speak? The employees pondered silently. Jiang Qiancheng observed the scene before him with a cold gaze. Remaining impassive, devoid of expression. Li Fu jeered, Look at this useless man. I said he is living off others, and he doesn't even react. Truly a leech. Haha. Minjing, why are you searching for him? You might as well come find me to be your husband. Haha. Li Fu's face twisted with malice, his eyes glinting like blood. When he first graduated from university, he was brimming with youthful ambition, eager to carve out his own place in the world. Through sheer talent and diligence, he earned the favor of Su Minjing at the Dreamstar Entertainment Company. Gradually, he found himself falling for her. However, Su Minjing ultimately chose to marry a worthless man. leaving him in a drunken stupor for over a month, unable to comprehend it. Today, I have the chance to ridicule this Jiang Qiancheng. He is devoid of talent, skill, and legitimate income. What gives him the right to win Su Minjing's affection? Li Fu inhaled deeply, clenching his jaw. He pointed at Jiang Qiancheng and exclaimed, Minjing, I truly do not understand what this guy is going for him. Look at him, meandering through life, relying on you. What are you thinking? Is it because of his physical endowments? Madness. Has he lost his mind? The crowd stood in shock. This man truly had no filter. Su Minjing, incensed, retorted, Li Fu, you will apologize to Jiang Qiancheng immediately. My affairs are none of your business. Li Fu growled. I simply cannot fathom why you, foolishly, would choose a useless man. Just get out of here, far from this company. Slap. Before Li Fu could utter another word, Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. You dare strike me, you worthless fool? Slap. Another blow followed. Blood trickled from Li Fu's mouth, a tooth knocked loose. Chapter 64. The unavoidable threshold of the Imperial Entertainment Company, the first time Su Minjing's useless husband had ever struck someone, and in front of so many witnesses. Li Fu exclaimed, You dare to hit me? How audacious. You, a worthless man. Being struck in front of an audience left him feeling utterly humiliated. He retaliated, swinging a fist at Jiang Qiancheng. Slap. Jiang Qiancheng raised his foot, sending Li Fu flying 3 meters away. Shaking his head, he remarked, Oh, is this fellow, who was already worthless, now even less than that? Li Fu rose, gritting his teeth, and lunged at Jiang Qiancheng. I must teach you a lesson today. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me? Enough. Li Wenfeng interjected, restraining the frenzied Li Fu. Can't you see? You are no match for this man. Stop making a scene. Focus on your work. Li Fu, teeth clenched, glared at Jiang Qiancheng, vowing, You wait. I will not let this go. Li Wenfeng nodded, casting a perplexed glance at Su Minjing. Minjing, there's a saying in our Imperial Entertainment Company, grudges should not go unavenged. Now your man has struck an employee from my company. In the future, remember this. As you spend your money, save wisely for the rest of your life. If you wish to start a business, the Imperial Entertainment Company is a threshold you cannot cross. Li Wenfeng spoke with an air of superiority, his tone casual, as if squashing a mere mosquito. Su Minjing declared, Qiancheng, let us leave. A cornered rabbit may bite when threatened, and in front of so many. She felt the weight of societal judgment and gossip pressing down on her. Similarly, Jiang Qiancheng bore the brunt of scorn and disdain from outsiders. What kind of mindset had he endured these past years? They departed. Su Minjing, Jiang Qiancheng, and Xiao Zhan left together. As Jiang Qiancheng approached Li Wenfeng, he whispered, The Imperial Entertainment Company will hear from me. Clang. Li Wenfeng froze momentarily, then turned to watch Jiang Qiancheng's retreating figure. Why was this young man so calm? Was he truly worthless? He shook his head vigorously. After all, he had navigated the complexities of the capital's business scene for decades, witnessing the grandeur, courage, and resolve of significant figures. It was impossible. Perhaps he was simply fatigued. Leaving behind the former Dreamstar Entertainment Company, the three settled into a car. Su Minjing looked at Jiang Qiancheng, about to offer words of comfort, but he wore his signature smile. Seems I need not console him. He truly is unbothered. Xiao Zhan spoke up, Sister Su, Brother Jiang, you are my benefactors. I have nowhere else to go. If you ever start a company, I would like to join you. Jiang Qiancheng replied, Sure. Minjing, since we have some funds, why not establish our own entertainment company and compete with those in the capital? Sighing, Su Minjing said, I wish we could, but they are based in the capital. Do you think I wouldn't want to avenge the grievances I face today? Alas, I should consult my mother first. The capital company, the Imperial Entertainment, the leading entertainment firm. Once we enter the industry, we will inevitably become entangled in their web. Suddenly, Jiang Qiancheng slapped his forehead. Oh no, what's wrong? Since we aren't buying the company, we don't need to sell the villa at home. If mother sells the villa, quick, call her. Chapter 65. Selling the house and signing the contract after hanging up the phone. Jiang Qiancheng glanced at Minjing and Xiao Zhan. It seems mother has already brought a client home to sign the contract. I told her the other party may be a bit hesitant. What? At that moment, Su Minjing felt as if her life were a scripted play, going in circles to save the company, and now, not only had she failed to rescue it, but they also had to sell the villa. Was life reduced to mere finances? Hurry, we must return now. Jiang Qiancheng slammed on the gas, saying, Minjing, you still haven't eaten the lunch I brought for you. It's your mother's kindness. Just drive properly. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Su family villa, the intermediary, Xiao Hong, had spread out the documents on the marble table, waiting for Su Jingyan and the opposing boss to sign. However, after receiving a call, Su Jingyan abruptly decided to terminate the contract. Mr. Li, I apologize, I just received a call from my son-in-law. The company I urgently needed to buy has already been sold, so I no longer require financing. I'm truly sorry. Su Jingyan stood and bowed deeply. I came all this way and wasted your time. I will take full responsibility for any losses incurred. Boss Li Hongquan, adorned with a thick gold chain and multiple rings, was a coal tycoon from out of town, seeking a place to stay in Jiangqing for business. However, upon seeing the graceful, polite Su Jingyan, he was captivated despite his dissatisfaction. Ah, what a pity. Let it go. I'm not short on money. It's just fate. Su Jingyan extended her hand gracefully, revealing her fair wrist, akin to a swan's pristine feathers. Li Hongquan, a man of wealth, was mesmerized. What beautiful hands. This figure, this face. She is far more stunning than my wife. I must have the pleasure of dining with you. Beautiful boss, Li Hongquan stated. Certainly, that is the least I can do. Just as they were about to shake hands, a loud slap. His wife, Sun Nini, abruptly covered her husband's hand, dressed in a fashionable manner. She possessed the quintessential influencer look. Though she had been regarded as a beauty in their town, she felt a pang of inadequacy in Su Jingyan's presence. Honey, we traveled all this way, and you abandoned the deal to sign a contract? If they refused to sign, isn't that just playing with you? Sun Nini leaned closer and whispered, Darling, calm down. This house is merely 65 million. It's worth 120 million on the market. If we purchase it, we can flip it for a profit of over 50 million. Are you really going to let this opportunity slip away? Li Hongquan shook his head vigorously, slapping his forehead. Ah, my wife is right. Over 50 million for free. I almost acted impulsively. Su Jingyan observed their demeanor, clearly reluctant to accept the situation. However, she was the one who had hesitated first. Xiao Hong from Qianjiao Real Estate was also unwilling to terminate the contract, as she stood to gain a commission of 30,000 yuan from the deal. President Su, are you really not selling the house? Please reconsider, she urged softly. I've heard that Mr. Li's rise to wealth is rather dubious, and he might employ some underhanded tactics. You need to be cautious. Chapter 66. The threat of signing. Su Jingyan felt a headache coming on. Although she knew some businessmen in Jiangqing, they were ultimately only interested in taking advantage of her. This was evident from her initial encounters with Boss Zhang, Boss Lin, and Boss Ma. If the man before her resorted to dubious means, it would be troublesome. Noticing Su Jingyan's hesitation, Li Hongquan stepped in front of the bald man, revealing the tiger tattoo on his arm. President Su, I see you're a woman. So I won't say too much. I admit I lack education, but you can't bully me, can you? Do I look like a monkey to you? To be toyed with? Sun Nini chimed in, President Su, we've come this far with the contract. Just sell it to us. We genuinely like this house. The environment is wonderful, and we are sincere. After all, we brought 65 million in cash. With a clap, Li Hongquan summoned 4 men clad in Hawaiian shirts and sunglasses, who began to stack cash on the marble table. The sound of money cascading filled the room. 2 more men produced a money-counting machine and set it aside. Soon, everyone surrounded Su Jingyan. What does this mean, Mr. Li? Su Jingyan asked, her expression icy. It means you're being unreasonable. I prepared everything to buy your house. Yet you tell me you're not selling, Li Hongquan said, pacing around her. He had made his fortune through unscrupulous means, relying on deceit and intimidation. Do you think seizing a coal mine is about charm and eloquence? It's about brute force. I may lack education, but I'm a man of strength, he declared, slamming his hand on the table. Once, someone played me for a fool, and now their grave is 3 meters high. Su Jingyan remained impassive, lamenting her misfortune in encountering such a rogue. Xiao Hong interjected, President Su, just sign the contract. This man is not someone to provoke. Reluctantly, Su Jingyan picked up the pen. Was the universe mocking her? Why was it that whenever she sought to be strong and stand against the man who had once hurt her, she faced relentless trials? Fine, I'll sign, she exclaimed, taking the pen and carefully inscribing her name on the contract. Ha ha ha, it's done, it's done. Li Hongquan laughed, embracing Sun Nini with a kiss. Darling, we're about to move into the finest villa in Jiangqing. Suddenly, the villa door swung open forcefully, and Jiang Qiancheng stepped inside. Su Minjing and Xiao Zhan rushed in shortly after, panting heavily and sweating. Jiang Qiancheng appeared remarkably composed, having overheard the commotion outside. Mom, why did you sign the contract? Didn't I tell you not to sell? Su Minjing asked, her heart racing, though she tried to mask her fear. She had been compelled to sign due to her apprehension of individuals like Li Hongquan. I'm not want to go back on my word. Since I promised, I must follow through, Su Jingyan replied. Jiang Qiancheng, observing the situation with keen insight, realized his mother-in-law was adept at maintaining appearances. In truth, she was terrified of the threats posed by the other party, which forced her hand. Chapter 67. Dispose of the fools inside, you insolent brat. Where did you come from? Get lost. Li Hongquan boasted, waving the contract. The signatures are in place, and the money is here. Count it up. My wife and I are moving in immediately. Sun Nini bounced on her toes, excitedly saying, Darling, I want to sleep here tonight. To celebrate, let us have a little fun. Haha. Yes. I'll bring out my Italian cannon. Li Hongquan laughed heartily. Jiang Qiancheng felt frustrated. Were these people not fools? The master of reincarnation did not wish to reveal his true strength and was merely playing the part of a fool in front of Su's mother and daughter. With no other option, Jiang Qiancheng shot Li Hongquan a disdainful glance and dashed out of the villa. Seeing Jiang Qiancheng leave, Su Minjing felt uneasy. Mom, you really sold the villa? How much did you sell it for? 65 million, Su Jingyan replied. What? Su Minjing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her heart sinking. If the sale was to save the company, losing the villa would be acceptable. But now, with the company gone and the villa sold, she was overwhelmed by despair. Mom, I'm sorry. The contract is signed, Su Jingyan said, her voice heavy with regret. Once proud and unyielding, she had been a top star in Huaxia, never one to apologize for her mistakes. Now, her mother was apologizing. What could she say? It's all right, Mom. As long as you're here, anywhere can be home. We still have money from the company's sale. We can buy a new house, Su Minjing reassured her. Standing nearby, Xiaozhan shook his head silently. The Su family had treated him so well. He owed them a debt of gratitude and was determined to succeed. To shine brightly across Jiangnan and beyond. Su Jie, Auntie, everything we lost today, I believe you will reclaim it. Let us work hard together. I'm betting my future on this, so please don't let me down, Xiaozhan encouraged. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing looked earnestly at the young man before them. Li Hongquan interjected, Reclaim? I want to sell it. If I ever decide to sell, it'll be when I'm bored, and I'll ask for 200 million. Now, count the money and get lost. At that moment, outside the villa, Jiang Qiancheng dialed Lin Hao's phone. How long until you arrive at the Su family villa? Come quickly to assist, he commanded, his tone regal. Yes, young Master Jiang. I'll be there in 3 minutes, Lin Hao replied, nearly ecstatic. Just the opportunity to assist Jiang Qiancheng was a chance for him to engage with someone of such caliber. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Qiancheng possessed extraordinary abilities. In any city, he would be a guest of honor among the elite. Now, as he sought assistance, it was clear he faced a situation where he could not reveal his true strength. Lin Hao banged on the conference room table, commanding, Everyone here, including the bodyguards from the Lin family, follow me to the Su family villa. With over 20 people, Lin Hao met Jiang Qiancheng at the entrance. Jiang, he greeted. No need for formalities. I don't want to reveal my identity in front of the Su family. Just tell them you wish to buy the villa. Dispose of the fools inside, Jiang Qiancheng instructed. Understood. Lin Hao, accompanied by 20 men, stormed into the villa's grand hall with an imposing presence. The door swung open with a resounding bang. Li Hongquan, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, Which scoundrel has the audacity to force my door open like that? Are you prepared to compensate for the damage? Chapter 68. Lin Hao's tactics as Li Hongquan bellowed. A procession of over 20 individuals entered through the villa's entrance. Lin Hao, the formidable leader, donned a tailored suit and bore a stern expression. The bodyguards accompanying him stood in stark contrast to those of Li Hongquan. Clad in black attire and sunglasses, their physiques honed through rigorous training in the boxing ring, muscles taut and hands calloused. Approaching Su Jingyan, Su Minjing, and Xiaozhan, Lin Hao inquired, Who are you? What are your intentions? Li Hongquan, sensing the hostility of the newcomers, felt a flicker of panic. While he would have been unfazed on his own turf, this was Jiang's city. His men were in Jiangxi province. Su Minjing recognized Lin Hao, recalling him as the influential figure she had once met through boss Zhang. The triumvirate of Lin, Ma, and Zhang were renowned figures in Jiang City. Lin boss, what brings you here? She asked. Lin Hao bowed slightly, displaying an unusual courtesy. I have come to purchase the villa. But I have already sold the villa to someone else. I have signed the contract, Su Minjing stammered. That's a minor detail. Proceed. Lin Hao commanded. Without hesitation, his bodyguards sprang into action. Within moments, all 5 of Li Hongquan's bodyguards were subdued. With a sharp crack, Li Hongquan and Sun Nini found themselves pinned against the marble table by 2 bodyguards. Fear gripped their hearts. They had not anticipated the arrival of such a powerful adversary after the contract was signed. However, they were reluctant to relinquish a deal worth 50 million. Li Hongquan turned, his anger boiling over. Brother, don't bully outsiders. I'm new to this city, conducting business with Boss Ma. Are you not afraid I will call upon him to deal with you? Lin Hao dismissed the threat. What of Ma? I fear him not. If I can win over Jiang Qiancheng, what is a mere Ma to me? The Jiang family, the most powerful in Jiang City, was easily extinguished by Jiang Qiancheng. What can an outsider do? The contract is signed, and I intend to claim this property. I advise you not to resist. Tear up the contract. Lin Hao placed the contract before Li Hongquan. Do not eat it, husband. That's over 60 million at stake. Hold firm. I refuse to believe he dares to harm us, Sun Nini urged. Lin Hao exchanged glances with his bodyguards, who swiftly drew spring knives and struck Sun Nini's hand. Blood spurted forth. Ah! Sun Nini screamed in agony, shocked by the ruthlessness of Lin Hao. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing shut their eyes in terror, unable to witness the brutality. The intermediary, Xiao Hong, turned pale, her gaze fixed upon a bloodied hand. I have risen to this point through my own efforts. Do not mistake me for a fool. I am not a benevolent man. You have 3 seconds to decide. Tear up the contract, or I will make you both incapacitated. Otherwise, you will vanish from Jiang City. Sun Nini, nearly deranged, pleaded, Husband, eat the contract quickly. Please. Lin Hao, there's no need for such extremes, Su Jingyan implored. Lin Hao, however, felt compelled to act as per his orders. Should I incapacitate your hands and feet, I'll gladly call for a hospital, he said, pulling out his phone. Please no, I was wrong. Li Hongquan and Sun Nini cried out in despair. Boss, I will not buy the villa, it's yours. They surrendered. Chapter 69. Success requires ruthlessness. Witnessing Li Hongquan and Sun Nini's helplessness and desperation, alongside Lin Hao's cold, decisive, and cruel methods, Su Jingyan realized her own excessive kindness had led to her downfall. In her previous role, Zhou Huafeng had handled matters for her, allowing her to merely express her desires for wealth and luxury, which he would procure by any means necessary. Today's events unveiled the harsh realities of the world. Lin Hao had delivered a harsh lesson. Su Jingyan's failure stemmed from her softness, her lack of resolve. Enough. If you wish to seek revenge, come find me. My name is Lin Hao. Take them away. The bodyguards escorted the incapacitated duo from the hall. Watching Lin Hao depart, Su Jingyan felt immense pressure. Who the villa was sold to mattered little. Her fear lay in Lin Hao's potential for further cruelty. Surprisingly, Lin Hao declared, I no longer want the villa. I came to assist you today. Farewell. Xiao Hong, shaken by the horrifying scene, addressed Su Jingyan. Sister Su, I will halt the sale immediately. I must take my leave. Stunned and perplexed, Su Jingyan pondered why Lin Hao had come to aid her only to leave without any demands. Was there truly such a noble man in the world? Mother, isn't Lin boss the one who dined with us previously? Su Minjing queried. Su Jingyan furrowed her brows, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. I'm unsure. It's perplexing. That fateful night, the renowned figure, Boss Zhang, had drugged their drinks, leading to their unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they found themselves at the mercy of Jiang Qiancheng. Perhaps Lin Hao was acting out of respect for Boss Zhang? Forget it, Su Jingyan decided. I have no desire to entangle myself with Boss Zhang any further. At that moment, within the villa compound, Lin Hao and his men carried the unconscious Li Hongquan and Sun Nini to a van. Master Jiang, I have dealt with them. The villa will not be sold. The matter is resolved, Lin Hao reported respectfully. Good. Continue with your tasks, Jiang Qiancheng replied. As Lin Hao turned to leave, he paused and remarked, Master Jiang, should you wish to control Jiang City, consider visiting my boxing gym. Here is my business card. Jiang Qiancheng accepted the card, promising to visit when time allowed. In the past, Jiang Qiancheng had shown no interest in the boxing gym or any other power in Jiang City. Yet, after experiencing the humiliation from the capital's company executives and the insults directed at Su Minjing, he was determined to assist the Su family against the capital's adversaries. He was a man of his word, A true king must honor his promises. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Qiancheng suppressed his earlier demeanor, adopting a concerned expression. Mother, how is Su Jingyan? Has the villa been sold? Su Jingyan replied, thanks to Lin Hao's assistance, we retrieved the property. Thank heavens. Jiang Qiancheng sighed in relief. However, Su Minjing chastised him. Qiancheng, you were utterly useless. Witnessing your mother being treated unjustly, as the man of the house, you should have stepped forward. Why did you flee? Indeed. Su Jingyan glared at Jiang Qiancheng, her voice laced with disdain. You are nothing but a waste. Chapter 70. Without me. You are but a mayfly shaking a tree. Xiao Zhan felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Perhaps, to outsiders, aligning oneself with a wealthy woman and entering a life of luxury seemed like an easy path. However, witnessing Jiang Qiancheng's plight, living off others and bearing the label of a failure, he understood the weight of such humiliation and the strength required to endure it. He had forsaken his dignity. Indeed, in the presence of others, Su Jingyan declared Jiang Qiancheng to be worthless. Jiang Qiancheng let out a cold snort, slightly nodding his head, his sword-like brows relaxing as he replied, I apologize for disappointing you. I just sought Lin Hao's assistance. Oh, Su Jingyan, with her pale, jade-like hands wrapped around her waist, crossed her long, slender legs over her thigh, her anger evident as she retorted, What? Do you mean I should thank you? Jiang Qiancheng found himself at odds with his prospective mother-in-law's demeanor. Though she possessed a beauty rivaling celestial beings, her temperament left much to be desired. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Reincarnation Lord, he would have entertained the notion of subduing her, pressing her against a plush velvet pillow until she yielded completely, begging for submission. With a sigh, he reflected on the limitations set upon him by the deity. One day, Su Jingyan, he mused, I shall make you kneel and sing in submission alongside your daughter. Bending slightly, he addressed her, Mother, your will is my command. I shall heed your wishes. Su Jingyan nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. A faint azure vein appeared against her alabaster skin, highlighting its translucence. At that moment, Su Minjing interjected, Mom, there's something else. The Dreamstar Entertainment Company has been sold. Our shares netted 32 million. And I used 2 million to help Xiao Zhan redeem his contract, leaving us with 30 million. However, the words caught in her throat. Mother, with the remaining funds, shall we continue operating the entertainment company, nurturing our own stars? Su Minjing continued, the company from the capital has issued a stern warning, threatening to target us and cut off our resources. Enough. Su Jingyan interrupted. Minjing, I have resolved to take revenge on that man. I will not relent. Only when you and I grow strong enough will we earn the right to demand his respect. Minjing, I will make him kneel and apologize to us, no matter the difficulties. Yes. Su Minjing nodded, affirming, Mother, I will continue to strive. Xiao Zhan, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, President Su, if you establish the entertainment company, I shall be the first to join and become your leading star. At this point, Jiang Qiancheng, uninterested in their discussions, excused himself under the pretense of cleaning. Their deliberations revolved solely around the creation and management of the company. However, this time, they possessed 30 million in funding, granting them complete control over the company's equity. Despite the revengeful nature of the mother and daughter duo, Jiang Qiancheng pondered inwardly. Did they truly believe the capital company's representatives would be easy to handle? In the small city of Jiangcheng, the Zhang family had produced cultivators. The Zhangs practiced in Wuliang Mountain, securing their position as the foremost family in Jiangcheng. This was merely Jiangcheng, a place under the jurisdiction of the Wuliang sect. One could only imagine the power behind the capital city, the top sects lurking in the shadows. These were the true behemoths, transcendent and supreme, beyond the reach of mere mortals. Chapter 71. Li Xiaoyan. Behind Emperor Entertainment, there certainly lay the support of an extraordinary sect. Without me, you two could toil for another 10,000 years and still amount to nothing. Jiang Qiancheng, wielding a cloth, diligently wiped the table, reflecting on the burdens of his past life. Here he was, an exalted figure, yet relegated to mere decoration by the Su family. Regardless, Jiang Qiancheng had established his own boundaries. To be a sycophant was to possess nothing. He could play the part of a fool, but he would never be a sycophant. In the days that followed, the Su mother and daughter began establishing their new company, busy with preparations. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing were constantly on the move, leaving Jiang Qiancheng to return to his leisurely ways. Su Minjing treated him relatively well, increasing his daily allowance from 200 to 250. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng found this amount unsatisfactory, considering he possessed 50 million. However, it was time for Jiang Qiancheng to collect his pieces. Atop a picturesque cliff, surrounded by verdant trees swaying in the gentle breeze, the dappled shadows danced as the rustling leaves accompanied the sound of yellow paper money being scattered and the heart-wrenching cries of a youth. "Grandfather! Grandfather! Grandfather!" Li Xiaoyan stood before a gravestone, bowing deeply, heedless of the blood that stained his forehead, mingling with the earth. "Grandfather, rest assured, I, Li Xiaoyan, vow to fulfill your last wishes." Thud, thud, thud. Li Xiaoyan continued to bow, scattering the paper money around him. Just then, the air shimmered, and Jiang Qiancheng arrived. As anticipated, just as Jiang Qiancheng had predicted, the old man had only 3 days left, and by midnight, he departed peacefully, without suffering. Had it not been for Jiang Qiancheng's intervention, the old man's lingering injuries would have caused him untold agony, leading to his demise. Years ago, the old man had been harmed by a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, suffering injuries that had left his meridians in disarray. Jiang Qiancheng approached the old man's gravestone, lit 3 incense sticks, and burned the paper money in reverence. However, what others deemed as a divine being, he saw as nothing more than an ant. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyan, oblivious to Jiang Qiancheng's presence, lifted his head and exclaimed, "You, how did you find me here?" Jiang Qiancheng replied, "To pay my respects." Unconcerned with the past connection, he recognized that Li Xiaoyan would be of use to him in the future. Jiang Qiancheng aimed to win Li Xiaoyan's favor, instilling in him the resolve to sacrifice for him. After solemnly finishing his tribute to the old man, Li Xiaoyan remained seated before the gravestone. Jiang Qiancheng said, "All right, it's time for you to come with me." "Yes." Li Xiaoyan rose, bowing once more. "Grandfather, I will return to visit you." At that moment, 8 young villagers approached along the winding path. The leader, a sturdy youth of 17 or 18, with well-defined muscles honed from years of labor, confronted him. "Li Xiaoyan, look, you've spent the money you borrowed from us, and your grandfather couldn't be saved. Isn't it time you repaid your debt?" The others echoed, "Repay us. We're short 500, hurry up." Li Xiaoyan replied, "I'm sorry, I can't pay that much right now." "Is that all it takes to say sorry?" Wang Hu shouted angrily, "Brothers, get him. Beat him up." Chapter 72. A life of warfare finally finds peace. How amusing. Jiang Qiancheng had just arrived in this small mountain village and was already treated to a spectacle. He did not intend to intervene, preferring to observe the unfolding drama. Li Xiaoyan held his head high, embodying a youthful resilience. His strong physique was a testament to his innate talent. Having trained in martial arts for 12 years alongside his grandfather, unfazed by the 8 older youths before him, he stood firm. Thud. Wang Hu kicked Li Xiaoyan in the stomach. Li Xiaoyan did not evade or retaliate, but endured the blow. "Brothers, give it to him hard. This guy owes us money and still has the audacity to act righteous. He should know he has to earn enough before returning." Wang Hu pounded Li Xiaoyan relentlessly. The others, gritting their teeth, joined in the assault. "You brat, what are you back for? After finally leaving the village, you come crawling back?" As he struck, Wang Hu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant mix of anger and sorrow spilling forth. "Do you not understand how fervently we yearn to escape this mountain, to explore the world beyond, yet we find ourselves devoid of such opportunities? Meanwhile, you have ventured forth and returned. Have you lost your senses? Have you gone mad? I too wish for the villagers to gather funds for me. I too long to leave. Gradually, the power of my fists wanes." Wang Hu, with determination, gritted his teeth and declared, "Li Xiaoyan, this village does not welcome you. Depart swiftly and do not return to this impoverished hamlet." Li Xiaoyan spat blood from the corner of his mouth, squinting his eyes. His gaze was pure and sincere as he said, "Brother Wang Hu, Guzi, Brother Erden, and all of you, once I earn money in the future, I will repay you tenfold and surely take you away from this village." A simple village with unpretentious villagers, nestled in a key impoverished mountainous region near Jiangcheng, consisting of merely 30 households. There are no roads, no water, no electricity. Surrounded by deep forests, villagers must traverse 2 great mountains to reach the township, and then pay 30 yuan for a bus to leave. However, unlike the outside world, the villagers possess little money. Moreover, in these desolate mountains, wild dogs, coyotes, and tigers roam, making it perilous for ordinary villagers to venture out. Li Xiaoyun's ability to leave is thanks to treasures left by his grandfather, along with food provided by the villagers and the 500 yuan they raised. In a poor county, 500 yuan is an astronomical sum, which Wang Hu and the others envy. Thus, they hope Li Xiaoyun will carry their aspirations and venture into the bustling cities. Curse it! I despise your temperament, Wang Hu said. Brothers, we have fought enough. Let us go. He retracted his fists and cautioned, remember what you have said. When you have earned enough money, do come back to repay us. Li Xiaoyun responded. Of course. Do not worry. Until we meet again. That was more like it. Wang Hu paid his respects at his grandfather's gravestone and, accompanied by several others, departed down the mountain. Jiang Qiancheng leaned against a tree and asked, why do you not retaliate? Li Xiaoyun rubbed his neck and moved his joints, saying, it does not hurt anyway, so why bother fighting back? I know they mean well. They surely believe that my return means I will not leave again. I have come back today because my grandfather adored this place. He said he had wandered all his life, that he had made the world his home. But in the end, it was the villagers who accepted him. He cherished these mountains, their simplicity, and the villagers' unpretentiousness. For some reason, Jiang Qiancheng was moved, his eyes moistening. In the fleeting years of youth, having seen wealth and beauty, he ultimately longed for a return to simplicity. Chapter 73. A message to astonish Jiang Qiancheng. The fragrant wax flickered in the wind, and the blue smoke spiraled through the mountains like an ancient deity. Li Xiaoyun gazed at the rising mist, his eyes resting on the inscription Wang Yunshan on the gravestone. With a sigh, he said, Grandfather, when we meet again, I shall bring back the belongings of those who wronged you. Let us go. Jiang Qiancheng urged. To save time, he initially intended to employ the void technique. However, breaking through space is only possible for one with a sacred body. An ordinary mortal cannot withstand the overwhelming pressure of the void. Thus, the two could only walk down the mountain, crossing 2 peaks before taking a bus back to Jiangqing. As they descended, Jiang Qiancheng turned his head and asked, what are your plans for the future? Li Xiaoyun replied, I intend to storm Yunlong sect and find the one who harmed my master. Yunlong sect? The name alone evokes a sense of tyranny. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng's gaze sharpened as he suddenly exclaimed, give me the necklace around your neck. Li Xiaoyun complied and removed the chain. This is... Jiang Qiancheng grasped the necklace, all too familiar. It was a golden chain with an engraved number, a mark of a reincarnator in the realm of games. The number signifies the reincarnator's strength. Jiang Qiancheng possessed a similar necklace, his number being 1, denoting the strongest reincarnator. As he examined the necklace, its number revealed itself, 6, ranking him the 6th among reincarnators. Li Xiaoyun said, Brother Qiancheng, my grandfather told me this necklace was left to me by my parents. You are the child of a reincarnator. Jiang Qiancheng's heart trembled. If that is the case, this realm is not devoid of other reincarnators. However, what circumstances could lead a 6th-ranked reincarnator to abandon their own child? Something must have happened. Suddenly, Jiang Qiancheng's eyes widened as he questioned, could it be that hunters have emerged in this realm? Have previous reincarnators arrived in this place before me? Li Xiaoyun asked. Brother Qiancheng, what is wrong? Do you recognize this necklace? I do not, Jiang Qiancheng replied, continuing down the path, rather than a road. It was more accurate to say that a path had formed from the footsteps of many travelers. The forest was dense, teeming with insects and snakes weaving through the earth. Wang Hu lamented, Ah, Dog Dan, did we act too impulsively? Look how badly we hurt Xiaoyun. I told you to go easy on him. Dog Dan rubbed his nose and said, We were just following your lead, Brother Hu. We thought he had returned to the village to spend his life farming. How pathetic. Even if he toiled all his life, he would still owe us 500 yuan. Wang Hu continued, Tell me, do you think Xiaoyun learned anything after following Wang Yun for so long? If Wang Yun had trained me, I could probably single-handedly defeat a tiger by now. Chun, from the village entrance, interjected, I bet Xiaoyun has learned nothing. Just look at how we beat him. He wouldn't stand a chance in the city. Just as the three were conversing, a terrifying roar echoed through the forest. A massive figure emerged, a tiger, robust and powerful, with sharp fangs, sprinting towards them. Its eyes were wide with hunger. Roar! Wang Hu gasped in fear, exclaiming, Tiger! 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 Li Erda said, Brother Hu, are you cursed? You say what comes to pass. It's a tiger. Run. But what good is running? Can a human outrun a tiger? The tiger's formidable bite could shatter human bones in an instant. We are doomed. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Li Xiaoyun stepped in front of the others. Chapter 74. The first style of dragon fist Wang Hu, Li Erdu, Zhang from the village entrance, and 5 childhood companions stared in astonishment. Wang Hu urgently said, Xiaoyan, what are you trying to prove? Step back. We don't need your protection. Li Erdu added, Xiaoyan, you face a tiger, not a house cat. Everyone present knew the terror of a tiger. Its sharp teeth could easily overpower even a group of strong laborers. Moreover, the tiger before them was evidently a formidable adult. It bared its teeth, exhaling a fierce breath. Roar. The tiger's roar resonated, causing the birds and insects in the forest to scatter. Yet, Li Xiaoyan smiled and reassured. Brother Hu, do not fear. I am here. Wang Hu felt like cursing, saying, You foolish boy, you can't even defeat us, and you wish to challenge a tiger? Just as he spoke, Li Xiaoyan gathered his strength, his figure resembling a bow drawn to its fullest. With a swift movement, he launched himself like an arrow. The tiger let out a ferocious roar and swung its claws, capable of tearing through tree trunks. But Li Xiaoyan evaded with agility, then executed a stunning flying kick that struck the tiger's head. The tiger, caught off guard, was sent sprawling 3 meters away. Wang Hu, Li Erdu, Zhang, and their childhood friends stood slack-jawed, their mouths agape, as drool pooled on the ground. Is this truly the same Li Xiaoyan we once bullied? Wang Hu stammered, I am speechless. How incredible. On the battlefield, a fierce struggle ensues between man and tiger. The injured tiger, enraged, swings its head and lunges wildly at Li Xiaoyan. With a cold gaze, Li Xiaoyan shifts his stance, feet positioned apart in a stable posture, and a sudden surge of momentum envelopes him. Dragon Fist. The first form, tornado of rivers and streams, strikes with a thunderous roar. As he assumes his battle stance, the tiger is momentarily daunted by Li Xiaoyan's formidable aura. The tiger, as the king of beasts, possesses an instinctive sensitivity, a natural skill honed for survival in the wilderness. Fear glimmers in its eyes. It perceives the youth's fist, imbued with an overwhelming dominance and an indomitable confidence. It is a dragon. With a whimper, the tiger, trembling in terror, emits a series of feeble cries and flees for its life. This tiger is wise. A single blow from me would either lead to your demise or leave you crippled. Li Xiaoyan claps his hands and calls out, Brother Wang Hu, Dog Dan. The elder at the village entrance, are you all right? Wang Hu, still recovering from his shock, replies, I'm fine, just a bit dazed. Zhang at the village entrance interjects, You, the old man you follow. How did he acquire such formidable skills? That was a full-grown tiger. Back when your grandfather urged you to learn martial arts, you found it exhausting and refused to endure hardship. You must regret it now. There is no second chance. Jiang Qiancheng, lurking in the shadows, refrains from showing himself. He despises dealing with social intricacies. How troublesome. However, a glimmer of amusement dances in his sharp, spirited eyes, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. Li Xiaoyan's punch contained a vibrant, life-affirming energy, a rare martial art of exceptional caliber. How intriguing. Old Wang Yun, your sect must be a formidable presence indeed. There are many talents in this world. Li Xiaoyan, can you avenge your grandfather? Chapter 75. If you can endure the torments of hell, you may betray me. Xiaoyan, your abilities are astonishing. Haha. If you stayed in the village beauty would surely become your wife, Dog Dan exclaims. Get out of here. Xiaoyan has been to the big city. How could he possibly be interested in the village beauty? What do the girls in the city even look like? The crowd is perplexed. The impoverished villagers have never ventured beyond the mountains. Hearing the mention of the village beauty, Wang Hu grows displeased. Li Xiaoyan retorts, The village beauty belongs to Brother Wang Hu. I have no interest, haha. At this, Wang Hu blushes, lowering his head. Go away. I have no claim to any village beauty. Don't say such nonsense. Dog Dan chimes in, Oh, shy now? The village beauty is alluring, capable of bearing children. She could give you 8. Zhang at the village entrance adds, Nonsense, nonsense. Our brother Wang Hu may appear strong, but at night, he often leaves his younger brother foaming at the mouth during their sparring matches. You strange creatures. Wang Hu waves his fists in protest. Before long, Li Xiaoyan arrives at the village, standing at its entrance as villagers gradually gather. They are aware of the sorrow that weighs heavily on Li Xiaoyan's heart, the profound loneliness stemming from the loss of a beloved. How could he not feel pain? The old village chief speaks, Xiaoyan, I am deeply saddened by your plight. Fear not, the villagers of Baixiang are your kin. Better days will come. Gazing at the 66 villagers present, Li Xiaoyan bows deeply. I am grateful for your care. Without you, I would not be here. Thank you for looking after me and my grandfather. Village chief, everyone, I, Li Xiaoyan, shall journey to the city today to fulfill my grandfather's last wishes. To my uncles, aunts, and sisters, thank you for your years of kindness. I will repay the 500 yuan borrowed from the village as soon as I can. The old village chief responds, 500 yuan is no great concern, Xiaoyan. The chief, over 80 years old, appears frail, leaning on a cane. His voice quivers as he adds, Xiaoyan, the city is cold and indifferent. Take care not to catch a cold. Farewell to all. Li Xiaoyan departs, determined to carve out a place for himself in the world. Jiang Qiancheng, seeking to test Li Xiaoyan's endurance, suggests they run down the mountain. What would normally require 8 hours of walking, they accomplish in just 4. Yet, as they approach the mountain's edge, darkness descends. Jiang Qiancheng shows no urgency to return to Jiang City. Instead, he decides they shall spend the night on the mountain. The night is ink dark, the stars shining brilliantly. Sitting beside a campfire, Jiang Qiancheng holds a stick, roasting a succulent wild rabbit. For one possessing ninjutsu and celestial arts, capturing a rabbit is child's play. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Jiang Qiancheng declares. Yes, Li Xiaoyan immediately prepares to kneel. No need for such formality. I am not particular about it. However, let me remind you, if you possess the courage to face hell, you may betray me. A chilling aura envelopes the air. Li Xiaoyan, momentarily stunned, clutches his heart. Even he, gazing at Jiang Qiancheng, his master, feels overwhelmed by the intense, surging aura emanating from him, as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. In that brief moment, Li Xiaoyan contemplates the unthinkable. Just meeting the gaze of this man extinguishes his will to survive. Jiang Qiancheng forms hand seals, letting out a cold snort, heavenly obstruction, quaking stars. Chapter 76. Behold the meteor shower. Li Xiaoyan stands oblivious to the significance of the phrase heavenly obstruction, quaking stars. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng understands all too well. Heavenly obstruction, quaking stars, is a technique of Uchiha Madara, utilizing Susanoo to summon a colossal meteor with a diameter of 100 meters, unleashing a vast area of destructive ninjutsu. At this very moment, across the land, astronomical observatories and the highest scientific laboratories erupt into chaos. Alarms blare, red alert, red alert. The National Aerospace Research Center issues a statement. A mysterious meteor, 50 kilometers in diameter, has appeared beyond Blue Star and is hurtling toward it. In the laboratory, seasoned aerospace scientists, their hair gray and expressions tense, are in disarray. Having observed Blue Star's periphery for years, they detect no signs of threat. Yet suddenly, a meteor is on a collision course. Evaluations of the impending disaster are underway. The meteor's trajectory suggests it will strike the continent, submerging it beneath the sea, leading to the extinction of all life on the land. The impact will unleash unprecedented tsunamis, inundating nearby islands and affecting all 7 continents. This is a cataclysm. Within the laboratory, scientists gasp in horror. This is the prelude to annihilation. Meanwhile, atop the famous mountains of Huaxia, the most esteemed cultivators stand on their peaks, gazing at the sky ablaze with the dazzling, sun-like meteor. The sheer force has altered the very fabric of nature, clouds swirling, a palpable pressure filling the air. Those who have secluded themselves for years look to the stars and sigh, no matter. I have practiced for a century, yet in the face of nature's might, I remain insignificant. My pursuit of enlightenment and mastery over the natural order was to gain the power to move mountains and fill seas. Yet, here comes a meteor, and I am but an ant. A mournful sigh echoes from the mountain summit. At this very moment, confusion and chaos reign across the land. The meteor, trailing a blazing tail, descends ominously. Jiang Qiancheng points to the sky, saying, Xiaoyan, look at the meteor shower. Do you have any wishes to make? Were Li Xiaoyan to realize that the meteor, which has incited turmoil and lament among the powerful in the cultivation world, is merely a prop summoned by his master for him to make a wish, what thoughts would cross his mind? Li Xiaoyan clasped her hands together and silently recited, Grandfather instructed me to follow Master Jiang Qiancheng for cultivation henceforth. My life is to be directed by Master Qiancheng, and I shall never betray him, even if it means traversing mountains of daggers and seas of flames. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. Is this truly your desire? Very well. With a single wave of his hand, a celestial power surged forth. The meteors summoned by the heavenly obstruction shook and bizarrely transformed, vanishing into the inky black sky. The might of the strongest reincarnator, Jiang Qiancheng, was indeed formidable. Yet, he bore the burden of being labeled a failure. Li Xiaoyan, heed my words. You shall be my light. While I remain in the shadows, Jiang Qiancheng declared. I will control everything from behind the scenes, and on the surface. We shall appear as strangers. Do you understand? Yes, Master, Li Xiaoyan bowed deeply. In the presence of others, you may boldly call me Jiang Qiancheng, he added. Now, I shall assign you your first task. Here are 50 million. You must swiftly take command of the gray area of Jiang City. Jiang Qiancheng's tone was cold. I trust you know how to proceed. In the future, we must contend with the Imperial Entertainment Company of the capital. Everything you establish will be an indispensable force. Li Xiaoyan replied, Master, I am but a simple mountain dweller with little education. You must guide me. Chapter 77. Cultivation in the Mountains during Jiang Qiancheng's absence. The Su mother and daughter remained industrious. In less than 3 days, they had registered a new entertainment company, secured office space, and purchased new equipment. To enhance Xiao Zhan's singing and professional capabilities, Su Minjing invested heavily in sending him abroad for study. Before parting, Xiao Zhan tearfully vowed, I will not disappoint Sister Su's kindness. I will study diligently. In the ensuing months of study abroad, the Su family bore the burden of over $1 million in expenses, all aimed at ensuring Xiao Zhan possessed extraordinary talent. The entertainment industry differs from others. A single hit drama or album can catapult a star to fame and fortune, leading to immense wealth for the company as well. Simultaneously, in the opulent office of Dream Star Entertainment, a man in a white suit sat at a desk, surveying all of Jiang City. Li Wenfeng, clutching his phone, reported, Boss, as per your instructions, we have successfully acquired Dream Star Entertainment for 60 million. However, they have not given up and have opened Su Yao Entertainment with the funds. On the other end of the line, the response was laced with disbelief. How can they not recognize when to retreat? Su Jingyan, can you not live well with this sum? Must you prove yourself and provoke me? Manager Li, I don't care what methods you employ, but ensure they suffer losses. Remember, do not harm the Su mother and daughter. Understood, Boss Zhou, Li Wenfeng replied, nodding gravely. Zhou Huafeng was a towering figure in the capital. Earning his favor could elevate Li Wenfeng's position within the company. Perhaps it would also grant him access to more profound connections. I must handle this matter well. After hanging up, he picked up the landline, and a man's voice answered. Inform all companies in Jiang City not to collaborate with Su Yao Entertainment. Anyone who dares to associate with them will be my enemy. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wenfeng added, find some people to intimidate the Su mother and daughter, but do not harm them. Hanging up, he raised a glass from his desk and declared, Boss Zhou, as for Su Jingyan, who toys with men, I will ensure she meets her demise, leaving her no chance for redemption. The shocking divorce case that had stirred the nation was widely believed to be instigated by Su Jingyan, who, after marrying, secretly sought out numerous young suitors, leading to a torrent of gossip and scorn directed at her. Zhou Huafeng emerged as the tragic figure, perceived as diligent and earnest, while Su Jingyan became synonymous with malevolence. Ultimately, Zhou Huafeng seized 80% of Su Jingyan's wealth, and the public rejoiced, declaring that she deserved her comeuppance. Little did they know, they were all misled. As time flowed by, Jiang Qiancheng did not hasten his return to Jiang City, but instead took Li Xiaoyan into the mountains to practice ninjutsu, which required both physical training and internal energy refinement. In the words of ninjas, one must store a vast amount of chakra in the dantian, using it as the source to perform various techniques. Chakra and Qi are nearly identical, differing only in nomenclature due to cultural variances. In the depths of the mountains, Jiang Qiancheng stated, a powerful cultivator must possess a body forged through rigorous training. Xiaoyan, once you master the strongest physical techniques, I shall impart to you even more profound spells. Yes, Master. Chapter 78. University classmates Li Xiaoyan toiled under a half-human high stone, laboriously moving it as if it were a mere burden. Clenching his teeth, he pressed on, drenched in sweat. Jiang Qiancheng had once trained in this manner. His current prowess was the result of relentless effort. Sitting nearby, Jiang Qiancheng enjoyed a roasted rabbit, saying, I will first teach you the physical techniques of the 8 doors of Duanjia. Once you can gather energy within, I shall teach you the great serpent rebirth technique. Yes, Master. Despite the coarse rope cutting into his back, Li Xiaoyan remained undaunted. His grandfather had imparted that following Jiang Qiancheng in cultivation was his greatest fortune and a tremendous opportunity. At the entrance of Su Yao Entertainment, Su Minjing was busy directing movers. She fumed. At the very moment when we need him, Jiang Qiancheng is off in a poor county doing charity work. Now is the crucial time for the company. Alas, charity is a noble endeavor, and I cannot criticize him. Meanwhile, her mother, Su Jingyan, was on the hunt for promising young talents with contract potential, while Su Minjing managed internal affairs. Her previous experience with the first company had rendered her increasingly adept at her responsibilities. Although they would soon face pressure from the Imperial Entertainment Company, she remained hopeful that solutions would arise. As Su Minjing carried a box into the office, a Mercedes-Benz 300 rolled up and parked by the roadside. The window rolled down to reveal a heavily made-up, elegantly dressed woman. Hu Qiancheng exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this our university's former belle, Su Minjing? How come you're doing manual labor now? Such heavy work is not suited for a girl, is it? I recall you were married. Shouldn't your husband be doing this?" Su Minjing's expression soured upon encountering Hu Qiancheng. During their university days, Hu Qiancheng had been an ordinary-looking girl, filled with jealousy, particularly towards Su Minjing, whose mother was a popular star, and whose beauty had captivated the entire campus, securing her the top choice among male suitors. Fueled by envy, Hu Qiancheng rallied several classmates to spread rumors about Su Minjing. Now, the once esteemed Su Minjing had fallen from her pedestal, her mother shamed, and she herself married to a perceived failure. Hu Qiancheng relished the opportunity to humiliate Su Minjing, recalling how, at a class reunion, she had nearly brought Su Minjing to tears in front of Jiang Qiancheng. "Is your husband at home cooking for you? He must not be here," Hu Qiancheng taunted as she exited the vehicle and approached Minjing. "Shall I lend you my husband to help with your moving? It wouldn't be tiring for him." A sharply dressed young man emerged from the car, adorned with a prestigious watch worth a fortune and a finely tailored suit. The appearance of a successful individual may not always align with societal expectations. Upon first encountering Su Minjing, the man was captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Kong Mingjun feigned nonchalance, questioning, "My dear, do I appear to be the sort who engages in menial labor? Surely, my status is above such tasks." Jiang Qiancheng chimed in, "Oh, darling, you speak the truth. You are a graduate of a prestigious university and currently the project manager for investment cooperation at Jinghong Advertising Company, earning a handsome annual salary of 500,000. Observing their proud and self-satisfied expressions, Su Minjing felt a wave of revulsion. Boredom. A simple exclamation that stirred discontent within Jiang Qiancheng and Kong Mingjun. Once elevated and esteemed, Su Minjing now found herself in a state of disarray, her mother becoming the subject of gossip. Did she still need to feign superiority? Jiang Qiancheng retorted angrily, "Well, if you find it boring, I can understand. After all, your mother is a notorious flirt, seeking younger men even while married. It seems those traits have been passed down to you. Searching for a worthless husband while indulging in affairs." With a contemptuous tug on Kong Mingjun's arm, she warned, "Su Minjing, do not even think of pursuing my husband." Kong Mingjun sneered, "Disgusting, merely a pretty face. Why would I be interested in such lowly company?" "Enough," Su Minjing exclaimed, discarding her suitcase, her face flushed with anger. She could withstand insults directed at herself, but not those aimed at her mother. The world misconstrued her mother's intentions, burdened with immense pressure. Thus, her mother relentlessly sought revenge and a higher status to validate her existence. "He Qiancheng, you petty citizen, I refuse to engage in further conversation with you. Should you utter another disparaging word about my mother, I shall not hold back. As for your husband, I have no interest in him whatsoever. Rather than waste time conversing with me, he should focus on his client relations." With that, Su Minjing turned away, dismissing this loudmouth. He Qiancheng, unable to contain her fury, seethed at Su Minjing's composed demeanor, which only highlighted her own bitterness. Su Minjing maintained her dignity throughout the exchange, devoid of any foul language. At that moment, Kong Mingjun observed a sign and remarked, "Ah, so Su Yao Entertainment Company is located here. You work there, do you? Allow me to inform you that this company has been blacklisted. No business in Jiangqing is permitted to collaborate with them. Prepare for their inevitable demise, or find a more promising opportunity quickly." Upon hearing this, He Qiancheng's eyes lit up. "Is that true, my love? That's splendid news. Minjing, if you cannot find another job, I can introduce you to a position as a princess. With your looks, you will surely earn a substantial income." Su Minjing's brows furrowed slightly, her heart stirred. She had anticipated that the Emperor Entertainment Company would target her, but she had not expected their influence to spread across the entire Jiangcheng in such a brief time. Enduring numerous insults and immense pressure over the years, Su Minjing had gradually learned to withstand the vitriol. After all, she was a well-bred young lady. Minjing. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng softly called out. Upon turning, Su Minjing saw him returning from the mountains, disheveled and unkempt, his clothes caked with dirt. He had intended to bathe upon returning home, but his mother had handed him a document to deliver to Su Minjing promptly. He Qianqian exclaimed, "Look, husband. This is Su Minjing's partner. Wow, just a wild man, isn't it? Su Minjing, you really know how to choose." Nearby stood another scruffy figure, Li Xiaoyan, leaning against a Mercedes, pleading, "Help, help, I'm being framed. Oh wait, I was hit." In the subsequent chapter, we see Su Minjing's kindness misinterpreted as weakness. He Qianqian scrutinized the unkempt Li Xiaoyan, whose greasy hair obscured his features. Though his face was hidden, his toned physique was evident beneath his thin clothing, showcasing an impressive 8-pack and sculpted muscles, making him resemble a fitness influencer. Oh my, this young man has quite the physique. He must be formidable. Meanwhile, her husband Kong Mingjun, despite his annual salary of 500,000, was burdened by the pressures of his job, leaving him little time for physical fitness. A beer belly had begun to form, and without his expensive attire, he would be just another greasy man. What am I thinking? I must be parched. He Qianqian shook off her thoughts and loudly declared, "Where did this filthy beggar come from? Daring to confront me? My car is parked perfectly, and I did not hit you. Get lost." Kong Mingjun stepped forward, pinching his nose in disdain. "You little brat, can you afford to pay for my Mercedes? Not even the worth of a single car door compares to your worthlessness. I won't even demand compensation." Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyan approached and struck the car door twice. Bang! Bang! Kong Mingjun shouted, "You little punk, don't run. If I catch you, you'll be selling your kidney to repay me." Li Xiaoyan swiftly fled, knowing that those 2 strikes would cost at least 30,000 in repairs. He Qianqian sneered, "Run? Can he escape? Just wait till I call the police. There are so many cameras here." Kong Mingjun gazed at the dented car door, feeling the sting of financial loss. His earnings were hard-won, the result of late nights spent whining and dining clients, often to the point of nausea. Watching their distressed and furious expressions, Su Minjing felt a sense of satisfaction, her heart lightening slightly. She was inherently kind-hearted, a naive girl who detested scheming, especially during her 3 years in university, during which she had never even dated. Initially, she had admired a handsome boy from a prominent family named Imo Shukuan, who was a singer, dancer, and basketball player, captivating the attention of many female students. Su Minjing had been drawn to his passionate and earnest charm. She smiled, "Qiancheng, please hand me the documents. Now, hurry home and wash your hair. You look like a wild man." Jiang Qiancheng sighed. "Minjing, your mindset is quite remarkable. You take joy in their misfortune. As the strongest ninja, Jiang Qiancheng had his own set of principles. Those who displeased him would either perish or face ruin. Minjing," he continued, "seeing your car damaged brings you joy? Your heart is truly dark and twisted." He Qianqian exclaimed, "Today, I finally see how distorted you are. A petty person like you should be with a wild man. How desperate are you? Why not seek a gorilla instead? A wild man, a worthless piece of trash, content to be a kept boy at home? Your wife is out there cheating, and even if you discover it, you wouldn't dare to confront her, would you? Hey, wild man, why not dye your hair green?" He Qianqian laughed, arms crossed. "Kong Mingjun, don't you agree?" In the ensuing chaos, Kong Mingjun's anger flared, fueled by the damage to his car and the humiliation of being compared to a frog that could somehow win the affection of a swan. Jiang Qiancheng approached with a smile. "Little brother, you've stirred quite a commotion on my turf just to see me. I don't recall ever meeting you." As the boss, he recognized the formidable strength of his counterpart and understood that a reckless confrontation was ill-advised. Instead, he opted for civility. Li Xiaoyan replied, "My master instructed me to create some noise in Jiangcheng. You must be the boss, right? Fine. Have your people fight me. All your friends must be bosses too. I am Li Xiaoyan. Summon your experts to battle me now." "Are you out of your mind?" exclaimed an irate boss. "Why should we listen to you?" They were prominent figures in Jiangcheng and could not be intimidated by a mere young upstart. "If no one challenges me, I will have to beat you all up, as my master advised." Li Xiaoyan squinted, feigning a smile while feeling quite anxious. "Master Jiang, with so many people around, Surely someone must recognize a master, right? Is this a test of my escape skills? Chapter 89. The elder from the capital takes action. Li Wenfeng remained silent. Although he was hosting guests today, this territory belonged to Jiang Qiancheng. Jiang was at a loss as he faced the young man before him, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. What was this boy's background? What was his master like? My men have all been injured by him. What should I do now? At that moment, Li Xiaoyan scratched the back of his head and said, "My apologies, I misspoke. My master wants me to unify the gray areas of Jiangqing. You are all prominent individuals. If you can't find anyone to fight me, then you will have to follow me from now on." Is this kid insane? You think we should listen to you just because you can't beat us? The big bosses of Jiangqing, seasoned by life's storms, were unwilling to be swayed by a nameless, peculiar youth. Li Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you refuse to comply, do you?" Whoosh. Li Xiaoyan sprang into action, transforming into a streak of shadow, moving faster than a fifth-grade martial artist. Bang! He struck the speaking boss with a punch, causing him to spew blood and collapse. How audacious! Where did this wild kid come from? Ma Yulai growled. The martial artists beside him prepared to intervene, but Ma Yulai halted them, saying, "You are no match for him. Don't court trouble. This kid came alone, so he must be extraordinary. Hurry, call for reinforcements." "Forget it, don't call anyone. Haven't you seen that all of Zhang's men have been dealt with? If we call for help, we'll only embarrass ourselves." Lin Hao furrowed his brow, observing the elder behind Lin Wenfeng. It seemed that only this elder could contend with the young man before them. Hiss. It was hard to tell whom this boy had trained under, able to defeat fifth-grade martial artists at such a young age. However, his arrogance was quite excessive. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the wine and sumptuous food on the dining table. In the village, he had never seen such a feast. Not to mention the beautiful women in black stockings and leather skirts dancing in the hall, their skin flawless, their figures stunning, far surpassing the village flower. He seized a piece of fruit from the platter, declaring, "I'll just sit here and wait for you. If no one can defeat me, then you will follow my lead." Watching the bosses remain unmoved and not even make a call for help, he mused, "Oh, so Jiangqing isn't all that impressive? Is it that my strength is too great, or are there simply no experts here?" Just then, whoosh, a shell of a sunflower seed whizzed towards Li Xiaoyan's forehead. He tilted his head to dodge, and crack. The shell pierced through the concrete wall, embedding itself firmly. The nearby boss stared in awe at the feat of strength. How terrifying! How is this even possible? Li Xiaoyan finally became serious, stating, "There is someone skilled in using qi." Li Wenfeng, munching on seeds, remarked, "Elder Mo, please step in and teach this boy a lesson. I shall take over as the leader of the gray areas in Jiangqing." Elder Mo remained impassive. Taking a few steps forward, his aura steady as a bell, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity. This old man was formidable. Just as Li Xiaoyan thought this, Elder Mo launched an attack, his fist aimed straight at Li Xiaoyan's face. This old man was truly troublesome. Chapter 90. Wait while I remove some gear in the arena. Li Xiaoyan and Elder Mo engaged in direct combat, and it was evident that Li Xiaoyan was being relentlessly pressured by Elder Mo. The Elder's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, palms, fists, and slashes, swift and unyielding. Li Xiaoyan was solely focused on dodging, unable to find a moment to counter. Elder Mo's simple yet overwhelming attacks astounded all the big shots from Jiangqing. Even those from martial arts families had to admire Elder Mo's skill. Is this the prowess of a master from the capital? Our men were utterly helpless against this boy, and yet this boy was unable to defend himself against Elder Mo. A boss muttered quietly, "This is humiliating." Jiang Qiancheng cheered, hoping that Elder Mo would quickly subdue the young man. After all, this was his territory. Fortunately, the boy's formidable strength intimidated everyone present. Otherwise, Zhang would be utterly humiliated. "Come on, Elder Mo, you must suppress this boy's arrogance. Is there truly no one of worth in Jiangqing?" Li Wenfeng continued to crack seeds, watching the spectacle unfold. She sneered, "Zhang, it seems to me that Jiangqing lacks talent. Elder Mo is a man from the capital. How could he be one of Jiangqing's own? If it weren't for the company that you all were dealing with, I wouldn't have come to this impoverished, backward place." The bosses felt powerless against her disdain. Li Wenfeng arrogantly declared, "Come, fellow bosses. I hope you can all bring forth your skills so we can quickly undermine Suyao Company. Those who contribute will be introduced to resources from the capital." Li Wenfeng paid no heed to the battle occurring around her. In her eyes, Elder Mo's intervention meant the battle would soon be over. Jiangcheng was ripe for the taking, and she intended to seize the throne. Thank you for your goodwill, Li. I will return and inform my brothers to sever all ties with Su Yao Company. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed, stirring up a fierce wind in the room. Dragon Fist Third Style, Dragon roams the rivers. Li Xiaoyan bellowed, launching a series of strikes that made it seem as if dragon energy enveloped him. Elder Mo's eyes widened in surprise as he swiftly dodged, retreating cautiously while eyeing the youth before him. Little brother, your fist technique is remarkable. You've truly broadened my horizons. Elder Mo could not dismiss the threat. In the capital, he was a master nurtured by a prestigious martial arts family, seasoned by countless battles, having faced off against elite soldiers. Surviving through blood and fire had made him a formidable figure. This boy was able to force Elder Mo back. Li Wenfeng was taken aback, filled with astonishment. Li Xiaoyan exhaled a breath of turbid air, saying, "Ah, old man, you must be the strongest in Jiangcheng, right? Hiss. It seems I must also get serious." He rolled up his pant legs, bending down to remove the weighted training bags strapped to his legs. My master has me carry these for strength training, but they really hinder my speed. Li Xiaoyan released the bags with a gentle motion. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the ground as the training bags smashed through the third-floor ceiling, crashing into the second floor. Bang! Another resounding crash followed. Fortunately, the first and second floors were private rooms. The guests singing there were lucky not to have been struck, as it would have surely led to fatalities. They stared in disbelief at the hole in the ceiling. What on earth is going on upstairs? Li Xiaoyan flexed his shins and said, "Old sir, don't rush me. I still have skills to unveil. Just wait a moment." The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished by the boy. Chapter 91. I opened 6 of the 8 gates. Li Xiaoyan took a deep breath, his body emanating a vigorous energy. A visible mist of white enveloped him, his black hair flowing wildly, and his sleeves billowing. The ordinary bosses could not perceive any abnormality, but the martial artists, especially Elder Mo, were already astounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, you forgot to lock the door. I was about to take a shower and saw nothing at all." "Rest assured," Jiang Qiancheng said, his voice lacking conviction. This excuse might fool a ghost, but who would believe it? He didn't even believe himself. Su Jingyan's expression was peculiar, her heart in turmoil. For some reason, upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng's physique, her mind ignited with heat. She thought, so Jiang Qiancheng has such an impressive figure. Does he usually work out at the gym? Or perhaps I should ask him for a massage. What am I even thinking? You should leave. I'll call you when I'm done, Su Jingyan said. Understood. Jiang Qiancheng stood at the door, on tiptoe, thinking, this is so awkward. Why is taking a shower such a challenge? Finally, when her mother-in-law left, Jiang Qiancheng distinctly felt her gaze linger on him in a strange manner. All right, I should shower too. After finishing, he felt quite refreshed. Dressed in a pristine white outfit, he looked into the mirror, his hair slicked back, embodying the youthful charm and vigor of a young man. After everything was complete, Jiang Qiancheng busied himself with cooking, while Su Jingyan refrained from asking him for a massage. Despite having hoped for something to happen, Jiang Qiancheng skillfully prepared the dishes, his knife skills reminiscent of a ninja, and he had a keen sense for flavor. Before long, a sumptuous feast was ready. Dinner time arrived. The 3 of them, Su Jingyan, Su Minjing, and Jiang Qiancheng, sat together at the table. As soon as they sat down, Su Minjing, drawn by the enticing aroma, exclaimed, "Qiancheng, your cooking skills have improved tremendously, especially your knife work. Have you been secretly training at a culinary school?" Jiang Qiancheng humbly replied, "It's nothing special. As long as you enjoy it, my efforts are not in vain." Su Jingyan interjected, "Qiancheng, it's time for you to contribute more. Tomorrow night, you and I will go to Zhendian Bar to observe the new recruits. We need to assess their performance and determine if a contract is warranted." "All right." Jiang Qiancheng nodded, finally receiving Su Jingyan's attention. Could it be because she noticed his physique? "Minjing, how is everything at the company? Have you reviewed the documents I gave you?" Su Minjing sighed, saying, "Oh mother, I have contacted all the individuals you mentioned, and they came to the company to assess the situation. Initially, they seemed interested in signing contracts, but after leaving, they rejected my calls. Someone must be sabotaging us." Chapter 84. Such is womanhood. Mother, it appears that the former Mengxing Entertainment, under the influence of boss Li Wenfeng, has been working against us. I heard from a classmate's husband that a company from the capital has issued a directive forbidding Jiangcheng's company from collaborating with us. I truly cannot comprehend why we would have such a significant feud. Su Minjing bit into the crispy ribs, filled with indignation. It's utterly baffling. Su Jingyan shook her head slightly. Minjing, it is undoubtedly that man's doing. Ah. Su Minjing looked up in astonishment. That man is referred to as such only by his own mother. Why? I cannot fathom why he would act against us. Mother, he has harmed you so deeply. And now that we have come to this third-tier city, he still won't relent. Su Jingyan took a deep breath. At times, she too questioned whether her actions were misguided. What merit did she possess to oppose someone from the heights of the capital? Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored such thoughts, uncertain of the source of her boldness. Achoo! Jiang Qiancheng sneezed from the side and said, Ahem, please continue. I'll get the food. Su Jingyan resumed. Daughter, that man is afraid that I will expose the truth. No one would believe the words of a failure. Daughter, do you dare to gamble alongside me this time? Su Minjing grasped her mother's hand, declaring, Mother, after witnessing your suffering over the past year, I will stand by you. Thank you, my daughter. Together, we shall strive. Jiang Qiancheng observed, witnessing the mother-daughter duo united in their resolve. He cleared his throat and said, I possess 2 necklaces, gifted to me by a Taoist during a charitable event. They can protect you in critical moments. Last time, I saw you both in peril. Mother, wife, please take good care of these necklaces and do not lose them. The necklaces shimmered, radiating an extraordinary light. Simply holding them invoked a sense of cool clarity and warmth. Su Minjing remarked, Qiancheng, what kind of necklaces are these? They look incredibly valuable and mysterious. Su Jingyan questioned, Qiancheng, did you steal these necklaces from somewhere? Jiang Qiancheng retorted in frustration, Do you think so little of me? I am not someone who cannot afford such items. They were given to me as a token of gratitude by the Taoist. Minjing asked, Why would someone give you such valuable items? Jiang Qiancheng replied, As the former emperor, I can lie without a hint of shame. I donated 500,000 to build a school, and the Taoist thanked me for my benevolence. What? You donated 500,000? My heavens! Su Jingyan's expression shifted dramatically. She was aware that Su Minjing had provided Jiang Qiancheng with funds, but did not expect it to amount to 500,000 over the past year. Su Jingyan said, Minjing, you should give him less pocket money in the future. 50 a day is sufficient. Just look at how much he has saved. Mother, Qiancheng is still doing good deeds. Minjing defended. No one understands men better than I do. When men have money, they become corrupt. He should only receive 50 yuan a day. Fine. Jiang Qiancheng focused on his meal, thinking that whether it was 50 a day or just one, it made no difference to him. He was not in need of money. However, he had generously crafted these treasures for the Su family, and should they fall into the wrong hands, it would surely cause quite a stir. Without a word of gratitude, they instead questioned the origin of his wealth, such as womanhood. Chapter 85. Li Xiaoyan's fist strikes the bar street. The night was as dark as ink. While the Su mother and daughter engaged in light-hearted banter with Jiang Qiancheng at the dining table, a young man named Li Xiaoyan appeared on the city streets. Clad in clean attire, he exuded an air of confidence as he arrived at the entrance of a bar. This bar was under the control of the Jiang Qiancheng family, where the hall pulsed with music and throngs of people danced, sweating profusely. Sorry, minors are prohibited from entering. A burly security guard, standing at 6 feet tall, blocked Li Xiaoyan's path. Nearby, a group of small-time delinquents mocked. Look at this kid, dressed so poorly, with cloth shoes and a ponytail, daring to come here to pick up girls? The leader of the group approached, sneering. Where do you hail from, kid? Did you steal some incense money? A young woman with dyed hair and trendy attire chimed in. Hey, Taoist, how about you come over to my place tonight? Perform a ritual for me to drive away the evil spirits. Ha! This kid is so uncool. Amidst the laughter, Li Xiaoyan remained unfazed, gazing at the security guard with an innocent smile. Uncle, is your boss around? I'm here to see him. Jiang Qiancheng had advised Li Xiaoyan to stir up some commotion in Jiangcheng, ideally attracting the attention of powerful individuals or bosses. Li Xiaoyan felt anxious. Master, with my skills, causing trouble for strong men is like a mountain boy coming to the city. I'm out of my depth. It's practically suicidal. Jiang Qiancheng handed him a piece of yellow talisman paper, saying, Keep this protective charm with you. After careful consideration, Li Xiaoyan realized that creating a ruckus at the bar was the quickest way to make a name for himself. In Jiangcheng, each street and bar had its own territory, with bosses running their respective businesses. To expand their domain, one's strength and fighting ability determined success. This was an unwritten rule. Ha ha ha, young lad. Do you really think you can meet our boss? Is our boss someone anyone can just meet? Slap. Before the bodyguard could finish his words, Li Xiaoyan threw a punch, sending the burly man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, staggering 3 steps back until he crashed into the wall and lost consciousness. Impressive. This young man possesses remarkable audacity. The previously stylishly dressed ruffians, who had been mocking him, were now astonished. Who does this guy think he is, causing a commotion in Boss Jiang Qiancheng's bar? Brothers, let us finish him off. The thugs, who were already under Jiang Qiancheng's command, wasted no time in retaliating. Li Xiaoyan, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, just as you were mocking my humble appearance, I shall now show you what I can do." With a swift step, he dashed toward the thugs, an ominous expression on his face. How fast? The opponents were still in disbelief when he unleashed a punch. Bang! The thug was launched 3 meters away, collapsing on the ground with a broken nose. Big brother, another thug exclaimed in surprise. Could this Taoist be a martial arts expert? Let us not go one by one. Let us surround him together. 5 thugs launched a coordinated attack from all directions. They were indeed seasoned ruffians, attacking simultaneously. It would be a challenge for an ordinary person to handle such a situation. However, Li Xiaoyan was no ordinary individual. He first threw a punch, leaving no room for defense. Then, with a powerful leap, he kicked out with his back leg. Bang! 2 more fell instantly. Almost simultaneously, Li Xiaoyan executed 3 different stances, delivering 3 sets of punches. Bang! The 5 thugs fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Gulp! A girl with a trendy outfit swallowed hard and pleaded, "Please, don't hit me. I didn't insult you." Li Xiaoyan chuckled. "How about you take me to your home for a ritual? Shall we go now?" Chapter 86. Li Xiaoyan's punching rampage. On Bar Street before him stood a girl with long, straight black hair, her eyes accentuated with bold eyeliner, wearing light golden contact lenses. Her large eyes chewed on bubblegum, and her avant-garde attire, complete with ripped jeans revealing her fair skin, gave off a wild, somewhat internet celebrity vibe. Yet, this beauty seemed flustered by Li Xiaoyan's words. My parents are home. I was just joking, young Taoist friend. You wouldn't take me seriously, would you? Huh. She laughed awkwardly. Li Xiaoyan frowned. Indeed, my grandfather and the village's brother Wang, who always said that city girls are not to be trusted, fond of deceiving others. This seems to hold true. Crack, crack. He cracked his knuckles menacingly, stepping closer to the girl. Mistaking his intention, the girl screamed, "Oh no. Taoist brother, don't be agitated. Even though I have someone at home, we can still get a room." Bang! Li Xiaoyan brushed past the girl, seizing a half-conscious bar bouncer and demanding, "Where's your boss? Get him here now." The girl gasped, her breath quickening as she approached Li Xiaoyan, noting his handsome, sunlit features. How unfortunate. I wish I could play with this Taoist. Li Xiaoyan entered the bar. At this moment, the supreme private room was the most luxurious suite available, reserved only for the most prestigious and affluent figures in Jiangqing. The minimum expenditure for a single evening was $1 million, due to its rarity of use. It often remained empty, yet its secrecy, opulence, and service were beyond the imagination of the impoverished. Inside the supreme private room, many well-dressed tycoons mingled. Beautiful models, clad in revealing attire, danced and sang in the dance floor, creating an exuberant atmosphere. The bar was laden with drinks, and the businessmen casually grabbed bottles, embracing models while reveling in their indulgence. Jiang Qiancheng raised his glass, toasting, "Congratulations to Boss Li from Beijing for acquiring Dream Star Entertainment. Cheers." Lin Hao, holding his drink, thought, "Dream Star Entertainment? I feel like I've heard that name before." Suddenly, it struck him like a thunderclap, and he trembled. Isn't that the company belonging to the wife of young Master Jiang? Li Wenfeng lounged arrogantly on the sofa, the only one seated. Even the most prominent figures in Jiangcheng had to stand before him, highlighting the disparity in status. Although the Jiangqing bosses were displeased, they hesitated because an elderly man beside Li Wenfeng, dressed in traditional attire, didn't even glance at the dancing girls, exuding a calm demeanor that suggested he was no ordinary person. Li Wenfeng proclaimed, "I have called upon all you esteemed bosses of Jiangqing today to discuss a matter. I have acquired Dreamstar Entertainment, yet the Su family has established another entertainment company. As fellow business owners, do you not think the Su family intends to oppose me?" Li Fu raised his glass and loudly agreed. Yes. What Boss Li says is correct. Those 2 women only want to steal our business. Do they really think they can compete with our Beijing firms? Truly unaware of their own limitations." Ma Yulai, holding his drink, chimed in Boss Li. You can rest assured. You mean we shouldn't collaborate with them, right? Chapter 87. Willing to follow Mr. Jiang, the tycoons were indeed astute and understood the implications. Li Wenfeng praised them. All present were influential figures in Jiangqing. Lin Hao, Zhang Qiancheng, and Ma Yulai were known as the three heroes of Jiangqing, while the Zhang family. The true leaders of Jiangqing were currently in a state of reflection due to unforeseen family circumstances, halting all entertainment and gatherings. Little did the Zhang family know that only the three heroes of Jiangqing were aware of the underlying situation. What is the name of the company you mentioned, Boss Li? I will go inform my brothers. Zhang Qiancheng planned to curry favor with the Beijing visitors. Li Wenfeng continued, the Su Yao Entertainment Company. As prominent bosses, if anyone dares to oppose me, feel free to try. Not collaborating with them means you can still work with me. Now, let us toast to future cooperation. With insincerity, Li Wenfeng downed his exquisite drink. Though the assembled bosses were displeased and simmering with anger, they had no choice but to drink. Lin Hao merely took a sip, using the excuse of needing the restroom. Dreamstar Entertainment, Su Yao Entertainment. Could it possibly be Su Jingyan's company? This is connected to young Master Jiang. In the restroom, Lin Hao hastily called Jiang Qiancheng. The call connected. Jiang Qiancheng's voice was languid. What is it? It's the middle of the night. Nervously, Lin Hao replied, Mr. Jiang, tonight at the gathering, the big bosses from Beijing are plotting against your wife's entertainment company, forbidding us from collaborating with you. Oh, Mr. Jiang, you should know that the bosses present here practically monopolize the upper echelons of Jiangqing in all industries, advertising, publicity, channels, and territories. You are surrounded. Breaking through will be challenging. Jiang Qiancheng showed no interest. The people from Beijing were, in his eyes, mere refuse. He was unconcerned, believing that the only threat to him was the hunters pursuing reincarnators. The rest held no significance. What I seek is your choice. Jiang Qiancheng inquired. No matter what, I will certainly follow you, Lin Hao declared without hesitation. Understood. Be a good undercover agent. You are not to make a move against the Su family. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Lin Hao hung up, emerging from the restroom to find that the upper echelon of Jiangqing was nearly entirely engrossed in toasting Li Wenfeng, exchanging drinks and boasting. Indeed, the realm of Beijing and its surrounding areas is inextricably linked to the most prominent martial arts families, the four great clans, and the foremost sects, all tied to this illustrious name. Many strive in vain to step into the upper echelons of the capital. In the past, a prominent foreign Fortune 500 company squandered 300 billion in cash as a ticket to enter the city, only to be outright rejected by the four influential families. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming in his palms. At that moment, the door to the private room was forcefully swung open, and a disheveled bodyguard in a suit rushed in. Zhang Qiancheng, filled with fury, reprimanded, useless fool. Who allowed you to enter? The bodyguard lowered his head, trembling with fear. Boss Zhang, there are disturbances outside. Zhang Qiancheng, his pride wounded, bellowed angrily. A bunch of worthless imbeciles. You can't even manage a commotion? Tomorrow, I want you all to face dire consequences. Present were the prominent figures of Jiang City and even those from the capital. How could one allow chaos on their own turf? Chapter 88. Li Xiaoyan's fist strikes Bar Street. Zhang Qiancheng's expression soured as he dared not glance at the faces of the other bosses. It was evident that the three great figures of Jiang City were embroiled in their own intrigues, each having their own martial arts families to rely upon. He kicked the bodyguard in the head, demanding, "How many people are out there?" The bodyguard replied, "Just one." "What? You all are useless. One person is causing a ruckus, and I have to intervene myself? Useless trash." In a fit of rage, Zhang Qiancheng relentlessly kicked the bodyguard until he lost consciousness. Still unsatisfied, he ordered, "By gang, go check outside." Yes, a man, barely 5 feet tall yet as sturdy as a tank, bowed respectfully. Bai Gang was Zhang Qiancheng's personal bodyguard, a 5th-grade martial artist. Li Wenfeng chuckled, "Interesting. Today, I host everyone, and there are still disturbances on Boss Zhang's turf. Is this a slight against you or against me?" Zhang Qiancheng shouted. "Bai Gang, bring the troublemaker back. I want him to kneel before Boss Li and apologize." "Yes." Bai Gang, filled with fury, charged out like a beast. Before he could exit, a young man entered, dragging the hair of a black-clad bodyguard. "Oh, so many people here," he remarked. "You arrogant little brat." Lu Gang shouted. Launching a furious punch, Li Xiaoyan effortlessly dodged, saying, "Gentlemen, Must you welcome me so warmly? I merely came to find your boss. If you had informed me earlier, we could have avoided this unnecessary conflict. Lu Gang had never been so incensed. The audacity of the youth before him, completely disregarding him, infuriated him. You little brat. He seethed, lifting his leg for a powerful strike, but a fifth-grade fighter could not harm Li Xiaoyan. What is happening? Who on earth is this brat? Jiang Qiancheng bellowed, disregarding the other boss's presence. The dance floor was brightly lit, and all the models had retreated. Even his strongest bodyguard could not touch this person, indicating the latter's overwhelming strength. Li Wenfeng, Ma Yulai, and Lin Hao exchanged glances, each displaying varying expressions. Strangely, Li Wenfeng's bodyguard had slightly opened his eyes. Jiang Qiancheng approached. Smiling, young brother, you create such a stir on my turf just to see me? I don't believe we've met. As a boss, he understood that someone of such formidable strength would not act recklessly. Li Xiaoyan replied, my master instructed me to create a stir in Jiang City. You are the boss, right? Find someone to fight me. All of you are bosses, yes? My name is Li Xiaoyan. Bring out your experts to battle me. You little brat, are you insane? An irate boss retorted. Why should we listen to you? They were prominent figures of Jiang City, not to be intimidated by a mere youth. Hee. If no one fights me, I'll have to beat you all. That's what my master said. Li Xiaoyan smirked, his eyes narrowed. Though he appeared calm, inside he felt anxious. Master Jiang, with so many present, surely someone must know a master, right? Is this a test of my escape skills? Chapter 89. The elder from the capital takes action. Li Wenfeng remained silent. Although he was hosting guests, this territory belonged to Jiang Qiancheng. Jiang Qiancheng was at a loss, cold sweat dripping down his brow. What background does this youth possess? What of his master? My men have all been injured by him. What should I do now? At that moment, Li Xiaoyan scratched his head. My apologies, I misspoke. My master wants me to unify the gray area of Jiang City. You are all significant figures. If you cannot find someone who can fight me, then you will follow my lead. This boy must be mad. If we cannot defeat you, we must heed your commands. The great bosses of Jiang City, seasoned veterans, were now expected to heed the words of an unknown, peculiar youth. Was this not a humiliation? Li Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. Oh, you are not convinced, are you? With a swift movement, he darted forward like a shadow, faster than Bai Gang, a fifth-grade martial artist. Boom. Li Xiaoyan's fist struck the speaking boss, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. You dare defy me? Where did this wild brat come from? Ma Yulai muttered. The martial artists beside him prepared to intervene, but Ma Yulai stopped them. You are no match for him. Don't seek unnecessary trouble. This kid came alone, so he must be extraordinary. Quickly, summon more people. Some bosses suggested, forget it, don't call for help. Have you not seen how all of Boss Zhang's men have been dealt with? Calling for help will only bring us disgrace. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, glancing at the elder behind Lin Wenfeng. Only this elder could possibly contend with the young man before them. Hiss, I wonder who this boy's master is. To have such strength at such a young age. Yet his arrogance is quite excessive. Li Xiaoyan gazed at the wine and the array of delicacies on the table. In the village, he had never encountered such a feast, let alone the beautiful women in the dance hall, adorned in black stockings and leather skirts. Their beauty far surpassing that of the village flower. He grabbed a piece of fruit from the platter, declaring, I will wait right here. If no one can defeat me, you all will heed my commands. Observing the bosses remain unmoved, and without anyone calling for help, he mused, oh dear, is Jiang City not as impressive as I thought? Is my strength so overwhelming? Or are there truly no masters here? At that moment, a shell from a sunflower seed whizzed toward Li Xiaoyan's forehead. He swiftly dodged. Crack! The shell embedded itself into the concrete wall with remarkable force. The nearby bosses were astounded, witnessing the sheer power. What incredible force! How could he achieve that? Li Xiaoyan finally took the situation seriously. There is someone here skilled in energy manipulation. Li Wenfeng, casually cracking sunflower seeds, remarked, Elder Mo. Please step in and teach this boy a lesson. I shall take charge of the gray territories of Jiang City. Elder Mo remained stoic, taking a few steps forward. His presence was as steady as a bell, his expression unwavering, yet his eyes radiated a sharp, eagle-like intensity. The old man proves to be quite a formidable opponent. Just as I ponder this, old Mo has already made his move. His fist rapidly approaches, aimed directly at Li Xiaoyan's face. This old man is indeed a tough nut to crack. In the arena, Li Xiaoyan and old Mo are engaged in a fierce confrontation. And it is evident that Li Xiaoyan is on the defensive, struggling against Old Mo's relentless assault. Old Mo remains unfazed, his hands executing a flurry of strikes, sometimes a palm, sometimes a fist, and at other times, a slicing motion. Li Xiaoyun is preoccupied with dodging, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Old Mo's straightforward, yet powerful strikes astonish the assembled dignitaries of Jiangqing. Even those from martial arts families cannot help but admire Old Mo's prowess and skill. Is this the level of expertise that comes from the capital? Our people are utterly incapable of retaliating against this young man, yet he is being overwhelmed. A business owner mutters under his breath, while Jiang Qiancheng cheers, hoping fervently that Old Mo can swiftly deal with the youth. After all, this is his territory. Fortunately, this young man possesses formidable strength, which intimidates all present. Otherwise, Zhang's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Come on, Mr. Mo, suppress this young man's audacity. Do you truly believe there is no one in Jiangqing? Li Wenfeng, enjoying the spectacle, remarks while cracking sunflower seeds. Boss Zhang, I observe a lack of talent in Jiangqing. Mr. Mo, being from the capital, surely cannot be one of Jiangqing's own. Had it not been for my insistence that you deal with Su Jingyan's burgeoning company, I would never have deigned to visit this impoverished and backward place. Her biting sarcasm leaves the other business owners powerless. Li Wenfeng brazenly continues, Come, esteemed bosses. I hope you can devise strategies to swiftly undermine Su Yao Corporation. Those who succeed will find me an excellent conduit to the resources of the capital. Li Wenfeng remains utterly unconcerned about the battle unfolding before her. In her eyes, Old Mo's engagement in combat is merely a formality. Jiangqing's power is ripe for the taking, and she intends to claim the title of its leader for herself. Yes, thank you for your kind offer, Boss Li. I will inform my associates to sever all ties with Su Yao Corporation, one of the bosses responds. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoes through the private room, accompanied by a tempestuous wind. Dragon Fist, third form, dragon roaming the world. Li Xiaoyun bellows, unleashing a flurry of strikes that conjures an aura reminiscent of a dragon. Old Mo's eyes widen as he instinctively retreats, wary of the youth before him. Young man, your martial arts are truly remarkable. You have broadened my horizons, Old Mo admits, now taking the encounter seriously. In the capital, he is a seasoned warrior, molded by countless battles and having faced elite soldiers on the battlefield. To be forced into retreat by this youth is astonishing. Li Xiaoyan exhales, Old man, you must be the strongest in Jiangqing, right? It seems I must also exert myself. With that, he rolls up his pants and removes the weighted training bag strapped to his legs. My master insists on weight training, but it truly hampers my speed. As Li Xiaoyan loosens his grip on the training bags, a thunderous crash reverberates as they smash through the third floor, plummeting to the second. The second floor follows suit, crashing down to the first. Fortunately, the guests singing in the private room escape unscathed, but they stare in disbelief at the gaping holes in the ceiling. What on earth is happening upstairs? They wonder. Li Xiaoyan stretches his limbs. Old sir, do not rush. I still have skills yet to unveil. Just a moment. The spectators are left in stunned silence. This young man is beyond their comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaoyan exudes an overwhelming energy. A visible white aura envelopes him, his hair billowing, his sleeves fluttering, while the regular business owners remain oblivious. The martial artists are already astounded, eyes wide in amazement. This boy is merely 16. Old Mo, panting heavily, exclaims, at such a young age. You've already learned to harness your energy. If I were to lose to you, my lifelong reputation would be shattered. To be recognized as a martial artist requires rigorous training, while a martial master understands and channels energy. Yet, how can this lad's skills surpass those of the elder? Old Mo starts to feel the pressure. And for the first time, Li Wenfeng appears anxious. She can clearly see the change in Old Mo's demeanor. He is now entirely serious. Old Mo, do not wait for this boy to activate his abilities. Strike now? She urges. Humph. You expect me to ambush such an arrogant youth? What would be the merit in winning that way? Old Mo firmly refuses. Li Xiaoyan clenches his fists, his energy surging as he declares, Old man, I respect you. But in response, I must unleash my full power. 8 gates of Duanjiao, open. Li Xiaoyan roars, the veins on his forehead bulging, his hands stained crimson, and his hair standing on end. The 8 gates technique, developed by the legendary Might Guy over 2 decades, unleashes unparalleled physical prowess. As Li Xiaoyan channels this power, the atmosphere in the private room shifts dramatically. Ordinary patrons retreat in alarm, while the models in the dance area stare incredulously at Li Xiaoyan. The martial artists murmur in awe. What tremendous pressure! Who is this young man's master? Old Mo braces himself, hands forming a defensive stance, adopting the 8 trigrams defensive posture. Old sir, I am coming. Li Xiaoyan bellows, and in a flash, he mysteriously vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materializes behind Old Mo, executing a swift kick aimed at the elder's shoulder. So fast, Old Mo sweats profusely, realizing he is not facing a mere boy, but rather a dragon. With a pained scream, Old Mo feels his shoulder dislocate, bones shattering, his arm rendered useless. He collapses, unable to comprehend the speed at which he was bested. Defeated. A single kick seals his fate. Li Xiaoyan gasps, I have not yet had my fill. I feel an inexhaustible surge of power within me. I could take on 10 more. Li Xiaoyan moved like a shadow, effortlessly activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, reaching the 6th gate. His speed was akin to that of a tempest, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before a certain boss. With a resounding thud, he struck, causing the boss to spew blood and be sent flying. Even Mo Lao, who had come from the capital, was no match for Li Xiaoyan. How could the others hope to resist? The prominent figures of Jiangcheng could only watch in helpless astonishment as Li Xiaoyan descended into frenzy. Panic ensued. Ma Yulai, Zhang Qiancheng, and Lin Hao, the 3 talents of Jiangcheng, were thoroughly alarmed. As Li Xiaoyan emerged from the void, he strode purposefully towards Li Wenfeng. The once composed and arrogant Li Wenfeng sprang to his feet, exclaiming, You can't hit me. With a swift motion, Li Xiaoyan landed a punch to Li Wenfeng's abdomen. The intense pain shattered his composure, and he coughed up blood. I do not strike at women, but you, didn't I just see you being quite arrogant? What would it matter to hit you? Another punch followed, causing Li Wenfeng to choke on blood, feeling as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle. His insides in turmoil. Little brother, big brother, please stop. If my arrogance displeased you, I sincerely apologize. Li Wenfeng, writhing in agony, feared that a couple more blows might end his life at the hands of this young man. Li Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, coldly retorting, Did you not just claim you would control the gray areas of Jiangcheng? My master instructed me to take command of Jiangcheng's underbelly. You have become my adversary. Surrounded by the Su family's mother and daughter, the local bosses, and Li Wenfeng from the capital, he had thought that with Mo Lao and his resources, he could dominate Jiangcheng. Little did he know, a formidable young man had appeared before him. How powerful could his master be? Big brother, I was drunk. You are the king of Jiangcheng's gray area. I shall conduct my business quietly and never provoke you again. As Li Xiaoyan appeared unyielding and prepared to strike again, Zhang Qiancheng interjected, Young hero, please, I beseech you to cease. In the future, all your expenses at the bar and any girl you fancy will be on the house until you are fully appeased. Zhang Qiancheng, keenly aware of Li Xiaoyan's interest in women, sought to mitigate the damage to Li Wenfeng. Recognizing that this was his territory, princesses, do hurry and escort this young hero to the adjacent room to calm his temper. All expenses will be on my account. Beautiful women, alluring and clad in light attire, gathered in groups, initially taken aback. They soon approached Li Xiaoyan, playfully coaxing, Big brother, do not be angry. If you need to vent, we, the 20 sisters, can surely help you. Come on. Big brother, you are so handsome, and your muscles are so firm. How do you train? Can you teach me? One girl exclaimed, Look at my soft curves. I wish to make them toned. Having come from the mountains, Li Xiaoyan was filled with curiosity about urban life. Since arriving at the bar, he felt a strange fire ignite within him, stirred by the pulsating music and the sight of beautiful girls dancing. All right, you lucky rascal, you have beautiful women to protect you, Li Xiaoyan declared, embracing the girls. Let us go. I'll take you to train those muscles. The scene shifted back to the onlookers, who stood in stunned silence, uncertain of how to avoid their own punishment through the allure of beauty. Ma Yulai, filled with excitement, remarked, regardless of this boy's origins, he and his master must be befriended. His strength could rival that of the martial families in the capital. Li Wenfeng clutched his stomach, humiliated, as Mo Lao lay unconscious. Injured. With great difficulty, he implored, Do not let tonight's events spread. I cannot have a mere child known for defeating me. Ma Yulai, Lin Hao, and Zhang Qiancheng nodded in agreement. Li Wenfeng lamented, What ill fate has befallen me? Quickly, call an ambulance. Internally, he pondered, who could this young man's master be? Could it be a practitioner of the mystical arts? How could someone of such stature descend to this desolate place? Shouldn't they reside in the capital or the coastal cities, commanding the majority of worldly resources and wealth? Their power could obliterate entire families. What brings them to Jiangcheng to oversee this forsaken gray territory? Meanwhile, on a hillside villa, Jiang Qiancheng sneezed repeatedly, sensing someone speaking of him. I suppose it's time for bed. He switched off the television, which was currently broadcasting an episode of Naruto, depicting Rock Lee's fierce battle against Gaara. Ninjutsu can be quite fascinating at times. Shuriken, kunai, and the legendary swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If I were to bring something from the Naruto universe, would it disrupt the balance of this realm? He mused, curious about the strongest individual in this world and yearning for a chance to spar. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the air, leaving only an empty table littered with sunflower seed shells and an empty can of cola. The following morning, Jiang Qiancheng prepared breakfast as Su Minjing arose as usual, visibly more fatigued than usual. Minjing, what's wrong? Did the necklace I gifted you keep you up all night out of excitement? He inquired. Please, don't talk to me. She retorted, uninterested. With the launch of her new company, a mountain of responsibilities awaited her. I'm skipping breakfast. I have a meeting to attend. You and Mom can eat without me. With a swift click of her high heels, Su Minjing departed the villa. Shortly thereafter, Su Jingyan approached Jiang Qiancheng, her figure striking in a flowing white dress that accentuated her curves. Qiancheng, after breakfast, could you wash the clothes in my room? She requested. Of course. Jiang Qiancheng replied with a nod. Su Jingyan furrowed her brow, seemingly displeased with his indifferent attitude. What's wrong? Are you unhappy about washing my clothes? Those are mine. She regarded him intently, viewing Jiang Qiancheng as merely a waste of space, one who should be grateful for her favor. Seriously, sister, is it too much to ask? Shouldn't I be thrilled to wash your clothes? Jiang Qiancheng retorted. I'm very pleased, and I will go wash them now. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her demands and went to her room, where he found a pair of glasses and several articles of clothing strewn across the velvet bedding. His keen nose detected an unusual scent lingering in the air, one typically associated with excitement. Jiang Qiancheng carefully gathered Su Jingyan's garments. Once a celebrated star, she had captivated countless admirers during her prime, revered for her pure image, attracting insatiable attention from wealthy patrons. Some had even offered exorbitant sums for her discarded clothing, while sports stars overseas expressed a desire to partake in her bathing water. In Su Jingyan's view, it was a privilege for her inept son-in-law to wash clothes that had been touched by her saliva and sweat. However, Jiang Qiancheng scoffed, seemingly unimpressed, muttering about losing his hands again. At that moment, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open. Su Jingyan stood at the threshold, one hand resting against the doorframe, her gaze slightly tipsy, the ambience undeniably enchanting. Mother-in-law, I'll go wash the clothes now, Jiang Qiancheng stammered, mistakenly believing Su Jingyan had overheard his remark about losing his hands and took offense. Yet, instead of retreating, Su Jingyan blocked his path. Breathing heavily, she felt her head spinning with warmth. Initially, she had introduced Jiang Qiancheng to her daughter merely because he was simple and honest, albeit a failure without any capabilities. Thus, why should she let her daughter fall prey to the wickedness of the outside world, tainted by countless girls, when she could give Jiang Qiancheng a chance? Mom, what's wrong? Let me through. I need to wash the clothes, Jiang Qiancheng urged anxiously. To his surprise, Su Jingyan grasped his hand firmly, her irritation evident. Give me a massage, my back hurts. Hurry. The situation escalated rapidly. A million possibilities raced through Jiang Qiancheng's mind. Should he advance or continue to wait? Jingyan, to be honest, I'm a bit nervous. I fear. In the past, Jiang Qiancheng had resided in the imperial palace, surrounded by thousands of beauties, each more enchanting than the last. No one had ever made him feel anxious. Those experiences were merely the byproducts of his reign over vast realms, having conquered the heavens. However, now, with a mother-in-law and a wife, Jiang Qiancheng found himself in serious territory. This was not right. Reason dictated that he should not act in such a manner. He would be met with disdain from society and unbearable pressure. Yet, Su Jingyan had already flopped onto the bed, clutching Jiang Qiancheng's hand, her determination resolute. Let it be. I don't care anymore. Jiang Qiancheng cursed. Just then, the door swung open once more, and a bright voice rang out. Mom, have you seen my car keys? I've been so busy these past few days, and I just realized I need to drive. Su Minjing had returned. The sound of her high heels echoed through the room. Both Su Jingyan and Jiang Qiancheng felt as if they were caught in a transgression against Su Minjing. Mom, in the early morning, you're having Qiancheng give you a massage? In the final moment, Jiang Qiancheng, his face flushed, was indeed massaging Su Jingyan. She lay on the velvet couch, her expression one of pure bliss. Qiancheng, I told you a blind massage parlor would surely be profitable. Look how comfortable you've made your mother. Su Minjing entered the room. Recalling their conversation from the previous night, realizing that the keys were indeed left on the cabinet. As she picked them up, she innocently declared, I'm off now. If I'm too busy, I might not come back for dinner. Su Jingyan concealed her embarrassment, replying, Minjing, don't push yourself. If you're too tired, let Qiancheng massage you when you return. Okay, Mom. In the bathroom, Jiang Qiancheng was oblivious to the unfolding events, having never encountered Su Jingyan's shyness and remorse before. Qiancheng, quickly go wash the clothes. No need for the massage anymore. Su Jingyan urged in a fluster. Jiang Qiancheng, in frustration, punched the air. Damn it. Heaven must be toying with me. Su Minjing hasn't been around for ages, and she just had to come back at this moment. After a moment of calm, he took a cold shower and washed his clothes. For the first time, he refrained from self-harm. Time passed. At Suyao Entertainment Company, in the third-floor conference hall, a young man in a suit reported, President Su, today I contacted 30 advertising firms. The moment they learned it was a collaboration with Suyao, they refused outright, regardless of how much I offered. I attempted to propose increasing the advertising budget, but they were completely indifferent to the money, added a young woman in professional attire. The office staff were all temporary hires from Jiangqing's Human Resources Department. Quite frankly, it was already commendable to recruit anyone. High-caliber talent had been snatched up by headhunters, who immediately rejected candidates from Suyao Entertainment, displaying a notably poor attitude. I understand. It's all right. Su Minjing sighed, recognizing that her company was struggling to secure business partnerships. Furthermore, if she aimed to cultivate her own talents in promotion and advertising, it would require a substantial financial foundation. Additionally, the companies from the capital posed an unavoidable threat. Colleagues, it's all right that Jiangqing's firms are unwilling to collaborate with us. In this age of the internet, utilize live streaming platforms and online resources to seek promotional avenues for me. The companies from the capital are trying to stifle us. But we shall break through their blockade and cultivate our own leading stars. Though she spoke with conviction, presently, Suyao Entertainment Company had only one signed talent, Xiao Zhan. The entertainment industry encompasses music, film, television, and stage productions, necessitating professional managers to oversee operations. Before Su Minjing could finish her thoughts, the man in the suit interrupted. President Su, I'm here to submit my resignation. Without waiting for him to finish, another important employee from the company also produced a resignation letter. Boss, we are resigning too. We apologize. Why? Why is everyone resigning? Can you explain your reasons to me? Su Minjing was bewildered. She had not anticipated resignations so soon after the company's initial preparations. President Su, all companies in Jiangqing are prohibited from collaborating with you. There's no way forward. The rival is the capital's firm, the suited man explained. They can crush us as easily as squashing an ant, so there's no point in wasting time here. President Su, I'm sorry. The capital's company is targeting you, and I'm afraid they will come after me too, a 30-something female employee added. I don't want to gamble with my future. Indeed, Su Minjing, a young woman of 24, devoid of any background or financial backing, had little leverage in this battle. If the capital's company could take measures against Suyao Entertainment, wouldn't they also target its employees? The business world was akin to a battlefield where nothing was certain. Sighing, Su Minjing made a final attempt to reason with them. I understand. If you all are fearful of the capital company, it is your choice to resign. However, have you considered that you are the first group to join this company? In the future, we might break through the barriers set by Dreamstar Entertainment and Imperial Entertainment, achieving financial freedom. Trust me. The man laughed derisively. Impossible, President Su. Don't deceive yourself. Be realistic, will you? Unless you're dreaming. Forget it. I haven't been here long anyway. I don't need my salary. I'm still young. I apologize, President Su. The suited man remarked, Mr. Su. I see you maintain a fine physique and good health. Perhaps if you were to spend a night with the visitors from the capital, they might cease their hostility towards you. Do remember to showcase your various talents and ensure they are well taken care of. With a hearty laugh, the young man rose and departed, followed by the 4 company executives who had been behind him. Furious, Su Minjing exclaimed, Shirxia. Stop your nonsense and show me some respect. The sound of the door slamming seemed to extinguish the flicker of hope within her heart. Alone in the empty room, she could no longer hold back her emotions, gripping her hands tightly. Through clenched teeth, she fought against tears, unwilling to display her vulnerability. This was not a matter of incompetence or ineffectiveness, but rather, she felt as though an enormous weight was pressing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, "Mother, we have chosen the wrong path. It is so difficult, truly so difficult." In recent days, Su Minjing had been engrossed in discussions with various major companies. Yet, upon hearing her name, the opposing parties would don expressions of inexplicable coldness and resentment. Too many rejections could lead to a profound sense of inadequacy. "Mother, is there anyone who can tell me what I should do now?" The company lacked stars and core employees, making advertising impossible. At that moment, her phone rang. Hastily wiping her tears, she saw that it was a call from Jiang Qiancheng. She feigned strength, saying hello. "Jiang Qiancheng, what is the matter?" On the other end, Jiang Qiancheng was riding his electric scooter, arriving at the arcade. Having purchased a few coins, "Minjing, Mother mentioned she wants to see a talented young singer tonight. You should come along. The girl performs at a bar, and we'll pick you up a bit later." "All right," Su Minjing replied with a smile. "Jiang Qiancheng, why don't you come work at the company? Could you lend me a hand?" "Work?" Jiang Qiancheng responded, "Sure. I have nothing else to do." Chapter 97. The bar without overthinking. Jiang Qiancheng, exceptionally astute and perceptive, detected the helplessness and pressure in Su Minjing's forced tone. "Since the cycle master has tasked me with protecting you, ensuring your happiness, treating you like a princess, and shielding you from any harm, it is my duty." Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. "Though I am your husband, you must pay me a salary, and it cannot be too little. For reasons unknown." Hearing Jiang Qiancheng's nonchalant voice brought a smile to Su Minjing's face. "I am not sure why, but knowing you are willing to help me fills me with joy." Time flew by. The starry night of Jiang City was radiant. At 9 o'clock, the bar street pulsed with energy, bustling with young men and women. Jiang Qiancheng parked his Mercedes-Benz in front of the bar, announcing, "Mother, Minjing, we have arrived. This is the place. You two can go in first. I will find a parking spot." "Minjing, is there a young man here who caught your eye?" her mother, Su Jingyan, inquired. "Yes. I have heard they have a girl here with an extraordinary singing talent, known for her powerful voice at such a young age. Let's listen to her." As they entered the bar, Jiang Qiancheng searched for a parking space. Inside, the atmosphere was electric, with the dance floor alive with energy. At a table, Xia was holding a glass of red wine, his left arm wrapped around a girl. This group comprised those who had previously resigned from Minjing's company. "Xiaogu, do you think you were a bit too harsh today, insulting Mr. Su? What if she retaliates against us?" Fang Jing remarked. Xia scoffed. "She's just a worthless woman. We've all resigned. Why still call her Mr. Su? Are you mad? We don't even take money from her. If I saw her now, I would hurl the most vile insults. Would you like to hear them?" While running business, Xia encountered a powerful man who promised him a high position in the bar if he could shatter Su Minjing's confidence. Thus, he was determined to undermine her in every way possible. "Enough about that worthless woman. Let us drink. Don't worry, as long as that person secures my position, I'll help you all get rich. Don't forget your words, Xiaogu. This morning, we departed together. We are all in the same boat now." At that moment, a voice called out, "Oh, look who it is. Speak of the devil." Xia turned to see Su Jingyan and her daughter, Su Minjing, and his excitement surged. "Did you see that? My benefactor is here, haha. They are drinking on the second floor." Xia's benefactor, Jiang Qiancheng, was currently on the second floor near the dance floor, personally entertaining the troublemakers from the previous day. "Haha, my benefactor is upstairs. This is wonderful. I can put on a good show." The mother and daughter of the Su family found a booth near the front desk. Soon, a girl dressed in ripped jeans and sporting green hair took the stage. Grasping the microphone, she addressed the audience. "Hello everyone, I am Yin Ziki, and I will now sing a song." Just then, Xia rushed onto the stage, his expression menacing. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I have a word? I want to dedicate this to Su Minjing, the president of Su Yao Entertainment." "What brings the president of Su Yao Entertainment to this bar?" someone inquired nervously. Chapter 98. The heartless mockery. With Xia's shout, the previously dim and vibrant dance floor erupted in commotion. The Su family, associated with Su Yao Company, was a name that resonated with familiarity. "Hey, isn't that the company that offended the major firm from the capital? They won't allow anyone to collaborate with them." Whoever does is opposing the company from the capital. Among the crowd were both bosses and their offspring, who had heard of the Su family's various exploits. The music in the bar ceased, leaving only Shi Xia's voice. He raised his head to glance at Jiang Qiancheng, grinning. Friends, you may not know what the Su family has done, but let me enlighten you. Su Minjing's mother, Jingyan, is the one who fell from grace after returning from the capital. She sought a young lover and enjoyed herself, all the while presenting herself as a pure star. Yet beneath the surface, she is utterly contemptible. With a dramatic spit, Shi Xia let his disdain show. The dim lighting allowed Jiang Qiancheng to glance over, but did not hinder his applause. It's fortunate that Shi Xia has insulted me, otherwise, it might have led to misunderstandings that could be detrimental to me. Seeing Jiang Qiancheng's approval from the second floor, Shi Xia felt a rush of exhilaration. Indeed, insulting the Su mother-daughter duo earned him validation. Let me intensify the insults. Oh, Minjing, why didn't you bring along your useless husband? It's just you and your mother here. Are you looking to mingle at the bar and find yourself a handsome man? What a pity, with your reputation. Who would look at you besides your worthless husband? Just an empty shell. Furious, Su Minjing retorted, Shi Xia, shut your mouth. Stop your senseless attacks. Do not insult my family. Why not? I will insult your family. What can you do about it? Are you going to hit me? How about you come up here and hit me? Or we can settle this in the restroom and see who yells louder. Laughter erupted in response. The crowd erupted in laughter, utterly oblivious to the humiliation being inflicted upon the two young women. Within the expansive bar, no one dared to intervene or halt the mockery. They reveled in it. This was all due to the offense taken by the Su family against a powerful company in the capital. Su Minjing, in a fit of rage, could no longer maintain her composure. She could tolerate personal embarrassment, but to endure it in front of her mother and 100 onlookers was intolerable. Shi Xia, remember the words you spoke today? I shall never forgive you. With clenched teeth, she raised her fist and charged towards the stage. Minjing, do not act impulsively. Su Jingyan reached out to restrain her usually obedient daughter, who was rarely enraged. It had been far too long since Su Minjing had suppressed her emotions. Minjing, do not stoop to their level. Let us leave. Su Jingyan urged, knowing well how to navigate such unsavory characters. How could two frail women confront an entire bar? Indeed, the drunken patrons jeered. Well said, brother. You've got spirit, haha. They sneered at the idea of the two women opposing the powerful company of the capital, suggesting that only those seeking demise would dare to assist them. The crowd rallied behind Shi Xia, cheering him on. This was the harsh reality. Mother, must we endure this humiliation? Su Minjing lamented, struggling to keep her dignity intact. Calm down, Minjing, let us go. Su Jingyan insisted, contemplating the situation more astutely. Had the bar's reaction been different, she would have taken action, but with Shi Xia as provocations, they appeared as the wrongdoers. If Minjing retaliated, the ensuing wrath of the bar patrons would surely be catastrophic for both mother and daughter. Mother, Su Jingyan grasped Su Minjing's hand, and together, they reluctantly turned towards the bar's exit. Oh, you two have come to this bar, and I can sense the foul air around you, a drunken man remarked, glaring at them. What a disgrace. Look at her, so beautiful, yet surely has offended the powerful in the capital. Someone pointed at Su Jingyan, stating, the anger of the capital's elite is far from extinguished. Now they've come to Jiang City to deal with you. Haha. Wise up. Disgraceful woman, with my temper. I'd love to confront those two, another chimed in. A barrage of cruel and hurtful insults ensued. Su Jingyan held Su Minjing close, shielding her from the cold indifference of the crowd. At that moment, a voice boomed from the second floor. Who allowed you to leave? Jiang Qiancheng rose, brazenly addressing them. Ah, so the Su Yao company has come to my bar for a drink. As the proprietor, I must offer you a toast to welcome you. Nearby, Li Xiaoyan lay drunkenly on the laps of beautiful women, snoring away. Jiang Qiancheng gestured, and a waiter blocked Su Jingyan and Su Minjing's path, carrying 5 bottles of red wine. The waiter, with a fierce gaze, declared, apologies, but our boss insists on toasting you. You cannot leave yet. Soon, 3 more waiters approached, obstructing their exit. Haha, Zhang boss, I excel at toasting. Allow me. Shi Xia scampered down from the stage, uncorking a bottle of red wine, holding it aloft. Under the gaze of the crowd and Jiang Qiancheng, he envisioned the exhilaration of his actions winning favor from those in power, paving a bright path for his future. This toast is for the esteemed bosses from the capital. Let us rid ourselves of the trash. With that, Xia tipped the wine over Su Jingyan's head. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3. Ha, look at these worthless women. Minjing, did you not present yourself as a CEO? Who would have thought you'd be humiliated like this? What can you do? Will your useless son-in-law defend you? The wine cascaded down, icy and piercing. Su Jingyan gritted her teeth, holding tightly to Su Minjing, who wept, heartbroken. They had never anticipated that a single utterance from someone from the capital would drive them to the brink of despair. Jiang Qiancheng raised his goblet, elegantly proclaiming, "Let us toast to the bosses from the capital. Let us rid ourselves of the trash." The crowd of over 100 echoed wildly, "To the bosses from the capital. Rid us of the trash." Suddenly, the music in the dance floor ceased, and the lights illuminated the space. The bar fell silent. Li Xiaoyun abruptly awoke, shedding his previous demeanor, now serious and full of reverence. "The master has arrived. What is happening? Who turned on the lights?" Jiang Qiancheng exclaimed, startled. As he turned, he noticed Li Xiaoyun, wide-eyed and terrified, dashing down the stairs. Xia jeered, "Who turned on the lights? Are we to see the true faces of this mother-daughter duo?" Ha. Outside the bar, a chilling aura surged, then dissipated. Jiang Qiancheng's eyes glimmered coldly. Were it not for the task assigned by the master of the cycle, compelling him to play the role of a fool before the Su family, he would have already dispatched the crowd. Indeed, everyone. Finding a parking spot is no easy feat. I merely parked my car, yet so many dare to bully 2 women. Is that a display of strength? Jiang Qiancheng's brow furrowed, suppressing his inner fury. He observed the red wine staining the hair of Su Jingyan and Su Minjing. "Mother, dear wife, I have arrived. No one shall bully you." Minjing, Su Minjing wept, her eyes swollen with tears. Initially, she thought she could manage without expecting Jiang Qiancheng's arrival. But upon seeing him and hearing his familiar, gentle voice, memories flooded back of the time she and her mother had been kidnapped, and he had come to their rescue. "Oh, Qiancheng, we've been wronged." Minjing pleaded, "I don't want to stay here. Let us leave quickly." Jiang Qiancheng took her hand, moved towards her mother who bore the weight of the crowd's disdain. The tension from the morning hung heavily in his heart. Had it not been for the task at hand, the crowd would have been obliterated. He fixed his gaze on Xia. "Mother, dear wife, it's all right. I am here. Do you wish for me to change? Only you 2 can change me. As long as you both say you do not want me to be a fool." In that moment, Jiang Qiancheng's heart brimmed with tenderness, resolve, and determination. His eyes dark as the starry river, concealing boundless power. However, Su Jingyan tugged at Qiancheng's arm, sensing the urgency of their situation. "Qiancheng, let us go. It is crowded here." For so long, Su Jingyan had held herself high before Jiang Qiancheng, but now, drenched in red wine and subjected to ridicule, she fought to maintain her dignity in his presence. Moreover, with so many people around, if Jiang Qiancheng were to act, he might face severe repercussions. "Oh, I see." Jiang Qiancheng mused, clenching his fists. "Mother, dear wife, understood. Let us return home." Ha. Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Xia leapt from the stage, blocking Jiang Qiancheng's path. "You, the useless son-in-law, cooking and washing dishes, who allowed you to leave. You bring shame to us men. So this is the Su family's useless son-in-law, thinking he can coast by on looks? Seeking death." Jiang Qiancheng glared. Xia trembled, a chill running through his heart as though he had plunged into the depths of hell. How could this be? How could I fear this worthless fool? He feigned calmness and declared, "Boss Zhang, watch closely. I shall teach this scoundrel a lesson that will make him wish he were dead." With that, Xia launched a kick into Jiang Qiancheng's abdomen. Crack! The wine bottle shattered, glass shards flying in all directions. Xia struck Jiang Qiancheng on the head with the bottle. Yet, through it all, Jiang Qiancheng remained unfazed, not even a drop of blood staining his brow. "Oh, you little rascal, quite resilient, aren't you?" Just then, Li Xiaoyun appeared before Jiang Qiancheng. With a thud, he suddenly knelt down. Buzz! Zhang Laoqiang's scalp tingled at the sight. Thunder roared. Chapter 101. No one present could escape. "It's him. How can it be him?" Jiang Qiancheng's face turned pale, ashen like that of the dead. The others present were oblivious to the weight of Li Xiaoyun's kneeling. However, he understood. The fear was etched deep within him. This young man could effortlessly dispatch a third-rank martial artist from the capital, and his master was none other than the man kneeling before him, Jiang Qiancheng. Since Su Yao Company belonged to the Su family, didn't their company operate under the name Dreamstar Entertainment? Jiang Qiancheng, astonished and terrified, muttered, "It's over. It's over." How could it be Jiang Qiancheng? How could it be him? He is a peerless master capable of slaying practitioners of the infinite sect with a mere flick of his wrist. No, he has transcended the realm of human comprehension. He is a deity, a legendary god. Jiang Qiancheng abruptly vaulted over the railing, eager to confront Jiang Qiancheng. Boss Jiang, be careful. Don't jump down. Bang. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing were at a loss, puzzled as to why the young man before them had knelt before Jiang Qiancheng. Yet, this was of little consequence now. Minjing gently cradled Jiang Qiancheng's head and said, Qiancheng, are you all right? Come, let me take you to the hospital. The mother-in-law glared at Shixia, exclaiming, You dare strike my son-in-law? This matter is far from over. I will call the police to have you arrested. Qiancheng, we're going to the hospital now. Jiang Qiancheng smiled and said, Mom, darling, let us go to the hospital. The three departed. Indeed, what a worthless fool. Even after being struck, he did not retaliate. The spectators were eager for the show to continue, yet Jiang Qiancheng, despite the assault, dared not fight back. Shixia boasted, Is calling the police of any use? With so many people present, who witnessed me strike this disgrace? No one saw. The worthless fool deserved it. Who told him to willingly play the gigolo? The atmosphere erupted with raucous noise. Li Xiaoyan remained on his knees, trembling, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. It's over, my master is enraged. I am doomed, utterly doomed. In his mind echoed Jiang Qiancheng's voice. Li Xiaoyan, as long as you are present, my wife and mother-in-law can be bullied. You share the blame. Kneel and await my return. Bang. The bar's door slammed shut. Outside, Qiancheng, are you all right? Let me see your head. Don't move. Are there any glass shards? Su Jingyan and Su Minjing hurriedly helped Jiang Qiancheng into a taxi, racing toward the hospital. As the taxi disappeared at the road's end, Jiang Qiancheng appeared mysteriously in the darkness. He had employed the technique of duplication, managing to elude detection during the process. He intended to be seen only when he wished it. As long as he desired, no one in this realm could perceive him. Mom, darling, you've left. Now I can take action. None within can escape. Jiang Qiancheng gazed toward the direction of the departing taxi, coldly declaring, Bullying my wife and mother-in-law. Prepare for a grand performance. Inside the bar, Shixia basked in the worship of the gathered crowd, finally witnessing what true worthlessness looked like. Struck without retaliation. His wife and mother-in-law humiliated, and yet he left without a word? A young man in the crowd indignantly remarked. Just then, a figure approached, Jiang Qiancheng. Shixia scoffed, Oh, Jiang Qiancheng, I thought you had left. It seems you have returned. Jiang Qiancheng advanced steadily, hands clasped behind his back, an aura of authority emanating from him. In that moment, he proclaimed, No one present can escape. Chapter 102, The Might of the Emperor. Shixia held a microphone in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other, saying, Worthless son-in-law, have you drunk too much? Not a single person here can flee. There are hundreds of us, and I see you haven't had a drink. A man jeered, Worthless fool. Does the entire province of Sichuan belong to your family? Ha. As the crowd laughed derisively, a figure suddenly appeared, shocking and stunning everyone. How is this possible? This worthless son-in-law possesses such power? Jiang Qiancheng, crawling on the ground, despite having broken both legs, clung desperately to inch closer to Jiang Qiancheng. He prostrated himself, pleading, Young Master Jiang, I apologize. I didn't know that Su Yao Company is run by your wife. The lighting in this bar is dim. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Qiancheng knocked his head to the ground, trembling as he apologized. I was wrong. I failed to recognize you today. I was mistaken. The one who bullied your wife today was me. Close the door. Jiang Qiancheng saw his last glimmer of hope and shouted, Someone, close the door, shut off the surveillance, and block the signal. Everything that happens here tonight must remain a secret. Thud, thud, thud. Several bodyguards in black, martial arts masters, were baffled but complied with his orders. Young Master Jiang, will this satisfy you? I will cooperate fully. Get down. Jiang Qiancheng ignored Jiang Qiancheng, towering over Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and stammered, Jiang Qiancheng, I truly didn't know your wife was here. Had I known, I would never. Bang. A foot crushed down onto Li Xiaoyan's head. The force was so great that his skull shattered against the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the floor. You were present and failed to protect your master. That is a capital offense. However, you are still of use to me. Bang. Another kick. Li Xiaoyan felt a surge of madness, his skull fracturing, blood pouring forth as he gasped for air. In such a dire state, he desperately pleaded, "My life belongs to Mr. Jiang. It was my fault, my negligence. I'm sorry." The entire venue fell silent, utterly still. What was happening? How could this worthless Jiang Qiancheng compel the three giants of Jiang City to kneel before him, and furthermore, lock the doors? Panic ensued as someone exclaimed, "Could it be he truly intends to deal with all of us?" After dealing with Li Xiaoyan, Shixia stood frozen in disbelief. How could this worthless Jiang Qiancheng possess such immense power? Was this Jiang Qiancheng merely pretending? Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward, his gaze dark, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, look here. Who is the worthless one?" Before he could finish, Shixia's arms and legs inexplicably shattered, leaving him kneeling on the ground. Moments later, Shixia screamed, blood gushing forth like rain. "My hands, my legs. What is happening? You, Jiang Qiancheng, it was you." At this moment, words could not encapsulate Shixia's emotions. The crowd bore witness to Jiang Qiancheng simply stepping forward, causing Shixia's limbs to break. Jiang Qiancheng remarked, "Did you see me make a move? I did not lay a finger on you." Suddenly, Shixia was lifted off the ground, eerily suspended in midair. What is happening to me? The bizarre events continue as Shixia's skin peels away layer by layer, transforming into human flesh, revealing bones, muscles, eyes, fingers, blood, all autonomously detaching and floating in midair. The bar erupts in chaos. Murder. There's been a murder. Chapter 103. Selling Su Yao Company. However, this strange occurrence, a person's muscles, tissues, various organs, blood vessels, and meridians separating from one another. Furthermore, Shixia's dismemberment renders him voiceless. Each incision that strips away skin and muscle inflicts a pain that resonates deeply within his neural pathways. It is a process more agonizing than death itself. Shixia screams, yearning for mercy, yet he cannot utter a word, only enduring the torment. Murder. Murder. Run for your lives. What is happening? Is this some sort of magic? What in the world is going on? Muscles, organs, and even the heart continue to pulsate. Jiang Qiancheng observes the crowd with cold eyes, his gaze blood-red, resembling a divine monarch presiding over the world. No, at this moment, he is the demon king who has awakened the eye of endless reincarnation. He spreads his arms wide. "If you offend me, be prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath." The crimson light of the endless reincarnation eye floods the bar. The bodies of the 100 attendees, skin, muscle, bones, begin to separate, drops of blood transforming into floating orbs. The bar is filled with horror, screams, and an ominous atmosphere. Each individual experiences the agony of dismemberment over and over again. Kill me. Kill me. This is unbearable. I was wrong, Jiang Qiancheng. No, brother Jiang. I was truly mistaken. Please, grant me a swift death. Before Jiang Qiancheng, the entire assembly kneels on the ground, their eyes vacant, as blood trickles from their lips. They have fallen victim to an illusion. However, Shixia's limbs are genuinely severed and lie upon the ground. Jiang Qiancheng snorts coldly. "I cannot allow my wife and mother-in-law to witness this. It would truly be unsatisfying. Punishing these people brings no joy. Possessing remarkable skills, yet still subjected to the mundane gazes of the world. How amusing." A wicked smile graces Jiang Qiancheng's lips as he seizes the writhing Li Xiaoyan from the ground. "Indeed, your capacity for endurance is commendable to withstand such agony." Jiang Qiancheng inquires, "Little disciple, learn from this lesson. Do not provoke my anger again." He departs, taking Li Xiaoyan with him, leaving behind a bar full of stunned individuals. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Su Minjing gazes at Jiang Qiancheng, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Jiang Qiancheng, with so many bandages wrapped around your head, you resemble a comical figure. I know I shouldn't laugh, but it is just too amusing." Su Minjing covers her mouth, laughing cheerfully. As a mother, Su Jingyan feels a warmth flow through her heart. Indeed, having just emerged from pain and humiliation, one must still smile in the face of life. That's right, life is just like that. Su Jingyan asserts, "Qiancheng, the one who struck you and humiliated us will not escape unscathed. I shall spend some money, hire some people. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with him." Jiang Qiancheng rubs his head, saying, "Mom, dear, it's not necessary. The Beijing company has dealt with one Shixia, and there are 100,000 more like him on the way." Minjing replies, "Qiancheng, what's wrong? You sound as if your head has been struck. You speak with such clarity." Jiang Qiancheng retorts, "Are you pleased that I was injured? In truth, Minjing feels a myriad of emotions welling up within her. She lowers her head. When the doctor informed her that Jiang Qiancheng had merely sustained superficial wounds, with no significant impact, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy that he was unharmed. Su Jingyan takes a deep breath, saying, Minjing, Qiancheng, I was wrong. I apologize to you both for my vengeful heart. After this incident, I have decided to sell Su Yao Company. This will ensure your safety. Chapter 104. The company cannot be sold. Su Jingyan gently clenches her hands, nodding slightly, unable to bear the sight of her injured son-in-law and daughter. I have come to understand. Your safety outweighs revenge on the company. I was overly concerned. How could I, a mere woman, contend with the people of Beijing? Listening to her words, Su Minjing exhales heavily. She can discern her mother's resilience, her reluctance, the burdens she bears. But what does it matter? Since arriving at the Beijing company, they have been kidnapped and targeted by the entire city. Who knows how much more suffering awaits them? Su Minjing forces a smile, saying, Mom, selling the company is fine. We can retain some funds for our future, as long as we can live healthily and safely. Yes, that is also what I think. Su Jingyan grasps her daughter's hand. This cannot be. Jiang Qiancheng's head throbs as he gazes at the mother and daughter who seem resigned to a mundane existence. They have surrendered to reality. How many once boasted youthful fervor, declaring their fate to be dictated by themselves, not by the heavens? Yet, under the unrelenting blows of reality, they ultimately return to simplicity. Jiang Qiancheng muses, perhaps a return to simplicity allows for a semblance of tranquility. Just then, the voice of the reincarnation master echoes in Jiang Qiancheng's mind once more. Ding! Please, the reincarnator, prevent the Su mother and daughter from selling the company, and covertly assist them in dealing with all malicious forces. Ding! Certain permissions are now unlocked. You may reveal your abilities before the Su mother and daughter, provided they surpass those of ordinary individuals. Do not employ ninjutsu or celestial arts. Jiang Qiancheng states, Mom, dear, there is no need to sell the company. Over the past year, I have remained at home, and I know how much you have suffered, Mom. Dear, you have endured countless glares and borne many humiliations. There are many matters you both can manage from behind the scenes. You need not take action personally. Jiang Qiancheng continues, I will assist you with some tasks. You, Su Jingyan, and Su Minjing respond in unison. What you can accomplish is beyond us. You, who spend all day cooking and cleaning, relying on me for your daily income, what great matters can you accomplish? Su Minjing's skepticism stems from a deeply ingrained perception of his ineptitude. Jiang Qiancheng protests, Mom, dear, I understand. I may seem ineffectual at times, but my heart is good. A good heart? This society is not lacking in good people. Su Jingyan regains her former queenly demeanor, crossing her arms and asserting, the business world is like a battlefield. To achieve one's goals, one must employ every possible means. Kindness is ill-suited for business. I understand, Jiang Qiancheng replies. Previously, I did charitable deeds. I donated to a poverty-stricken school, and the old Taoist expressed gratitude for my generosity, gifting me 2 necklaces. I plan to seek him out. This Taoist seems to be a hidden master, residing deep in the mountains and rarely seen. Su Jingyan and Su Minjing exchange doubtful glances. Yet, the necklaces they possess indeed exhibit extraordinary qualities. Su Minjing suggests, Mom, why not let Jiang Qiancheng give it a try? Taoists are often mysterious. I've heard that the old Taoist from Zhengdao Hall is sought after by many influential figures. Su Jingyan takes a deep breath. After a year in Jiangcheng, she is well aware of the business landscape. The 3 giants of Jiangcheng, behind every Wang, are individuals from martial arts families. Very well, Qiancheng. Take Minjing with you to seek out the old gentleman and see what he has to say. Su Jingyan instructs. Jiang Qiancheng fabricates, Mom, dear, the old Taoist does not permit anyone to accompany him. He requires confidentiality. Chapter 105, People Can Change. Jiang Qiancheng speaks of a Taoist, a mere fabrication to protect the company. Although finding someone to impersonate a Taoist would be simple for him, as the once revered heavenly sovereign, a lofty ruler surrounded by countless celestial beings and demon lords, he merely needs to utter a command, and his subordinates would rush to comply, tirelessly laboring. Simply put, Jiang Qiancheng fears trouble. Mother, wife, both of you seem to be in low spirits these past few days. Once I recuperate in a couple of days, I shall venture into the mountains to seek a Taoist, Jiang Qiancheng remarked, his mind firmly set on a course of action. He resolved to expedite the mission he had assigned to Li Xiaoyan regarding the gray area. Meanwhile, at the towering Yunma building in Jiangqing, the biting wind howled, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, rendering the mundane vehicles and people mere ants in comparison. Jiang Qiancheng infused celestial energy into Li Xiaoyan, standing high above him. Commanding, utilize the Great Serpent Rebirth technique I have taught you. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan's mind was in turmoil, blood flowed profusely, and breathing became laborious. Even his consciousness began to fade. Yes, master, he responded, feeling the celestial energy surging within him, managing to stabilize his near-fatal condition. He channeled the celestial energy, circulating it throughout his body, allowing it to flow freely through the extraordinary meridians. The injuries on Li Xiaoyan's head healed at a visible pace, returning to normal. I am grateful. Thank you, master. Originally weak and lifeless, he astonishingly regained his former vigor. Thank you, master. Li Xiaoyan was utterly astonished. Indeed, as his grandfather had once stated, his master was no ordinary man. He must diligently follow Jiang Qiancheng. Those who err must face consequences. Remember the pain. Jiang Qiancheng stood with his back to Li Xiaoyan, hands clasped behind him, and declared, "You must hasten your rise to fame in the gray area of Jiangqing, so that the major players here recognize you." Li Xiaoyan knelt before him. "Rise, my disciple. I do not favor kneeling. Straighten your back," Jiang Qiancheng instructed. Li Xiaoyan stood, clasped his fists, and said, "Master, last night at the bar, I happened to encounter the big boss of Jiangqing at a gathering. I defeated the elderly associate brought by the boss from the capital and thoroughly dealt with all the other bosses in the private room." Li Xiaoyan's prowess, attributed to his divine royal talent, indeed promised rapid cultivation. With guidance, he could become a formidable assistant, albeit merely an assistant. Focus on your training and await my command. Continue to stir up commotion in Jiangqing. Yes, master. Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward and leaped down from the building, causing Li Xiaoyan to gasp in shock as he rushed to the edge. The figure of his master had inexplicably vanished. A peaceful night ensued. Jiang Qiancheng returned to his hospital room unnoticed. At that moment, Su Minjing, disheveled and with remnants of red wine in her hair, had fallen asleep on the nearby sofa. "Humph, have you finally begun to care for me?" Jiang Qiancheng mused as he gazed at Su Minjing, reluctant to disturb her. People are alive, and hearts can change. After more than a year of companionship, feelings inevitably shape one's thoughts. Once, Jiang Qiancheng was attentive to Su Minjing's every need. She had a penchant for the hot oil sticks from East City Street. He would rise at 4 in the morning to buy her the first batch fresh from the fryer. During her illness and hospitalization, Jiang Qiancheng tended to her with unwavering care, just as he did now. "Dreaming. Wake up. Do not sleep any longer," Jiang Qiancheng urged. Su Minjing opened her sleepy eyes and replied, "Qiancheng, I told you, I am not going back." Jiang Qiancheng gently reassured her, "What? Am I such a fragile man that I would be consumed? Though this hospital may be haunted, I fear not. You, who are usually so fastidious about cleanliness, should return to wash up. It's fine, do not mind me. I am not heartless," Su Minjing retorted. Jiang Qiancheng suddenly closed the distance between them, their faces mere inches apart, and in that shared breath, they felt the warmth of each other's presence. "What are you doing?" Su Minjing stammered, her cheeks flushing red as she beheld Jiang Qiancheng up close for the first time. Jiang Qiancheng leaned closer, his breath forming a mist as their noses nearly touched. "Dear wife, after all this time, I have yet to kiss you. Shall we give it a try? I wish to savor your flavor." With a resounding slap, Su Minjing struck Jiang Qiancheng's face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I am going home to sleep." She stormed out, her heart racing, leaning against the corridor wall, her face aflame. What just happened? Jiang Qiancheng actually dared to initiate a kiss. Once, my mere glance could intimidate him into silence, yet now, a peculiar sensation blossomed within her heart. She cupped her heated cheeks and pondered, "What is this? I am oddly looking forward to him kissing me. Humph. Enough of this scoundrel. He is getting increasingly outrageous. Humph. I shall ignore you and go home." In the hospital room, after Su Minjing had stormed out, Jiang Qiancheng reclined on the hospital bed, propping his legs up. Having had her guard over him all night, he yearned to engage in some activities without her presence. The hospital was teeming with patients, and on the upper floor, 2 individuals lay in wait. With a bandage wrapped around his head, Jiang Qiancheng whistled. "Let me go take a look." On the 10th floor of the inpatient department, there were special wards designated for the elderly cadres who had made significant contributions. fully equipped with professional medical staff on duty around the clock. In room 1 lay Li Wenfeng, who had just undergone surgery. Li Xiaoyan had broken 5 of his ribs, with fragments piercing his internal organs. He clearly required a long recovery period. The elder he had brought from the capital still lay unconscious, his fate uncertain. Damn it! Have we found out who that little brat is yet? And what of his master? What kind of background do they possess? They injured my esteemed elder, and I cannot return without clarity. In the room, 5 men in suits hung their heads low. Boss Li Fu began. We have dispatched numerous individuals to track Li Xiaoyan. Boss Zhang repeatedly inquired during the drinking session, yet we cannot ascertain the sect or master behind Li Xiaoyan. After aligning himself with Li Wenfeng, Li Fu had adeptly become his subordinate, and although he possessed some skills, they were of little use. Useless, all of you. You are nothing but a bunch of worthless trash. Get out of my sight. Li Wenfeng bellowed, feeling utterly humiliated. In mere hours, they had exhausted all their resources and still could not determine Li Xiaoyan's origins or connections. Boss, we cannot leave. Ensuring your safety is our priority, Li Fu insisted. Had Li Wenfeng not been injured, his temper would have already led him to discipline these incompetent fools. Safety? I do not wish to see you useless trash. Go stand outside and reflect. Unless you wish to remain here, having been defeated by someone. I refuse to believe this person could climb in through a window on the 10th floor. What a bunch of worthless fools. After bowing, Li Fu and his companions exited the room, leaving Li Wenfeng feeling disgraced, as if he had suffered great humiliation. I came to the capital to teach others a lesson, not to be taught myself. Wait. Recently, I received news from the boss about a martial art technique that has suddenly emerged, causing great upheaval among various sections. There are rumors that this technique resides within the Wuliang sect in Sichuan province, and now a practitioner has entered Jiangqing. Could it be that this technique will surface here? What connection does Li Xiaoyan's master have with this technique? Li Wenfeng muttered to himself. It appears necessary to keep a close watch on Li Xiaoyan. If I can achieve merit through this technique, it may alleviate the burden of my elder's injury. As Li Wenfeng blinked and stared with wide eyes, a sudden shadow appeared, greeting him with a mocking tone. Oh, isn't this Boss Li? What a sight! Li Wenfeng gasped, his heart racing violently. You are Su Minjing's useless husband. What are you doing here? Overwhelmed with weakness, he prepared to cry out for help. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Qiancheng snapped his fingers. In an instant, Li Wenfeng found himself unable to speak, his mouth controlled by an unseen force. Jiang Qiancheng casually picked up a bottle of premium milk from the cabinet, accompanied by fresh, non-toxic agate fruit imported from abroad. Boss Li, this food is quite exquisite. The milk is fresh and additive-free, supplied exclusively from the West District Ranch, and the fruits are imported from overseas paradises. How fortunate you are to have wealth, he remarked, grabbing a banana. Jiang Qiancheng took a bite and playfully placed the peel on Li Wenfeng's face. You truly lack self-awareness. How dare you call me useless when I can easily come to your hospital room? Li Wenfeng, in anguish, widened his eyes in terror. Jiang Qiancheng coldly warned, call me that again, and I will end you. With another snap of his fingers, the once proud Li Wenfeng was silenced, too terrified to utter a word. He was not foolish enough to push himself into the abyss. What do you want from me? You can't kill me. There are cameras here. Cameras? Those are of no concern to me. Someone has already breached this place, Jiang Qiancheng retorted, his power far beyond ordinary comprehension. To him, destroying a military force was as simple as a yawn. After all, it was merely a surveillance system. Li Wenfeng felt a chill run down his spine. Your identity is a facade. Regret washed over him for having acted arrogantly in front of Jiang Qiancheng, adopting a condescending demeanor. True power could extinguish his life in an instant, just as Jiang Qiancheng could. Authority, status, connections, and wealth. These worldly possessions were mere tools in the face of genuine strength. No, they are still useful tools. They are merely toys for the powerful to manipulate human destinies. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was only following my boss's orders. Apologies mean nothing. I've heard them far too often, Jiang Qiancheng replied, placing his fingers to his ears. I want to see you perform. Act like my dog. What do you say? To suggest he act as a dog would have once seemed insane to Li Wenfeng. But now, facing this man, he dared not think or question further. I cannot betray Boss Zhou Huafeng. He has given me everything. I'm sorry. If I were to act as your dog and betray him, everything he had, fame, wealth, influence, was granted by Zhou Huafeng. Betraying him would mean losing it all. and Zhou Huafeng's methods of retribution were exceedingly ruthless. But the man before him was an existence incomparable to Zhou Huafeng. Zhou Huafeng thrived because of his powerful connections, while Jiang Qiancheng was an ancient tree, formidable in his own right. Li Wenfeng tentatively asked, "If I act as your dog, what can you offer me?" Jiang Qiancheng smiled gently. "I can give you freedom, grant you the right to enjoy everything, and even bestow life upon you. You know, I could effortlessly take your life away." He raised his hands, gesturing as if to hold Li Wenfeng's head. Confused, Li Wenfeng complied, lifting his hands to his head, wondering what the man intended. Suddenly, without warning, he felt a change in his neck. Warm fluid began to seep from it, and breathing became increasingly difficult. His eyes turned red as a silken line appeared across his neck. My neck." He groaned in agony. Jiang Qiancheng's swift strike had severed Li Wenfeng's neck, the pain taking moments to register in his mind due to the precision of the blow. "How long did it take you to cut me?" he gasped, blood pouring from his mouth. "I will be your dog. I will be your dog. Please save me." If he weren't holding his head, it would have already rolled to the ground. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. Life is indeed precious. He made no further moves, and suddenly, Li Wenfeng found his breathing easing, his ability to speak returning. Although blood still stained his neck, he felt somewhat restored. "Mr. Jiang, what do you want me to do? I will follow your orders. From now on, I am your dog." Jiang Qiancheng stated firmly, "Let me be clear. If you ever consider revealing my identity in front of the Su family, you will lose your head. I want you to continue targeting Su Yao Entertainment, not only here in Jiangcheng, but also utilize your connections with the Imperial Entertainment Company to suppress Su Yao continuously. I want to draw out your boss to take action himself." Yes. Li Wenfeng nodded vigorously, knowing that his future and abilities would be dismissed by higher-ups. But at least he was still alive. Jiang Qiancheng added, "Also, what is the technique you mentioned that incites conflict among major factions? I am somewhat intrigued." "Mr. Jiang, I am unaware of this technique. I will keep an eye out for its news as per your instructions." "I dare not speak carelessly," Li Wenfeng replied. "If I say anything false, may I be struck by lightning." "How mysterious," Jiang Qiancheng remarked. "I shall take my leave now. Remember what I've told you." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qiancheng vanished without a trace. If not for the blood on Li Wenfeng's neck, he would have thought it all a figment of his imagination. He could hardly comprehend why such a powerful being would choose to endure as a mere waste. In the hospital men's restroom, moments later, Jiang Qiancheng emerged, stretching lazily and wrapping white bandages around his head. Looking at his reflection, he chuckled to himself. "It has been a while since I was injured. I wonder if following the trail of Li Wenfeng will lead me to the identity of the hunter behind the scenes." After all, the reincarnation master had commanded him to protect the Su mother and daughter. Moreover, despite using the reincarnation eye, he could not discern the identity of the person behind Li Wenfeng. Perhaps there was a connection yet to be revealed. Li Xiaoyan, too, was the child of a reincarnator. One of his parents was ranked 6th among the reincarnators. Within the world of the reincarnators, they traveled and honed their skills across various realms, becoming supreme beings. The reincarnation leaderboard recorded those ranked from 1 to 200, each fulfilling their respective tasks without overlap. If a reincarnator failed to complete their mission, the master would dispatch a higher-ranked reincarnator to continue it. It seemed that the 6th-ranked reincarnator was unable to fulfill the task in this son-in-law realm, thus sending the 1st-ranked one in my stead. The master deemed my task simple. As Jiang Qiancheng returned to his hospital bed, he mused, "Perhaps the master believes this task is easy for me." In the following days, Jiang Qiancheng remained in the hospital, although he had sustained no injuries. Su Minjing insisted he stay, concerned for his well-being. Thus began a few leisurely days of being cared for. A few days ago, Su Jingyan and Su Minjing were not preoccupied with their corporate duties. Instead, they traversed the surrounding mountains, indulging in the beauty of nature, seizing a rare opportunity to unwind. On this day, at the villa nestled in the mountains, Mingjia building, Jiang Qiancheng, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, held in his hands exquisite cigarettes, fine liquor, and cured meats. Preparing to venture into the impoverished mountainous region, he said, "Mom, dear wife, I am setting off. It may take me 3 days. Await my good news upon my return." Su Minjing stepped forward, cautioning him, "Please be mindful of your safety on the journey, and do your utmost to seek assistance from the old Taoist. The fate of our company hinges on this endeavor." Su Jingyan added, "Qiancheng, the mountain paths are treacherous. I am uncertain how difficult they might be to navigate. Please take care not to injure yourself. Jiang Qiancheng assured them. All right, my wife, my mother, await my good news. Departing the villa's entrance, Jiang Qiancheng drove away in his Mercedes-Benz, casting a glance back at the receding villa. He mused, now, I must wait for 3 days. During this time, I shall seek a place to cultivate my skills. To prepare for the unknown adversaries ahead, Jiang Qiancheng planned to utilize these 3 days to enhance his strength. For him, this span of time was ample. Arriving at a desolate area, Jiang Qiancheng halted his vehicle. With a swift motion of his hand, the Mercedes-Benz vanished mysteriously, transforming into a streak of light that slipped into his pocket. He gently closed his eyes, retrieving a ring, identical to the one once worn by Li Xiaoyan around her neck, the Reincarnator's ring. Its brilliance represented the utmost glory of being the strongest on the Reincarnation Divine list. Its purpose, to traverse previously conquered realms, reclaiming items, magical artifacts, and celestial tools acquired in those worlds. Jiang Qiancheng declared, let us first venture into the world of Naruto and spar with the Sage of Six Paths to warm up. Channeling the ring's power, the space before him tore apart, revealing a mystical dimension. Jiang Qiancheng stepped into it. Upon taking his next step, he found himself amidst the vast emptiness of the universe. The surroundings were pitch black yet luminous, with a gray terrain beneath his feet, riddled with pits and dust. A vibrant blue planet floated in the cosmos, teeming with life. Ah, it has been a long time, a resonant elder's voice echoed. Hello, Sage of Six Paths, it has been a while. You seem to be in good spirits. Jiang Qiancheng responded with ease, facing the deity known as the God of Ninjas, the pioneer of all ninjutsu, the protector of the ninja world. After all, he had once effortlessly defeated this opponent, standing atop the Naruto realm. The Sage of Six Paths, adorned with 2 horns and draped in white robes emblazoned with the 6-pointed star pattern, wielded the staff of the sun and moon. Sitting cross-legged, he appeared serene. Upon noticing Jiang Qiancheng's arrival, he opened his rinnegan, his expression darkening. Jiang Qiancheng had once exhibited a terrifying strength beyond comprehension, employing a form of cultivation and mastery over the natural order that transcended mere ninjutsu. The Sage of Six Paths, upon activating his rinnegan and entering his sage form, unleashed the mightiest Susanoo technique, yet he remained unable to contend with Jiang Qiancheng, whose presence rendered even the Ten Tails capable of shaking the very foundation of the ninja world. Submissive as a pet, realizing Jiang Qiancheng's true strength, the Sage of Six Paths recognized the vastness of the universe and the existence of realms beyond his own. With a furrowed brow, he, a being of divine stature, found himself referred to as an old man by Jiang Qiancheng. Jiang Qiancheng, it has been a long time. What brings you to seek me today? You have become the strongest in the ninja world. Are you merely here out of boredom? Jiang Qiancheng chuckled, Sage of Six Paths. I simply wish to stretch my muscles and warm up a bit. I was hoping to find someone to spar with. By the way, I trust your celestial artifacts are well preserved? One never knows when I might need to borrow them. The Sage of Six Paths gasped. Cough, cough. I am currently in seclusion and cannot engage in combat. I can keep your artifacts safe, but do not blame me if I cannot fight. Who would dare to spar with Jiang Qiancheng? The man before him wielded unfathomable power. Their previous confrontation had been a legendary battle that lasted 3 days and nights, causing upheaval in the heavens and earth. Little did anyone know, Jiang Qiancheng had closed his eyes, bound his feet, and allowed the Sage of Six Paths to have his way with him. Qiancheng, I am getting old. I am no longer suited for fierce battles. I nearly lost my life during our last encounter, the sage lamented. Before he could finish, Jiang Qiancheng approached him with blinding speed, leaving the sage momentarily stunned. Your ninjutsu has surpassed my understanding, the sage admitted, unable to comprehend the sheer physical prowess Jiang Qiancheng displayed. Jiang Qiancheng laughed, Sage of Six Paths. What is there to fear? How about this time? I shall let you strike me at will without retaliation, and if you land a hit, I will teach you my celestial techniques. Celestial techniques. Those 2 words held supreme significance, embodying the culmination of millennia of wisdom from the Chinese world. They could create and shape realms, giving rise to endless methods and the very fabric of existence, far beyond what the ordinary mind could fathom. The sage's eyes gleamed with fervor. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. Your celestial techniques have long been something I yearn to learn. Jiang Qiancheng, hands behind his back and eyes closed, remained composed before the Sage of Six Paths, the god of the ninja world. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng sought to embody the essence of true divinity. Sage, I have only 3 days. Please cherish this time. With a whoosh, the two vanished from the spot, leaving only the sound of rushing winds echoing through the cosmic void, their figures unseen and untraceable. The following day after Jiang Qiancheng's departure, Su Minjing reclined on the sofa, her delicate hand casually caressing her elegantly curved leg. Regardless of the angle, she was undeniably captivating, possessing a goddess-like beauty, particularly in a fitted purple dress. Her alluring figure was on full display. I wonder how Qiancheng is faring. Has he found a high-level Taoist? Will our company be able to continue operating? As she scrolled through her phone, she stumbled upon an episode of All-Star Entertainment. Engaged in the entertainment industry, she often watched variety shows that could elevate artists' profiles. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the screen. Chen Yang and Huang Zishu. Are they really appearing on All-Star Entertainment? In the video, Chen Yang looked dapper, sporting golden hair and showcasing his singing and dancing prowess, already amassing a fan base. Huang Zishu, tall at 1.8 meters with striking black hair, exuded a cool demeanor, possessing a deep baritone voice that earned him the title of melancholic prince. Humph, 2 ungrateful little men, Su Minjing thought, feeling irked. I shall see just how popular you two can become. All-Star Entertainment featured numerous up-and-coming stars each episode, engaging in activities such as basketball, football, and swimming. The top 3, determined by fan votes, would have the opportunity to collaborate with prominent musicians and ascend to stardom. Manipulating her phone, she accessed the popularity rankings. In the All-Star Entertainment Male Celebrity Chart, Chen Yang ranked 3rd, and Huang Zishu placed 10th. Gazing at the rankings, Su Minjing felt a mix of resentment and admiration. Is this the power of the Jingqing Emperor Entertainment Company? They just acquired my company and have already provided these 2 artists with prime resources. With a heavy sigh, Su Minjing lamented, how many people and companies dream of such opportunities? Yet they can be arranged so effortlessly in the presence of a large corporation. Urban life is inherently unfair. Su Minjing felt a pang of sorrow. In the past, 3 artists from this company were cherished and meticulously nurtured by the organization, receiving comprehensive training in dance and singing. She had poured her heart into supporting 2 of them, only to find herself now laboring for the benefit of others. Just then, her phone rang, the caller ID displaying the number of Uncle Chen, the security guard. Upon answering, she heard Uncle Chen's anxious voice on the other end. Boss, something terrible has happened. A group of people has stormed the company, and the security team can't hold them back. They are vandalizing the place. You need to come quickly. Her heart sank. Uncle Chen, have you called the police? Where are they? I'm on my way. I've already called them, but the vandals fled after causing the damage. The police are reviewing the surveillance footage to identify them. Please hurry. Su Minjing hailed a cab, racing towards Su Yao Entertainment Company. By the time she arrived, the glass doors of the company had been shattered, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered, clearly indicating that the police were already investigating. She hurriedly stepped out of the car and approached Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, are you all right? Her primary concern was for the safety of the security personnel. Uncle Chen apologized. I'm sorry, boss. We couldn't stop them. We're fine, but inside. Su Minjing rushed in, finding the office area on the 1st floor in ruins, with computers and equipment destroyed. The mirrors in the dance studio were shattered, and audio equipment lay strewn across the floor, buzzing ominously. Who could have done this? She exclaimed. At that moment, a uniformed man approached. You must be the legal representative of Su Yao Company. Hello. I've been informed by the security that this place has been vandalized by a group of thugs. We need your cooperation for the investigation. Please tally the company's losses and, if possible, provide us with the surveillance footage. In her panic, Su Minjing could hardly focus on financial matters. Her sole desire was to apprehend the culprits. A thought crossed her mind. This had to be connected to the company in the capital in Li Wenfeng. I am the legal representative of the company. Please follow me. You must catch these criminals, she implored. Why would those from the capital drive her to such desperation? She knew this was all orchestrated by that man. Leading the officials to the surveillance room, she accessed the footage. The man, Li Gang, observed the screen, which displayed over 10 individuals clad in black, masks covering their faces, brandishing baseball bats. Upon entering the company, they wasted no time wreaking havoc on the equipment and office space. Miss Su, this is clearly targeted destruction. Have you recently offended anyone? Li Gang inquired. Su Minjing took a deep breath, her fair face flushing. I did offend someone recently. Who? Li Gang pulled out a pen and paper, ready to take notes. Li Wenfeng, from the capital. Initially, he acquired my previous company, Su Minjing confessed. Afterward, I established this company, and they continually harassed me. Li Gang, known for his resolute and upright character, pressed further. Aside from him, have you offended anyone else? Su Minjing furrowed her brow. Others? Oh, there's also someone named Shixia. He gathered people in a bar to insult me and my mother, even splashing red wine on us. But could he really be behind this? What? Li Gang's hand froze mid-note. The name Shixia triggered a vivid recollection of a bizarre, shocking incident that had occurred that night. In the bar, hundreds of young men and women lay on the ground, dazed and pleading for death. Suddenly, they snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. Li Gang had previously questioned those present, but they remained tight-lipped, their faces filled with terror. He turned to Su Minjing, his gaze sharp as a blade. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Su Minjing, confused, replied, What do you mean? Li Gang clarified. The Shixia you mentioned is the same one who assaulted you in the bar? Yes. How did you know? His hands and feet were severed, and he is currently hospitalized. We're trying to uncover the truth, but the bar surveillance was shut off. Li Gang knew it unnecessary to engage Su Minjing in further idle conversation. He sought clarity. Do you have any leads? He asked, scrutinizing her intently. Jiang Qiancheng, who broke his leg, claimed that Shixia borrowed money from loan sharks and couldn't he repay it. I don't know, Su Minjing exclaimed. I truly have no idea. I'm sorry, but you need to accompany us for further investigation, Li Gang stated, leading her away to the car. He dialed a number, aware that the events at the bar were far from ordinary. Hello, Captain Bai. I've identified a suspect related to the bar incident and am en route to your location. Su Minjing, feeling unsettled, looked at Li Gang and said, I don't know anything. This has nothing to do with me. Li Gang, seated in the passenger seat, turned back to her. Whether it's related or not, we need to investigate to understand. The car halted before a building, and Su Minjing was escorted into an interrogation room. Surrounded by dim light, the atmosphere was oppressive. What do you want from me? She anxiously called out. After Li Gang entered the room, he left her alone for 2 hours. Just then, the door swung open with a loud bang, and a striking woman entered, dressed in uniform, exuding an air of icy detachment. Do you have a grudge against Shixia? What did he do to you in the bar? Fuming, Su Minjing retorted. You brought me here and left me waiting for 3 hours to cooperate with your investigation. And now you asked me 2 questions and let me go? I am the victim. My company was vandalized. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction, the woman replied, watching as Su Minjing departed, hopping into a taxi that disappeared down the street. 2 men in plain clothes stood respectfully behind the woman. Lady Bai, is this woman truly unrelated to the case? One of them asked. Bai Lijing, a member of the Dali Temple, was part of an organization that oversees practitioners in the city. If any practitioner committed a serious crime, experts from the Dali Temple would step in to investigate and apprehend them. They held significant power, surpassing ordinary martial artists. Bai Lijing crossed her arms, stating, I can tell from her eyes that she is uninvolved. She genuinely doesn't understand the situation. However, according to her testimony, she and her mother were humiliated in the bar, and following their departure, a large-scale collective hypnosis incident occurred. Shixia had his hands and feet severed. Regardless of how one considers it, there seems to be a connection. Bai Lijing instructed, Zhan Fei, keep a close watch on the Su mother and daughter. Report any developments immediately. The man at the forefront clasped his fists and bowed, saying, Yes, Captain Bai. Meanwhile, in the office of Dreamstar Entertainment, the CEO, Li Wenfeng, answered a phone call. Boss Li, as per your request, we have dismantled Su Minjing's company. Now, may we settle the outstanding payment? A raspy voice came from the other end. In a warehouse, over a dozen thugs were gathered. Li Wenfeng replied, I will transfer the remaining 300,000 to your account. Well done. Be cautious. In the future, find ways to trouble the Su family more. There will be more money for you. The thugs chorused, Thank you, boss. We truly appreciate it. Just then, before the thugs could revel in their success, a melodious voice rang from the entrance of the warehouse. So this is where the cockroaches are hiding. Chapter 114. The Fury of Bai Lijing. Who goes there? The thugs stared at the newcomer. Oh, a stunning beauty has arrived. Haha, are you here to play with us? The leader, a scar-faced man clad in black, wore a peculiar expression. Wow, this beauty has quite the figure. Boss, once you're done, let the brothers have a turn. This gang of thugs was nothing but societal refuse, aimlessly living day by day. Trash, what a bunch of trash. Bai Libing's expression was frigid, clad in tight black leather pants, her beauty surpassing even that of Su Minjing. Her long black hair flowed smoothly, but what was most astonishing was the aura she emanated. She was the daughter of the foremost family in the capital, possessing immense wealth and status, with vast connections and power. The Bai family had served the emperors since the Tang dynasty, known for their vast knowledge and producing numerous scholars and warriors, constituting an indispensable force in times of war. However, the family had a rule: to inherit the Bai family legacy and become a candidate for the clan leader. One must work for 3 years in the Dali Temple and survive. Arrest those who vandalized Su Yao's company. Suddenly, over a dozen uniformed men burst through the warehouse entrance, executing their tasks with precision, swiftly subduing the thugs. It must be said, the efficiency of the Dali Temple, particularly Bai Libing, was renowned. Bai Libing stepped onto the face of the lead thug in her high heels, demanding, "I do not wish to waste time on you useless scum. Tell me, who instructed you to do this? Humph. Do you think the brothers lack loyalty in this underworld?" The thug scoffed. "If you spend a day with me, I might bang." Bai Libing delivered a powerful punch, sending debris flying across the sturdy concrete floor. The lead thug, drenched in cold sweat, realized the punch was merely 30 centimeters away from him. "If you do not speak, someone else will. The next punch may just land on your head." The thug, trembling in fear, exclaimed, "I'll tell you. It was Li Wenfeng who ordered us to act against Su Yao's company." Bang! Bai Libing stood up and kicked the thug squarely in the face, sending him flying 5 meters away, unconscious. Wow, the officers from the Dali Temple really have a fiery temperament. One officer gulped, recognizing her fierce and decisive demeanor, paired with her icy beauty. Zhang Fei jested, "If any of you could win Captain Bai's favor, you'd never have to worry about a thing in life, indulging in luxury and wealth. Is it true? With her family's fortune, why work in the field? Wouldn't it be more delightful to return as a lady of leisure?" As they spoke, Zhang Fei's eyes sparkled with longing. "After all these years by Captain Bai's side, I'd willingly give up 10 years of my life for just one kiss." A piercing chill enveloped the air. Zhang Fei inquired, "Hey, why is everyone so silent? I was just about to introduce you to Captain Bai's merits." Bang! Bai Libing had stealthily approached Zhang Fei from behind, executing a remarkable high kick, her flexibility beyond that of ordinary people. "I detest when people speak ill of me behind my back. Focus on your case." Chapter 115. Su Minjing under surveillance. How intimidating. With such a figure, a noble background, and born at the pinnacle of life, what manner of man could possibly match her? The officers swallowed hard, not out of desire but envy. How can someone so wealthy and powerful be so remarkably competent? It's disheartening. "Do you think Captain Bai has ever had a romantic relationship?" One officer mused. Bai Libing, walking away, declared, "No matter how powerful you are, I will find you and pull you from the vast sea of people." Meanwhile, the culprit, Jiang Qiancheng, was engaged in a fierce battle in the realm of immortals, sparring with the Six Paths Sage, locked in a stalemate. As a mere first-tier mortal, who could hope to trace Jiang Qiancheng's whereabouts? Even if they found him, what would it matter? Jiang Qiancheng was destined to be a figure of reverence. The following morning, Su Minjing received a call. The police had apprehended the suspects involved in the destruction of her company and requested her presence for identification and documentation. Upon arriving at the police station, she was once again greeted by Bai Libing. "What is going on? Am I being targeted by her again?" Su Minjing recalled Bai Libing's formidable and aloof demeanor, which had not left a good impression. However, today, Bai Libing welcomed her with a radiant smile. "Hello, Su Minjing. We have captured the culprits. They were instructed by Li Wenfeng. While it sounds straightforward, we lack concrete evidence, as he is quite cunning." Hearing Li Wenfeng's name ignited a fire within Su Minjing. "Officer, you must help me capture him. He has been relentlessly targeting me. It's utterly outrageous." Bai Libing's eyes glinted with intrigue. Women possess an innate intuition, often referred to as women's intuition. While in Jiang City investigating bar-related cases, she had gathered substantial evidence, searching for clues in every fragment. Killing in the city was far too easy for cultivators. However, every action bore consequences. Once one engaged, certain connections were inevitable. Just days prior, police discovered a deranged man foaming at the mouth in a warehouse, who later died. This case bore similarities to a mass hysteria and hypnosis incident at the bar. The only sect adept in illusion techniques was the illusion sect from the Eastern Province, known for their challenging practices and scarce disciples. rarely seen in urban settings. Bai Libing nodded. Oh, did he send someone to kidnap you before? Without hesitation, Su Minjing affirmed, yes. I'm uncertain if it was him, but given the recent attack on my company, I suspect it is. Clues emerged. Bai Libing trembled with excitement. Indeed, anyone who harmed Su Minjing or her family would face severe retribution. The woman's intuition had led Bai Libing to a breakthrough. There must be a cultivator by Su Minjing's side, yet this cultivator was astute and would not reveal themselves easily. Bai Libing smiled warmly, extending her hand. Su Minjing, I am pleased to assist you. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me. Here is my number. Su Minjing reciprocated with a smile, grasping her hand. For some reason, I truly wish to be friends with you. Bai Libing's smile radiated warmth, melting the icy waters of the lake. I too wish to be your friend. Su Minjing remained blissfully unaware that she had caught Bai Libing's attention. Chapter 116. The Six Paths of the Sage's Treasure. The radiant light on the other side. 3 days of training swiftly passed. From the moment they engaged, Jiang Qiancheng and the ancient sage of the Six Paths had been in continuous motion, employing an extraordinarily rapid technique for a full 72 hours without pause. Ordinary mortals could never achieve such a feat of speed. The sage, with his long beard, spoke, his forehead glistening with sweat. Ah, I am truly getting old. Just a little activity, and I am drenched. In contrast, Jiang Qiancheng remained at ease, not a bead of sweat gracing his brow. He remarked, "Oh, old sage, your abilities seem to have diminished. You can no longer even serve as my warm-up partner." The sage spoke. Silence can be quite daunting. He continued, the celestial arts are indeed profound, beyond what you mortals can fathom. In the realm of ninjas, the sage prided himself as a celestial being, powerful and extraordinary, with a mother who could be deemed a creator of worlds. Unbeknownst to him, there existed entities far greater than himself. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. Do you wish to learn my celestial arts? The sage replied eagerly, indeed. But you must voice your desire. How can I know if you do not speak? Jiang Qiancheng playfully draped his arm over the sage's shoulder, saying, next time, I'll bring some peanuts, marinated delicacies, and beer. We can enjoy a drink together, just like brothers. The sage, known for his integrity and righteousness, could set aside personal interests in the face of great moral dilemmas. Jiang Qiancheng enjoyed conversing with him. I will teach you celestial arts, but in return, I require 2 treasures. Jiang Qiancheng declared, I want the radiant light. Oh, the radiant light? Do you, such a powerful individual, still need this trinket? Jiang Qiancheng's intent was not for himself, but for the Su mother and daughter. The radiant light was a treasure personally crafted by the sage, imbued with the essence of light, capable of protecting one from the brink of death. It was a gift prepared for the impending threat against the Su family. With a flicker of thought, Jiang Qiancheng said, I will provide you with an introductory celestial technique for body refinement. Practice this first. He infused it with divine light. The sage was struck by profound insights. This was merely a foundational technique for body refinement, aimed at honing the physical form to its utmost potential. However, the sage struggled to comprehend the true essence of such celestial arts, realizing his own insignificance. Astonishing, he exclaimed, recognizing the depth of his own limitations. What level of cultivation have you reached, Jiang Qiancheng? To the limit. Jiang Qiancheng hastily replied, enough talk. Hand over the radiant light. This place is dreadfully dull. I must return home to accompany my wife and mother-in-law. The sage gestured with a single finger, causing the 6 black orbs behind him to float toward Jiang Qiancheng. One orb emitted 2 golden beams of light, which shimmered as they landed in Jiang Qiancheng's hands. Do visit often, the sage said. Thank you, old sage, Jiang Qiancheng responded, as he broke through the void, returning to the familiar forest. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling vehicle appeared. The days of training are truly tedious. I must seek out stronger opponents in the future. Off I go, home to my wife, and to visit my mother-in-law. Jiang Qiancheng squinted, clutching the radiant light, unabashedly thinking, nothing feels quite as good as flaunting in front of my wife. Chapter 117. The techniques left by the mysterious individual driving the luxurious car. Jiang Qiancheng whistled as he descended the mountain path. At times, life is splendid, filled with sunshine and leisure. The warm rays caressed him, and he reveled in the beauty of the moment. He was quite satisfied with the arrangements made by the Lord of Reincarnation, compared to the world he had previously inhabited, which was filled with endless battles and relentless cultivation. Life had improved significantly. However, Just then, a dark figure suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, obstructing his path. Startled, he slammed on the brakes to halt the car. The peculiar man approached, covered in wounds and blood, his eyes darkened. "Damn, brother, don't dirty my car. If you're going to cough up blood, at least do it off to the side." Jiang Qiancheng, having witnessed countless trials and tribulations, was momentarily taken aback by the stranger's reaction to his calm demeanor. Clenching his teeth, the man tossed a book to Jiang Qiancheng, stating, "Consider yourself fortunate. Guard this book well. If I survive, I shall return for it. I've memorized your license plate number. Don't even think about escaping." With that, the man swiftly turned and dashed into the dense forest, his speed suggesting he was no ordinary mortal. Jiang Qiancheng thought to himself, "What a lunatic. Remembering my license plate number. Incredible." He casually opened the book, revealing an ancient blue cover titled True Technique of Thunder Control. Thunderstruck, Jiang Qiancheng gasped. "The True Technique of Thunder Control? Isn't this the book I discarded back in the True Extermination of a Mortal's Realm out of boredom? How did it end up here?" The book was divided into 2 sections. Initially, he found wielding a sword to control thunder quite impressive, but later deemed it cumbersome and switched to using his hands. Eventually, he lost interest in controlling thunder altogether and preferred fire, discarding the technique. Who brought this book to the realm of son-in-laws? Too many questions lingered, too many mysteries remained. Jiang Qiancheng nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, this son-in-law realm conceals profound secrets. But what of it? It is of no concern to me." He tucked the book away, preparing to continue on his journey when suddenly he heard, "Stop. How dare you, mere mortal, disregard us." From the other side of the forest emerged several figures clad in simple garments, both elders and youths, encircling Jiang Qiancheng. The elder at the forefront, with graying hair yet a spirited demeanor, approached and inquired, "Sir, have you seen a man covered in wounds pass by here?" Jiang Qiancheng casually pointed in a direction, saying, "Yes, he dashed off that way, startling me. I thought I was being robbed." "You aren't robbers, are you?" The moment these individuals appeared, Jiang Qiancheng sensed their distinct aura. Overly composed behavior might raise suspicion. "Thank you," they exclaimed, hastily pursuing the direction he indicated without lingering. Frowning, Jiang Qiancheng mused, "It seems my understanding of this realm is still quite shallow. It appears cultivators have already infiltrated the vicinity of Jiang City. I must hasten to deliver the radiant light to the Su mother and daughter." When Jiang Qiancheng returned to the Jiang City villa, night had fallen. Su Minjing lay on the sofa, having ordered a feast of takeout. "It's the 3rd day, why hasn't Qiancheng returned? Mother, do you think he has failed? The old sage may not be willing to assist." Su Jingyan replied, "I don't know, perhaps. If he fails, we simply won't open the company." "Yes, mother. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad." Just then, Jiang Qiancheng returned. Chapter 118. Did you really take me for a love-struck fool? As Jiang Qiancheng appeared, Su Jingyan and Su Minjing eagerly awaited his arrival, growing increasingly anxious about whether the old sage had acquiesced. Su Minjing rushed to his side, inquiring nervously, "How did it go? Did the elder agree?" Jiang Qiancheng gazed into Su Minjing's large eyes and teasingly flicked her nose, saying, "Shouldn't you, as my wife, first ask if I'm tired?" Blushing, Su Minjing realized that the once timid Jiang Qiancheng would never have spoken so boldly. At that moment, Su Jingyan interjected sternly, "Jiang Qiancheng, do not forget your place. You are but a guest in our family. When did it become your turn to speak down to us? Is this how you address Minjing? Do you have no manners?" Jiang Qiancheng inhaled sharply. "Laozi set out on a journey of self-cultivation, yet here I am, fretting over trivial matters concerning you too. Lacking in gratitude, you would have me adhere to the identity of your worthless son-in-law? Very well. What sins did I commit in my past life?" Jiang Qiancheng nodded and replied, "Indeed, I must inform my esteemed wife that the old priest has agreed to assist. He will send his disciple, allowing for some experience in the city. When a new employee arrives, around 16 years of age, he will be recruited." "Splendid." Su Minjing laughed heartily, unable to resist embracing Jiang Qiancheng, almost planting a fervent kiss on him. However, with her mother present, she restrained herself. Su Jingyan also could not help but chuckle, secretly relieved. "Wonderful. With these powerful allies, we can finally seek our revenge. But the people in the capital possess formidable backgrounds. Can the old priest's disciple truly contend with them? Whatever." Su Jingyan relaxed her brow and smiled. "Jiang Qiancheng, in celebration of your success, I shall take a bath shortly. And afterward, you will give me a massage. I want one too. Su Minjing chimed in eagerly. Jiang Qiancheng, you must also massage me afterward. Oh, this identity of a worthless son-in-law is truly pitiful. After a long journey home, exhausted from 3 days of travel, I must still serve my mother-in-law and my wife with massages. Do they truly regard me as a mere lapdog? Jiang Qiancheng replied, all right, I shall eat first. Su Minjing was exceptionally curious about the old priest and martial matters, inquiring about the priest's appearance and whether he feared the powerful figures in the capital. Jiang Qiancheng casually offered an excuse. After their meal, the three of them settled in the living room to watch television, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Eventually, Jiang Qiancheng entered Minjing's room, where the atmosphere between them felt somewhat peculiar. It had been a long time since Su Minjing had allowed him into her room. She looked at Jiang Qiancheng with a strange expression. Lie down, Jiang Qiancheng instructed. Oh, all right. Su Minjing complied, lying on the bed and exposing her smooth back. Her breathing gradually becoming heavier. The prospect of this first massage made him particularly nervous. Will it hurt? Su Minjing fretted. Although Jiang Qiancheng was technically her husband, they had never crossed any boundaries. No hand-holding, no kissing, no sleeping together. In the past, Su Minjing would have eagerly sought a divorce from Jiang Qiancheng. Yet now, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. This feeling was inexplicable. He appeared to be a failure, yet his gaze occasionally emitted a captivating aura. Even when he tried to conceal it, it could not be hidden. Perhaps Jiang Qiancheng possessed an intangible charm that attracted women. As he gazed at his wife, he realized he had a preference for the mature and alluring presence of his mother-in-law. Lie down properly. How could it possibly hurt? Is this your first time? In a flash, both their faces flushed crimson. The silence in the air was palpable. Jiang Qiancheng awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, Minjing, why don't you loosen a couple of buttons? It will enhance the effect. Su Minjing's face turned pink, her heart racing like a startled deer. Oh, all right. She unfastened her clothing, her snow-white skin appearing and disappearing. Jiang Qiancheng extended his warm, solid hand onto her back, a sensation that stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. He began to massage her. Ah, that feels so good. A tingling warmth coursed through her, leaving her feeling relaxed and at ease. Unable to contain herself, Su Minjing asked, Jiang Qiancheng, do you usually give massages to your mother like this? Yes, Jiang Qiancheng replied. Mother is bolder than you. She removes all her clothing. Su Minjing gasped. You just reach out and massage like that? Besides shoulders and backs, where else do you massage? Hearing Su Minjing's queries, Jiang Qiancheng replied, why are you asking so many questions? Just lie still. Suddenly, Su Minjing, feeling jealous and flustered, flipped over, inadvertently exposing herself fully to Jiang Qiancheng's gaze. Well, that's rather pleasing. Jiang Qiancheng couldn't help but comment. Pervert, close your eyes. Su Minjing retorted, feeling flustered. If there were a hole in the ground, she would gladly hide in it. Why should I close my eyes? Can't I look at what you're wearing? Jiang Qiancheng teased, pointing at the cartoon pattern on her outfit. It was then that Su Minjing realized she was still wearing a garment. The fabric was so delicate that it felt almost like wearing nothing at all. She exclaimed, flailing about in panic. All right, lie still. What are you thinking? Jiang Qiancheng chuckled. With that, he summoned radiant holy light, channeling it into Minjing's body. The sacred energy flowed through her limbs and meridians, forming an invisible shield of protection within her. Once everything was complete, Su Minjing had drifted into a comfortable slumber, softly snoring. All right, sleep well, Jiang Qiancheng said gently, covering her with a blanket. Now, no one can harm you. With that, he cheerfully made his way to his mother-in-law's room. The lighting was dim, illuminated by a rose-tinted lamp, with blue roses adorning the bedside table. His mother-in-law stood before a full-length mirror in a white silk dress, revealing her figure, a high-stem glass of red wine in hand. Jiang Qiancheng contemplated, what is my mother-in-law implying? As she noticed his arrival, Su Jingyan turned her head and asked, Jiang Qiancheng, do I look beautiful? Beautiful indeed, he replied. The ambience and arrangement made him wonder if he was to face a reckoning this evening. Su Jingyan approached, taking Jiang Qiancheng's hand, asking, who is prettier, me or my daughter? Of course, you are more beautiful, mother. You surpass Su Minjing by several times, he replied sincerely. In such an atmosphere, Jiang Qiancheng found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Su Jingyan brought the glass of red wine to Jiang Qiancheng's lips, saying, are you thirsty? Would you like to take a sip? This is what I've already tasted. The air was intoxicating, the wine rich and bold. Jiang Qiancheng gazed at the glass and the approaching Su Jingyan, who was 18 years his senior. Yet, despite his composure, he felt himself becoming slightly overwhelmed. I want a drink. Is my mother-in-law challenging me, mocking me? He pondered. Though he hesitated, Jiang Qiancheng dutifully raised the glass and took a hearty sip. After wiping his mouth, he stammered, Jingyan, I want to marry you, perhaps? He reached out for her delicate hand. Smack! A resounding slap echoed, abruptly shattering his thoughts. Jiang Qiancheng covered his face in bewilderment. Jingyan, what does this mean? Remember, you're my daughter's husband. I am merely testing you. Do not harbor any delusions about me. Do not think of anything else. You are only to give me massages, she declared. Know your place. I am not someone you can aspire to. You should be grateful that I allowed you to marry my daughter. With that, Su Jingyan hurriedly departed, her mind in disarray. Unsure of her own words. Having spent so much time alone, she too craved comfort. In that final moment, Jiang Qiancheng's declaration to marry her jolted her back to clarity. She had almost crossed the boundaries with him. Sighing, Jiang Qiancheng lamented, Su Jingyan is too much. Best to stick to massages. Finally, he infused the sacred light into Su Jingyan's body. Jiang Qiancheng washed the clothes of Su Jingyan and Su Minjing, feeling exhausted as he returned to his room to sleep. Those without status truly suffer. The next morning, Su Minjing received a notification to visit by Liebing's residence, prompting her to send Jiang Qiancheng ahead to Su Yao Company. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiancheng rode his little electric bike to the company first. As he departed from the hillside villa, he rode casually, seemingly unnoticed by the surrounding businessmen. Riding an electric bike was already a source of pride for him. He arrived safely at the entrance of Su Yao Entertainment Company, where not a single car was parked. It should have been working hours, yet very few employees were seen entering the building. In contrast, other companies were bustling with clerks carrying briefcases. After parking his bike, Jiang Qiancheng approached, wondering if the place had been vandalized again in his absence. Li Wenfeng was indeed swift in his actions. At that moment, an elderly security guard approached him, saying, Kid, what are you up to lurking around? Uncle Chen scrutinized Jiang Qiancheng from head to toe. Due to a previous incident where the company had been attacked, Su Minjing had hired 5 additional security guards. Jiang Qiancheng replied, My wife is Su Minjing. She has something to attend to, and she asked me to come to the company first. Oh, Uncle Chen nodded, saying, I see. So you're the boss's husband. I don't see you around often. Here, have a smoke. Thank you. Jiang Qiancheng took the cigarette and inhaled deeply. Uncle Chen found it strange that someone as wealthy as the Su family would have a husband riding an electric bike. Perhaps it was a matter of modesty? Brother, Uncle Chen said, since you don't often come to the company, you might not be aware of its current state, which is quite dire. Your wife is struggling to keep it afloat. It's exhausting for her. Just recently, the company was vandalized. He expressed his concern for Jiang Qiancheng's wife. Chapter 121. Su Yao Company prepares for takeoff. Old man, you're quite decent, Jiang Qiancheng said, shaking the elder's hand. Once Su Yao Company stabilizes, I'll ensure your salary gets a raise. Uncle Chun bowed gratefully, saying, Thank you, boss. I appreciate it. Regardless of the truth of his words, they were comforting to hear. The 5 security guards around them lowered their heads and said, Thank you, boss. May I ask your name? Jiang Qiancheng. Today, I'm here to help the company take flight, Jiang Qiancheng declared, patting Uncle Chun on the shoulder. Do your best. At that moment, a young security guard, no older than 18, scoffed. Who would listen to you? You're just trying to fool us. This guard had a bruise on his mouth and his arm was bandaged, clearly showing signs of having been in a fight. Uncle Chen explained, Boss Qiancheng, this is Yu Hongwei. Don't be fooled by his words. He stood bravely at the forefront when the thugs attacked the company yesterday and sustained the most injuries. Yu Hongwei interjected, I've seen many bosses. He.S. just joking. When he talks about raises, it's merely banter. Can my medical expenses be reimbursed? Jiang Qiancheng replied, Why wouldn't they be reimbursed? They certainly should. Uncle Chen added, The company is on holiday, and the finance team is also off. Recently, Mr. Su has been busy cooperating with the police during the investigation and hasn't had time to tend to us. It seems the company has quite a mess to deal with. Wait here. When the boss arrives, I'll help you with this matter, Jiang Qiancheng assured them. As he and the 2 men entered the office building, Uncle Chen squinted, saying, I usually hear that Mr. Su's husband is useless. But you don't seem like it. As they walked through the empty office, Jiang Qiancheng shook his head and said, It's about time I took action. Not long after, Su Minjing returned in a rush. Jiang Qiancheng explained the situation and settled Yu Hongwei's medical expenses, even generously adding an extra 20,000 as encouragement. To better assist the company, Jiang Qiancheng volunteered to serve as a salesman, responsible for securing business in Jiangqing. Su Minjing, incredulous, asked, Qiancheng, can you handle sales? Can you negotiate advertising in Jiangqing? This is facing a blockade from companies in Beijing. It's not possible now, but once the old Taoist disciple arrives, it should be manageable. Jiang Qiancheng replied. In the afternoon, at the entrance of Su Yao Company, they welcomed a stylishly dressed Li Xiaoyan, who was clearly excited to see Jiang Qiancheng. Expressing her heartfelt gratitude for his generous donation to the school, with everyone present, Jiang Qiancheng declared, Minjing, today I'll help you negotiate advertising partnerships. Which is the largest advertising company in Jiangqing? If we're going to negotiate, let us go for the biggest. Qiancheng, are you joking? The largest advertising company in Jiangqing is the Jiang family, the same one that my mother invited to dinner previously. Su Minjing expressed her doubts. This family is the most prominent in Jiangqing. What do you plan to negotiate with them? Forget it. You shouldn't go. It's sufficient to negotiate with smaller advertising companies, she added. Jiang Qiancheng smiled. What will I use to negotiate? I'll rely on the old Taoist disciple. Just wait for our good news. With that, he left with Li Xiaoyan. Su Minjing squinted, doubting, can we really negotiate with them? Let fate decide. Chapter 122. Seeking cooperation with the Jiang family in Jiangsheng. To discuss cooperation, Jiang Qiancheng took a taxi to the Jiang family's villa, with Li Xiaoyan following closely behind. During the ride, they engaged in trivial conversation, lacking substance. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family villa. Hello, may I ask if you have an appointment? A well-dressed gentleman inquired politely, blocking their way. At that moment, many others were waiting to meet the Jiang family's patriarch. The Jiang family held a prestigious position as the foremost family in Jiangqing, possessing immense wealth and assets exceeding 10 billion. Sorry, I don't have an appointment. Jiang Qiancheng replied. The gentleman's expression changed abruptly, growing impatient as he said, no appointment? Then wait to the side. There are over 10 people ahead of you waiting to see Mr. Jiang. Seeing the line of people waiting, Li Xiaoyan suggested, Mr. Jiang, why don't I try to get in? We don't know how long we'll have to wait otherwise. We'll have to act eventually. Jiang Qiancheng nodded. Go ahead, try to get in. The gentleman glared at the two waiting at the entrance, muttering, what a bunch of useless fools, thinking they can meet Mr. Jiang. Do they really believe making money is so easy? He looked toward the villa with a heavy heart, lamenting. How could the young master be attacked and have both hands severed while dining? He has been unconscious for days and hasn't he awakened? The old master is extremely anxious. Young Master Jiang, please be safe. As the gentleman sighed and prepared to leave, Li Xiaoyan placed a hand on his shoulder. The gentleman immediately erupted in anger, shouting, What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Didn't you hear? No appointment means you should wait outside, not barge into my courtyard. Get out. Before he could finish, Li Xiaoyan struck, swiftly overpowering the gentleman. Those sitting at the entrance, including various business representatives, stared in disbelief at Jiang Qiancheng, exclaiming, Are these two insane? Who do they think they are, daring to barge into the Jiang family's territory? They must be out of their minds. Rumors had circulated about an elder who practiced in Wuliang Mountain. Was it wise to provoke them? Some laughed, while others watched the spectacle unfold. It's fine. I estimate these two will be thrown out soon, and it won't be pretty. The steward, clutching a walkie-talkie, yelled, Call for backup. We have intruders. From within the villa, over a dozen black-clad bodyguards emerged, each trained and exuding a menacing aura. Never before had anyone dared to act so brazenly within the Jiang family's domain. Since the Jiang family established their foothold in Jiangqing, no one had ever behaved in such a manner. Jiang Qiancheng clasped his hands and inquired, Xiaoyan, how many of these individuals can you handle in just a few moves? Li Xiaoyan replied with a smile. If my master wishes for me to resolve this in a few moves, then I shall do so. How intriguing. There are 15 individuals here. Do you believe 5 moves will suffice? Li Xiaoyan shyly scratched the back of his head. After days of relentless training, he had come to comprehend the essence of qi. In truth, master, I could conclude this with a single move. You should give it a try, Jiang Qiancheng encouraged. 1 move to incapacitate all 15? As the bodyguards surged forward, Li Xiaoyan took a deep breath, focusing intently, his fists tightly clenched. A formidable aura of killing intent erupted from him. Boom. The 15 bodyguards suddenly froze, clutching their hearts, their bodies chilled as if plunged into an icy abyss. Thud! All 15 collapsed to the ground, motionless. Jiang Qiancheng praised. You have swiftly mastered the outward manifestation of qi. Well done. Thank you for your kind words, Master, Li Xiaoyan replied. The two then entered the villa. Chapter 123. Remember, I am Jiang Qiancheng. You will come to regret this. The onlookers, including the officials, stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. The 15 bodyguards had fallen without a single blow being struck. It was well known that these bodyguards were from the Jiang family. The official's mouth fell agape in exaggerated disbelief. How? How did this happen? This young Taoist is surprisingly formidable. I must inform the master at once. Dinglingaling. Inside the Jiang family's villa. In the temporary medical room on the second floor, Zhang Kaiyuan was overwhelmed with grief. His son, Zhang Wanghua, had his hands severed, and his father, Zhang Chaoyuan, had been murdered. In a single night, his hair turned completely white, aging him by at least a decade. He vigilantly stayed by his son's side, severing all business ties, waiting for him to awaken, yearning to uncover the truth. Why, my son, who have we offended in the Zhang family to provoke such calamity? Zhang Kaiyuan lamented. At that moment, his phone rang. Zhang Kaiyuan, flustered, answered, What is it? The butler, in a panic, replied, Master, it's bad. Someone wishes to see you. I told them to wait, but they just barged in. Who dares to be reckless? I shall see who it is. Zhang Kaiyuan stormed toward the entrance. During this period, to protect his son, he had stationed many skilled fighters within the villa. Damn it! Who dares to seek death during my time of distress? Reaching the second floor, Zhang Kaiyuan shielded himself with the railing. He saw Jiang Qiancheng and Li Xiaoyan standing in the grand hall on the first floor, surrounded by 3 8th-grade martial masters. The presence of 3 8th-grade masters indicated their immense status. The killing intent emanating from Li Xiaoyan deterred even these seasoned warriors from approaching. You too. I, Zhang Kaiyuan. Do not know you. Why have you come to my territory? Zhang Kaiyuan inquired, suppressing his emotions. Jiang Qiancheng replied, I am Jiang Qiancheng, representing Suyao Company to discuss a collaboration. I kindly request your consent, sir. 3 elders, break their legs and throw them out. They are bringing shame upon us. Zhang Kaiyuan retorted, turning to leave. Sir, you will come to regret this, Jiang Qiancheng warned. Regret? In all my years, I have never acted with regret. Just then, a voice from the medical room called out. Mr. Zhang, Zhang Wanghua has awakened. He has finally awakened. Zhang Kaiyuan, filled with excitement, disregarded the individuals behind him and rushed into the room, kneeling beside his son and grasping his hand tightly. For many years, Zhang Kaiyuan had cherished his son like a precious treasure. He had showered him with love, nurturing him to become capable and independent within the company. Although Zhang Wanghua's hands, now smooth from amputation, would eventually heal through the doctor's efforts, he was desperate to know who had severed his hands. Who could have dared to assault his son while simultaneously storming Wuliang Mountain and killing its disciples? He had even received a warning from Wuliang Mountain. The force behind it must possess immense power. My son, you have finally awakened. I have waited so long. Dad, I am so sorry, so sorry. It is all my fault. Zhang Wanghua's first words upon waking were an apology. He understood that his troubles stemmed from provoking the Su family and their son-in-law, which led to his grandfather's murder and his own dismemberment. Dad, it's all my fault. Please go and apologize to Jiang Qiancheng. Take me with you. I was wrong to provoke him. Zhang Wanghua wept. I will kneel before him and hope for his forgiveness. Jiang Qiancheng. Chapter 124. I warned you that you would regret it. Jiang Qiancheng. With a thunderous shock, Zhang Kaiyuan froze, nearly collapsing to the ground, not from fear, but from rage. The name Jiang Qiancheng echoed in his ears, the very person who had come to discuss collaboration mere moments ago. Zhang Caiyuan's eyes turned bloodshot as his fury surged. Son, do not fear. That scoundrel Jiang Qiancheng dares to come to our home. He is waiting at the door. I will find someone to sever his hands and feet for your revenge. No, Dad, do not provoke him. Driven to madness, Zhang Wanghua's eyes were filled with terror. He is not human. Can you believe a person could travel to Wuliang Mountain in mere seconds, kill my grandfather, and return with his head? I feel like I am already dead. If he had not drugged my drink, if he had not had ill intentions towards Su Jingyan, the Zhang family would not be in such dire straits. Dad, you must not confront him. I am guilty for what happened to my grandfather. Jiang Qiancheng has come to our door. Is he not still angry? Let me die before him. sacrificing myself to save the Jiang family. Jiang Qiancheng gasped, feeling a mix of rage and helplessness. A few minutes later, supporting the weakened Jiang Wanghua, Jiang Qiancheng, aided by the medical staff, descended to the first floor. The three 8th-grade masters lay unconscious on the ground. Jiang Qiancheng and Li Xiaoyan sat leisurely on the sofa, Jiang Qiancheng's expression cold and silent. Jiang Wanghua and Jiang Qiancheng approached Jiang Qiancheng and, with a thud, knelt before him. In the face of the vengeance for their father and the overwhelming power of Jiang Qiancheng, they could only adopt the most humble demeanor. Please forgive us. Otherwise, the century-old foundation of the Jiang family could be obliterated. Jiang Qiancheng was no benevolent figure. Whoever provoked him would bear the brunt of his unending wrath. Why have you knelt? Jiang Qiancheng asked. I warned you that you would come to regret this. Jiang Wanghua pressed his forehead to the ground, stripped of his previous arrogance. Devoid of the bravado he once displayed in the presence of Jiang Qiancheng and his companions. Jiang Qiancheng said, I apologize, Mr. Jiang. I have failed to guide my son, who foolishly provoked you. I am willing to relinquish everything and fulfill your demands. I will support Suyao Company, regardless of how the companies in the capital treat me. Jiang Qiancheng produced a black gold bank card and said, Mr. Jiang, this card contains 100 million yuan and the password is 88. Please accept this small token of gratitude. Enough. I do not want this card, Jiang Qiancheng replied. Remember, I am but a fool. This young man beside me is the true master. As he spoke, Jiang Qiancheng unleashed a wave of killing intent, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. To those present, he was no longer merely a man. He was a harbinger of death. Today, I came solely to discuss collaboration. Since you, Mr. Jiang, have come to your senses, let us proceed with the signing. Jiang Qiancheng extended the contract. As they departed the villa, the butler of the Jiang family's villa, along with the owner at the entrance, was utterly astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. Was I mistaken? How could this be? It was simply outrageous. Why would Mr. Jiang show such deference to this young man? What kind of power does this fellow possess? Beside Li Xiaoyan, the silver-haired Jiang Qiancheng kept bowing and smiling apologetically. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiancheng stood nearby, like a bodyguard, closely flanking Li Xiaoyan and whistling nonchalantly. No one would dare question his identity. Chapter 125. Ziki's home after signing the contract. Jiang Qiancheng was in no hurry to return to the company, as time was ample. Instead, he sought a place to pass the time. In Jiang City, he felt no urgency, believing he could completely dominate the region without external interference. What if powerful figures from the capital arrived? Jiang Qiancheng remarked, Xiaoyan, let us find a place to indulge in some drink. Li Xiaoyan nodded, responding, of course, master. These two were not the type to hustle for the company. However, Jiang Qiancheng soon found himself at a bar. Li Xiaoyan inquired, Master, why are we at the bar again? We just drank this afternoon. In fact, Su Minjing and Su Jingyan had initially come to scout for talent to sign, particularly a girl named Ziki. Unfortunately, a disruption caused by Shixia had thwarted the signing process. An entertainment company without artists could hardly be called an entertainment company. Upon arriving at the bar entrance, they found the door secured and unguarded. Master, I will call Jiang Qiancheng, Li Xiaoyan said. After making the call, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up, and Jiang Qiancheng, leaning on a cane, limped over. Upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng, he exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Li, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I will have the bar open for you right away. He gestured slightly, and two men in black approached to unlock the bar. Once everyone entered, it wasn't long before a stunning bunny girl approached, swaying her tail. Jiang Qiancheng instructed, bring out all the finest wines we have. The bunny girl arrived with red wine, whiskey, and other exquisite spirits, clad in revealing attire and heavy makeup, casting a captivating allure in the dim light. However, Jiang Qiancheng and Li Xiaoyan's indifference left her feeling slighted. Are these two even men? Not even a glance at a beauty such as me? The bunny girl considered herself the most beautiful presence in Jiang Qiancheng's bar. Jiang Qiancheng remarked, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Li, are you simply here to drink? Or should I arrange for some beauties to keep you company? Li Xiaoyan, standing before Jiang Qiancheng, dared not act inappropriately. Aware that his master had not yet made a move, he refrained from touching anything on the table. Jiang Qiancheng declared, I wish to hear some music. Summon Ziki and let her sing for me. Jiang Qiancheng's heart leapt with joy, realizing this could be an opportunity to strengthen his ties with Jiang Qiancheng. Please wait a moment. I shall call Ziki immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a dilapidated room, several thuggish men wielding clubs surrounded Inziki, who cowered in a corner, fear etched on her face. The leader, with yellow hair, spat on a bloodied middle-aged man curled up on the ground. You borrowed campus loans without the means to repay, huh? Pathetic. Do you even have any money? The middle-aged man, clutching his head, bled profusely while reeking of alcohol. Drunkenly, he mumbled, I have no money, just a worthless life. I can't repay. Inziki watched helplessly, tears welling in her eyes. This was her alcoholic father. After her mother left him for another man, he resorted to drowning his sorrows in drink, and as he exhausted his savings, he began resorting to online loans. Chapter 126. Your father is a talent. Over time, her father's debts spiraled out of control. When intoxicated, he would turn violent towards Inziki, often leaving her bruised and battered. Once a diligent student with dreams of attending university to escape her father, the worsening situation led her to rebel, dye her hair, associate with troublemakers, and wear ripped jeans. She began frequenting bars, but fortunately, she possessed a talent for singing. Today, skipping class to rest at home. She never anticipated that loan sharks would come knocking. Go ahead, hit me. Hit me hard. If I die, I won't have to repay anything. Inziki foolishly laughed. Cradling her head, the leader's gaze shifted to her, captivated by her wild allure, fair skin, beauty, and an alluring figure. Hey, old man, you think I'd let you off easy for borrowing my money? Your daughter isn't bad, boys. How about we teach him a lesson and send her to the bar to earn some cash? Great idea, boss. We can make a hefty profit since the old fool won't pay back. Just then, Inziki's phone rang. It was Jiang Qiancheng. Who could be calling at this time? One thug snatched the phone and tossed it aside. Inziki struggled, shouting, Dad, help me. Dad, save me. Her father, however, chuckled. If my daughter is wanted, take her. She's capable. Earn me some money so I can drink better wine. I've never even tasted high-end Maodai. Just take her. And remember to bring me the money she earns. Inziki's heart sank further as she shielded her body, unwilling to comply. She could hardly believe her future could be this bleak. Countless times, she envisioned leaving this home to forge a better life. She worked tirelessly singing at Jiang Qiancheng's bar to save money, hoping to escape. Yet, her hard-earned savings of 30,000 had been discovered and squandered by her father. How could I have such a father? The leader and his gang snickered derisively. Lady, your father is quite a character. You ought to listen to him and earn some cash. But first, let us enjoy ourselves and test your skills. The yellow-haired thug grabbed Inziki, pulling her towards the room. Her father, witnessing his daughter's despair, merely chuckled foolishly. Inside, the yellow-haired boy held Inziki firmly. Wow, quite the fiery one, huh? This isn't your first time, is it? Got a boyfriend? Inziki retaliated with a kick to his abdomen. Slap. The thug retaliated with a sharp strike. Warning. I don't play nice. Behave if you want to live. At that moment, outside a crumbling apartment complex, a luxury Mercedes-Benz idled next to a white van. Jiang Qiancheng personally led the way, disdainful. Were it not for finding someone for Mr. Jiang, I would never set foot in this wretched place. A bodyguard noted, Boss Jiang. Inziki lives on the 3rd floor. Let us go. Chapter 127. Bring them all before Mr. Jiang. Inziki, in despair, resolutely resisted the onslaught of the yellow-haired youth. For many years, she had never endured such humiliation as today. Heartbroken, pained, and filled with despair, she had tirelessly sung in bars to earn money for her father while striving to support herself. In the end, her father regarded her as a burden, even pushing her into the abyss. Slap, slap, slap. Inziki resisted fiercely, but Yang Rui's grip grew more brutal as he taunted. What are you struggling for? Your father has abandoned you. Who else can save you? No one can rescue you. You are destined to be mine today. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. Boss, come out. Someone is here. Yang Rui cursed. What a bunch of useless fools. You only know how to come to me for everything. How did I end up with such worthless subordinates? With a curse, he pulled up his pants and stepped outside, only to be confronted by a middle-aged man leaning on a cane. Behind him stood 2 imposing figures clad in black. Seeing this, Jiang Qiancheng asked, So many people? Where is Inziki? Yang Rui, a thug navigating the underbelly of society, had earned a reputation through sheer temper and had later established a loan sharking business. In this line of work, one needed a certain temperament and means to reclaim lent money. Yang Rui arrogantly retorted, You're asking who? You must be a filthy cripple. Your patience means nothing to me. Just then, Inziki burst into the room, pleading, Boss Jiang, save me. They are hitting me. At this, Jiang Qiancheng's heart sank. If Mr. Jiang saw Ziki being harmed, it could ignite his fury. You filthy woman, and you cripple. Her father has sold her to me. I can do whatever I want with her. If you want to help, pay her debts, and I'll leave. Yang Rui and his thugs mocked. Lu Gong, I'll give you 3 minutes. I'll be waiting downstairs. Take them to the bar. Ziki, you're coming with me to the bar. Someone wants to hear you sing. Thank you, Boss Zhang. Ziki lowered her head, exhaling deeply. Were it not for Jiang Qiancheng's timely arrival, she might have been lost. She felt compelled to be grateful to the one who wished to hear her sing. But who could possess such influence to have Jiang Qiancheng personally seek her out? What merit did she have to warrant such attention? Suddenly, the drunken Yinzheng blocked Jiang Qiancheng's path, clutching a bottle. Who are you? Did I tell you to take her? If you want to take her, pay me first. Jiang Qiancheng inquired. Ziki, who is this person? With her head bowed. Ziki coldly replied, I don't know him. All right, Lu Gong, take this old man with us. Returning to the bar, Jiang Qiancheng hurriedly approached Jiang Qiancheng. Behind him, 5 bar staff carried in Yang Rui and his crew, their legs twisted grotesquely, visibly broken. Blood coated their faces and noses. Yang Rui groaned. You can't treat me like this. Do you know who my brother is? My brother is He Long. Jiang Qiancheng lifted his glass and took a sip, asking, Who is He Long? Yang Rui squinted, blood staining his eyes as he gazed at the nonchalant Jiang Qiancheng seated on the bench. You haven't even heard of He Long? Clearly, you have no status or fame. Today, you're all done for. Dare to beat me like this. And if I survive, I'll have my brother kill you all. Yang Rui snarled, his rage palpable. As the saying goes, those who wear shoes fear the barefoot, and the wealthy fear the poor. Yang Rui's life was worthless. He only hoped he wouldn't survive. Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward, stating, Mr. Jiang, I saw Ziki today, only to find this group attacking her at her home. Ziki blushed, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Qiancheng. Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, Oh, it's you. Ziki was the girl who had once playfully enticed Li Xiaoyan to return home with her for protection. What a coincidence to see you again, she remarked. This young Taoist had caused quite a ruckus in the bar before, leading to Boss Zhang's wary attitude towards him. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng shook his head slightly. I was planning to sign a contract with you, but now you've been beaten. If I take you back like this, I wonder if my wife will be angry. Jiang Qiancheng's primary concern was for Su Minjiang, as he intended to do something good for the company. Bringing back someone who had been harmed wouldn't bode well for future endeavors. Jiang Qiancheng glanced at Yang Rui, saying, Boss Zhang, you've heard it. He cannot be allowed to live, do you understand? His casual tone determined a life or death verdict. Yang Rui was struck dumb. He had merely intended to intimidate, yet the other party sought his life. I'm sorry, I was joking. Please spare me, I was wrong. He pleaded, desperation in his voice. As Jiang Qiancheng savored his wine, Jiang Qiancheng signaled to his bodyguards, who promptly removed Yang Rui from the premises. They loaded him into a white van, driving him out of town, leaving no one aware of their destination. Mr. Jiang, how do you wish to deal with the rest? Jiang Qiancheng sought to curry favor with Jiang Qiancheng, adopting a subservient demeanor. Throw them out, Jiang Qiancheng commanded, but leave this old man. Understood. Jiang Qiancheng instructed his men to remove the 4 thugs, discarding them from the bar. The ordinary petty criminals did not warrant punishment. Breaking their legs would suffice. As for the troublemaker, Jiang Qiancheng was unafraid of threats. Having completed the task, Yinzheng, who had long been unconscious, suddenly awakened. His first sight was neither his daughter nor the poised Jiang Qiancheng, but rather the fine Hennessy and red wine laid out on the table. Wow, these are foreign wines. I've never tasted them. Let me have a sip. Yinzheng, like a madman, lunged for the table and began drinking directly from the bottle. As Ziki was about to intervene, Jiang Qiancheng stopped her, saying, Go sing. Sing your best song. Let us see if you have talent. On stage, with a microphone in hand and lights shining, Ziki gazed at the audience, her father lost in his drunken stupor, devoid of humanity. Tears streamed down her face as she began to sing, I want to have a home, a place not too big. When I am frightened, I want to be afraid. Who wouldn't desire a home, yet some are without it. With tears streaming down her face, she wiped them away herself. Genuine emotions poured forth, reflecting over a decade of grievances and longing for home. Each word she sang resonated within Jiang Qiancheng's heart, while her father continued to indulge in his drink, exclaiming, Delicious. This is good wine. If only I could drink this every day. I yearn for a home, a modest sanctuary. Memories of the past resurface in my mind. She faced bullying at school, lacking a father to shield her from the storm. While others donned beautiful garments and savored delightful treats, she had none. Only a father who spent his days inebriated, unleashing his wrath upon her. The emotions flowed forth, and the poignant melody sung by Ziki captivated Jiang Qiancheng, who was momentarily entranced, remarking on the profound feelings conveyed and the powerful resonance of her voice. The song soared, imbued with sincerity. Though I have never known a warm home, I have grown nonetheless. As long as my heart is filled with love, I shall receive care. With a deep breath, Ziki completed her song, bowing deeply and expressing her gratitude, apologizing for her overwhelming emotions. Applause erupted from Jiang Qiancheng, who said, "You sang beautifully. It has moved me as well." In the blink of an eye, his gaze transformed into one of foresight. He glimpsed Ziki's future, illuminated by a radiant light destined to make her a star. "You have passed the assessment. Shortly, you shall accompany me to the company to sign as an artist." "What? An artist?" Ziki exclaimed, her large, tear-filled eyes shimmering with disbelief as she looked at Jiang Qiancheng. Since childhood, she had harbored dreams of stardom. Yet she had always been under Jiang Qiancheng's employment. Now, someone was willing to nurture her as an artist. Jiang Qiancheng observed the stunned Ziki and remarked, "There is no need for astonishment. No one will obstruct your path. I see a future where you stand upon grand stages, becoming a legendary singer. You will possess boundless fame, wealth, and status, attracting millions of devoted fans." Jiang Qiancheng squinted, pointing at the still-drinking Zhang, and asked, "Is he your father?" Ziki froze, gazing at Jiang Qiancheng in confusion while observing her father at the table. Was this a test of her character, or merely part of the company's evaluation? She clenched her hands, steeling her resolve. The pressure made her nails dig deeply into her palms. "I will not lie. I, Ziki, am honest. Though he is my father, I choose to disregard him. The sight of this useless man infuriates me," she declared, her face flushed. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled, "Very well. Let us depart. Come with me to the company." He glanced at the inept Zhang and added, "Consider the drinks on me. It is truly a pity you have squandered a golden opportunity. If only you treated her well, you would have endless drinks and wealth." "Alas." Jiang Qiancheng then addressed Jiang Qiancheng, saying, "I am taking her with me. Return this person from whence he came." Jiang Qiancheng respectfully nodded as the others departed. Leaving the inebriated Zhang sprawled on the ground, clutching a bottle, gazing at his daughter's distant silhouette, laughter mingling with tears. Chapter 130. By Libing arrives at the company. Jiang Qiancheng knew Jiang Qiancheng to be a man of modest demeanor and did not send a vehicle for them. However, he recognized that if he served Jiang Qiancheng well, great benefits would surely follow. "Bring this waste back. He disgusts me," he ordered. 2 bodyguards clad in black, led by Lu Gang, escorted the man from the bar. Jiang Qiancheng hissed, "Is this Li Xiaoyan perhaps Mr. Zhang's apprentice?" At the bar's entrance, Jiang Qiancheng mounted an electric scooter with Li Xiaoyan seated behind him. Ziki stood obediently to the side, feeling timid in the presence of the seemingly carefree yet handsome Jiang Qiancheng, especially since Jiang Qiancheng treated him with such deference. "Do not be so formal, be natural. This is all thanks to Xiaoyan," Jiang Qiancheng encouraged. Li Xiaoyan cautioned, "Ziki, do not speak recklessly. Mr. Jiang prefers discretion." "Yes, yes," Ziki nodded vigorously. At the entrance of Suyao Entertainment Company, a luxurious sports car drew the attention of passers-by. "Strange, isn't Suyao Company supposed to be closing? How could someone so wealthy still come here?" A nearby employee speculated. Could it be that a celebrity from Suyao, which has been targeted, is arriving in a sports car? Just then, the car door opened, revealing Bai Libing, dressed casually with her hair in a ponytail. Radiant as a celestial being, she wore dark sunglasses, exuding confidence and beauty with every gesture. "Wow, what a stunning beauty. She must be a winner in life," murmured onlookers. Bai Libing possessed the air of a socialite, accustomed to attention, and whenever she appeared, she became the center of attraction. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" Uncle Chen approached politely. "Hello, I am a friend of Minjing. I have an appointment to go shopping with her," Bai Libing replied. "Oh, very well. I shall inform Boss Su," Uncle Chen said, inquiring, "May I ask your surname?" "Beautiful lady?" Bai Libing, she replied. Given the precarious state of the company, Uncle Chen felt compelled to ask further. Soon, Su Minjing herself descended to greet Bai Libing. Taken aback by her radiant confidence, Su Minjing exclaimed, "Bai Libing, you're here. Come, let us go inside the company." As they entered the office on the fourth floor, Su Minjing poured Bai Libing a drink and remarked, "Bai, you look stunning even without a uniform. What brings you here today?" Bai Libing removed her sunglasses, stating, "Minjing, you are no less beautiful. Today I'm on holiday, visiting Jiang City for the first time, and I was hoping you could show me around." Bai Libing intended to forge a closer bond with Su Minjing to gain her favor and lower her guard, thereby uncovering the secrets behind her connections. Su Minjing sighed. "I still have some work to do. I'm awaiting news from Qiancheng regarding a collaboration." "Qiancheng, your husband?" Bai Libing inquired. "What contract is he negotiating? Do you need my assistance?" "I have some connections," she added, having already gathered insights into Su Minjing's family dynamics. Many had whispered that Minjing's husband was a man of leisure, spending his days doing household chores. "Ah, really? You would help me?" Su Minjing asked, surprised. Chapter 131. What will happen if the contract is signed? Observing Bai Libing's refined demeanor and her luxurious vehicle, it was clear she hailed from wealth. However, Su Minjing was perplexed as to why such an exceptional individual would engage in perilous frontline work. Bai Libing crossed one leg over the other, stating, "Minjing, I mentioned before that I feel a sense of familiarity when I see you, and I am willing to help." Su Minjing sighed again, saying, "Gorgeous lady, I wouldn't want to drag you into trouble. The company from Jingcheng is targeting me. Helping me could antagonize them." "Oh, I understand. I am not one to be trifled with either," Bai Libing replied, having conducted thorough research on the Su family situation. She was well aware that all companies in Jiang City were gunning for Su Yao Entertainment. If Su Minjing's husband was negotiating contracts, could he be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? With a smile, Bai Libing remarked, "Minjing, perhaps your husband has already secured the contract." "Secured it?" Su Minjing laughed, feeling as though she were dreaming. "Sister Bai, you don't know. My husband is attempting to negotiate a contract with Jiang, the largest advertiser in Jiang City. I've sent countless people and personally visited several times, yet to no avail. If he manages to secure it." Su Minjing's worry lingered, even with the presence of a seasoned practitioner at his side. Behind Zhang's family lies their confidence and strength, supported by a lineage of martial arts excellence. At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed, "Minjing, I've secured the contract. What do you plan to do?" Jiang Qiancheng entered with Li Xiaoyan and Yin Ziki. The moment he stepped inside, Bai Libing turned sharply, scrutinizing Jiang Qiancheng with a piercing gaze, as if attempting to see through him. This woman possesses considerable stature. Jiang Qiancheng, with his reincarnation eyes, discerned everything clearly. Su Minjing enthusiastically introduced, "Sister Bai, this is my husband Jiang Qiancheng, and this is our newly recruited employee Li Xiaoyan." "But Jiang Qiancheng, why did you bring her back?" "My mother and I were just about to seek her signature," Jiang Qiancheng replied. You go ahead and tell me. If the contract is successfully signed, what will you do?" Su Minjing exclaimed, "If you succeed in signing, I will take you shopping, buy you clothes, whatever you like, I will get for you." It had been a long time since Su Minjing had gone shopping with Jiang Qiancheng. Since their marriage, they had not even watched a movie together. Despite being a couple, their relationship lacked even half of what a romantic partnership should entail. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled, "Minjing, allow me to treat you today." He took out the contract and placed it on the table. Bai Libing remarked, "Sister Minjing, your husband is not as you described. He seems quite capable." "Ah." Minjing gazed at the contract on the table, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. "You truly signed it? That's the Zhang family. Does this mean he is willing to assist us? Is he not afraid of the companies in the capital?" Su Minjing was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Qiancheng added, "We must thank our Li Xiaoyan. You should reward him." Li Xiaoyan replied casually, "Beautiful sister. I secured such a significant deal for you, and even brought back a promising girl. I want to go shopping with you too. Is this ponytailed lady joining us?" He eyed Bai Libing with an appreciative gaze. Bai Libing regarded Li Xiaoyan with scrutiny. Though his demeanor was somewhat frivolous, he bore an extraordinary air, suggesting he was a practitioner of martial arts. "All right, I was just lamenting the boredom of my vacation," she said. Su Minjing beamed, "Wonderful. Haha. Fortune is finally on our side. Let us go shopping." Chapter 132. Never before have I encountered such brazen individuals after a prolonged period of suppressed failures. Su Minjing had never felt as jubilant and exhilarated as she did today. The success of the contract felt like a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness. "Everyone, before we rush to shop, I must assess Ziki's capabilities. I will notify the evaluation staff to come over. Please take a seat for an hour." Ziki was anxious. nervously fidgeting with her hands. She was uncertain whether she would secure Su Minjing's approval. In Jiang Qiancheng's presence, she felt an ongoing sense of pressure, akin to a scene from a bar that lingered in her bones. Li Xiaoyan patted Yin Ziqi's shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry, they are good people. Sister Minjing, skip the assessment and just sign the contract for her as a favor." Su Minjing nodded. "All right, since Xiaoyan has vouched for you, I trust you. Ziqi, come with me to sign the contract." Su Minjing led Yin Ziqi into the office to finalize the contract. Once they left, Jiang Qiancheng and the others remained in the office. Bai Libing contemplated, her attention fixated on Jiang Qiancheng. Her discerning eye never failed. Although he appeared careless and boisterous, he exuded an enigmatic aura that she could not penetrate. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiancheng, noticing Bai Libing's gaze, nervously said, "Beauty, I have a wife, right in this office. So don't get any ideas. I wasn't looking at you." Bai Libing hastily retracted her gaze, awkwardly sipping her drink. What was that strange feeling? I merely wanted to see through him, yet I found myself drawn to this man. What peculiar charm does he possess? The Bai family, a prestigious clan in the capital, held immense power and wealth. Among the elite, it was rare for anyone to catch Bai Libing's eye. The suitors vying for her attention stretched for miles. Yet, the man before her, labeled as a waste, captivated her. Li Xiaoyan interjected, "Sister Bai, do you fancy those with wives? Shut up, or I'll knock you out. You little brat." Bai Libing sprang to her feet, her patience waning. As an esteemed woman, she had seldom faced such disregard from men. Jiang Qiancheng remarked, "Oh dear, I don't fancy your fiery temper. I prefer gentleness." Bai Libing, incensed, pointed at Jiang Qiancheng. "You, be quiet." Jiang Qiancheng quickly covered his mouth. However, Li Xiaoyan boldly stated, "Sister Bai, what are your thoughts on me? I prefer the wild ones. You both are courting death." Bai Libing slammed the table and swiftly approached Li Xiaoyan, lifting him by the collar with a hint of anger, her energy radiating fiercely. Jiang Qiancheng laughed. "Oh, your strength is impressive. You truly hail from a prominent family." According to the son-in-law ranking system, Bai Libing, at 23, had already reached the third-rank martial artist level. It was astonishing to imagine that someone like Mo Lao, who had traversed battlefields for over 80 years, would not compare to a third-rank martial artist. Bai Libing's resources and martial arts talent were indeed formidable. However, in the interplay between the two, her face flushed with embarrassment. Li Xiaoyan shamelessly remarked, "Sister Bai, are you lifting me this high because you want to kiss me?" Bai Libing had never encountered such audacity. Just as she prepared to slap him, a figure unexpectedly collided with her, sending her sprawling to the ground. With a thud, Jiang Qiancheng landed on Bai Libing's soft form. "Oh, quite ample," he exclaimed. Chapter 133. Bai Libing's restraint. Bai Libing's face flushed red, and she immediately pushed Jiang Qiancheng away, her energy surging as she sent him crashing 3 meters away against the wall. With a cough, Jiang Qiancheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Although such force should not have harmed him, he had to feign injury to conceal his identity as a waste. "Why did you hit me?" Bai Libing, her face crimson, stood tall, her beauty laced with a fierce aura. "No one has ever laid hands on me. You are the first, and I will kill you." Jiang Qiancheng cursed under his breath, quickly sending a mental message to Li Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, hurry up. This woman is seriously intent on killing me." Li Xiaoyan dashed forward, shielding Jiang Qiancheng. "Sister Bai, you've drawn blood. What a humiliation." Bai Libing ignored it, gathering her energy in her palm. "Li Xiaoyan, you are a practitioner. Very well. I will remember you." She turned and stormed out of the office. Jiang Qiancheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman's temperament was quite fierce. Just then, Su Minjing and Yin Ziqi emerged from the office. Minjing asked, "Where's Sister Bai?" "Jiangcheng, why are you bleeding?" Jiang Qiancheng explained, "It wasn't me. It was Li Xiaoyan who bled." Bai Libing suddenly received a call and left. Li Xiaoyan chuckled. "Yes, I had red wine earlier." While speaking, he quickly fetched a mop to clean the floor. "Oh, I see. Well, let us go shopping." Su Minjing, in high spirits, dismissed the details. Bai Libing stood at the entrance of Su Yao Company, suppressing her fury. Jiang Qiancheng, "Li Xiaoyan, this matter is far from over." "Li Xiaoyan, I will find evidence of your wrongdoing." At the last moment, she heard footsteps echoing in the office. She needed to gather evidence. It was not yet time to confront Su Minjing directly. Clenching her fists, she whispered to herself, "Patience, I must endure." Soon, Yin Ziqi had staff arranged for a trip to the school, including accommodations, which meant she would not be able to go shopping. Jiang Qiancheng, Su Minjing, and Li Xiaoyan arrived at the entrance to find Bai Libing standing in front of a sports car, braving the cold wind. Su Minjing approached enthusiastically, greeting, Sister Bai. Didn't they say you had to leave? Bai Libing replied, they called me. I didn't need to go. Great. Let us go shopping together, Su Minjing eagerly invited. Bai Libing shot a glare at the shameless Jiang Qiancheng and Li Xiaoyan, thinking, Li Xiaoyan, don't let me catch you too quickly with incriminating evidence. Bai Libing said, Minjing, I'm sorry, but my car can only fit 2 people. Minjing, would you like to ride with me? Grateful for Bai Libing's willingness to help, Su Minjing felt too shy to refuse, saying, all right, let us go to Insure Plaza. Qiancheng, we'll wait for you at the entrance. With that, the 2 girls hopped into the supercar, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped away. Jiang Qiancheng and Li Xiaoyan boarded an electric scooter, jauntily making their way. Li Xiaoyan expressed concern. Master, are you hurt? Jiang Qiancheng replied, how could I be hurt? Just pretending. With you ladies keeping an eye on me. I'll have to be more low-key in the future. He never expected there was an organization in the city akin to the Dali Temple, dedicated to capturing practitioners. With his reincarnation eye, he saw through everything. The moment Jiang Qiancheng laid eyes on Bai Libing, he understood it all. Chapter 134. Do you believe these 2 beauties are waiting for me? Insure Plaza is the largest and most luxurious shopping mall in Jiang City, hosting internationally renowned brands. It is not uncommon to see luxury sedans and million-dollar sports cars weaving through its vicinity. The thunderous roar of supercars, including a Lamborghini worth over $4 million, always captures the attention of passers-by. Someone sighed. If one isn't born into wealth, they'll never afford such a car. Just then, Bai Libing and Su Minjing emerged from their vehicle. The 2 stunning women, with impeccable poise and figure, donned simple casual attire and light makeup, infinitely surpassing the looks of internet celebrities. A portly man exclaimed, wow, luxury cars accompanying beauties. What a peak in life. Why am I not so fortunate? Nearby onlookers curiously speculated. Do you think they could be mistresses? Mistresses? That is unlikely. Mistresses prefer to drive Benzes. This is a Lamborghini. These girls must be incredibly cool. One person pondered. Who do you think they are waiting for? Could it be a boyfriend? The portly man added. That doesn't seem likely. The group engaged in a lively discussion, weaving a series of imaginative scenarios, even judging the 2 girls' stances and walking styles to determine if they were meeting for the first time. Oh, if only I had such luck to have these 2 girls waiting for me, a bespectacled young man mused. I wonder who these goddesses belong to. I'd love to see the lucky guy they're waiting for. Just then, the sound of an electric scooter's kickstand echoed. Jiang Qiancheng, accompanied by Li Xiaoyan, arrived at the entrance, overhearing the conversation. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled, stop dreaming. They are waiting for us. Suddenly, everyone turned to see an ordinary-looking young man in simple clothes, wearing straw shoes, handsome yet unrefined. Laughter erupted. Brother, could you be more realistic? Riding an electric scooter and claiming these beauties are waiting for you. How would you even make it on Douyin? Friend, did you see those legs, that devilish figure, and the fairy-like face? Why would they look your way, especially given your poverty? The portly man boasted. 2 goddesses waiting for you. I'm live-streaming this while munching on snacks. Jiang Qiancheng stepped forward, patting Minjing's shoulder. Sorry for being late. Su Minjing wasn't angry. Instead, Bai Libing remarked disapprovingly. Letting a girl wait shows a lack of gentlemanly conduct. Su Minjing said, all right, let us go in. It seems lively inside. I wonder what event is happening. Jiang Qiancheng added, wait, didn't a fat guy mention live streaming while eating snacks? Where did he go? The onlookers were astonished, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. No way. They really are waiting for these 2 poor guys on electric scooters. Entering the mall, the first-floor plaza was filled with young men and women, while the balconies on the 3rd and 4th floors were crowded with spectators. Energetic music reverberated throughout the mall as a lavish stage lit up. Chun Yang and Huang Zishu stood at the front, energetically singing and dancing, with a well-coordinated backdrop enhancing the spectacle. The crowd of female fans below waved light signs, passionately cheering, Chun Yang, we love you. Huang Zishu, you're the best dancer. Su Minjing watched the 2, her heart aching. How did I end up encountering them here? These are the artists I painstakingly nurtured. Chapter 135. A chance encounter in the mall after the lively performance. Chun Yang and Huang Zishu struck a stylish pose, fingers pointing skyward, as glistening sweat dripped from their hair tips onto the stage. Their sharply defined features radiated focus and intensity. Ah, they are so handsome. Qiancheng and Huang Zishu are incredible. I can't take it. Qiancheng, Huang Zishu. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, filling the plaza with adoration for the two. Su Minjing's expression turned cold as she said, Sister Bai, let us switch to another mall. Bai Libing noticed Su Minjing's despondency, clearly stemming from the two on stage. She understood that Su Minjing's former company had been acquired by someone from the capital, leading to the betrayal of everyone in the company, who had spoken cruelly to Su Minjing. Bai Libing reassured her, It's all right, I'm fine with anything. Just then, Li Fu and Wang Kuei approached. Li Fu said, Oh, isn't this our general manager Su? What brings you out today? Are you not busy with company matters? Wang Kuei chimed in. And you've brought along your useless husband? Didn't you used to avoid showing him off in public? What a sight today. Su Minjing ignored them and attempted to leave. Seeing this, Li Fu swiftly positioned himself in front of her, saying, Don't rush off. The stars on stage are your carefully cultivated artists. Aren't you curious about their progress? What's wrong? Is your Xiaozhan not here? Haha. Is Xiaozhan hiding away regretting that if he had followed the boss from the capital, he could be on this grand stage now? Wang Kuei and Li Fu chimed together. Indeed, the resources of the capital's company are beyond what Su Minjing can compete with. Qiancheng and Huang Zishu had appeared on a popular variety show and were now not only gaining popularity, but also amassing their own fan base. Move aside, Su Minjing exclaimed. Angered, are you upset? Seeing this scene today, do you feel particularly useless and embarrassed? Wang Kuei taunted, I always said you were incapable. You should just stay home and be a vase instead of trying to run an entertainment company. A barrage of ridicule hit her, each word piercing deeply. Su Minjing gritted her teeth in anger, but felt powerless. She declared, You will regret this. Regret? I've never regretted anything. I regret following you, Li Fu retorted. Bai Libing, unable to tolerate their comments, stepped forward and said, Shut your filthy mouth. Both men were taken aback, their gazes shifting to Bai Libing. She's quite the beauty. Is she your newly signed artist? Have you ever had the opportunity to spar with Qiancheng and Huang Zishu? Perhaps engage in singing and dancing competitions? Bai Libing, grasping Su Minjing's hand, intended to exit, declaring, Trash, move aside. At that moment, Huang Zishu, adorned with a headset, became aware of the unfolding situation below. He remarked, Yangzi, Su Minjing is present. Boss Li Wenfeng has stated that undermining her confidence will yield resources. Shall we go for the grand prize? Qiancheng smirked mischievously, responding, Why not? I have always found it intolerable how her useless husband pretends before us, claiming we would regret it. I feel quite the opposite now. Dear audience, esteemed fans, we have a surprise performance for you. Qiancheng's voice resonated through the speakers, capturing the attention of all. Wow, a new show? How delightful! Exclaimed a female fan. We wish to hear several more songs. One is simply insufficient. Qiancheng pointed towards Su Minjing, stating, Among us sits a former employer. We trained diligently under her guidance, singing and dancing, with promises of a stage to realize our dreams. Yet, she deceived us. Chapter 136. Minjing, speak your mind. She tricked us into signing an inequitable contract, providing neither resources nor a stage, while threatening us with exorbitant breach fees. She is Su Minjing. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as all eyes turned towards Su Minjing. Qiancheng and Huang Zishu pointed in unison at her, their actions drawing the ire of the audience. Female fans glared at Su Minjing, their adoration for their idol turning to disdain, unable to tolerate any semblance of injustice or criticism directed at her. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Minjing and Jiang Qiancheng became the center of attention. Jiang Qiancheng scoffed, How shameless! These two on stage embody the very definition of betrayal. How can you be so brazen, failing to acknowledge your brother's hard work? Your talented brother will soon stand on that stage, gaining resources, while you will be left with nothing. Why would you sign your brother when you possess no capability? A deluded female fan shouted, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we would have discovered our brother sooner. Qiancheng, brimming with excitement, grasped the microphone, aware that his every word could sway the thoughts of countless fans. The intoxicating sensation enveloped him. Currently, he was merely a small star with thousands of followers, destined to become a grand celebrity with millions. The exalted feeling of being adored by many lingered in his mind. Dreaming CEO Minjing, you are ill-suited for the entertainment industry. Consider a career change. Otherwise, how many young dreams will you hinder? The audience roared in agreement, chanting, Do not thwart the dreams of youth. Leave the entertainment industry. Reluctant to stir trouble amidst the hostile gazes surrounding her, Su Minjing bowed her head, eager to escape. In that moment, doubt crept in regarding her own abilities. If I had the capacity to secure resources for them, I could elevate them to the stage. I believed in Chen Yang and Huang Zishu, trusting they would become stars. Yet I failed to fulfill their dreams. Su Minjing's self-reproach deepened. If I am not a fraud, then what am I? She cast her gaze downward, focusing on her toes, indifferent to the unkind words surrounding her. Leave. How dare you come here to watch your brother perform, knowing their efforts? Do you regret it? You are a failure. You lack the capability. Return to where you belong. Li Fu and Wang Kuei watched the spectacle unfold, hoping for Su Minjing's downfall, with Wang Kuei planning to seize the opportunity when she hit rock bottom. Li Fu remarked, Minjing, you lack the talent. You will not succeed. Sell the company and return home. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng reached out to Su Minjing, saying, Dear, do not leave. If you do, you will bear the weight of disgrace, and no young person will ever wish to join Su Yao Company or trust you again. Su Minjing was struck with clarity. But what can I do? Will these people even listen to me? Jiang Qiancheng grasped her shoulders firmly. Bai Libing stood in astonishment. In that instant, Jiang Qiancheng exuded a newfound gravity, maturity, and an air of mystery. The term useless could hardly be associated with him. Dreaming, do you believe in me? If so, voice your thoughts. I can assist you. Chapter 137. Speak your mind, Minjing. Su Minjing gazed at Jiang Qiancheng, realizing the truth in his words. If she departed, no young person would trust her. She halted, raising her voice. Li Fu, Wang Kuei, silence yourselves. Do not go too far. Jiang Qiancheng, Bai Libing, and Li Xiaoyan stood protectively beside Su Minjing. She summoned her presence and declared, Shenyang, Huang Zishu. My failure to grant you an album and a grand stage is my responsibility. However, I am striving. Who can ascend to the grand stage in a single step? You are still young and must mature. Your vocal abilities require refinement. You have yet to reach the level of true artists. How dare you utter such nonsense? Are you questioning my brother's singing and dancing abilities? Did you not witness his electrifying performance on stage? The furious fans erupted. Shenyang, having honed his singing and dancing skills over the past year, felt confident in his talent and believed he needed only an opportunity. Su Minjing. I would like to inquire, if my singing is inadequate, why not demonstrate your superior vocal skills for me to learn? Why not summon Xiao Zhan and have him compete with me? Dare you? Jiang Qiancheng interjected, I will compete with you. Su Minjing, alarmed, asked, Qiancheng, can you sing? How can you compete with him? Have you ever sung? Bai Libing and Li Xiaoyan exchanged glances with Jiang Qiancheng. Su Minjing questioned, are you capable? I worry for you. Jiang Qiancheng raised a thumb, responding, rest assured, you have expressed your faith in me. The rest is in my hands. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Jiang Qiancheng suddenly drew attention, provoking curiosity. Who is this young man? He dresses ordinarily, but possesses decent looks. Could he be an artist from Minjing's company? Shenyang scoffed. Jiang Qiancheng, with your ineptitude, how can you challenge us? Return home and tend to your meals and laundry. Enjoy your soft living and meddle no further. From the audience came murmurs of disdain. Jiang Qiancheng, the marriage to Su Minjing caused quite the stir. Is he truly this useless? Let the useless remain useless. And now he wishes to sing? Have some dignity. The female fans derided him. Now, tensions were high, and the stage was set for confrontation. Su Minjing inhaled deeply. During this time, Jiang Qiancheng had subtly transformed, consistently surprising her. Qiancheng, I believe in you. The stage is yours. Very well, Jiang Qiancheng affirmed. As he stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted with jeers and mockery. Shenyang and Huang Zishu wasted no time, seizing the microphone, announcing, Dear fans, the following song is one we are about to release. Today, you are in for a treat. As the music began, the lively introduction ignited a powerful beat and rhythm, stirring the audience into a fervor, compelling them to sway in unison. The electrifying prelude was irresistible, drawing them into the rhythm. Shenyang flicked his hair and entered the zone. He began to sing. Only because you are so beautiful, only because you are truly stunning. The moment you approached, I felt an urge like never before. You are mine, and I am yours. One more glance, and I might explode. The melody was captivating, energetic, and exhilarating. This song was magnificent. The performance was flawless, and the audience was ecstatic. Chapter 138. Love even in death accompanied by the music. Yang and Huang Zishu danced with vibrant energy, occasionally turning and interacting with the crowd. They exchanged positions with fluidity, as though holding an invisible basketball. This mesmerizing display captivated the fans below. Wow, so handsome, absolutely cool. Su Minjing observed the electrifying atmosphere, shaking her head unconsciously. She disapproved of such simplistic songs devoid of vocal dynamics. Nowadays, the songs produced by rising stars often had catchy tunes, but lacked depth and complexity. What makes a classic truly timeless? It is the ability to evoke profound emotions regardless of how many times one listens. Only because you are so beautiful. Chun Yang and Huang Zishu harmonized flawlessly, and the audience's cheers surged like waves, filling the entire venue. Chun Yang reveled in the fervor of the fans, handing the microphone to Jiang Qiancheng, saying, "It's your turn, waste. Let's see what you can compare to me. Step down, you have no right to compete with me." The fans chimed in, "Trash is just trash." Jiang Qiancheng remained unfazed, believing that his upcoming song would surely astonish the crowd. Love Even in Death. This song had once set Jiang Qiancheng's world ablaze, echoing through streets and malls, leaving listeners in awe of its demanding high notes. He retrieved the accompaniment for Love Even in Death from his pocket. After acquiring the sheet music, he had copied it, intending to present it to Su Minjing when the moment was right. Nervously, Su Minjing watched from below, uncertain of Jiang Qiancheng's abilities. Could he actually perform? However, she believed in him. Jiang Qiancheng declared, "Let's begin. I will sing Love Even in Death." The name itself was rather ominous. Is this kid joking? Loving even in death? Huh, he must be kidding. The audience murmured in disbelief. Indifferent to the murmurs, Jiang Qiancheng closed his eyes, ready to unleash his powerful voice. The song required an explosive delivery. He structured the song with intensity building towards the climax, while the verses maintained a somber tone. As the music began, his voice emerged steady and slow, lacking the upbeat rhythm of Only Because You Are So Beautiful. This voice sounds almost mournful, someone in the crowd commented. Yet, as the music swelled, Jiang Qiancheng's voice intertwined with the rhythm, expressing love as if each day were the last, every moment filled with urgency. Ignoring the judgments of others, he conveyed that love need not be meticulously orchestrated. It could simply be felt in the embrace of a kiss. Nearby, Chun Yang and Huang Zishu shook their heads. That voice. I could easily handle it. Besides, songs that captivate the ear are all the rage. I have no desire to listen to this. Huang Zishu added, "What a show-off. Any man can sing low notes." Li Fu derided Su Minjing, saying, "Minjing, your useless husband is nothing special. I could sing low notes too." Huh. I'm getting bored. But suddenly, a piercing high note shattered the atmosphere. Jiang Qiancheng opened his eyes, radiating an aura as if possessed by a divine spirit. His voice resonated with a powerful cry, "Love even in death." No tears until we smile, no satisfaction until we express our deepest emotions. Chapter 139. Who is the true master? His high notes pierced through the buildings, reverberating throughout the mall as Jiang Qiancheng's passionate declaration of love took hold. The intensity and precision of his high notes were nothing short of perfection. Su Minjing and Bai Libing were left in awe, as were all present, captivated by the profound emotion and control of his voice. Incredible, simply incredible. A spectator thought, love even in death. No fulfillment without full expression of feeling. The universe may collapse, but my heart endures. Upon finishing, silence enveloped the crowd. The once vibrant mall was now filled with stunned expressions. Even Chun Yang and Huang Zishu's most ardent fans stood speechless. Chun Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could he possess such vocal prowess? His control over high notes is steady. How could this be? Huang Zishu felt the sting of embarrassment as his previous mockery turned into humiliation. Jiang Qiancheng raised the microphone. Addressing the audience, "Dear friends, I am Jiang Qiancheng from Suyao Entertainment. I hope you can forgive me. The entertainment industry is fiercely competitive, and without genuine skill, one risks being eliminated. Young ones, if you pursue your dreams, seek true strength." He tossed the microphone aside and approached Su Minjing with graceful confidence. The audience's reaction was the best proof of his success. What a terrible song. So unpleasant. Not a patch on Chun Gu or Huang Ji's performances. One fan exclaimed. Such blind devotion to their idols often leads them to overlook the truth, even if the performance is lackluster. Su Minjing gazed at Jiang Qiancheng, marveling at his unexpected talent. The outcome of the competition mattered little. She knew that in terms of singing ability, Qiancheng had overshadowed both Chunyang and Huang Zishu. Chunyang seethed with frustration, glaring at Jiang Qiancheng. He had never experienced such humiliation and was desperate to prove his worth. Yet, Jiang Qiancheng's current singing skill was beyond his reach. Damn it! How could this waste possess such talent? Why? As Chunyang's anger threatened to boil over, Li Fu and Wang Kuei hurried to intervene. Chunyang was notoriously temperamental and particularly sensitive about his image. Losing his cool in front of so many could jeopardize his future. Li Fu pulled him aside, saying, "Don't get worked up. Even if he sings well, with Li Wenfeng around, he won't gain any resources. You will always be ahead of him. Don't lose your temper in front of fans. It will damage your reputation." Watching Jiang Qiancheng and his group leave the mall, Chunyang muttered darkly, "Humph, waste. You've embarrassed me today. I will remember this. I will be more popular than you." Outside the Silver Times Square, Su Minjing said, "Qiancheng, why didn't I realize how talented you are at singing?" Initially, she thought she would be humiliated, only to discover that Jiang Qiancheng had hidden depths. "It's just singing," he replied modestly. "I often sing alone at home to pass the time. It seems I have some talent after all." Chapter 140. The first date. Su Minjing felt a surge of joy. Jiang Qiancheng never failed to surprise her. Perhaps, over the past year, she has not truly understood Jiang Qiancheng, merely perceiving him as a layabout, lacking ambition. Preoccupied with her work, she has spent countless hours immersed in her duties, to the extent that she remains oblivious to Jiang Qiancheng's preferences and inner thoughts. It seems necessary for her to dedicate time to genuinely understand Qiancheng. She said, "Qiancheng, why don't you consider becoming an artist in the company? Your singing is remarkably impressive." Jiang Qiancheng, however, was reluctant to spend his days in front of Su Minjing, practicing tirelessly. He yearned for freedom, unrestrained by obligations. Otherwise, he would not pursue the path of immortality. The ultimate path to transcendence is one of carefree existence. "Never mind. Singing is merely a hobby for me. I have other passions as well," Jiang Qiancheng replied with a smile. "If you're not interested, that is fine. Bye, Jia. I'm sorry for wasting so much of your time. Let us go shopping." At that moment, Bai Libing's phone rang. She answered, her expression shifting slightly. "Okay. I'll be there right away. Minjing, I have something to attend to now. Let us talk about shopping next time. See you when I can." Bai Libing hurriedly departed, her demeanor flustered. Su Minjing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree. Once Bai Libing left, Jiang Qiancheng was indifferent, while Li Xiaoyan reacted swiftly, picking up his phone. "What? It's that troublesome? I'll be right over." He also made an excuse to leave, and before departing, he whispered, "Master Jiang, your singing truly stunned Shermo. She almost fell for you. I'll take my leave, not to intrude upon your private moment." Jiang Qiancheng playfully patted Li Xiaoyan's shoulder, saying, "Go on." With that, Li Xiaoyan left, leaving only Su Minjing and Jiang Qiancheng. Jiang Qiancheng feigned grievance, saying, "Minjing, it's just the two of us now. Do you still want to go shopping?" Su Minjing's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Of course, I promised to buy you clothes. We've been married for a year, and I've never shopped with you. Is this our first date? You won't mind riding on my electric bike, will you? You won't feel embarrassed, will you?" She playfully patted Jiang Qiancheng's shoulder, urging, "What are you saying? Let us go." As they mounted the electric bike, Jiang Qiancheng elegantly placed a helmet on Minjing, every gesture imbued with tenderness. As Su Minjing gazed at the gentle Jiang Qiancheng, a subtle anxiety stirred within her. "Have I developed feelings for Jiang Qiancheng?" Jiang Qiancheng adjusted the throttle, saying, "Minjing, hold on tight. The little electric furnace is about to set off." The bike roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Minjing, feeling apprehensive, found her hands unsure of where to rest. "What are you doing? Hold on to my waist. Be careful not to fall, my lady," Jiang Qiancheng teased. "If I were to drop you, your mother would surely scold me." Su Minjing extended her delicate hand, wrapping it around Qiancheng's waist. In that moment of abstraction, she felt a delightful sensation, steadfast sweetness. She lacked for nothing financially. All she wished for was a peaceful family. "Minjing, where are you taking me to buy clothes?" Minjing replied, "After we finish shopping, do you have a movie in mind? I'll treat you." Jiang Qiancheng honestly replied, "Hee, I do. Hold on tight." At that moment, a group of young men squatting by the roadside, smoking, watched Jiang Qiancheng as he sped away. "Wow, that guy has some skills. He is keeping pace with the goddess in a Lamborghini on that shabby electric bike. Unfair. Oh heavens, Grant me a girlfriend who drives a Lamborghini. Just then, a fat man live-streaming his food escapades appeared, exclaiming in frustration, I get it now. Rich girls must prefer the bigger things. Chapter 141. A major incident in the afternoon. Jiang Qiancheng and Minjing strolled through the mall. Standing in a renowned men's clothing store, Jiang Qiancheng admired his reflection in the mirror, clad in a tailored suit, complete with a tie. Minjing, what do you think? Does this outfit look good? Minjing stood nearby, mesmerized. Dressed formally, Jiang Qiancheng appeared strikingly handsome, his physique well-defined, and his profile exquisite, even outshining first-tier male celebrities. Minjing, what's wrong? Do you think the outfit looks good? Jiang Qiancheng called again, causing Su Minjing's heart to flutter nervously. Yes, it looks great. This suit suits you perfectly, even better than a star. The salesgirl chimed in, excuse me, is this your boyfriend? He is so handsome and exudes masculinity. This outfit is ideal for him. As she spoke, she couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Qiancheng. If a girl fixates on a boy, it's usually a sign he is not particularly attractive. Only true handsome men make girls shy and hesitant to meet their gaze. He is not my boyfriend. Oh, I see, the salesgirl replied cheerfully. Can I have his contact information? I'd love to invite him to dinner. He is my husband. Su Minjing retorted angrily, stepping forward. Jiang Qiancheng, this outfit doesn't suit you. You don't need to dress this way just for cleaning at home. I'm so sorry, did I say something wrong? The salesgirl quickly apologized, realizing that the suit, with shirt and tie, was worth 30,000 yuan. She stood to gain quite a commission. Jiang Qiancheng removed the suit, saying, strange, I think I look quite dashing in the mirror. If Minjing doesn't like it, so be it. Witnessing Jiang Qiancheng's obedient demeanor, Su Minjing felt her heart soften. Over the past year, Jiang Qiancheng had been exceptionally considerate of her feelings. Shouldn't she also take his feelings into account just once? All right, I'll buy it for you. It truly matches your temperament. Thank you, Jiang Qiancheng replied gratefully. Their day unfolded happily and sweetly, marking a successful date. However, as their affection blossomed, Bai Libing found herself deeply troubled. In a secluded mountain forest, the surroundings were charred, and the foliage appeared as if struck by lightning. On the ground lay 5 young disciples clad in white robes. Team Bai, we have confirmed that these 5 are disciples of the Hongchuan sect. The Hongchuan sect, Bai Libing remarked. It's the second largest sect in Sichuan, second only to the Wuliang sect, with disciples primarily trained in martial arts. How did 5 of them perish? It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place. Who could have slain these 5 disciples of the Hongchuan sect? Bai Libing cautioned, contact the Hongchuan sect to ascertain the identities of these 5, clarify their abilities, and determine their purpose. But, Team Bai, we can ask, yet we fear they may not speak the truth. Zhang Fei expressed his concerns. Bai Libing replied, understanding their strength is crucial. We at least need to know the killer's capabilities. Understood. Bai Libing crouched down, observing the charred grass and blackened soil. This is the manifestation of true energy, the handiwork of a master-level expert. In this land of China, according to the Dali Temple's records, there are only 5 masters remaining. These masters have long since retreated from the world, with 3 ignoring worldly matters, while 2 serve their country in high positions. Could a new master have emerged? At this very moment, in the depths of the forest, an elderly man, covered in blood and gravely injured, bore wounds from lightning strikes. He muttered, indeed, the legendary techniques are real. They are extraordinary treasures, enabling a foundational practitioner to unleash the strength of a master. Clutching his injury, he gritted his teeth. I must bring this tone back to the sect. Chapter 142. Li Xiaoyan's romantic interest. Jiang Qiancheng's relationship with Shun Minjing had struck a considerable blow to Li Xiaoyan, the single man emerging from the mountains. Shouldn't I find a lovely girl as well? He pondered. Inziki seems rather nice. Li Xiaoyan resided in the apartment rented by Inziki. The following morning, he awoke with a violent sneeze, abruptly roused from his slumber. What is going on? Is someone thinking about me? They shouldn't be doing that at night. During his time in the city, Li Xiaoyan had genuinely lacked the opportunity to acquire a wardrobe of his own. In ragged clothes and straw sandals, he appeared to be a wild child from the mountains. However, he raised his hand, and from his palm emerged a flow of vital energy, swirling like a serpentine spirit in Li Xiaoyan's grasp. The techniques imparted by my master are indeed profound. Despite numerous attempts, I still cannot manifest the energy into form. Li Xiaoyan sought to control the energy with precision. His master, Jiang Qiancheng, had taught him that energy is the source of all martial arts, and those who master it can transform it into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. At that moment, Ziki's voice echoed from the next room. Li Xiaoyan, come down for breakfast. I bought some buns. Li Xiaoyan made his way to the kitchen, where Ziki had already set the table with dishes. She was enjoying meat buns and congee, looking particularly charming that day with her eyes adorned with peach blossom eyeshadow. Dressed in a fashionable white short-sleeve shirt paired with denim shorts. She was absolutely adorable. Got a date? You even put on makeup. Do you have money for cosmetics? Li Xiaoyan muttered. I need to start practicing street dance this morning, so I should at least make myself look presentable. Ziki replied softly. Besides, someone asked me out today. Who asked you out? Your boyfriend? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, incredulous that Ziki had a boyfriend so soon. Watching her lovely, spirited, and ethereal appearance filled him with a twinge of jealousy. How could the girl he liked go out with another boy? After all, he had put in so much effort to bring her to stay in his apartment. Of course I agreed. He was once a prominent figure at school. Hey, Xiaoyan, could you lend me 1,000 yuan? I'll pay you back once I get my salary. Ziki said, patting Li Xiaoyan's shoulder. It can't always be the boys footing the bill. You know what they say, to owe is to be soft-hearted. Li Xiaoyan pulled out 1,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to her. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Ziki bounced over to open it. A young man stood there, clad in a tailored white suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, his hair slicked back. He wore a gold Tizot watch and imported Italian leather shoes, exuding an air of affluence. Lu Feng had dressed this way intentionally, armed with ample cash, aiming to impress Ziki. Here you go, Ziki, 999 roses, Lu Feng said with a bow. I wasn't sure what to buy. They say girls love flowers. Ziki glanced at the flowers, then at Lu Feng, beaming with delight. Thank you, I really like them. Thank you. This only deepened Li Xiaoyan's sense of bitterness. The girl he liked accepted flowers from another, smiling so radiantly. It felt as if she was deliberately making things difficult for him. He resentfully slung his bag containing nearly 100,000 yuan over his shoulder. Lu Feng had come to flaunt his wealth in front of him today, but he vowed not to ruin their date. Chapter 143. The boys pursuing Ziki. Lu Feng noticed the jealousy etched on Li Xiaoyan's face. Secretly, he too felt vexed about the presence of another boy in Ziki's apartment. Ziki, who is this boy? He inquired. Oh, he's a friend of my boss. Without a place to stay, temporarily living here, she replied. Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued. Your boss's friend, Jiang Qiancheng? No. Lu Feng continued. Ziki, you look beautiful today. I'm taking you to the plaza, where there are international brands, and even a Starbucks and Michelin restaurants. He glanced at Li Xiaoyan with a sly smile. You, poor boy, think you can compete with me? You look quite broke. Ziki exclaimed. Ah, those things are so expensive. I can't afford it. Lu Feng feigned anger. Ziki, you can't possibly think of me as a friend if you're going to pay for your meal. Why don't we bring Li Xiaoyan along? I'll show him the world. Determined, Lu Feng intended to teach Li Xiaoyan a lesson in front of Ziki. Fine, Li Xiaoyan retorted. Today, you will show me the world. Ziki chuckled at their banter. All right, handsome boys, let us set off. She urged them out of the room. As they walked side by side, Ziki found herself sandwiched between the two men, acutely aware of the competitive tension radiating from both sides, which made her uncomfortable. Lu Feng, do you work a lot? What do you do in your spare time? She asked. Lu Feng, smoothing his slick hair, replied, I'm quite busy. Especially with meetings lately. My boss is considering promoting me, and I'm working hard. After a year as an executive, I could earn over 200,000. Wow. Over 200,000 a year? You're quite impressive, Lu Feng. Ziki praised. Li Xiaoyan interjected coldly. Humph, impressive? Just 200,000 a year? I could make 1 billion with a flick of my hand. Lu Feng sneered. 1 billion? You must be joking, young man. You need to tone it down a bit. Suddenly, Ziki burst into laughter, nearly choking on her words. What nonsense are you spouting? Where did you park your car? Lu Feng retorted. Brother, your attire isn't much to boast about, yet your arrogance is quite astounding. Li Xiaoyan smiled but did not dispute it. Lu Feng had a point. Soon, they reached the roadside, where Lu Feng stood beside a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, taking out his keys to unlock the door. Passers-by, including neighbors from their modest apartment complex, gathered as they witnessed Ziki stepping into the luxurious car. Oh Ziki, how did you find such a handsome guy with a Mercedes? I knew you would end up with a wealthy man. You're the most unique girl around. An elderly neighbor exclaimed. Noticing Li Xiaoyun's shabby appearance as he approached the car, the same neighbor grabbed him and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you doing? You can't just hop into someone else's Mercedes. Do you think this is yours?" Li Xiaoyun, feeling discontented, replied, "Do people really look down on me just because I dress plainly?" Chapter 144. Truly a bunch of lowly people. Li Xiaoyun merely wanted to get into the Mercedes. Yet he was mistaken for a beggar. The elderly neighbor held him back. "Who are you? Look at your ragged clothes. How dare you sit in someone else's car? What if you dirty it? Can you afford to pay for damages?" Yin Ziki interjected. "Aunt Fong, he asked Li Xiaoyun, my friend, not a beggar." "Oh, so he is not a beggar. But why is he dressed like one? This Mercedes costs hundreds of thousands. We mustn't let it get dirty," the neighbor remarked. "Li Xiaoyun, what do your parents do?" Li Xiaoyun, uninterested in the conversation, entered the Mercedes with a calm and confident smile. When one possesses sufficient confidence, the gossip of the outside world holds no threat. His confidence stemmed from Master Jiang Qiancheng and the 5 million yuan in his bank account. Why should he stoop to their level and let their words disturb his peace? Seeing Li Xiaoyun's demeanor, Lu Feng frowned. Does this kid even care about his pride? He shows no reaction at all. Perhaps I should spice things up a bit. Lu Feng greeted, "Old Lady Zhang, do you remember me?" Upon noticing the wealthy young man addressing her, Old Lady Zhang smiled charmingly, yet she could not discern who this gentleman was. "I do not recognize any affluent young masters," she replied. "It's me, Lu Feng, the one who moved away 5 years ago. My father is Lu Tianhai, and my mother is Guayao," Lu Feng explained. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Previously, Lu Feng's family had lived in poverty in a small alley, but over the past 5 years, he had acquired a Mercedes, embodying the appearance of a wealthy heir. "Ah, Lu Feng has truly prospered. What are you doing now? Driving a Mercedes?" Old Lady Zhang inquired excitedly, eager to forge connections with the affluent. This was a dream come true for her, as she could potentially seek Lu Feng's assistance in the future. Lu Feng, deliberately exposing his extravagant gold watch while feigning modesty, replied, "My parents are quite well. My father is involved in construction, earning millions annually, while my mother stays at home." "Ah, a developer." Old Lady Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The surrounding neighbors, one by one, approached Lu Feng to express their warmth and concern. "Lu Feng, it's me, Uncle Lu. Do you remember me? I used to carry you when you were little. My dear, I always knew you would succeed. You often came to my house for meals," they chimed in. Amidst this commotion, Li Xiaoyun found himself neglected. Lu Feng reveled in the attention, thinking, "Li Xiaoyun, do you still dare to pursue the girl I fancy? Allow me to show you the harsh realities of life. In this city, without wealth, you are worth less than a blade of grass. With your status, you cannot compete with me for Inziki." Seeing the neighbors chattering, Inziki quickly interjected, "Let's discuss more another time. Lu Feng is leaving. Hurry, get in the car." As Lu Feng and Inziki entered the vehicle, Old Lady Zhang leaned against the window, saying, "Lu Feng, don't forget what you promised. I might need your help in the future." Lu Feng nodded with a feigned smile, internally dismissing the notion. Upon returning, who would heed the calls of so many impoverished neighbors? As he instinctively rolled up the window, he thought, "Such a bunch of lowly folk. Don't dirty my car." Chapter 145. Do you look down on those from the mountains? Lu Feng harbored disdain for those around him, hastily starting the Mercedes and disappearing into the bustling traffic. Shortly after, the car parked in the second-floor garage of Silver Times Plaza. The least expensive vehicle there was Li Gang's Mercedes, while the most luxurious was a striking blue Lamborghini, boasting a cutting-edge design that captured the eye even while parked. As everyone exited the car, Li Ziki admired the Lamborghini, exclaiming, "What a stunning sports car. If I could drive one in my lifetime, I would be content. I've heard it costs over 4 million. Lu Feng replied, "Ziki, haven't I mentioned that if you date me, my father has been in real estate development for the past 2 years? I'll soon be driving a Lamborghini myself." Li Xiaoyun glanced at the car again. Over 4 million? Not too expensive. If he desired, he could purchase one immediately. Upon entering the shopping mall, the floor was adorned with pristine white marble that reflected the image of passers-by. The opulent storefronts of international luxury brands sparkled, with impeccably dressed staff greeting customers with warm smiles. Lu Feng, exuding confidence, remarked, "Ziki, the clothes here are quite expensive, but the styles are the latest. You should buy something here. This mall is not a place just anyone can enter." Ziki sighed. "You underestimate Li Xiaoyun too much." Lu Feng thought to himself, "So what if I underestimate him? He is foolish to think he can compete with me for you. still daring to reside in your apartment. Today, I shall shatter his pride." He continued, "Ziki, I do not underestimate him." Pointing to a store called Inghua Vantini, he added, "This is the most expensive shop in Silver Times Plaza. Let us take a look. Here, even a simple t-shirt costs no less than 1,000 yuan." And he was confident that Li Xiaoyan could not afford it. Two beautiful female attendants from Inghua Vantini approached Lu Feng with enthusiasm, greeting him politely. Meanwhile, a younger girl with short hair stood at the reception desk, observing Li Xiaoyan, who was dressed plainly in cloth shoes and carrying a tattered bag, emanating an air of rusticity. "Is this gentleman with you?" one attendant asked. "Yes, he is with us, but I must clarify that he is not my boyfriend. We are merely friends," Ziki responded with a smile. "Ziki, you go ahead and try on what you like. If you're uncertain, let the beautiful attendants recommend something," Lu Feng offered gallantly. However, not a single attendant approached Li Xiaoyan, as they deemed it unwise to waste time on someone who appeared impoverished. "Beautiful lady, you truly have an eye for fashion. This is our latest collection designed by the company's top designers," one attendant remarked. "Wow, you look stunning in that outfit. Even more so than first-tier celebrities." Li Xiaoyan remained unfazed, casually browsing. One attendant shot a disdainful glance at him, seemingly worried he might soil their clothing, casting a resentful gaze in his direction. "Do people really look down on those from the mountains?" Li Xiaoyan sighed heavily. Chapter 146. The kind-hearted attendant feeling marginalized was disheartening. Li Xiaoyan lamented, "Do the people in this city judge solely by appearances? Just because I dress simply, they assume I am broke?" At that moment, a sweet voice called out, "Hello, sir. If you like any clothing, I can fetch it for you." Startled, Li Xiaoyan turned to see the short-haired girl from the front desk, her dark bob framing her gentle smile and sparkling eyes. To him, her smile radiated warmth like sunshine. "Oh, thank you. Do you really want me to try on clothes? What if I dirty them?" He replied with a hint of humor. "Don't worry. I'll quote you a price first. If it's acceptable, I'll fetch it for you," the girl said breezily. "I see that although your clothes are worn, they are quite clean." Her keen observation impressed him. "What is your name?" he inquired, intrigued. "My name is Linger. I just started working here. So if my recommendations aren't up to par, please bear with me," she replied. Looking at her, Li Xiaoyan felt an unexpected warmth and comfort. Perhaps because of her kindness. She possessed the qualities that the other three attendants lacked: equality and respect. In the spacious store, the men's and women's sections were separated. Li Xiaoyan walked with his hands behind his back while Linger diligently followed him, glancing left and right at the uniquely artistic clothing. Li Xiaoyan remarked, "How much can you earn from selling a piece of clothing?" Linger, taken aback, replied, "I can earn 5%. If a piece of clothing costs 1,000 yuan, I can earn 50. If business is good, we could make quite a bit in a month." Li Xiaoyan nodded, intrigued. "I must admit, I'm curious. Why do your friends refuse to greet me, yet you have come?" He added, "I see you as quite pitiable." Linger spoke earnestly. "My parents are from the mountains as well. When I first brought them to Silver Time Plaza, my father actually took off his shoes, fearing he would dirty the floor. They are fascinated by everything here, much like children. Yet, they only dared to stand outside the shops, gazing from a distance. You know, I truly wish I could earn money to buy them things. So, I am determined to work hard." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoyan felt a deep empathy. He too hailed from the mountains and understood her sentiments profoundly. Back then, Linger was just a scruffy, naive little girl who, upon hearing of the service staff's earnings, mustered her courage to apply for a position. However, she could never forget the disdainful glances she received for her shabby attire. "You will have money," Li Xiaoyan assured her, gesturing towards a garment. "Please, help me take down this piece of clothing and these trousers and wrap them up." Linger exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you going to ask how much they cost?" Li Xiaoyan chuckled. "Linger, if I were broke, would I even enter here? Just wrap them up. Can I pay you first? I don't want anyone else to see." As he spoke, he pulled out 100,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Linger. This is too much money," she stammered. "These clothes are only worth 3,500. Yet, her voice grew softer, as if she feared Li Xiaoyan might have a change of heart and want the money back. Linger was genuinely innocent. All her emotions were written on her face, her hands trembling as she clutched the money, as though cradling a treasure. Li Xiaoyan smiled. "It won't fall. Take it. This is a reward for your kindness. But please, keep it a secret. I don't want to expose myself in front of my friends." "Okay. Thank you. Thank you, big brother," Linger replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng pointed to another extravagant garment, exclaiming, "Ziki, you must try on this luxurious piece. It will surely look stunning on you. Just look at the craftsmanship and material. I'll buy it for you, no matter the price." "Excuse me, how much is this?" "This is the new Night Peacock model, priced at 58,008. The attendant replied. Li Jiejia felt anxious. If she could sell this item, she would earn 2,500, enough to cover her basic salary for the month. Upon hearing the price, Lu Feng quickly backtracked. "No, while this piece is beautiful, Ziki, you would surely feel embarrassed to wear something so extravagant. Let us find something a bit more ordinary." Lu Feng scoffed. 58,008 for a piece of clothing? Am I out of my mind? I only brought 20,000 with me today, expecting to buy something around 2,000. All right, Lu Feng, I don't want it. As a student, I don't need to wear something so fine. Let us go, Li Ziki replied. As Li Ziki searched for Li Xiaoyan, she found him standing by the entrance. "Ziki, you really don't want it? Don't regret it. Come on, buy this one," Lu Feng insisted, pointing to another garment. "This one is 36,500. Li Jiejia interjected. "Oh no, this fabric is too thin. If you wash it, it will be ruined." "Not worth it," Huli added. Li Jiejia and Huli grew increasingly dissatisfied with Lu Feng's attitude. They perceived him as merely a typical wealthy individual, not the rich second generation he claimed to be, unable to even afford a 50,000 yuan garment. Ultimately, after wasting half a day in conversation, Lu Feng still hadn't purchased a single item. Li Xiaoyan discreetly tucked away his new clothes in his pocket and said to Li Ziki, "I'm done. Let us go. I didn't plan on buying anything anyway." Seeing Li Xiaoyan, Lu Feng continued to feign generosity. "Ziki, but you don't want to save money for me. The one that was 38,000 would have been fine." Li Ziki had tried on a few outfits, and Lu Feng's true character began to reveal itself. He was quite stingy, far more than expected. He pretended to be wealthy and generous, yet when it came to crucial moments, he was unwilling to part with his money. It was all a facade. Perhaps his past hardships had ingrained a deeper appreciation for money within him. Li Ziki inquired, "Li Xiaoyan, what clothes did you buy? Why aren't you wearing them?" "I didn't buy anything. Let us go," Li Xiaoyan responded. Lu Feng added, "The style of this clothing doesn't suit us young people. I'll take you to another shop." As they left for the Yinghua Fandini store, 3 female attendants congregated at the front desk. Li Jiejia, vexed, remarked, "That poor guy pretended to be a wealthy gentleman, dressing like he was one of the rich heirs, yet in the end, he didn't buy a single piece of clothing. What a waste of my breath." Huli agreed, "Exactly. Young people today love to put on airs, bringing girls along while not being able to afford anything. How embarrassing." Lan Linger, still smiling, hadn't yet recovered from her earlier shock. She felt incredibly fortunate. "What are you smiling about?" Li Jiejia glared at her, her face flushed with anger. Lan Linger was lost in thought, gazing ahead, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Seemingly in a daze, Huli waved her hand in front of Lan Linger's sparkling eyes. "Are you pleased that we wasted our time on that rich boy who bought nothing?" "Oh, I only know that you usually envy our higher income," Huli added. Lan Linger snapped back to reality, hurriedly saying, "I wasn't I was just thinking." "What were you thinking?" "About that boy in cloth shoes, the worker?" Li Jiejia mocked. "Can't you see he's just that rich boy's servant? Or perhaps the pretty girl's backup?" Huli sniped. Li Jiejia chimed in, "You're right." Huli. When Lan Linger came to apply, she dressed like a country bumpkin. It's no wonder she would find a worker appealing. Ha ha. The 3 beautiful attendants laughed heartily. Lan Linger, hearing their remarks, couldn't help but chuckle along. "Have we made you foolish?" Li Jiejia asked, perplexed. "Yes. If only I had the right to like that worker boy. He's so gentle and kind. He's unlike any man I've ever known," Lan Linger lamented, pondering her own worthiness of someone like Li Xiaoyan. Indeed, she had become quite foolish, this innocent girl who found charm in anyone. Just moments ago, the modestly dressed young man had given her 100,000 yuan simply for being kind. Lan Linger held the stack of red bills in her hands, presenting them before Huli and Li Jiejia, who exchanged glances in astonishment. The grandeur of Silvertime Plaza was immaculate, with pristine white tiles reflecting the faces of passers-by like a mirror. Beautiful women strolled by, dressed in alluring short skirts, their silky hair exuding a fragrance of exquisite perfume. As a beautiful woman brushed past Lu Feng, he deliberately remarked in front of Li Ziki, "I prefer simple girls like you, Ziki. I can't stand the smell of perfume." He sneezed, bowing his head in discomfort. Lu Feng, following the reflection on the ground, sneaked a glance. He raised his head and earnestly remarked to Li Ziki, "I cannot discern where this fragrance emanates from." Li Ziki awkwardly revealed a smile. Li Xiaoyan observed this scene with clarity. His vision, hearing, and abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals by hundreds of times. As they strolled through the mall, Lu Feng boasted without restraint. The plaza felt as familiar as his own home, as he frequently assured Li Ziki, "As long as you like it, regardless of the price, I shall procure it for you, as long as it brings you joy." Li Ziki's ears were quick to detect the insincerity. Had she not been curious about how Li Xiaoyan would confront Lu Feng, she would have left long ago. Yet, Li Xiaoyan, composed and tranquil, quietly followed behind them. Amidst the mocking voices that swirled around him, Li Ziki suddenly sensed Li Xiaoyan's state of mind was exceedingly calm and restrained, possessing a maturity far beyond his years. Just how long would Li Xiaoyan endure this? "I wish to see you confront Lu Feng," Li Ziki thought to herself. "Even Boss Zhang would not dare provoke you. What is Lu Feng in comparison?" Chapter 149, Michelin 3 stars. "Here we are, this must be your first visit, right, Ziki?" Lu Feng pointed at the shop sign, where the advertisement read, "Today's special, pear red tea ice cream, 1 serving, 300 yuan. A mysterious gift awaits those who dine with us today. 300 yuan. For just this small ice cream?" Li Ziki, having heard that Michelin 3-star establishments are exorbitantly priced, was taken aback to find that a mere scoop of ice cream was 300 yuan, even at a discounted rate. No need to be astonished. Let us go. Food and beauty are a perfect match. Lu Feng, in a gentlemanly manner, escorted Li Ziki into the restaurant, casting a deliberate glance at Li Xiaoyan. It was now his moment to shine. A beautifully attired waitress opened the restaurant door and inquired, "Hello, esteemed guests. We are quite busy today. Do you have a reservation?" "We do not. We came spontaneously. Please select a table for us," Lu Feng replied confidently. During lunchtime, the Michelin 3-star restaurant was bustling with affluent middle-aged men and some wealthy young men accompanied by attractive women. Lu Feng's attire appeared rather ordinary amidst this crowd. As Li Xiaoyan entered, he was stopped by the waitress, who asked, "Sir, is he with you?" Several wealthy young men raised their heads to scrutinize the plainly dressed Li Xiaoyan. A girl murmured, "Why is someone dressed like that dining at Michelin? Has Michelin become a roadside eatery?" Another chimed in, "This place is not for people like him. It disgusts me. Stop talking. Look, I bet he's being brought here by a wealthy brother to experience the city," said another. Lu Feng interjected, "He is with us. Let him in." Only then did Li Xiaoyan step inside. The waitress politely stated, "Gentlemen, we have only 2 seats left. One is a luxurious romantic couples table, and the other is a standard seat by the window. If you prefer the middle table, I can provide additional seating." Li Ziki and Li Xiaoyan gazed at the lavish table situated in the center of the restaurant. This table was exceptional, elevated above the rest, adorned with pristine white chairs and golden cutlery, accompanied by lavender airlifted from Provence. Sitting at this table bestowed a sense of superiority, making even the ordinary wealthy patrons hesitant to occupy it. Lu Feng, without consulting Li Ziki, declared, "My throat has been uncomfortable. The air is poor in the middle. Ziki, please show some understanding. Miss, please seat us by the window." Seeing Lu Feng's obstinate arrangement displeased Li Ziki. She was not unsympathetic, but Lu Feng's contradictory behavior was exceedingly distasteful. From purchasing clothes to shopping, he radiated insincerity. Li Ziki cast a glance at Li Xiaoyan, who remained silent. "Lu Feng, did you not say you would buy whatever I liked, regardless of the cost? I prefer the middle table. Do you not adore me and wish to treat me like a princess?" The sudden outburst left Lu Feng gasping, his scalp tingling. That middle table was not for someone like him. It was reserved for true affluent patrons. Chapter 150, Li Xiaoyan prepares to act. Even wealthy, young men hesitated to occupy that table. Crucially, this table had a minimum spending requirement. Would Lu Feng, who could hardly be considered wealthy, dare to sit there? Lu Feng subtly clenched his fists, feeling the pressure mounting. "Ahem, Ziki, as you can see, I am still coughing. Let's sit by the window, the air is better. Please accommodate me." Lu Feng feigned victimhood, sounding aggrieved. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. "Ziki, if you wish to sit there, please do. Waitress, we will take that table." Lu Feng waved his hands in protest. "I am coughing. My throat is uncomfortable. Waitress, I will sit by the window. Dining with you will surely lead to me footing the bill." What money could Li Xiaoyan possibly possess? Lu Feng, under the waitress's guidance, took a seat by the window. "Li Xiaoyan, I shan't fall for your scheme. I will merely observe how you perform. I shall not join you. I wish to see how you handle this. To his surprise, Ziki and Li Xiaoyan indeed seated themselves at the Michelin 3-star table, surveying the diners around them. Such a dining experience was indeed extraordinary. Li Ziki distinctly felt the whispers and ridicule surrounding her. Ziki, you order, Li Xiaoyan encouraged. Choose whatever you desire. Li Ziki perused the menu, considering a few less expensive dishes, yet even those appeared overpriced. 500 yuan for a small plate? And this foie gras, 800 yuan? Li Xiaoyan, I am convinced this is a scam. Li Xiaoyan, casually reviewing the menu, replied, but you wish to sit here, yet you complain it is a scam. Celebrity Ziki, you are quite difficult to please. With that, he randomly marked items on the menu, indifferent to the taste, as long as they looked appealing. After all, there was wealth to spare. Li Ziki pouted, you stubborn fool. I intentionally spoke for Lu Feng's benefit, wanting to see if he would act as insincerely as he speaks. Oh, Li Xiaoyan, order fewer dishes. My appetite is small. How about a bottle of 1945 Nylon Mountain red wine to rinse my palate? Li Xiaoyan reassured her, go on. You glutton, you are not allowed to order more. Ziki reached to snatch the menu from Li Xiaoyan's hands, but he playfully dodged. Their playful banter felt akin to a couple, igniting Lu Feng's irritation, who grumbled to himself, Li Xiaoyan, you rustic fool. Ziki, do not expect me to help you with the bill later. The waitress at the side gently reminded, sir, there are only 2 of you. It is unnecessary to order so much. All right, let us have the dishes. Li Xiaoyan commanded. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was presented, each plate a masterpiece in presentation and flavor. The first to arrive were the desserts, which Li Ziki had just declared expensive, yet upon tasting, she found them surprisingly delightful. Take your time, no need to rush, Li Xiaoyan said. This is delicious. Li Ziki exclaimed, I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Li Xiaoyan mischievously remarked, well then, you should thank me with a kiss. Though they had known each other for a short time, and this rustic boy's flirtation tactics were rather crude, he was indeed someone even the formidable boss Zhang feared. Ziki pouted, no, there are too many people, but I may kiss your hand instead. That will suffice. Li Xiaoyan extended his hand, and Li Ziki quickly pecked him on the cheek. Chapter 151. Sir, your total expenditure is 80,000. At that moment, music began to play. A musician, elegantly dressed in a suit and holding a violin, approached the two with heartfelt grace, playing passionately. The rhythm of bohemian romantic love was fervent and vibrant. A graceful pianist sat beside the piano, his dexterous fingers weaving elegant melodies that blended seamlessly with the violin. While we are still among the living, why not love with fervor, my beloved? The chorus of male voices, resonating in high, low, and mid tones, emerged from backstage, illuminating the atmosphere with a dreamlike quality. Ziki exclaimed, Li Xiaoyan, I feel as though I am dreaming. I have this strange illusion of being the protagonist in a drama. Li Xiaoyan replied, do you like it? I love it so much. Thank you. Li Xiaoyan, no need for thanks. We shall share this meal later, as if you borrowed it from me. Ziki, exasperated, retorted, you scoundrel, miser. The music continued to flow. Lu Feng, feeling vexed, silently seethed. This was supposed to be his romantic moment with Li Ziki. Envy and resentment coursed through him as he thought, you two may be happy now, but there will come a time when you regret it. Ziki, I will be waiting for you to borrow money. As the music concluded, a tall man with short hair, dressed in white and wearing flip-flops, approached the entrance of the restaurant. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan seated in the prestigious spot, he hurried over to greet him. Hey, Li Xiaoyan, you're here dining? Oh, what a coincidence. Hello. Li Xiaoyan looked up, puzzled. Who are you? It's normal that you don't recognize me, but I know you. I'm Zhang Long. You single-handedly confronted all of us in the private room, and my face still hurts, he said, extending his hand. Are you here for a meal too? Li Xiaoyan courteously asked. Zhang Long responded, I work here now. Enjoy your meal, and I'll come find you later. Don't disturb me, Li Xiaoyan said. Just then, Chen Gang shouted. Oh, Li Xiaoyan, do you really think you can rely on your friend who works at a Michelin-starred restaurant for a discount? Only members can receive discounts here, and first-time diners are not eligible for such perks. Zhang Long glanced at Lu Feng, who was dressed like a wealthy young master, and asked, who is this lunatic? I don't know him, replied Li Xiaoyan. Zhang Long chuckled and proceeded to the kitchen. Li Xiaoyan then said, We've nearly finished eating, let us pack up. Sure, he replied. Waiter, please bring the bill. At that moment, All diners turned their attention towards Li Xiaoyan. Lu Feng wore a stern expression, eager to witness Li Xiaoyan's embarrassment. The beautiful waitress approached with the bill, stating politely, "Sir, your total expenditure is 80,000. Li Xiaoyan, I'm curious to see how you will handle this." 80,000. Did you think this music was free? Lu Feng remarked. This impoverished lad really dares to dine like this. 80,000. My father only gives me 60,000 a month. And I wouldn't even dare to sit in that position. I bet he'll need to borrow money from someone soon. Don't be foolish, he must have money. Otherwise, how would he dare to eat at such a place? Li Xiaoyan pulled out a card, preparing to astonish everyone. Chapter 152, Lu Feng's Envy and Jealous Rage. From start to finish, it had been Lu Feng boasting about his wealth before Li Xiaoyan. Lu Feng wore an expression of anticipation, thinking, 80,000? Does this poor kid have that much money? Dressed like that, he should be washing dishes. Li Xiaoyan waved his sleeve and commanded, "Waitress, bring the bill." Just then, two beautiful waitresses wheeled over a large discount wheel. "Hello, diners. To thank our new and old customers, we are offering a chance for everyone here to dine for free today. Please look at the screen. Lucky diners selected will come up to spin the wheel for a chance to receive a complimentary meal." Oh, what luck! A chance to dine for free. I've eaten here so many times, and this is the first time encountering such an event. If I had known, I would have ordered more. What if I don't win? That would be a huge loss. This is just the restaurant's marketing strategy, pushing us to consume blindly. Ziki grabbed Li Xiaoyan's hand and said, "Don't rush to pay. What if we win the free meal?" Li Xiaoyan withdrew his hand. "Regardless of whether we win or not, it doesn't matter. Since Ziki enjoys it, let us wait." Lu Feng laughed, sipping his tea, and proclaimed loudly, "Li Xiaoyan, don't bother spinning. I still don't believe your luck will win you a free meal. If you had good fortune, it wouldn't be spent in a poor household. Unless the restaurant is foolish, you've spent 60,000. The large screen rolled, stopping at congratulations to the esteemed guest for winning the chance to spin the wheel. The beautiful waitress announced loudly, "Wow, how could this be?" The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly surged. Many were curiously watching. Winning a free meal worth 60,000 is incredible luck. Lu Feng continued to smirk, saying, "Li Xiaoyan, this is merely a gimmick. They choose the highest spender to draw attention. Do you really think you can win a free meal? If you're short on cash, I can lend you some." Ziki stepped forward to spin the large wheel. "Congratulations to our esteemed customer for winning a complimentary meal. Wow, is this for real? We just dined for free worth 60,000. What incredible luck." Lu Feng, who had just claimed it was impossible to win, felt a stinging heat on his face as if he had been struck without cause. He thought to himself, had I known such luck was possible, I would have sat with them. I've never even sat in that position. After the complimentary meal, Li Xiaoyan packed up the remaining food. At least the flavors were delightful. Ziki and Li Xiaoyan prepared to leave when Lu Feng approached again, flattering, "Ziki, you're an angel. Your luck is phenomenal. Ahem. I'm still coughing. It's too stuffy in here. Let us see if we can go somewhere more pleasant. Come on. I'll take you to another place for fun." Ziki, not wanting to continue entangling with Lu Feng, replied, "No, I need to return to the apartment to pack. I'm moving to the place arranged by the company." "All right, let me drive you." Lu Feng stepped ahead as Li Xiaoyan and Ziki walked side by side. "Damn. Today all the attention is being stolen by this kid," Li Xiaoyan thought dismissively, clearly observing Lu Feng's demeanor. "You still wish to compete with me? I haven't even begun to show my full strength. Cross me, and I might just deal with your father as well. After all, with my mentor Jiang Qiancheng around, who knows when I might encounter Lu Gang's father." Chapter 153. How can someone who washes dishes be so wealthy? Lu Feng realized he hadn't performed well. Turning back, he said, "Ziki, I was just testing you to see whether you would choose me or Li Xiaoyan. Alas, you chose him. What a pity. What path must I tread to win your heart?" Unbeknownst to them, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Yinghua Vantini fashion store. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan, a beautiful salesgirl approached, saying, "Handsome, come take a look again. Are there any clothes you like? Please, can I have your phone number? I'll notify you when we launch new styles. If it's a hassle, I can even deliver to your door." Lu Feng, upon looking up, noticed Li Jiajia and Hu Li smiling sweetly at him. Indeed, his charm still held sway. Lu Feng felt proud and said, "Sorry, I already like someone. Get lost. I wasn't talking to you." Li Jiajia dismissed Lu Feng outright. Hu Li snorted disdainfully. What a shameless person to show off with no money. Two women approached Li Xiaoyan, enthusiastically introducing themselves. nearly reaching out to grasp his hands in excitement. Li Jejia and Hu Li, true professionals, leaned in closely to Li Xiaoyan, exuding sweetness. Ziki, observing from the side, felt a tinge of embarrassment and remarked, "What are you two doing? It's just shopping for clothes. No need to get so hands-on." For reasons unknown, Ziki felt a discomfort in her heart. Hu Li replied, "You aren't his girlfriend, so why the hostility? Right, handsome? Come on in and have a look." Noticing Ziki's irritation, Li Xiaoyan declined, saying, "I'll come by another time. I have other matters today." "Oh, you must come back. Handsome, how about leaving a phone number?" Blue Lingyer stood shyly to the side, her sparkling eyes filled with charm. Blushing, she said, "Thank you, big brother. You're truly kind, and meeting you is my fortune." As she spoke, her ears flushed crimson. Li Xiaoyan gently patted Linger's head, replying, "Thank you for your kindness. Here's my number. Call me if you need anything." Linger's face turned beet red. Ziki, witnessing this, felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within her. After leaving the store and arriving at the parking lot, they approached Lu Feng's Mercedes. Lu Feng, puzzled, thought, "It's strange, Li Xiaoyan looks so ordinary. Yet 3 beautiful women suddenly take an interest in him. It doesn't make sense. Especially that girl." She blushed at him. Did he deceive her? Just then, Zhang Long, dressed in white and wearing flip-flops, strolled into the parking lot. Spotting Li Xiaoyan, he waved enthusiastically, "Li Xiaoyan, how's it going? Hope you like your welcome gift. Don't be shy. Come by my shop anytime for more treats." With Li Xiaoyan's potential to triumph over formidable figures like old Mo from the capital, such influence was enough to entice small families to curry favor with him. After speaking, Zhang Long purposely greeted Ziki and rolled his eyes at Lu Feng. Lu Feng snorted, "What's there to be smug about, you dishwasher? So it's you pulling the strings behind the scenes. I knew Li Xiaoyan couldn't be eating for free. I'll report you when we get back, and have the boss fire you." With a flourish, Zhang Long opened the door of his blue Lamborghini and slid inside. The sports car roared to life, leaving a trail of dust as it sped away. Lu Feng was left dumbfounded. The dishwasher is that wealthy? Chapter 154. A rift emerges. Lu Feng pondered. How could a dishwasher drive a Lamborghini? Could he possibly be the owner of a Michelin-starred restaurant? But how does he know Li Xiaoyan? It's unbelievable. Perhaps this guy is more low-key than he appears. Lu Feng had intended to show off in front of Chunyu today, but instead, he felt as though he had been outshone. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the gas pedal, the Mercedes gliding down the road. On the return journey, Ziki sat in the back seat beside Li Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, you're quite impressive. Knowing such wealthy people. The key is, despite your indifference, they treat you so well. It's obvious." Jiang Qiancheng, one of the 3 heroes of Jiangqian City, bows to your master. It's clear Jiangqian has an esteemed status. Curiosity piqued. She wanted to inquire further, realizing that she should build a good relationship with Li Xiaoyan and not offend him. Li Xiaoyan, reluctant to discuss his master, boasted, "I've merely learned some skills. These businessmen surely see me as formidable. If you serve me well, I won't neglect you." Ziki nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with warmth as she gazed at him. This infuriated Lu Feng, who was driving. He had taken on the role of chauffeur to impress them, only to find himself overshadowed. The most frustrating part was their playful banter, leaving him feeling humiliated. Lu Feng scoffed, "Xiaoyan, being skilled isn't necessarily a blessing. You can be a hired hand at best, and it's a dangerous path. In this city, to earn money, one needs knowledge and a stable job. Life in the streets is precarious and uncertain. I once heard my dad talk about a guy who was tough, made a lot of money, but ended up getting killed." Ziki, frowning, interjected, "Lu Feng, stop talking nonsense. Li Xiaoyan is not like that." "Ziki, are you worried about me?" Li Xiaoyan took her hand and said, "Thank you. You're the first girl to worry about me since I came to the city. I will treat you well." Her hand was smooth and warm, a pleasant touch. Ziki blushed slightly and replied, "You said it." Li Xiaoyan continued, "It all depends on how well you treat me. If you're good to me, I'll be doubly good to you. That's enough." Lu Feng slammed on the brakes with anger, exclaiming, "I didn't bring you two out to flaunt your affection. Get out of the car now." Ziki was momentarily stunned, while Li Xiaoyan smiled, thinking, I aim to irritate you, and it worked. What a hot-headed fellow." In that moment, Ziki finally saw through Lu Feng's true nature, saying, "Xiaoyan, let us go. We'll take a taxi back. Lu Feng, don't come looking for me again. You're nothing but a two-faced person." Ziki took Li Xiaoyan's hand, exiting the vehicle and standing by the roadside. They waved down a passing taxi and departed, leaving a sullen Lu Feng staring at the retreating cab. He pounded the steering wheel, seething, Li Xiaoyan, Inziki. I won't forget this. You embarrassed me today, and I'll make sure someone deals with you. Chapter 155, Jiang Qiancheng's scheme. Days passed. During this time, Su Minjing gradually became gentler towards Jiang Qiancheng, her demeanor shifting. She no longer issued orders, but, at times, would help him in the kitchen while he cooked. This subtle change surprised Jiang Qiancheng, indicating that Su Minjing was re-evaluating her perceptions of him. Su Jingyan, observing this transformation, felt curious. It's strange. Why has Minjing's attitude towards Qiancheng changed recently? Could it be that he has performed exceptionally well at the company? I heard Jiang Qiancheng recently joined Su Yao Entertainment and secured a contract for Jiang City's top firm shortly after joining. It seems the master behind Jiang Qiancheng is no ordinary person. Su Jingyan expressed her happiness, thinking there's potential for the company's growth in the future. The following days passed uneventfully, with the company running smoothly and the family enjoying harmonious moments together. But one fateful night, in the pitch-black villa complex, a man stealthily approached the Su family's villa. Finally found you. Tracking down this vehicle took considerable effort. This man had previously used lightning techniques to eliminate 4 disciples from the second-ranking sect of Sichuan and injured an elder. Now, fully recovered from his injuries, he recalled the intense battle that had drained his energy, nearly costing him his life. If not for his sheer willpower, he might not have stood before the villa now. The mastery of thunder control was indeed formidable. No wonder this technique caused such a stir upon its emergence. Once I achieve full mastery, I will surely break through to the foundation establishment stage and become another grandmaster of Huaxia. With a swift step, the man vanished, leaping over the 5-meter-high wall. Upon landing, he scanned his surroundings, perceiving everything clearly within a 10-meter radius as if it were just a meter away. He approached a sleek black Mercedes-Benz, having searched for you tirelessly. Yule, how remarkable you are. Without you, I am utterly consumed by thoughts of despair. Interestingly, this book was also an accidental discovery by a mysterious man. One day, while he was diligently practicing in the mountains, he sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. A clear sky was abruptly filled with the sound of thunder. As he looked up, he beheld an astonishing sight. A space the size of a soccer ball was swirling in the heavens. A book descended from the sky, and he fortuitously caught it. Ha! This is a heavenly blessing, a serendipitous chance for my diligent practice. How could it possibly end up in someone else's hands? With a stern expression, he walked towards the villa's entrance. If you cannot produce the book, I shall ensure your demise. Just then, a hand clapped down on Suanfu's shoulder, startling him into instinctively channeling his energy to strike at the figure behind him. Oh, are thieves now so brazen? A voice chimed in, effortlessly evading his attack. Observing the newcomer, Suanfu grew exceedingly vigilant. The speed of this individual eluded his senses, easily dodging his strike, indicating they were no ordinary person. Who are you? Suanfu retreated a couple of steps, wary. Really? You come to my home and question my identity? Jiang Qiancheng replied, yawning and scratching his head. Aren't you the person I encountered in my car last time? Here to retrieve the book, I presume? Recognizing the face before him, Jiang Qiancheng immediately grasped the situation. Well, knowing is half the battle. Why don't you produce the book? Hand it over obediently, and I might spare your life. Ah, please, don't kill me. Jiang Qiancheng feigned fear. He could have easily dispatched Suanfu, but he had other, more entertaining plans in mind. Why don't you just hand over the book? Suanfu barked. Jiang Qiancheng entered the Mercedes and retrieved the book. Here you go. Suanfu grasped the book, remarking, You've shown some sense. You've saved your life. Without lingering, Suanfu departed. Ha! My precious book. Reunited after such a long separation. How wonderful it is to have you back in my possession. Suddenly, before he could finish his thought, a shadow followed closely behind him. Slap. Jiang Qiancheng struck down with a palm, rendering Suanfu unconscious before he even caught a glimpse of the assailant. He could never have imagined it would be Jiang Qiancheng. An innocent man is often caught in the crossfire. You took my book, drawing so many to pursue you. Do you think I would let you go? Since this book can incite such chaos, I am quite curious to see what kind of expert resides in this son-in-law dimension. Jiang Qiancheng took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected. It was Lin Hao. Late into the night, upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng's number, Lin Hao became alert. Mr. Jiang, good evening. Jiang Qiancheng wasted no time. I need you to handle something for me. Of course, Mr. Jiang, speak freely. I, Lin Hao, am at your service. Jiang Qiancheng instructed, remember this. After making the arrangements, he leisurely returned home. The next morning, in an office at the Dali Temple, a knock sounded as someone entered. Report, Captain Bai. We have news from the Honchuan sect. The 5 deceased disciples were all 6th grade martial masters or above, and they even sent an elder of foundational cultivation to lead the team. Bai Libing furrowed her brows. 6th grade martial masters are the backbone of any sect. A 3rd grade master can establish a martial arts school in the city, serving as a support for 2nd and 3rd tier cities. Not to mention 5 5th grade masters and an elder of foundational cultivation. Did the Honchuan sect mention why they are sending these individuals to Jiangqing? Zhang Fei replied, Captain, it took considerable effort just to gather this information. They were utterly tight-lipped. Bai Libing pondered, what could the Honchuan sect possibly desire from Jiangqing? Just then, the phone rang. Bai Libing answered, what is it? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, her breath quickened. She hurriedly hung up and said, Zhang Fei, no more rest for you. Come with me. Zhang Fei sighed in frustration. Can't we take it easy? I just returned from the Honchuan sect. It's south, not close. As they sped along, Bai Libing thought, this is bad. Do practitioners dare to cause trouble in the city? At the villa on the mountainside, several cars were parked along the roadside, with 5 individuals standing guard. Suanfu glared, rubbing his numb neck. Who ambushed me yesterday? Who has such power? I don't even know who it was. Suddenly, panic set in as he patted his chest, exclaiming, where's my book? My book. Don't move. Who are you? At that moment, several uniformed individuals raised their weapons, issuing a warning. It's him. He doesn't belong to our community, nor is he anyone's relative. I've asked around. He is likely a thief, reported the security personnel of the mountainside villa. This villa was among the luxurious neighborhoods of Jiangqing, known for its stringent security measures. Guards patrol the area at night, yet no one had noticed an unconscious person on the road during their rounds. This bewildered the security captain. I told you not to move. Why are you still moving? Shouted the uniformed man. Suanfu's expression soured. He wanted to flee but feared the uniformed personnel. These individuals were likely from the authorities, and any confrontation could lead to dire consequences. A rule in the city dictates that if a practitioner harms an official, they will be hunted down throughout the city, prompting experts from the Dali Temple to intervene. He lacked the confidence to confront them. Who injured me? Suanfu cursed. And stole my book, putting me in this predicament. If I find you, I will surely kill you. Seeing Suanfu remain motionless, the uniformed personnel pressed further. What? You don't take my word seriously? I told you not to move. He scanned the area. I'm not a thief. I took a wrong turn and am cooperating with you. The uniformed personnel restrained Suanfu. Just then, Bai Libing arrived in her car and stepped out. What is going on? Who is the practitioner? One of the team members responded, it's him. Bai Libing examined Suanfu. His muscular build and vibrant demeanor clearly indicated he was a practitioner. The stark difference in aura between ordinary people and practitioners was unmistakable. Bai Libing approached and asked, what are you doing here? Suanfu replied, I was out for a walk and ended up here. I haven't done anything wrong. The security captain, anxious, scolded him. The mountainside villa is heavily guarded for safety. If this fellow could wander in without being noticed for so long, I'd be in big trouble with management. Nonsense. You claim you were out for a walk. My men, the gatekeepers, and the patrol officers didn't see you. What a joke. I haven't seen you on the surveillance either. You were walking? Don't be ridiculous. The security captain exclaimed. Walking? Then how did you end up collapsed on the road? I can't be bothered to argue with you, Suanfu retorted, locking eyes with Bai Libing. Beautiful lady, we are kindred spirits, aren't we? I've been practicing in the mountains and hadn't eaten for days. I intended to ask my family for some food. I saw lights and got dizzy from hunger. Bai Libing, uninterested in idle chatter, replied, do you think I would believe that? If you refuse to talk, I'll take you back, and we'll see what you have to say. Take him away. Determined. Suanfu thought he hadn't committed a crime or harmed anyone. As long as he insisted it was an accident, they had no reason to detain him. Just as they were leaving, while Bai Libing was escorting him to the car, Jiang Qiancheng appeared, riding a scooter. Bai Libing, we meet again. What a lively scene. Bai Libing glanced at Jiang Qiancheng, recalling the earlier incident where he had taken advantage of her. Instinctively, she looked down at her chest, warning, keep your distance. Jiang Qiancheng remained unhurried and composed. Wasn't that the individual who attempted to steal my Mercedes yesterday? What crime has he committed now? What was stolen that led to his discovery? Bai Libing interrogated Sun Fu. Did you not claim to have fainted from hunger? Sun Fu glared at Jiang Qiancheng. Suddenly recalling the bizarre events of the previous night, he had stealthily infiltrated the premises, and an ordinary person would never have detected him. How could this person appear behind him? Enraged, Sun Fu exclaimed, his eyes reddening. Was it you? Jiang Qiancheng replied innocently. Me? What could I have done? Am I cooking? I'm just about to head out to buy groceries. Chapter 155. Spreading rumors causes a stir. By Li Bing observed Jiang Qiancheng's awareness of the situation and spoke up. Jiang Qiancheng, did you say he attempted to steal your Mercedes last night? As a member of the Dali Temple, Bai Li Bing found it hard to believe that a practitioner would concern themselves with material possessions. Practitioners, after all, only needed to assist families in small cities. A mere million was trivial. Jiang Qiancheng claimed, when I got up to use the restroom last night, I saw him tampering with my Mercedes. I wonder what business he had with my car. Jiang Qiancheng feigned ignorance, well aware that Sun Fu was after his book. Sun Fu, choosing not to respond, slowly stated, you must have misseen, it wasn't me. Bai Li Bing recognized that Sun Fu would not easily divulge information, declaring, take him back for interrogation. With Sun Fu restrained and placed into a vehicle, Bai Li Bing departed with his entourage. Jiang Qiancheng chuckled, you think you can challenge me? You have much to learn. After purchasing groceries and evading the watchful eyes of the Su family, Jiang Qiancheng arrived at Lin Hao's villa. In the conference hall, members of the Lin family had been awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng enter, they rose and greeted him politely. Mr. Jiang, we have been waiting for you. Lin Hao stepped forward, gesturing to the seat at the head of the table. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. Jiang Qiancheng sat without reservation, praising, Lin Hao, you have done well. After acquiring the book, Lin Hao had used his connections to investigate its origins, realizing it was a profound technique. It is my honor to assist you, Mr. Jiang, he replied. Jiang Qiancheng instructed, in the coming days, you must disseminate the news of this book, claiming you have acquired it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qiancheng, the book he had casually presented would capture the attention of major cultivation sects around the vicinity of Sichuan province. It was so formidable that even the sect leader of Wuliang Mountain sought to uncover its whereabouts. Lin Hao, anxious, responded, Mr. Jiang, if I spread the news about this book, I fear I lack the means to protect it. It would attract powerful figures from all walks of life. And I am merely an ordinary businessman. My martial arts family is among the top in Jiangcheng, yet compared to the larger cities, I am concerned. Jiang Qiancheng reassured him, do not worry, with me here, once this is accomplished, I will ensure the Lin family rises to prominence. I will protect you, he concluded. Just follow my instructions and announce the emergence of this divine technique. Arrange an auction with the other business owners in Jiangcheng. With that, Jiang Qiancheng turned to leave. Lin Hao affirmed, yes, Mr. Jiang. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Qiancheng lazily returned to his villa and reclined on the sofa to watch television. That evening, Lin Hao divulged a piece of news that caused a significant stir. In Wuliang Mountain, the top sect of Sichuan province, the sect leader Bai Cangsong sat by his desk, slowly pouring tea. At that moment, a disciple rushed in to report. Kneeling with hands clasped, the disciple announced, reporting to the sect leader. According to reports from disciples in Jiangcheng, someone is auctioning the Yulei Jinju. The time is set for 15 days from now. What? Upon hearing the mention of the Yulei Jinju, Bai Cangsong's face paled, nearly spilling his tea. The Su Lei Jinju. Has it been found? He had previously dispatched disciples to search for it, but to no avail. Instead, various sects had continued to infiltrate Wuliang Mountain, believing he possessed the book. Bai Cangsong rose abruptly, declaring, in 15 days, I shall personally travel to Jiangcheng. Chapter 156. Lin Hao's pressure simultaneously, the Hongchuan sect and other sects surrounding Sichuan province, as well as solitary practitioners, turned their attention to this revelation, astonished and alarmed. The book they had sought for so long now lay in the hands of Lin Hao, a businessman in Jiangcheng. At that moment, in the picturesque mountains of the Hongchuan sect, the sect leader Hong Jinwu, a large man with a bulging belly, glared with iron fists that had gained a fearsome reputation. How could Sun Fu, who killed 5 of my disciples, surrender the book to someone in Jiangcheng? A reporting disciple stated, reporting to the sect leader, Sun Fu has been captured by the Dali Temple, and it is unclear why he would hand the book over to Jiangcheng. It was rumored that a grand auction would be held in Jiangcheng in 15 days, featuring the book. Hong Jinwu sprang to his feet, his fierce presence rising. Good. Who is this Jiangcheng businessman to dare auction this book? Is he not afraid of attracting attention from the cultivation world? Such a reckless individual. Prepare to head to Jiangcheng. I will go personally. The upcoming events in Jiangcheng will be intriguing. Even if I cannot acquire the book, I will at least witness the spectacle. Hong Jinwu commanded. Contact the Dali Temple and inform them that our disciple was killed by Sun Fu. Yes, sect leader. Originally, Jiang Qiancheng merely wished to observe the stir caused by the technique he had created casually and its impact within the realm of practitioners. To his surprise, sects from various locations, including those from Yanjing City, received wind of the news and prepared to head to Jiangcheng to uncover the mysteries of the technique. Within 2 days, Bai Libing from the Dali Temple learned that countless practitioners were converging on Jiangcheng to attend the auction. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had reached out to Mai Yulai and Zhang Qiangxin to collaborate on organizing the auction. However, upon hearing of the book's emergence, they all declined. They were merely families from a small county. What qualifications did they have to protect such a book? It was likely that before the auction even commenced, the book would be snatched away by practitioners, leading to their ruin. Lin Hao found himself greatly troubled, unable to sleep through the night. He had begun to notice unfamiliar faces appearing on the streets, monitoring his every move, all while bearing immense pressure. Yet, he knew he had to follow Jiang Qiancheng's instructions. Indeed, he was gambling, betting on the future of the Lin family and on Jiang Qiancheng's capabilities. He could not forget how Jiang Qiancheng had traversed 3,000 kilometers to slay a foundational cultivator, tossing aside the severed head as if it were a mere trifle. Such an act was nothing short of divine. During the Lin family meeting, Lin Hao's father, Lin Fei, a figure of great stature who had retired from managing family affairs, spoke up. How can you unilaterally spread this news without consulting us? Are you disregarding the lives of your family members? Lin Hao's relatives expressed their discontent. Upon discovering Lin Hao's actions, they were outraged. For how long has the Lin family been your one-man show? You undertake such significant matters without consulting us. Do you truly believe you are the sole head of the Lin family? We have the power to elevate you to this position, and we can just as easily remove you. Facing the resentful gazes of those present, Lin Hao inhaled deeply. Do you not wish to leap into the ranks of top families? He fervently implored. This is our only opportunity. Success means soaring to greatness. Nonsense. Chapter 157. In the future, you will be grateful for my decision. Lin Fei, a prominent figure within the Lin family, spoke up. Although he had previously stepped back from family affairs, he was still enraged by Lin Hao's recent actions. Should you fail, the Lin family will descend into ruin alongside you. Lin Fei said, Son, tell me, what gives you the audacity? Ma is back, and Zhang Qiangxin is well aware that this matter is not to be taken lightly. A mere Lin family dares to convene discussions involving practitioners? What kind of master has emerged from our clan, or is there a powerful figure overseeing this? Can the Huai family, a martial arts lineage, truly protect us? Safeguard this book from being snatched before the auction? Are you not afraid that someone might capture a member of the Lin family, forcing you to exchange the book for their freedom? You are disregarding the safety of our kin. Lin Fei emphasized, his forehead veins bulging with anger. Li Hao surveyed the crowd, noting the dissatisfaction, confusion, and fury among his family members. Without the support of those present, he could not successfully conduct this auction alone. If you do not clarify your reasons, I assure you, you will not be able to hold this auction. If you wish to perish, do so alone. No one will accompany you. A relative from the Su family remarked. At this moment, at the Lin family villa, the 8th-rank boxing master, Huai Chengjing, arrived at the Lin family villa in a steady vehicle, hastily making his way inside. Has Lin Hao lost his mind? To acquire such a book and not keep it discreetly, but dare to organize an auction? Is he courting death? If he seeks death, he shall not have my company. The Huai family, a mere small clan practicing martial arts, pales in comparison to true cultivators. Regarded as insignificant by the grand sects of Chuan Province, Yanjing, and Dong Province. With a bang, the conference room door swung open, revealing the members of the Su family within. Elder Huai exclaimed, Lin Hao, I have come to tell you this. My Huai family will not participate in any arrangements for this auction. What nonsense. A mere martial arts family, at best boasting an 8th-rank martial artist, is nothing before grand masters and foundational experts. You truly do not comprehend the peril you invite upon yourself. My Huai family does not dare to provoke your Lin family any further. With that, Elder Huai turned and departed. The room reverberated with shock. Elder Huai was the Lin family's backbone. His departure due to the auction's risks foreshadowed grave consequences. Without the support of the martial arts clan, the Lin family was but an ordinary wealthy family. Elder Huai, please do not leave. Everything can still be negotiated. Lin Fei hurriedly pursued him. Upon reaching the entrance, Elder Huai waved his sleeve dismissively. Lin Fei, you do not comprehend the terror of cultivators. I cannot afford to cross them. My apologies. With a slam, the car door closed, and the vehicle sped away. Money can be earned again, but once life is lost, everything is gone. In the conference room, voices of resentment and complaints echoed as Lin Hao slammed his hand on the table. If he did not assert himself and ensure the auction's success, the Lin family would truly be left with nothing. Silence. The situation has unfolded. Is there any room for change? Our Lin family has finally garnered attention. Is it to be squandered due to your short-sightedness? I will not allow you to regret this. I believe, in time, you will be grateful for my decision. At this moment, outside the Lin family villa, 2 guards were targeted by a group of individuals. 3 figures, clad in ordinary robes and appearing somewhat haggard, hid in the trees. The leader remarked, "This is where Lin Hao resides, correct?" The second replied, Indeed. We have monitored this place for quite some time. It is confirmed." The third said, "Boss, we lack funds and cannot make a splash at the auction, so why not just rob it now?" The leader, resembling a rat with small eyes and a long nose, said, "Do you think Lin Hao values his life? Let us find out." The trio stealthily approached the guards. Suddenly, one guard noticed a rat scurrying towards them, chattering incessantly. "Look, this rat can even do flips," one guard exclaimed. The rat stood upright, performing acrobatics and making gestures of prosperity. Another guard added, "This rat must be enchanted. It's already wishing me New Year greetings." The rat not only danced, but also spoke. "Have you enjoyed the performance? Was it not delightful?" Those approaching have no idea. What? The guards suddenly realized the voice was not from the rat, but from the individuals beside them. Before they could react, the trio attacked, knocking them unconscious. Ordinary people find this amusing. They truly have not seen much, the rat leader remarked. With such guards, it seems the people inside are equally unimpressive. Haha. As the Jianghu 3 rats, there is nothing we cannot steal. Let us go in. The thunderbolt true art shall belong to us 3 brothers. With nimble movements and clean tactics, the trio swiftly infiltrated the villa, easily overcoming any resistance from those inside. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the Su family members were puzzled by the commotion outside. What is happening? Has someone broken in? Lin Fei remarked, "I told you someone would come for the book. The auction cannot proceed. We might all perish first." Lin Hao, gathering his composure, nodded and gestured for his guards to assess the situation. As soon as the door opened, countless rats rushed in, seemingly directed by some intelligence, evading the defenders' attacks while darting towards their feet, biting them. Ah, rats. I despise rats. Damn it, these rats bite. They must be sick. At that moment, the Jianghu 3 rats entered the conference hall, exclaiming, "Oh, so many people here. What fortune! Are all of you from the Lin family?" Lin Fei stared at the bizarre trio, who exhibited strange abilities. Most astonishingly, upon their arrival, the rats formed 2 lines, respectfully welcoming them. The Lin family members were utterly astounded. Is this what practitioners are capable of? No wonder Elder Huai fled at the mere mention of cultivators. Severing ties with the Lin family, the rat leader commanded, "Be still, do not move. You have all been bitten by my rats. They possess potent venom." The second rat added, "Who is the master of the Lin family? Present the book to exchange for the lives of your kin." Indeed, the worst fears had materialized. Why the disbelief? "Allow me to demonstrate," the rat leader said, noticing the lack of action. "Those not bitten, examine your wounds." "Ah, my leg." Panic ensued as the attendees realized their legs bore the marks of rat bites, visibly decaying as toxins spread. Lin Fei was the first to regain his senses. "Lin Hao, do you not yet have the book? I warned you that we could not safeguard it. If you do not wish for our family to accompany you to the grave, I implore you to hand over the book quickly. We cannot become entangled in the strife of cultivators. We lack the strength." Lin Hao clenched his teeth, his hands trembling. At that moment, his mind was a whirlwind, uncertain of the proper course of action. The current predicament left him with no room to retaliate before the cultivators. Mere mortals were akin to fish on a chopping block. With a heavy breath, he pondered his course of action. Lin Hao remarked, "Shall I surrender the book given to me by Mr. Jiang? If I refuse, the Lin family will perish." At that moment, those with weakened immunity collapsed to the ground, struggling in agony, their eyes rolling back. Lin Fei anxiously exclaimed, "What are you thinking? Hurry and retrieve the book." Just then, a loud, languid voice echoed, Oh dear. Are the mice in this room performing circus tricks? How amusing. The Jianghu trio of mice turned alert, having failed to notice the arrival of the stranger. Who are you? Jiang Qiancheng, clad in a black robe, hat, and mask, obscured his true identity. I am your father, he jested, spitting on the ground. If I were your father, I'd be a mouse myself, and I detest mice above all. With a snap of his fingers, he removed a toothpick from his mouth and pointed with one hand, declaring, Toothpick Shadow Clone Technique. A single toothpick soared forth, transforming into a stream of light that split into hundreds midair. The flying toothpicks pierced the ground, immobilizing the mice, who cried out in distress. The Jianghu trio was taken aback. These mice were the very ones they had trained, possessing strength enough to perform push-ups on a mousetrap. This is bad, Jiang Qiancheng warned. The blood of these mice harbors a multitude of bacteria, a source of poison, pneumonia, rabies, plague. How could anyone dare consume them? He scoffed, recalling the absurd claims that eating bats could enhance virility. Living in darkness and dampness, bats are far less beneficial than consuming sunflowers. The gathered crowd, including the trio of mice, regarded the mysterious elder with trepidation. This individual exuded an overwhelming strength. What are you rambling about? Where did this lunatic come from? One of the mice elders stammered. My apologies, Jiang Qiancheng replied, but in another realm, a novel strain of coronavirus is wreaking havoc. The nation is united, and medical personnel toil day and night. I have faith that all will improve. The tainted blood of the mice could lead to dire consequences. With another snap, a thunderous boom erupted. Flames engulfed the mice, their flesh sizzling, releasing an unappetizing aroma rather than inciting hunger, instead provoking revulsion. The Jianghu trio watched in horror as their painstakingly nurtured mice were charred to blackened remains. They glared at Jiang Qiancheng, seething with rage. You disgust me. Killing you will not quell my wrath, they vowed, leaping toward him with the swiftness of shadows. The onlookers from the Lin family were entranced, realizing that the clash between cultivators was not something mere mortals could intervene in. For the first time, they felt a profound sense of awe. What astounded them further was that the enigmatic figure barely lifted a finger, yet the three cultivators lay unconscious on the ground. What just happened? I didn't see him make a move, yet the mice are all down? A relative from the Su family murmured. This is a true master. He isn't here to kill us, is he? Hey, we are still contaminated with the mice's poison. With these three incapacitated, what do we do now? Lin Hao, unsure of the stranger's intentions, approached hesitantly. Might I inquire if you have come seeking the Thunderbolt True technique as well? Though obscured, he felt an increasing anxiety in the presence of this individual who radiated authority. Mr. Jiang, I apologize. If this person seeks the book, I fear I will have no choice but to surrender it, Lin Hao contemplated. The Jianghu trio, though fearful, could accept their fate. However, the masked man seemed beyond their capacity to confront. Lin Fei stepped forward, disregarding the danger, and expressed, Sir, thank you for saving the lives of the Lin family. We are grateful. The others echoed his sentiments, but Jiang Qiancheng paid them no heed. He handed the book to Lin Hao, fully aware it would attract the attention of cultivators. At the auction, those with considerable wealth would vie fiercely for it, and no matter who emerged victorious, they would expend vast resources. Thus, employing some underhanded tactics seemed prudent to conserve expenses. I have been sent by Mr. Jiang to ensure your safety during the auction. He insists I protect you, and after tonight, more of his people will arrive. You must guarantee the auction proceeds without a hitch, Jiang Qiancheng instructed. Lin Hao gazed at his father with fervent eyes. Indeed, Mr. Jiang had dispatched someone for their protection. Though bereft of Grey Elder's support, they now had a more formidable guardian. Lin Hao nodded vigorously, assuring, I will not disappoint Mr. Jiang's expectations. If I am disappointed, the Lin family shall likely face despair, Jiang Qiancheng warned, delivering his parting words before departing. Lin Hao looked to his father and the others in the Lin family, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly pursued the mysterious figure. Sir, please, I implore you to save my family. They are still afflicted by the poison left by the mice. Oh, indeed. Jiang Qiancheng snapped back to reality. He had been so preoccupied with his theatrics that he had neglected to administer the antidote. Upon completing his task, the Lin family was left utterly astonished by the mysterious man's capabilities. Sir, what shall we do about the three on the ground? Lin Hao inquired. Leave them at your doorstep, and when dawn breaks, you may dispose of them there, Jiang Qiancheng replied. Yes, sir. Lin Hao commanded that they bind the three figures. respectfully seeing Jiang Qiancheng off. Exiting the villa, Jiang Qiancheng exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems necessary for me to travel to the realm of Hokage and assemble a team to protect Lin Hao. It is exhausting to intervene personally each time. Upon returning to his own bedroom in the villa, Jiang Qiancheng found it immaculate and orderly. Accustomed to the pristine conditions of a royal palace, he often kept his quarters spotless. Removing his mask, hat, and black robe, he settled onto the sofa. Before I depart, I must ensure the safety of the Su family mother and daughter, as well as Lin Hao. I require some insurance. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, which could create duplicates inheriting Jiang Qiancheng's prowess, he prepared to employ it. With hands forming seals, he struck the ground forcefully. Mist swirled in the room, and 4 identical figures appeared, kneeling before him. "My lord," they intoned, "I entrust you with a mission. Ensure the safety of the Su family and Lin Hao. It must be foolproof." "Yes," they affirmed, readying to depart, but Jiang Qiancheng halted them. "Do not go in that attire. Change your clothes to conceal your identities. We must not raise suspicion." Once they donned garments, masks, and hats, they finally set out. Jiang Qiancheng reclined, yawning. "How dreadfully dull. My strength makes everything exceedingly simple." As ripples danced in his eyes, he executed the space transfer technique, and suddenly, a gust of wind surrounded him, finding himself atop a dark mountain peak. The night sky blanketed the land, illuminated by the city's brilliant lights. Jiang Qiancheng retrieved the Reincarnator's ring, activating the interdimensional travel portal. The space before him fractured, emitting a crackling sound of electricity. Jiang Qiancheng stepped into the realm, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the towering walls of Konoha village. Gazing out at the hidden leaf village, the Hokage monument bore the likenesses of 6 Hokage. Not long ago, he was but a youth. Now, he stood as the most formidable Hokage. Over a century had passed since the Great Ninja War, and Konoha had fervently advanced its technology, mastering electricity, weaponry, and vehicles. Jiang Qiancheng lit a cigarette, reflecting that without Orochimaru, the 5th Great Ninja War might not have experienced such a decisive turnaround. It was Orochimaru's development of the reanimation jutsu that summoned the legendary 5 Kage. Their formidable ninjutsu and combat prowess stabilized the war's lopsided dynamics. Suddenly, a group of ninjas, responsible for vigilance, converged from all directions, blocking Jiang Qiancheng's path. The leader, adorned with a Konoha headband and clad in a combat vest, brandished a dark kunai. Boldly, he confronted Jiang Qiancheng, daring to enter Konoha at night. Observing the 5 ninjas before him, Jiang Qiancheng remarked, "Impressive. Konoha's ordinary ninjas are indeed formidable to notice my presence so swiftly. Stop. Don't move." The leader, a jonin, felt anxiety wash over him. His eyes could not stray from Jiang Qiancheng, fearing that any lapse would render him unable to match Jiang Qiancheng's speed, leading to his demise. Indeed, at the moment their eyes met, he sensed the terror of a true master. Jiang Qiancheng stated, "I have no time to waste. Where is Orochimaru?" "You seek Orochimaru? Only the Hokage possesses that knowledge. However, asking you would yield no answers. I shall take my leave." In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Qiancheng vanished before their eyes. "Where did he go? Such speed?" The leader stammered. "Quickly, notify the Umbu." Chapter 162. Orochimaru in an unnamed forest stood a dilapidated palace, surrounded by fallen leaves and swirling dust, a testament to its age. Yet within its depths, a statue remained untouched by dust, seemingly blessed by divine protection. This was the site of Orochimaru's clandestine experimental base. Orochimaru, a proponent of scientific inquiry, engaged in inhumane practices. Nonetheless, his research into forbidden techniques held significant weight, prompting the 6th Hokage, Naruto, to designate this place as a forbidden zone. Rarely visited, it served as Orochimaru's residence. Jiang Qiancheng placed a hand upon the statue, causing the ground to rumble and crack, revealing an underground passage. After all these years, Orochimaru still preferred the dampness of such places. The humidity was indeed palpable. Jiang Qiancheng's figure transformed into a gust of wind as he entered. Deep within the underground palace lay an array of instruments, green liquids, and bizarre creatures submerged within. There were beasts with 3 heads and 2 arms, along with humanoid forms bearing faces akin to hellish monsters. A man with waist-length hair, clad in a white robe, held experimental data in his hands. Orochimaru. Greedily, he gazed at the glass of his instruments, observing the half-human, half-snake monsters he had created. 20 years of scientific endeavors. Eliminating human genetic weaknesses to forge super ninjas from animals. Success is nearly within reach. He cackled. The pinnacle of technology is creation. I am the master of creation. At that moment, he sensed an ominous presence approaching silently from behind, realizing too late. I cannot allow anyone from Konoha to discover this. My 2 decades of work. Rage surged within Orochimaru as he prepared to eliminate the intruder. With a swift motion, Jiang Qiancheng caught Orochimaru's head in one hand, stating coolly, "Ah, Orochimaru." Still as impulsive as ever. Upon hearing the voice, even a powerhouse like Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, his body freezing. Jiang, Mr. Jiang? The man before him was renowned for single-handedly battling the Tin Tails, defeating Madara with one hand, and standing toe-to-toe with the Sage of Six Paths. I apologize for my rudeness. Please, release me. Jiang Qiancheng replied, still engaging in these grotesque experiments? I wonder why you are so infatuated with the study of monsters. He relinquished his grip, allowing Orochimaru's head to return to his neck. Faced with Jiang Qiancheng, Orochimaru dared not act recklessly. The murderous impulse he once harbored evaporated. Mr. Jiang, I implore you. Do not disclose anything about this place to the Hokage. Jiang Qiancheng said, I came to seek your assistance today. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. You seek my help? Orochimaru was astonished. The strongest ninja in the world would ask him for aid. What could I possibly do for you? Jiang Qiancheng replied. It is quite simple. I desire the transformation masks you have developed. After much contemplation, he concluded that rather than assembling a team of ninjas, it would be more advantageous to utilize his own clones. This way, he would maintain control and ensure no information was leaked. Transformation masks. Very well. I shall retrieve them for you, Orochimaru responded. But just then, Kabuto hurried in, panic evident in his demeanor. Sir, there is trouble outside. Chapter 163. The Fox Sage Orochimaru inquired, Kabuto, what has transpired outside? Kabuto clasped his hands together, and upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng, instinctively knelt. Sir, we have captured too many beasts. Several of their leaders have come looking for their offspring. In the realm of Naruto, there exist mystical beasts that have attained enlightenment, becoming sages. Among them are the Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, and the Slug Sage. In this world, the Kirin Sage, hidden within a magma volcano, and the Dragon King Sage of the Water Sage Lake, abstain from human affairs, focusing solely on their cultivation. The 5 great sages represent the pinnacle of beastly strength, having met the conditions for ascension but remaining unascended due to their ferocity and dominance. Kabuto continued, Sir, I cannot withstand them. The approaching beasts likely possess sage-level strength. If this stirs too much commotion, it will surely attract the attention of the surrounding villages. Our base may be compromised. I understand. Orochimaru was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Turning to Jiang Qiancheng, he asked, Mr. Jiang, could you lend your strength? This old serpent now sought assistance from you for something he desired? Jiang Qiancheng replied, I can intervene, but if I do, it will not merely be about the transformation masks. Orochimaru dared not bargain with Jiang Qiancheng, hastily stating, anything I possess that could assist you, just ask. If you desire any ninjutsu, I shall develop it for you. Very well, I shall consider it. For now, let us assess the situation, Jiang Qiancheng remarked. He was primarily interested in the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths. As for small tools and trinkets, Orochimaru had plenty of peculiar items. For now, Jiang Qiancheng only needed the transformation masks. In the unnamed forest, a cacophony erupted as hundreds of beasts gathered at the palace entrance. Leading them was a massive creature clad in armor, wielding an oddly shaped weapon. Beside him sat a fox beast adorned in golden robes, seated regally upon a golden palanquin. Eyes half closed. With a glint of menace, the fox sage spoke, Who has taken my son? Is he here? The leader of the demon beasts was a rhinoceros. And he declared, I report to the immortal, the financial wolf is pursuing us relentlessly, claiming the scent is here, daring to capture my fox immortal's child. I shall certainly slay everyone here. Children, charge. Upon the immortal's command, hundreds of demon beasts surged forward. However, at that moment, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Jiang Qiancheng emerged from the underground palace, standing before the throng of demon beasts. Jiang Qiancheng remained silent, arms folded, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze emanated a fierce, killing intent, a malevolent aura that instantly gripped the hearts of the demon beasts. The ordinary demon beasts trembled, their spines chilled. Unwilling to act recklessly, Orochimaru inquired, "Demon Lord, why do you bring such a multitude of beasts here?" The fox immortal, with a fierce expression, retorted, "You vile creature. Feigning ignorance, you dare to abduct my child and still question my purpose? You seek death." A fierce wind surged forth as the fox immortal, like a thunderbolt, approached Orochimaru, brandishing a golden fan. With a single sweep, the gale became akin to a blade, instantaneously cleaving Orochimaru into pieces. Yet, astonishingly, his head remained intact, and he opened his mouth wide, expelling a clone. Orochimaru was unscathed and reappeared on the battlefield, a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Qiancheng remarked, after decades away. The demon beasts have gained such prowess. Chapter 164, The Battle of Immortals. I did not expect you to survive. The fox immortal, observing Orochimaru's rebirth, solemnly stated. As I understand it, only you, Orochimaru, possess such techniques. However, not granting Orochimaru a moment's respite, the fox immortal struck once more, swinging the fan. A fierce wind arose as Orochimaru formed hand seals and uttered, "Ninjutsu, Rashomon." Thunderous roars echoed as a menacing gate rose from the ground. The wind howled, creating a dull thud. The fox immortal praised, "Quite impressive. To have captured my child, you are indeed extraordinary." Yet, despite his efforts, Orochimaru found himself struggling against the onslaught and realized he could not rely solely on his sage arts, and using sage bones proved to be an overextension. Kabuto, witnessing Orochimaru's predicament, urged, "Mr. Jiang, please lend your assistance." Jiang Qiancheng smiled, "You abducted the other's child, and they retaliated. It is Orochimaru's fault. Should I intervene? Would it not be a curse upon the innocent?" Kabuto's face soured at Jiang Qiancheng's retort. "Mr. Jiang, we had no idea the creature we captured was the fox immortal's son." Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto awkwardly explained, "Initially, I mentioned capturing this demon beast, and it took considerable effort on my part and my masteress to do so. Why not exchange the child?" "Mr. Jiang, we have already conducted our research," Kabuto continued. Jiang Qiancheng fell silent, contemplating whether to assist or not. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was in dire straits, unable to retaliate, passively enduring the assault. The fox immortal, wielding the golden fan, bellowed, "Wind technique, slay all in your path." A gale erupted, transforming into a tempest of blades, cleaving the earth and severing trees. The devastation was akin to a tornado wreaking havoc. Orochimaru pleaded, "Mr. Jiang, I implore you to help." Jiang Qiancheng responded, "Kabuto, where are the demon beasts you killed? Take me to see them." Kabuto replied, "They are in the underground palace laboratory. I will take you there at once." Jiang Qiancheng activated his Rinnegan, searching Kabuto's memories for the demon beasts. He turned and said, "No need. I will go myself. You assist Orochimaru." Reluctantly, Kabuto nodded, gritting his teeth, and advanced to aid Orochimaru. The burly demon beast leader, witnessing Kabuto's intervention, roared in rage, wielding a peculiar weapon, and clashed with Kabuto. "You vile human, do not dare to interfere with the fox immortal's battle." The demon leader swung down with a mighty axe. Despite its massive size, its speed was not to be underestimated. The axe struck, and Kabuto, wielding a scalpel, withstood the blow. A clang echoed, sending shockwaves through his arm, and he found himself sinking into the ground. "The power of a beast," Kabuto remarked. As Orochimaru noticed Jiang Qiancheng's absence, he grew anxious, realizing he must employ his true abilities. Drawing distance, Orochimaru formed hand seals, preparing to activate his sage body. However, activating the sage body required 1:30, during which he could not strike the fox immortal. "Do not think to cast large ninjutsu before me," the fox immortal scoffed, not granting Orochimaru an opportunity. The wind technique he cultivated surged forth, and Orochimaru inwardly lamented, "Mr. Jiang, you promised to assist, yet you have abandoned me. Even I, Orochimaru, can find myself in a precarious situation." Chapter 165, Ingenious Techniques. In the underground palace. Within a laboratory, the lights shone brightly, illuminating the operating table. Before it lay bizarre equipment, with organs submerged in a green liquid. Numerous syringes and instruments were connected to a demon beast's body. Jiang Qiancheng approached, observing a young demon beast resembling a fox, evolved to possess human-like limbs, indistinguishable from the fox immortal outside. Fortunately, It appears only the soul has departed, and the body remains intact. Jiang Qiancheng sighed in relief. Had Orochimaru proceeded with dissection, removing the organs, reviving the beast would have been impossible. However, as Jiang Qiancheng reached out, he realized the demon beast had already been disassembled, its organs missing. How can I revive it now? He lamented, discovering the demon beast was merely a collection of parts, soaking in a separate container. These two madmen are truly repulsive. Are they trying to complicate matters for me? With the body's organs separated, even utilizing the Rinnegan's miraculous powers to summon its soul would be futile, as the organs, lacking vitality, could not support its return. Orochimaru and Kabuto, if you manage to survive until I can resurrect it, consider yourselves fortunate. Without wasting any more time, Jiang Qiancheng gathered his energy, transforming it into countless fine threads, known as life threads. These threads served a purpose akin to surgical sutures. But once sewn, they left no trace upon the wound. If employed skillfully, once sutured, the demon beast would appear as it once did. Let us begin. It has been a while since I utilized my healing arts. Jiang Qiancheng commenced the operation, ensuring the demon beast's internal organs, including its stomach, intestines, heart, and all other organs, were intact. The demon beast's internal organs relied on meridians for activity, but now they were severed. Jiang Qiancheng needed to reconnect millions of meridians to the organs. The fineness of these meridians was comparable to a strand of hair, some even a tenth of that width. With millions to connect, a monumental challenge. However, taking a deep breath, Jiang Qiancheng moved with the speed of lightning, initiating the suturing process. As time flew by, 3 minutes elapsed. On the battlefield, Kabuto vigilantly assessed the demon beast leader before him. The demon beasts are indeed formidable. He gripped the scalpel, having successfully blocked the creature's nerve pathways. Yet it broke through with sheer brute force, relying on willpower rather than nerves. Meanwhile, Orochimaru found himself in an impossible situation. Unable to activate his sage body, he faced the fox immortal, who was undeniably powerful. Blood spilled from Orochimaru's mouth, and his cells and clones were nearing exhaustion. With a few more severe injuries, he might truly meet his demise. The fox immortal cried out, my child, quickly return my child to me." The fox spirit's eyes burned crimson, filled with madness as he roared, his patience waning. He was unwilling to wait any longer. He simply yearned to reclaim his son. "Have you killed him? Have you?" In a fit of rage, the fox spirit waved his hand, summoning a tempest that pinned Orochimaru to the ground, shattering his muscles and severing his veins. Blood spewed forth. "I did not kill you immediately. I offered you the chance to return my son. Tell me, what have you done to him?" Gazing at the near-manic expression on his adversary's face, Orochimaru could not confess. "Your son has already been dissected on my operating table. Speak." Just then, a light voice echoed, "Father." The fox spirit turned towards the sound. Chapter 166. Ingeniously crafted Jiang Qiancheng. Orochimaru was taken aback. Even with his knowledge of forbidden techniques and research into immortality, he could hardly believe his eyes. For a moment, he felt disoriented and incredulous, murmuring, "Am I seeing things? How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Kabuto rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not mistaken. "He has been resurrected. I separated the beast's organs and confirmed the body was dead. How could he reappear unscathed? This is utterly inconceivable. How did Mr. Jiang achieve this?" With the appearance of the fox spirit son, the battle came to an abrupt halt. The fox spirit rushed through the winds to his son, embracing him tightly. His son, meticulously nurtured over the years, possessed exceptional talent and inherited his father's gifts. Finally, he was here. "Son, I am so relieved you are safe. They did not harm you, did they?" Jiang Qiancheng watched the two, his heart racing with anxiety. If the fox spirit discovered what had nearly befallen his son, it would surely incite his wrath. The fox spirit's son replied, "Father, I merely took a long nap and had a dreadful dream. Let me see if you are injured. If you are hurt, I will make them pay dearly." The fox spirit scrutinized his son, turning him over and over, yet found no trace of injury or anomaly. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. You are unharmed." Tears of joy streamed down the fox spirit's face. "I was so worried they had killed you. Father, let us return. I am so tired." The fox spirit glared coldly at Orochimaru and Jiang Qiancheng. "My son, they dared to capture you. They shall pay with their lives." "Enough," Jiang Qiancheng admonished. He had painstakingly revived the fox spirit son without the intent of allowing him to exact vengeance on Orochimaru and Kabuto. Furthermore, after bringing the fox spirit's son back to life, Jiang Qiancheng had explained the circumstances and granted him a tremendous opportunity. The fox spirit's son expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Father, there is no need for that. Let us go home. I do not wish for them to be harmed." "No, my son, you are the child of the fox spirit. Those who dared to capture you must pay the price." Just as the fox spirit was about to act, swirling snowflakes danced around them. Suddenly, the fox spirit felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once again, he beheld Jiang Qiancheng, whose face bore a fierce aura of killing intent. "Do you think my words are mere bluster?" Jiang Qiancheng snapped his fingers. Ninjutsu, Ice Age. Snowflakes spread unexpectedly, their icy brilliance freezing everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Living beings and trees alike were encased in frost. Even the enlightened fox spirit was instantaneously transformed into a millennia-old ice sculpture. Helpless to move, the fox spirit could only sweat profusely, bewildered by the overwhelming power before him. The beasts summoned by the fox spirit were similarly trapped in ice. The cold wind howled as snowflakes fell, enveloping the world in pristine white, untouched by any impurity. Jiang Qiancheng extended his hand, a flurry of crystalline snowflakes resting in his palm. "Killing you is as effortless as blowing away a snowflake," he said, his gaze icy. He then turned to the astonished and bewildered son of the fox spirit. "Shall I grant your father one chance?" Thud. The fox spirit's son suddenly knelt, pleading, "Please, grant my father an opportunity. I beg you." Orochimaru had long since forgotten how to breathe. Was this the might of the strongest in the shinobi world? Had he transcended the realm of the divine? To subdue a spirit with a single move, how terrifying. Chapter 167. I am the one who commands respect from Orochimaru. Very well. Orochimaru, I will grant your father one chance, just this once. Jiang Qiancheng snapped his fingers again. With a crack, the ice sculpture shattered, as if white ice flowers floated through the air, romantic, beautiful, a picturesque scene. However, the resurrected beasts, still reeling from their previous terror, had no time to appreciate it. Who is this person? How terrifying. Have humans become powerful enough to command the forces of nature? A ninja who surpasses the divine, standing above all spirits. Jiang Qiancheng said, "Enough. I have no interest in your opinions. I am weary of this. Shall we return?" Fox spirit? "I apologize, esteemed spirit. My actions were reckless." The fox spirit bowed deeply, an act he had never extended to a mere human. If he had, it would have likely been only to the first Hokage, Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan's Madara. "My apologies for the disturbance, my lord." The fox spirit led his son, the beast leaders, and the small demons into the dark forest, vanishing from sight. Orochimaru and Kabuto, having been granted a reprieve, hurried to Jiang Qiancheng's side, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Mr. Jiang, we are thankful for your intervention," Orochimaru said respectfully. In that moment, he was nothing like the arrogant figure he had been before Sasuke and Naruto. Even Kabuto dared not display his usual demeanor. Crack! Ow! Jiang Qiancheng struck the two on their heads as if they were children, exclaiming, "You two good-for-nothings. Have you eaten your fill and now seek trouble? You are both fools. Is it amusing to play with animal dissections?" As he expressed his displeasure, Jiang Qiancheng struck again. "Ow!" Kabuto cried out, desperately apologizing. "Mr. Jiang is right. Your teachings are wise." Orochimaru added, "Mr. Jiang, we appreciate your hard work. You are correct, we were merely too bored." Crack! Jiang Qiancheng struck Orochimaru's head once more. "What? Are you backtalking me?" Orochimaru replied, No. How could I dare? Normally, I refrain from using foul language, but you compel me to express my frustration." Jiang Qiancheng kicked Orochimaru in the rear. "Hurry up and get moving. Go fetch me a disguised mask." Yes, Mr. Jiang. Could you grant me a little respect? I am Orochimaru, after all." The once proud Orochimaru felt a deep sense of humiliation, even when his hands were sealed by the third Hokage's Reaper death seal. No one had dared to treat him this way. Was his backside a target for anyone to kick at will? "How dare you show off in front of me?" One more kick, and, defeated, Orochimaru led Jiang Qiancheng into the underground palace, retrieving 5 disguised masks to present to him. Jiang Qiancheng settled into a stone chair, while Kabuto served tea, and Orochimaru stood uneasily before him. Jiang Qiancheng surveyed the surrounding apparatus and ordered, "Shut all of these down. You have squandered so much of my energy. You two are coming with me." Exhausted, Jiang Qiancheng no longer extended any courtesy to Orochimaru and Kabuto. During the auction, he would still need to deal with a multitude of practitioners. On a whim, he decided to take them along for a while to assist with the auction's arrangements. Orochimaru, go and turn off the research equipment. Mr. Jiang, where are you taking us? Jiang Qiancheng caressed the reincarnation ring and replied, to a delightful place. Chapter 168. You two are playing. Orochimaru gazed at Kabuto, and the two exchanged glances before looking at Jiang Qiancheng, pondering the motives of this formidable individual. Despite their doubts, they bowed and replied, yes, Mr. Jiang. With a leisurely air, Jiang Qiancheng said, hurry and fetch my disguise mask. Orochimaru instructed. Kabuto, quickly retrieve Mr. Jiang's mask. Jiang Qiancheng insisted, Orochimaru, you go. After acquiring the mask, which resembled human skin and served the purpose of disguise, they entered a dimension of son-in-law. At night, Jiangcheng was vibrant with lights, bustling with young beauties and handsome men. Wow, look, someone is playing, exclaimed a young man, noticing long black hair and a white robe, exuding a chilling demeanor. Is that Orochimaru and Kabuto? No way. Many young admirers gathered around Orochimaru and Kabuto. Snake Uncle, may I take a selfie with you? Your imitation is spot on, especially those moon-shaped pupils. Where did you get those contact lenses? A young girl, captivated by the scholarly yet cool Kabuto with his white hair and glasses, exclaimed, handsome, you're so charming. Can we add each other on WeChat? Groups of young people pulled out their phones for selfies, while Orochimaru and Kabuto stared at Jiang Qiancheng in disbelief. Orochimaru extended his sharp tongue, slicing through the air, and with an air of menace said, Mr. Jiang, may I eliminate this group of fools? Wow, your personality mimicry is fantastic, so cool. The young people, undeterred, urged Orochimaru to showcase his impressive tongue trick. Cough, cough, step back, kids. Jiang Qiancheng hurriedly dispersed the crowd, not wishing for Orochimaru's brutal nature to manifest. Neither of you should harm anyone. Behave yourselves. First, I'll take you to buy clothes, then a new hairstyle. As Jiang Qiancheng led Orochimaru and Kabuto away, the young admirers lost interest and scattered. If they had known they were in the presence of the real Orochimaru, they would have surely gone mad. Who would have imagined that a powerful figure from the ninja realm had ventured into the human city? Orochimaru inquired, Mr. Jiang, this place is unlike my home. Is there ninjutsu here? Jiang Qiancheng replied, there is ninjutsu, but it is referred to as other law here. Enough questions. He covered his face, saying, one of you looks like a nonconformist in that white coat, and the other resembles a fool. I feel embarrassed walking with you. As they walked, passers-by couldn't help but stare at Orochimaru and Kabuto. Orochimaru maintained a proud and icy demeanor, hands tucked into his clothing, while Kabuto awkwardly adjusted his glasses. I feel like I'm being treated like an animal. Kabuto lamented. Don't worry, I'll give you both a makeover soon, and you won't attract so much attention. Jiang Qiancheng reassured them as they entered a clothing store. Before long, Orochimaru donned a sleek Armani suit, black trousers, and polished shoes, with his long hair tied back in a ponytail. Yet, the gazes of passers-by intensified. Mr. Jiang, why are so many people staring at me? Orochimaru asked. Chapter 169. The Street of Beauty and hair dressed in a black suit that matched Orochimaru's cold demeanor. He exuded an air of mystery and nobility. Jiang Qiancheng observed him and remarked, goodness, you look rather handsome in that outfit. Look at how the ladies are drawn to you. A girl, linked arm in arm with her boyfriend, suggested, let's see what style suits Kabuto. Soon, Jiang Qiancheng guided Kabuto into a trendy clothing store. After recommendations from a stunning salesgirl, Kabuto tried on a pair of sneakers, hip-hop pants, and a tank top featuring Dragon Ball's Goku, along with a flashy pair of headphones to complete the look. One stylish, the other trendy, they finally appeared somewhat normal. Jiang Qiancheng rested his chin in satisfaction, acknowledging the money spent was worth the result. All right, this will do. However, an amusing thought struck Jiang Qiancheng's mind. I have long wondered how Orochimaru would look with a shaved head and Kabuto with black hair. He suggested, Orochimaru, long hair must be inconvenient for washing. How about we change your hairstyle? Kabuto, that white hair makes you look older. Let's dye it black for a more youthful appearance. At that moment, a commotion erupted. Look, Orochimaru and Kabuto are right here. Everyone, come take photos. Orochimaru's tongue can extend and move. How cool. A girl mused, wow. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd go crazy. As fervent Naruto fans converged, Jiang Qiancheng warned, Orochimaru, Kabuto, you two go ahead. I'll hold them off for a while. Unbeknownst to him, someone had spread the word, and throngs of young admirers approached from all directions. What if Orochimaru loses control and kills someone? That would be troublesome. Jiang Qiancheng stepped in front of the crowd, urging, Kabuto, Orochimaru, you must leave first. Walk normally and refrain from using ninjutsu. They are just ordinary people. Reluctantly, Orochimaru and Kabuto took a narrow alley behind them, swiftly escaping the enthusiastic mob, their voices fading into the distance. Orochimaru remarked, Mr. Jiang, are we famous here, Kabuto? Kabuto replied, I'm not sure. Let us find a place to hide. Both understood they were no longer in the world of the 5 great ninja villages, a realm of ninjutsu that had ignited the 5th great ninja war. Emerging from the dark alley, they found themselves on a vibrant street adorned with neon lights, where signs for beauty and hair salons beckoned. Women in revealing attire swayed enticingly, while some men casually smoked, calling out to passing young men. Orochimaru caught sight of a man and woman conversing before entering a small room, the door closing behind them. If they were ordinary folks, they might recognize the nature of this establishment. But Orochimaru and Kabuto were far from ordinary. Orochimaru looked at the beauty and hair salon sign and said, Kabuto, Mr. Jiang wants us to get haircuts. Shall we? Kabuto bowed. I shall heed the command of my superior. Hey there, handsome gentleman. Come on in. You two are quite the catch. A voluptuous woman with an alluring figure beckoned. This suit-wearing gentleman must be accustomed to fine dining. Why not indulge in a quick meal here? Chapter 170. The haircut incident. Orochimaru, puzzled, walked a bit further until they reached the most lavishly decorated shop. Orochimaru coldly remarked, Is this a hair salon? Oh, not just a haircut. We also offer shampoo. Let's get both done. A pair of women suddenly appeared, pushing them through the door. To be honest, they had never encountered such striking figures before. This business would surely prosper. Orochimaru huffed, Keep your distance from me. A chilling aura caused the woman to take 2 steps back, exclaiming, Handsome. If I don't get closer to you, how can I wash your hair later? Did Orochimaru ever visit a hair salon in the Hidden Leaf Village? Perhaps he himself is unaware, as Naruto's hairstyle has remained unchanged over the years, just like Sasuke's. It seems that Masashi Kishimoto, in his fervor to weave the main storyline, may have forgotten to design the character of a hairstylist. 2 women stood nearby, whispering, Sister Fong, which do you prefer, the young one or the older one? Sister Fong replied, I want the young one. They have more energy and endurance. Oh dear, I'm starving. The 2 women led Orochimaru and Kabuto into a small room. The space was modest, yet wafted an unpleasant scent of cheap perfume, with only a single bed inside. Sir, please lie down. Let me wash your hair. One of the women said, already beginning to remove Orochimaru's trousers. Oh, let me see what's inside. Suddenly, a white snake slithered out, flicking its tongue and opening its gaping maw like a whirlwind. Ah, a snake. The woman foamed at the mouth and fainted. Before long, the white snake curled back into Orochimaru's trousers. It seems they had ventured into the wrong place. Orochimaru, being exceptionally clever, knew that hairdressing was related to hair, not trousers. I wonder how Kabuto is faring. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng stood at the door, holding a chicken leg he had snatched from a young man, taking big bites. Haha. Orochimaru and Kabuto, I said I would take you 2 for a haircut, and you ended up in a beauty salon. You're going to make me laugh to death. Jiang Qiancheng had noticed the 2 entering earlier, but chose not to say anything. Soon, Orochimaru and Kabuto emerged, one after the other. Jiang Qiancheng teased, You 2 are out so quickly? Orochimaru replied, Perhaps we came to the wrong place. After the hairdressing debacle, both Orochimaru and Kabuto remained unchanged. Jiang Qiancheng escorted them back to the villa on the mountainside, introducing them to Lin Hao and explaining the situation, instructing them to ensure Lin Hao's safety during this period. However, with numerous powerful individuals guarding him, the villa's defenses were impenetrable. Once everything was settled, Jiang Qiancheng finally returned home to enjoy a good night's sleep. He let out a long yawn, having completed his evening routine before collapsing into bed. I'm exhausted. The next morning, the security guard discovered the 3 unconscious members of the Jianghu trio at the entrance of Lin Hao's villa. The security captain looked at the 3 lying on the ground, his face turning ashen. How did we find 1 intruder yesterday, and today there are 3? Are you patrol officers sleeping at night? Do you still want this job? The patrol officer felt disheartened as well. Captain, we patrolled all night and didn't see anyone on the road. The captain cursed, Damn it. Lift these people out of here. Get a car. They can't be discovered again. Chapter 171. The mountain villa again. The security captain had received a scolding from his superiors yesterday. They had warned him that if such incidents occurred again, he would be immediately dismissed. Find a vehicle quickly. While it's still early and no one is around, swiftly take these 3 away. Yes, Captain. A patrol officer brought a van, and 3 team members hoisted the Jianghu trio into it. Thankfully, they weren't discovered. Just then, the Jianghu trio awoke in the vehicle, their eyes opening as they surveyed their surroundings. The leader of the trio rubbed his groggy head and muttered, "Damn it, that kid hit hard yesterday. He's quite skilled." "Ah, boss, these guys are awake," one of the patrol officers alerted. The security captain replied, "So what if they are awake? You have the electric batons, right? Shock them and take them to the police station." However, the leader scoffed, "Hey, if you want to fight me, you should consider your own strength first." They were notorious thieves, having encountered countless scenarios. A mere electric baton would incapacitate them. The leader of the trio was shocked, crying out in distress. His cultivated energy was rendered useless, and he was left writhing in pain. "What is happening? Why can't I use my energy?" The patrol officer chuckled. "You should evaluate your own capabilities. With those rat-like features, it's obvious you're up to no good. Just stay put. Hee. Soon we'll send you to the station." The security captain felt elated. "No homeowners saw this. We caught these 3. I'll treat everyone to barbecue." The captain was clever and resourceful. Inside the police station, in Bai Liebing's office, Zhang Fei rushed in to report, "Captain Bai, there has been another incident." Bai Liebing was reviewing documents when Zhang Fei continued. "Yesterday we interrogated Sun Fu, who insisted he went to the wrong place. Although Jiang Qiancheng accused him of stealing a car, we found no trace of him in the surrounding surveillance. Without evidence, they had no choice but to release Sun Fu after some time." Bai Liebing's intuition told her that Sun Fu was hiding something. "What happened?" Bai Liebing asked without lifting her head. Zhang Fei replied, "Captain, the security at the mountain villa just brought in 3 more individuals. After investigation, they are the Jianghu trio." "Another group of practitioners at the mountain villa?" Bai Liebing said, "Quickly take me there." In the holding cell, the Jianghu trio sat on the floor, their rat-like features evident as they whistled cheerfully. A line of real mice stood at the cell door, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, which amused the onlookers. "Wow, friend, you can whistle, and the mice understand you. That's impressive," someone remarked. One officer tossed an apple into the cell. "Haha, can that rat lift an apple?" The large-eared rat held the apple as if it were a dumbbell. The Jianghu trio felt a pang of sorrow. The mice that had perished the previous night were ones they had painstakingly trained, and now they had to begin training a new batch. Suddenly, Bai Liebing entered with a commanding presence. "Enough watching. Do what you need to do." She addressed the Jianghu trio. "You are notorious thieves in the Jianghu, known for stealing treasures and rare antiques. To be caught by a few security guards is quite embarrassing." Chapter 172. The auction performance guest. The Jianghu trio felt indignant but could not reveal the truth. The leader declared, "How could we possibly be caught by security? It's a joke. Bring the security over. I'll show him a thing or two." Bai Liebing coldly retorted, "What were you doing at the mountain villa? What were you planning to steal?" The Jianghu trio made a living by pilfering treasures and artifacts, using their skills to control mice, which made stealing easier. In terms of combat strength, they were not as formidable as those who practiced martial arts, but their ability to escape was exceptional, making them hard to catch. Bai Liebing understood this well. "Just wandering around. We got tired and took a nap on the ground. Right, brothers?" The second and third members nodded in agreement. "Oh, such a coincidence. Yesterday, it was Sun Fu, and today it's the Jianghu trio, both heading to the mountain villa." Bai Liebing kicked the iron bars in frustration. "If you don't want to speak, then stay here quietly. Keep a close watch on them." Zhang Fei followed behind Bai Liebing, asking, "Captain, are we not going to interrogate them?" "No need. With their appearance, I can roughly guess what is going on. Recently, there have been rumors that Lin Hao is going to auction a martial arts manual called the Thunder Control Technique. The 3 individuals undoubtedly came here for this book." Bai Liebing remarked, "Hee, I fear that soon, other practitioners will make their way to the villa halfway up the mountain." Zhang Fei interjected, "Captain Bai, Lin Hao's family is merely a third-rate martial arts clan, logically speaking. They should be unable to contend with the likes of Sun Fu and the 3 rats of the Jianghu." Suddenly, he came to a realization, exclaiming, "Could it be that Lin Hao has a powerful ally backing him? Thus, he dares to auction the true thunder technique." It turns out that the previously emerging martial arts technique, which stirred the Jianghu, was indeed the true thunder technique. This is highly probable. Bai Libing stated, "We need not involve ourselves in this murky water. Let the practitioners of the Jianghu resolve it amongst themselves, as long as they do not harm innocent people." Jiang Qiancheng yawned, leisurely riding his electric scooter, wandering about. He arrived at Su Minjing's company, which had already hit its stride. Ever since he showcased his singing talent at Silverstone Plaza, several young talents had signed contracts with Su Yao Entertainment. Zhang's company had begun promotional collaborations with Su Yao. However, in recent days, Li Wenfeng from the capital had not caused any more trouble for Minjing or her mother-in-law. If he refrained from causing trouble, Jiang Qiancheng would find it difficult to show off. Upon entering Su Minjing's office, he found her buried in work. As for his disciple, Li Xiaoyan, he had not seen him for several days. Jiang Qiancheng said, "Minjing still busy? I thought now that the company is on the right track, you could take it easy." Su Minjing replied, "Yes, we are indeed on the right track, and we have signed several talented young individuals. By the way, Lin Hao's auction has invited our company's artists to perform as special guests. This is a fantastic opportunity." Jiang Qiancheng believed Lin Hao to be quite astute. The true thunder technique he had inadvertently created had already caused quite a stir in the Jianghu. Influential figures would undoubtedly attend the auction, allowing Su Yao Entertainment's artists to gain recognition. "Isn't that a good thing?" Jiang Qiancheng remarked. "I only have 2 artists. I've notified Xiao Zhan to return from the country, and Yin Ziki has just joined the company and has barely undergone training." Su Minjing sighed, "I worry about Yin Ziki. Chun Yang and Huang Zishu from Li Wenfeng's company will also be present. They are seasoned trainees with a year of training. I fear Yin Ziki may be overshadowed." Chapter 173. Li Xiaoyan's fist strikes at the Jiangshan boxing gym. Jiang Qiancheng understood that the emergence of the true thunder technique meant that the attendees of the auction would inevitably be individuals of high status. Through his reincarnation eye, he had discerned Sun Fu's past experiences. This book had led to him being pursued by the informed sections. He was merely going to sing a couple of songs and dance, so what was there to worry about? Jiang Qiancheng said, "The big shots are not here to watch the guest performances. They are here for the book." Su Minjing sighed, "Telling you is pointless. These days, I need you to help manage the details of the auction performance. I have to leave, as I am busy checking on Xiao Zhan's return. I still need to provide more training for Yin Ziki, so please contact Lin Hao's people and leave a phone number." With that, Su Minjing hurriedly left, her high heels clicking as she rushed out. This young lady, who usually commanded me, has now become someone being commanded. How the tides have turned. Jiang Qiancheng took out his phone, saying, "Li Xiaoyan, where are you now?" On the other end, he heard Li Xiaoyan's voice, punctuated by the sounds of fighting. "Master, I am in a fight." Inside a boxing gym, the crowd was roaring. Many middle-aged men were shouting hoarsely, "Zhang Shige, you must defeat this kid. You are our gym's hope. Hey, this kid is too arrogant, fighting the best fighter in the gym while taking a phone call. Is he looking down on our Jiangshan boxing gym?" The Jiangshan boxing gym was backed by the powerful Ma Yulai martial arts clan, known for training disciples. Their tempers were volatile and not easily subdued by mere words. "Come on, Shige, go." Zhang Shige glared at Jiang Qiancheng, angrily declaring, "You little brat. How dare you look down on me? I'll make you pay." Li Xiaoyan turned his head, effortlessly dodging the punch, his agile footwork ensuring his opponent could not land a blow. "Master, do you have something to instruct me?" Jiang Qiancheng replied, "Nothing urgent. Just give this number a call later and handle your matters. You may continue." "Understood, master." Li Xiaoyan hung up the phone, a relaxed expression on his face. "Have you had enough? Now it's my turn." Zhang Shige, infuriated, suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch. Li Xiaoyan did not evade and countered with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided. Boom. Zhang Shige felt a jolt run through his arm, the overwhelming force sending him stumbling backward, collapsing onto the mat, unconscious. "Shige." The students observing the fight rushed to his side, anxiously checking on him. "Shige, are you all right?" "Oh no, his hand is broken. Hurry, take him to the hospital." Zhang Shige lay on the ground, pale and weak. Li Xiaoyan's earlier punch had not been ordinary. It contained genuine energy. A chaotic force surged within Zhang Shige, making it difficult for him to breathe, leaving him in great discomfort. "Damn it, that little brat. Brothers, avenge Zhang Shige. This is our territory." Li Xiaoyan surveyed the 30 or so individuals present. "All right, come at me all at once. I want you to know my strength. From now on, if you see me, be sure to steer clear and don't provoke me." Li Xiaoyan nonchalantly stuffed his phone into his pocket, ready to show them his prowess. Chapter 174. Is this kid insane? This kid is incredibly arrogant, daring to say he can take us all on. Truly shameless. We'll take him on together and see if he can withstand it. The crowd consisted of members of the Qin family. Their numbers alone exerted pressure over Li Xiaoyan. They felt compelled to avenge Zhang Shige, especially since the confrontation had come to their doorstep. To put it bluntly, this person was simply looking for trouble. Li Xiaoyan chuckled coldly, now warmed up and ready to fight. He moved with a light, agile step, as graceful as a swallow, easily navigating through the crowd. Every step he took would bring down an ordinary opponent. It was too simple, too effortless. He hadn't even employed the full extent of the techniques Master had taught him. Merely using the basics sufficed to deal with these weaklings. 3 minutes later, Li Xiaoyan stood alone in the ring, the remaining opponents groaning in pain on the ground. Oh no, my stomach. My bones. Li Xiaoyan approached one of them, grasping him by the collar, and said, "From now on, when you see me, do your best to avoid me. Who is your boss? Have him come to see me." Spitting, the man caught by the neck tried to retaliate, but Li Xiaoyan dodged effortlessly. Smack! Li Xiaoyan struck him in the face, saying, "You've been given face, yet you don't appreciate it. If you don't want to talk, then what was that spitting about?" Having dealt with most of the crowd, Li Xiaoyan planned to leave when an elderly voice rang out. "Ma Yulai has brought Chun Hai, the head of the Chun family martial artists. You brat. You have some skill. Since you've beaten my disciple like this Chun Hai, in his 50s, with a muscular build and calloused hands, clearly showed signs of having practiced martial arts. His physique was honed to perfection. Ma Yulai had warned those present about Li Xiaoyan's strength, but it seemed they had not heeded his advice and had instead attacked Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan said, "Old man, are you the head of the boxing gym? Come, let us exchange a few moves." Chun Hai exclaimed angrily, "Impudent little brat, causing trouble in my dojo, Just as he was about to take action, Zhang Yulai hurriedly intervened. "Brother Chun, this young man possesses remarkable skills. There's no need to resort to violence. Must I simply stand by and watch?" In his own territory, he felt the need to salvage his reputation. Ma Yulai whispered, "Brother Chun, this fellow is capable enough to have made it to the capital. You should refrain from confronting him. What if he overpowers you?" Chun Hai looked at Ma Yulai in alarm, asking, "Really? Would I deceive you?" "I have witnessed this young man's prowess firsthand," Ma Yulai replied. Ma Yulai had gone to great lengths to win over Li Xiaoyan, although unaware of the master behind him. Having Li Xiaoyan's strength would bolster Ma Yulai's standing in Jiangqing. Li Xiaoyan called out, "What is taking so long? Hurry up, don't waste time. Or you might as well call an ambulance for your disciples." Chun Hai felt the sting of his words. What could he do against such formidable strength? Ma Yulai forced a smile, saying, "Li Xiaoyan, greetings. I am Ma Yulai. I previously wanted to invite you as my esteemed guest. Please name your price." Li Xiaoyan stepped forward and, without hesitation, slapped Ma Yulai across the face. Has he lost his mind? How dare he strike Ma Yulai? Chapter 175, Masters Converge in Jiangqing. Ma Yulai covered his cheek, marked by 5 vivid red handprints, looking at Li Xiaoyan in confusion. "What have I done to provoke you?" Li Xiaoyan retorted. "Do you remember the beggar you once assaulted? That was me." With that, Li Xiaoyan kicked towards Ma Yulai's face. Ma Yulai flew back 3 meters, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Li Xiaoyan remarked, "I accidentally bumped into you back then, and you dealt quite a blow. Alas, your companions are absent this time. Otherwise, I would have dealt with them too." With a wave, Li Xiaoyan exited the dojo. Ma Yulai clutched his stomach, overwhelmed by pain and disappointment. "It's over. It seems I am fated to have no connection with this young man. What a splendid opportunity wasted." He deeply regretted not having assisted Li Xiaoyan back then. Perhaps he would have been an asset now. After leaving the dojo, Li Xiaoyan called a contact for his master. "Hello, is this Lin Hao's company? I am with Su Yao Entertainment." After a brief introduction, the other party responded enthusiastically, "Ah, yes. We're discussing the auction performance. Right?" On the other end, the person was quite cordial. Lin Hao had insisted on showing utmost sincerity. They could not afford to offend or provoke Jiang Qiancheng. Li Xiaoyan said, "Yes. Where are you? I'll come to you." No, let me come to you instead. It's no trouble at all." The other party responded excitedly. Li Xiaoyan, relieved, agreed. "All right, I'll be at Jiangshan Dojo, come over." Before long, a BMW arrived, and a man in a suit, holding a briefcase, stepped out. "Hello, I'm Wu Zhongliang, the person responsible for our communication. Here is my business card." Li Xiaoyan took the card and replied, "Please tell me how we should proceed." Wu Zhongliang, looking at Li Xiaoyan, understood that Su Yao Entertainment was a distinguished guest personally endorsed by Lin Hao and should not be treated lightly. He quickly added, "Hello. The auction is scheduled for 10 days from now, and we need to make preliminary preparations. Once the guests arrive, your company's artists will perform on stage." As for the specifics, Li Xiaoyun lost interest, thinking it unnecessary to listen further. His education had not been extensive, and under Jiang Qiancheng's guidance, he had recently attended tutoring sessions. The homework alone was enough to give him a headache. "Arrange it, think it through, and send me a form to review for my boss." With that, he waved and left. Wu Zhongliang, bewildered, wondered if such an important matter could be brushed off so casually. "Oh, by the way," Li Xiaoyun turned back. "I'll give you an hour to email me the form." Turning again, Li Xiaoyun vanished into the crowd. What kind of people are these? Wu Zhongliang could not afford to be negligent as he returned to his Mercedes. As the crowd dispersed, a man and woman emerged from Jiangshan Dojo. The man was handsome, and the woman stunningly fashionable. Fiery girl, so there are indeed masters in Jiangcheng? How can someone so young be so skilled? The fiery girl responded, "Han Nan. Do you think he is here to seize the Yulei true technique?" "Not sure. Jiangcheng is quite intriguing," he replied. Chapter 176, A Rare Moment for Two. Night fell at the hillside villa. Jiang Qiancheng, having spent a day idly, felt bored. Su Jingyan, seeing the company running smoothly, took the rare opportunity to travel with friends. In the spacious and bright villa, Jiang Qiancheng was cooking when, shortly after, the sound of a door opening echoed from the living room. Su Minjing had returned. As she gazed at the tidy table adorned with aromatic dishes, her stomach grumbled in protest. "Qiancheng, I'm starving. When can we eat?" Jiang Qiancheng replied. "Your mother isn't here, and you're hungry so quickly? It'll be ready shortly." He brought the last pot of soup to the table and pulled out a chair for them to sit together. It had been ages since they had the opportunity to be alone, especially at home with just the two of them. The delicious food paired with fine wine created a poetic ambience. Su Minjing remained quiet, focused on her meal. After a moment, she said, "Why aren't you talking, Qiancheng? Isn't eating together a bit dull? How about you say a few words?" Noticing Jiang Qiancheng's silence, she continued, "With Mom away, just the two of us. It feels a bit lonely during dinner." "Not really. You two never let me speak while eating," he replied. Su Minjing fell silent, quickly picking up her chopsticks. Her face flushed. "Who is stopping you from talking? You're the one being quiet." Today, with her mother absent, she and Jiang Qiancheng had a rare moment alone. And considering his recent changes, she felt compelled to reconsider him. This was no longer the useless person she once knew. He was transforming for the better. Reflecting on how poorly she had treated him before, she wondered if perhaps she should show him a bit of kindness now. Su Minjing thought that at the very least, they could watch a movie together at home to bond. "Qiancheng, how about we find a movie you like to watch tonight?" Just then, Jiang Qiancheng abruptly set down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, "Oh no, I left something at the client's. I need to step out." As he headed toward the living room door, he added, "Just leave the dishes in the sink when you're done." Watching Jiang Qiancheng's retreating figure, Su Minjing felt a mix of irritation and anxiety. "Humph, I kindly invited you to watch a movie, and you respond like this? I want to ask you again." In truth, Jiang Qiancheng sensed a faint presence lingering at the villa's entrance. The aura was weak, clearly concealed, yet for him, it was not imperceptible. Just a hint of a trace was enough for him to detect someone's movements. Someone has arrived. Perfect. If they're here to seize the Yulei true technique, I'm eager to witness the prowess of Orochimaru and Kabuto in the Naruto universe. Both are formidable experts who have honed their skills significantly since the Fifth Great Ninja War. Oh, how I long to see. Jiang Qiancheng set forth, concealing his figure within the shadows. Lin Hao's villa was adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wine. Lin Hao occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, as well as a doppelganger of Jiang Qiancheng. This formidable defensive arrangement within Lin Hao's residence would likely deter even the most skilled practitioners in the capital from extracting any advantage from their presence. Lin Hao raised his glass, expressing gratitude. "I, Lin Hao, propose a toast to you all, in appreciation of your protection, granted through Mr. Zhang's esteemed reputation. Rest assured, I shall take good care of you." Orochimaru swirled his glass of red wine, narrowing his silvery, crescent-like eyes, and remarked, "This toast should be dedicated to Mr. Jiang." Chapter 177, Not a single one shall escape. Indeed, this glass should honor Mr. Jiang, echoed the four doppelgangers and Yakushi Kabuto in unison. underscoring the lofty regard held for Jiang Qiancheng among them. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Aligning himself with Jiang Qiancheng was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. He took a hearty gulp of wine and beckoned, "Come, let us indulge in the feast." At that moment, however, Orochimaru abruptly directed his gaze toward the entrance, stating, "An unexpected guest has arrived." Yakushi Kabuto affirmed, "I too sense it, my lord." Before either could act, Jiang Qiancheng's disguised doppelganger had already vanished and stood at the villa's entrance, with the four of them positioned at cardinal points, scrutinizing the darkness. "Do not hide, step forth. There is no need to squander time," one of Jiang Qiancheng's doppelgangers called out. "Ha ha ha, you've discovered us so quickly. You truly possess remarkable abilities." A woman with a swaying figure emerged from the shadows, her long, crimson-painted nails glistening. "Han Nan, it seems this villa harbors more experts than we anticipated." Han Nan descended from a tree, landing before the group. "Alas, we miscalculated. Their numbers and speed far exceed our expectations. Let us retreat." Hong Nu. The appearance of Han Nan and Hong Nu was initially intended as reconnaissance to gauge Lin Hao's security measures. However, the evident prowess of the four had instilled a sense of caution in them. Jiang Qiancheng, concealed in the shadows, observed the unfolding scene and mused, "Tonight, Lin Hao's villa is bustling. It appears we are not alone. At least 22 individuals have gathered. Were over 20 individuals lurking in the darkness, awaiting an opportunity to strike." Jiang Qiancheng remained unperturbed, transmitting his thoughts. His doppelgangers responded promptly, "Yes, esteemed master." Jiang instructed, "Suppress your killing intent. If they can overpower you, so be it. I wish to see if those concealed here will reveal themselves." "Understood, esteemed master," they replied in unison. Jiang Qiancheng's first doppelganger observed the retreating pair and remarked, "Since you've arrived on our territory, why not sit and share a drink? Departing now would leave us, the hosts, remiss in our hospitality." Hong Nu and Han Nan were no fools. Seasoned practitioners of the martial world, they were well aware of the adage, "When the enemy is strong, we retreat. When the enemy is weak, we advance." Hong Nu smirked, "You think I am oblivious to your concealed presence? I shan't be foolish enough to engage you. We are leaving." She patted Han Nan's shoulder, and the two turned to depart, not glancing back. "Safe travels, no need for farewells." Jiang Qiancheng's first doppelganger called after them. As they distanced themselves, the pair whispered to one another, "What is Lin Hao's background? Where did he procure such formidable guardians?" "I was genuinely intimidated by those four." Han Nan replied, "Who knows? I maintain that without some measure of competence, this master would not dare auction the Thunderbolt True Art. Are we to leave empty-handed? So be it, observing their strength suffices. Let us go." As the two departed, Jiang Qiancheng sensed the energies of the 22 individuals around them gradually dissipating, clearly indicating their reluctance to engage further. He sighed in disappointment. "What a bore. I anticipated a thrilling spectacle." He communicated telepathically, "You are to act. Subdue all 24 of them, and let not a single one escape." "Yes, esteemed master," responded his doppelgangers, nodding before vanishing from sight. Chapter 178. The duplicates display their might. Initially, the 22 individuals present hailed from various sects across the martial world, converging here to ascertain Lin Hao's true capabilities. Knowledge of the enemy's strength was essential for victory. Practitioners were categorized into orthodox cultivators and roaming cultivators, the latter relying on their own tenacity to seize resources, whereas orthodox cultivators emerged from prestigious sections. Yet, those from prominent sects need not resort to underhanded tactics. Auction houses were places where strength was showcased. It was a matter of which sect possessed the most profound heritage to present something satisfactory to Lin Hao. Weaker sects or roaming cultivators could not compete with the deeply rooted large sects, forcing them into such desperate measures. Observing the departure of Hong Nu and Han Nan, one of the roaming cultivators remarked, "Those four have frightened even those two formidable figures away. They must possess real strength." Before the crowd could disperse, various cries erupted from the darkness. Jiang Qiancheng's doppelganger moved with remarkable speed, accurately identifying the positions of the individuals present. With a flash, a roaming cultivator found himself confronted by a man. "How did you find me so quickly?" he gasped. Bang! Jiang Qiancheng's first doppelganger delivered a powerful punch to the man's face, rendering him unconscious. "Take that." A nearby individual gathered energy in his hands and exhaled forcefully. Boom! Flames erupted from his palms, But before he could approach Jiang Qiancheng's doppelganger, he too collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "I have incapacitated too," announced Jiang Qiancheng's first doppelganger. "My apologies, I have subdued 3, responded Jiang Qiancheng's second doppelganger. Fear spread among the onlookers, the terror of confronting an unknown power seeping into their hearts. Quickly, is there anyone who can stop them? Are these for even human? Do they intend to annihilate us all? Orochimaru and Kabuto arrived in the villa courtyard, while Lin Hao listened in confusion to the cacophony of screams surrounding them. What is happening outside? What is going on? Orochimaru stood beneath the moonlight, cloaked in an air of mystery. Indeed, Mr. Jiang is extraordinary. Even his doppelgangers wield such power, he remarked. My hands are itching. I too wish to test the strength of these individuals from another realm. Kabuto interjected, My lord, there is no need for us to intervene any longer. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures materialized from thin air, Jiang Qiancheng's third and fourth doppelgangers, who, with a flick of their wrists, revealed the 22 individuals, clad in various robes adorned with intricate patterns, lying unconscious on the ground. Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is simply outrageous. Who are these people? Regardless, to incapacitate 22 individuals in such a brief span and accurately pinpoint their locations is no feat achievable by an ordinary person. Jiang Qiancheng's fourth doppelganger replied, They are all those who were surveilling you. The allure of the Thunderbolt true art has attracted many. Although these individuals are practitioners, in the eyes of Orochimaru and Kabuto, they are merely failures. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng's first and second doppelgangers blocked the path of Hong Nu and Han Nan. Since you have come, you cannot leave now. Fear flickered in Hong Nu's eyes. You have dealt with them? Chapter 179. Not to be provoked by ordinary men, the villa nestled on the mountainside was enveloped in serene tranquility. The gentle mountain breeze carried warmth, while birds chirped and insects buzzed, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, at this moment, the hearts of the Red Woman and the Cold Man plummeted into an abyss of despair as they beheld the 2 visitors before them. The source of all their anguish lay in the formidable presence of these 2 individuals. Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 remarked, I apologize, but you are mistaken. The ones hiding here are not within our capabilities to handle. We have merely resolved a fraction of the situation. The Red Woman and the Cold Man heightened their vigilance. Escaping from these 2 seemed an insurmountable challenge. For reasons unknown, the aura emanating from them was more potent than anyone they had previously encountered. Indeed, it transcended mere strength, embodying a monstrous prowess. Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 casually commented while cradling the back of his head, Your abilities surpass those of others. They are merely at the great martial master level, while you 2 are the only ones who have reached the foundation establishment stage. Stay, and allow me to witness your strength. Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 added, Can a foundation establishment practitioner truly pose any trouble for us? The 2 avatars of Jiang Qiancheng received the command to assess their opponent's strength. The only intriguing aspect lay in confronting 2 formidable foundation establishment warriors. The Red Woman, anxious, urged, Cold Man, find a way to cover my escape. The Cold Man, unable to take his eyes off the 2, replied, Red Woman, when facing such masters, the opportunity is but a fleeting moment. With a sudden roar, the Cold Man summoned his true energy, embodying the essence of a foundation establishment expert. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a flurry of icy blades that sliced through the air towards Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 and No. 2. Run! The Cold Man bellowed as the Red Woman seized the moment, launching herself forward, leaving behind scorched earth from her fiery footsteps. The intense heat accelerated her blood flow, forcing her metabolism into overdrive. The Red Woman poured every ounce of her strength into her escape, transforming into a dazzling streak of fire as she dashed towards the forest path. Why did these 2 instill such terror within her? She dared not glance back, consumed solely by the instinct to flee. This was the first time she had ever exerted herself to the limit without engaging in battle. How could such individuals be present in the abode of a third-rate boss? Meanwhile, the Cold Man exhausted his true energy, his face paling as he conjured swirling ice crystals. Every second he could buy for the Red Woman was a glimmer of hope. Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 observed, Can a foundation establishment expert really manifest energy in such a form? This differs slightly from the realms I traversed alongside Master Jiang. He sighed, but it matters little. The information perceived by the avatars was shared with the true Jiang Qiancheng, who gazed into the depths of the night, eyes laden with endless memories. This technique was mastered by Master Jiang during his first journey into the realms. It has been 3,000 years since then, I believe. Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 remarked. To serve as an avatar of Master Jiang is indeed a blessing we have cultivated. With a dismissive scoff, Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 abruptly halted the icy assault conjured by the cold man. Without warning or indication, the ice crystals dissipated into nothingness midair. What kind of sorcery was this? How could my full-strength ice technique be so effortlessly neutralized? The cold man gaped in astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and before he could comprehend, a massive hand descended upon him. The figure before him had somehow materialized in an instant. How swift, how powerful. This was the strength of a master. Impossible. How could such a young master exist? Chapter 180. A word of caution. Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 regarded the terror-stricken expression of his opponent, devoid of any means of resistance. He had witnessed this countenance, despair, helplessness, and the conflict in one's gaze when faced with death, too many times to count, leaving him numb. The might of Jiang Qiancheng was beyond the imagination of any expert in this realm, even the most elite masters. When Jiang Qiancheng appeared, bearing the identity of the top-ranked reincarnator, it was unlikely anyone could inflict even the slightest harm upon his avatar. Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 stated, "Your expression suggests that this is all the strength you possess. There is no need for me to waste further time." With a sudden movement, the cold man found himself ensnared by a grip around his neck. His body weakened, and despite his struggles, he was held fast, the assailant's strength akin to a mountain. Gradually, as the pressure constricted his throat, he succumbed to unconsciousness. How pitifully weak. Jiang Qiancheng No. 2 discarded the cold man's limp form onto the ground. "I haven't even put forth my full effort, and yet you have already lost. Number 1. Will you not pursue the woman who just fled?" Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 replied, "Let her have a minute's head start." If the red woman were to discover that the second she gained was merely a deliberate act of restraint, allowing her to flee for a minute longer would likely shatter her psyche. Flames erupted throughout the forest as the red woman gasped for breath, unaware of how long she had been running. All she knew was that the howling wind roared in her ears, and soon, she found herself in unfamiliar territory. No, the strength of the two pursuing her forbade any respite. What had become of the cold man? How much time had he bought for her? As a minute elapsed, the red woman's speed began to wane. Just then, a familiar silhouette emerged, blocking her path. Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 stated, pathetically slow. "I offered you a chance to escape, yet you remain within my grasp. What have you done to the cold man?" The red woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the approaching figure. Who could have anticipated such speed? It surpassed that of any expert she had previously encountered, exponentially so. "I bear no grudge against you, nor have I committed any wrongdoing. What do you desire?" she pleaded. Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 replied, "Do you not find your words rather juvenile? Not having done anything wrong, are you but a child?" The red woman suddenly spread her arms, summoning flames with her true energy. "I will fight you." Clenching her fiery hands, she hurled the searing flames towards Jiang Qiancheng No. 1. The scorching blaze hissed and crackled, yet in an instant, he appeared behind her. What manner of movement was this? How could he have reached my rear? Before she could process the situation or react, a crushing blow struck her neck. Her entire consciousness trembled, and she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Qiancheng effortlessly lifted the unconscious firewoman, proclaiming, "Master Jiang, do you see this? It seems that foundation establishment practitioners are considerably weaker than we had anticipated." Meanwhile, the true Jiang Qiancheng had returned home, reclining upon his bed. He had intended to spectate, yet the 24 individuals who arrived were still insufficient to challenge him. "Enough," he yawned. "With your presence, the auction for Lin Hao can proceed smoothly." He instructed, "Tomorrow morning, leave these 24 at the entrance of Lin Hao's villa. Consider it a warning to those with nefarious intentions." "Yes, Master." Jiang Qiancheng No. 1 bowed in deference. "We shall follow your orders." Chapter 181. A hidden master behind the Lin family in the garden of Lin Hao's villa. 24 individuals lay unconscious. All 4 avatars of Jiang Qiancheng had returned to the courtyard. Gazing upon the multitude of incapacitated figures, Lin Hao inhaled sharply, unable to suppress his disbelief. "Gentlemen, did you truly handle all of this?" He struggled to accept the reality before him. He was aware of Jiang Qiancheng's strength, but never anticipated that his subordinates would possess such formidable prowess. This assembly comprised martial arts experts. The mere appearance of 4 formidable experts likely surpasses Lin Hao's ability to eliminate his adversaries, let alone protect the esteemed Eurasian Jue. Clad in a suit, the silver moon cast a luminous glow. Orochimaru, enveloped in an air of mystery, proclaimed, "You underestimate Mr. Jiang too much." Humph. Even if 10-fold or 20-fold individuals were to come, they would still be no match for Mr. Jiang. "Ah!" Lin Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape, struggling to regain his composure. He silently rejoiced, reflecting that aligning himself with Mr. Jiang was indeed the most prudent choice of his life. Jiang Qiancheng, the first, stated, as per the Lord's arrangements. "Tomorrow morning, we shall deposit this group at the entrance as a warning to others." Lin Hao nodded vigorously, replying, "Very well, I shall heed Mr. Jiang's arrangements." The following morning, the security captain and 5 patrolling officers were utterly flabbergasted. If a few individuals had infiltrated unnoticed in the past 2 days, it would have been a dereliction of duty. However, today, the security captain stared at the unconscious bodies sprawled at Lin Hao's villa entrance. There were at least 24 in total. How could they have failed to notice? Smacking his lips, he questioned, "Are you sure you conducted your patrols? These individuals were absent last night." One of the patrolling officers replied, "Why would I lie to you, Captain? Strange occurrences have unfolded these past 2 days. We patrol every hour. These people must have only appeared this morning." The security captain forced a smile, muttering, "Morning? Fine. Let us call the police and let them handle it. With so many of them, even 10 of us couldn't manage." Approximately half an hour later, Bai Libing personally led a team to the hillside villa, Lin Hao's residence. 5 police cars were stationed at the villa's entrance, and Bai Libing, in high heels and jeans, exuded an impressive presence. Zhang Fei exclaimed, "Captain, it seems some of these individuals are masters of the Grand Warrior realm." "I am aware," Bai Libing replied, having recognized several familiar faces from her years at the Dali Temple. Suddenly, she was taken aback, her gaze fixated. Hong Nu and Han Nan, both foundational realm experts, are among them. Zhang Fei gasped, "Foundational realm? Experts whose vital energy has solidified and can employ extraordinary techniques." Last night, Sun Fu and the 3 rats of the Jianghu were also foundational realm masters. Hong Nu and Han Nan are renowned figures, known for their combined cultivation of ice and fire. How did these notorious individuals end up here? Zhang Fei gazed longingly at Lin Hao's villa, pondering what kind of great talents the Lin family had secured. Bai Libing interjected, "No need to inquire, since they chose not to alert the authorities. It indicates their desire to keep their identities concealed. Such eminent figures likely prefer to remain undisturbed." With that, Bai Libing took the group away. Zhang Fei cast a lingering glance at the luxurious villa, yearning to see the masters within. "There are 24 individuals here. Bai, can you handle such a multitude?" Bai Libing retorted, "Less talk, more action." Unspoken, she knew she could hardly contend with even Hong Nu. Chapter 182. A stone stirs 1,000 waves reluctantly. Zhang Fei approached, hoisting an unconscious individual and tossing him into a police vehicle. With 24 individuals to transport, they commandeered the security captain's van. The officers busied themselves loading the bodies into the cars. Bai Libing shook her head, realizing the implications of 24 masters being subdued. After this morning, it was unlikely anyone would dare attempt to seize the tome from Lin Hao again. Bai Libing stated, "Leaving these individuals here serves as a warning to those in the Jianghu. Is there a master residing with the Lin family?" A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. How could it be possible for a master to settle in a small 3rd-tier city? Furthermore, among the 5 masters, 3 had retreated from the Jianghu, while 2 held high positions. Had Lin Hao summoned a reclusive master out of retirement? In that moment, Bai Libing felt a wave of confusion, clenching her jade-like hands. The Bai family had expended substantial resources and connections without success in summoning a master, while Lin Hao, merely a 2nd-tier family in Jiangcheng, achieved what they could not. The presence of a master was a long-desired aspiration for any prestigious lineage. At that instant, Jiang Qiancheng appeared, wobbling on his dilapidated electric bike. "Oh, beautiful Bai. Back again to catch people in our neighborhood? Wow, how did so many show up overnight?" With a carefree demeanor, he addressed the security captain, "Captain, are you still doing your job? Who are these people?" Bai Libing regarded Jiang Qiancheng with disdain. "This is none of your concern. Leave quickly. I do not wish to see you." Jiang Qiancheng replied, "Oh, all right, I won't provoke you. With such beauty, what a fiery temper you have. Be careful, or you might find it hard to secure a boyfriend." By libing seethed fool. She nearly kicked Jiang Qiancheng off his bike. She could not fathom what Su Minjing saw in him, his unreliability, his ineptitude, his slick tongue. If by libing new Jiang Qiancheng was the very master she had long sought, shielding Lin Hao from threats, she would be left in utter disbelief. Quickly, take these people away. Bai Libing commanded. From that day forth, the hillside villa would no longer attract anyone attempting to orchestrate schemes. Whispers circulated that Lin Hao was backed by a master, igniting a frenzy among Jianghu figures. Even in Jiangcheng, Ma Yulai and Zhang Qiangxin were profoundly shaken. Ma Yulai and Zhang Qiangxin regretted their previous decisions. Initially, Lin Hao had expressed concern over attending the auction alone, seeking their assistance. Had they agreed, they could have leveraged Lin Hao to connect with the powerful figures behind him, paving the way for future developments. Their reluctance to engage with the affairs of cultivators had cost them a significant opportunity. In Ma Yulai's office, a luxurious ceramic cup shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces. Ma Yulai fumed. How is it possible? Did Lin Hao strike an extraordinary stroke of luck? How did a master suddenly emerge to support him? The secretary replied, Boss, we can only speculate about the master. We haven't uncovered any specifics. Only that 24 individuals were found at the Lin family villa. Why should Lin Hao be so fortunate? Why can't I encounter such luck? Meanwhile, in a bar where Zhang Qiangxin sat with 5 of his trusted subordinates, impeccably dressed in suits, he inquired, Can you confirm what you're saying? Can Lin Hao truly protect the Eurasian Jua technique? Chapter 183. They are called Xiao Boss. I wouldn't deceive you. This matter has caused quite a stir. My friends inside have informed me. One of the subordinates spoke, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Among the 22 individuals, there are 3 grand warriors, 6 warriors, and 13 martial artists. Zhang Qiangxin was taken aback. What? Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Hearing such a lineup shocked him. In his family of martial artists, there was only 1 grand warrior. If the other side had 3, then previously, he and Lin Hao had been on equal footing. But now he had been left far behind. There are also 2 foundational realm experts, the subordinate added. Boom. Zhang Qiangxin could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet, his pupils dilating in shock. Cold sweat trickled down his back. 2 foundational realm experts. His family had produced 1, securing the top position in Jiangcheng. Zhang Qiangxin felt a mix of resentment, jealousy, and bewilderment. Outwardly, Ma Yulai, Zhang Qiangxin, and Lin Hao presented themselves as brothers, engaging in business dealings. Yet, behind the scenes, they were embroiled in a constant struggle, each hoping for the other's downfall. Bang! Zhang Qiangxin lamented, Had I known Lin Hao had powerful backing, I should have assisted him with the auction. Scarface said nervously, Boss, it's best if you don't get involved. We cannot afford to provoke this auction. 2 foundation stage individuals have already been dealt with. What is there to fear? Zhang Qiangxin, perplexed, responded, Scarface, you were once one of my most daring subordinates. Why are you now cowering like a timid mouse? With a puff of smoke, he let it swirl in the air. Boss, I heard from a friend that this auction has attracted the attention of a formidable organization, Scarface explained. They have arrived in this city. Wherever they are, no good will come of it. The memories haunted Scarface. He could never forget. Years ago, while on a mission in an overseas city, he had entered a small village, a gathering place for mercenaries. His regiment was preparing to launch an assault. But that night, under the blood-red moon, the air was thick with the stench of blood. 320 seasoned mercenaries were decimated overnight by 12 individuals. The precision of their strikes was lethal, each blow delivering a swift death. No, it was not the work of 12. It was the deed of a single person. The others merely stood on rooftops, laughing and chatting as if life were a mere game. Blood flowed thickly, and corpses piled high. Scarface felt as though he had descended into hell, witnessing the might of true power. Had he not hailed from Huaxia, he might have met the fate of becoming just another corpse lost overseas. Boss, Scarface gasped, covering his pale face in terror. This group is beyond our reach, forever beyond our reach. They are people who have crawled out of hell. Lu Laosan interjected, Scarface, why are you so afraid? I have never seen you like this. Zhang Qiangxin, bewildered, remarked that Scarface, once a fierce warrior under his command, now seemed utterly defeated. Who are they? He inquired. Scarface shook his head. I don't know. I am not clear. I only know they are called Xiao, a 12-member organization. They have arrived, boss. Scarface's voice was filled with despair. We must not provoke these 12 individuals. Chapter 184, Son-in-Law's Dimension. Please surprise me a single utterance, a name. Scarface's expression of desolation cast a heavy pall over the room. Silence enveloped them. No one dared to speak or inquire further. It was evident to all present that Scarface had relived countless struggles, trapped in the haunting memories of the past. Boss, if you insist on getting involved in the auction, then I must ask to leave. I cannot face them, Scarface implored. Jiang Qiancheng replied, I understand, Scarface. Share what you know about their identities with the brothers. Once they arrive, I will send people to follow and monitor them. Boss, no? You are courting death, Scarface warned. 22 warriors and 2 foundation stage experts. I believe they can easily achieve their goals. As night deepened over Jiangcheng, the once bustling streets grew eerily quiet, with few cars and even fewer pedestrians. On a mountain road leading to Jiangcheng, 2 oddly dressed men and a woman approached. The woman, around 23, wore a white coat reminiscent of a doctor. One man donned a wandering samurai's garb, a guitar slung at his waist, while the other towered at nearly 2 meters tall. His robust frame adorned with stitches across his brow, resembling one just out of brain surgery. The wandering samurai asked, Jiaodu, where's Feiduan? Wasn't he supposed to wait for us here? Puffing on a blade of grass, he added, does he no longer heed the boss's orders? Jiaodu responded, Feiduan, with his fiery temperament, is impossible to rein in. Whenever we arrive in a city, he always seeks to challenge the strongest local fighters, marking them as trophies. It's quite the nuisance. Feiduan sighed. What strong fighters can there be in this third-tier Jiangqing? Winning would be meaningless. The woman in the white coat interjected, Feiduan, Jiaodu. Keep an eye on Fei Jiao. If anything goes awry, you two will have to explain to the boss. What? The 2 proud warriors straightened. Is the boss coming? Why would he come to this little place? Feiduan boasted. Leave the trivial task of book theft to us. The woman replied. The boss mentioned that the books have drawn the attention of Huaxia sections. Experts from all over will attend the auction. The boss has commanded us, the Xiao members, to gather in Jiangqing. Jiaodu, with hands like basketballs, cradled his robotic-like head. After 3 years, all members of the Xiao organization are gathering again. How amusing, Feiduan remarked. 3 years ago, we stirred up quite a commotion abroad, prompting various cities and organizations to hunt us down. The boss commanded us to regroup for training. It seems everyone is still alive. Once, Itachi single-handedly slew over 200 mercenaries. After 3 years apart, one could only wonder how formidable he had become. The wandering samurai concealed a katana within his guitar and thought, I truly wish to test my skills against Itachi. The woman scolded, enough. The boss forbids us from dueling without his permission. Once we enter the city, do not let Fei Jiao cause any trouble. The 3 gradually vanished into the shadows of the trees. Little did Jiang Qiancheng imagine that his book sale would attract one of the most feared organizations in the world, Xiao. At this moment, Jiang Qiancheng stood on the mountainside, gazing down at the city of Jiangqing. He closed his eyes deeply and mused, how intriguing. The more formidable the fighters, the better. Son-in-law's dimension. I hope you grant me a surprise. Otherwise, life would indeed be too dull. Chapter 185. Fei Jiao today in Jiangqing felt exceptionally long. As night fell, the Jiangshan boxing gym prepared to close its doors. Today has been quite unfortunate for our gym. What kind of people are coming in? The disciples were busy tidying up, organizing the equipment after a day of training. Indeed, our senior brother Zhang was injured and still in the hospital, and the gym's director was absent. To make matters worse, the owner was humiliated by that little brat. Li Xiaoyan, I will remember your name. One day, I will seek revenge. One disciple seethed, burning with anger. You think you can fight? I look forward to seeing how tough you are. When our director returns, you will pay for this. The disciples, loyal to the gym's director, felt the need to restore their honor. At that moment, a man in a black robe strode through the darkened doorway. His long silver hair cascaded down his broad shoulders. His complexion was ashen, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He surveyed the disciples cleaning around him. Who are you? If you wish to learn boxing, please come back tomorrow. We are closed for the day. The man in the black robe remained unmoved, casting a cold glance over the room. Hey, if you're not leaving, we said we're closed. Get out. The disciples were already irritable, and the disdainful expression on the stranger's face only fueled their anger. Don't dirty the floor, I just cleaned. Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? One burly disciple stepped forward, pushing toward the man in black. Yet, unexpectedly, the man seized his hand, twisting it with a sharp crack before delivering a powerful kick to the disciple's abdomen. Bang! The disciple, standing at an imposing 1.80 meters, was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. The impact left him feeling as though his insides had been rearranged, and he spat out blood. Chingu! Chingu! A multitude of disciples encircled him, brandishing weapons and clubs, glaring fiercely. You little rascal, what business do you have in our boxing gym at this late hour? The man in the black robe let out a cold snort. Despite being surrounded by no fewer than 15 individuals, he felt no fear. Instead, a maniacal laughter escaped his lips. Ha ha ha, who is the strongest in Jiang City? Is it you lot from this gym? The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Gui Jiao, inquired. One disciple retorted, You've come to the right place if you're looking for trouble. Our boxing gym is the best in Jiang City. The disciples, filled with their own sense of pride, were unwilling to admit to being the weakest amid the 3 prominent martial arts families in Jiang City. Gui Jiao declared, Good. After searching for a night, I've finally found something worthwhile. Bring forth your strongest fighter. I wish to battle him now. You lack the qualifications to make demands. Get lost, brat. Gui Jiao gritted his teeth in anger. If I'm unqualified, then I shall incapacitate all of you. With a swift step, he moved quickly, seizing the neck of the foremost disciple before he could even react. I usually do not engage with trash, but your foul mouth deserves an exception. Boom. Gui Jiao stated. 15 of you shall be dealt with in 10 seconds. He tossed a coin onto the ground, where it began to spin. Come on, teach this brat a lesson. In the Jiangshan boxing gym, anguished cries filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of bones shattering. The coin continued to spin on the ground. With a resounding crack, Gui Jiao's fist connected with the face of the captured disciple, who gasped in shock, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, and was sent crashing into the gym equipment. Get up, brothers. The coin still spun, yet the gym echoed with the sounds of despair and pain. With a final clink, the coin fell, revealing a side marked with a shark's face. This was no ordinary coin. It was a special one distributed by the leader of the Akatsuki organization to each member. Gui Jiao extended a hand, and the coin flew into his palm as if drawn by an unseen force. The previously arrogant disciples now lay scattered on the ground, all unconscious. I may have been too heavy-handed. They're all out cold. Gui Jiao turned away in exasperation. What a wasted trip. Just then, 3 SUVs arrived at the entrance, from which emerged an elder clad in white, Bai Changming, the head of a martial arts family backing Ma Yulai. Having originally retreated to the mountains for seclusion, he hurried back upon receiving a call informing him that his disciples were being bullied and that his prideful disciple, Jiang Qiancheng, had been sent to the hospital. Trouble has come to my Jiangshan boxing gym. It seems I must intervene. Following Bai Changming were over a dozen disciples garbed in suits. As he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly collided with Gui Jiao. In that fleeting moment of contact, Bai Changming felt his mind whirl and his heart race. Unable to meet Gui Jiao's gaze, a true powerhouse could sense the strength of another. You, such a formidable individual, have come to my gym for what purpose? Gui Jiao did not even glance at him. The earlier battle had left him deeply disillusioned, and he merely wished to depart in peace. Upon entering the gym, Bai Changming discovered 15 disciples lying unconscious on the floor, some gravely injured, blood staining their faces. Equipment lay scattered, and the sign was shattered, clearly damaged by someone. What has happened? Who did this? Bai Changming bellowed, quickly ordering, Call an ambulance, get them to the hospital. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it have been that person he had just encountered? Boom. Bai Changming felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat dripping from him. If it were indeed the person he had just met, he might not even possess the courage to seek vengeance. Oh, you must be the head of this gym. It was I who did this. Just a short distance away, Gui Jiao returned. Earlier at the entrance, you seemed stronger than this pathetic display. His expression twisted with menace. He asked, Are you the strongest in Jiang City? Bai Changming felt the oppressive aura radiating from Gui Jiao, who resembled a monstrous beast. The third-grade boxer dared not respond. Though his gym had been humiliated, the pressure emanating from Gui Jiao was far too overwhelming. No, I am not the strongest in Jiang City. Bai Changming conceded. His disciples, having followed him for many years, had never seen their master display such weakness. Despite their gym being attacked, Bai Changming stood before Gui Jiao, utterly cowed. Who is? Gui Jiao pressed. Bai Changming, in a state of trepidation, replied, I have heard that a young man has recently arrived in Jiang City, intending to unify the gray areas. His name is. What is it? Gui Jiao urged. Li Xiaoyan, Bai Changming stammered. seemingly lacking the courage to meet Gui Jiao's gaze. Where can he be found? Gui Jiao grinned, revealing a row of sharp, shark-like teeth. Chapter 187. I cannot defeat you, thud. Bai Changming fell to his knees, his legs trembling. Despite his arduous training, achieving the realm of a second-tier master, he was brought to his knees by the terrifying aura of the monstrous figure before him. Master. A nearby disciple in a suit was shocked, rushing forward to support him. Do not touch me, Bai Changming admonished. The man before him was no human. He was a demon, the most inhuman being he had ever encountered in over 30 years of training. Bai Changming said, if you wish, I can help you contact him. He had once heard of Li Xiaoyan's exploits from Ma Yulai. Furthermore, since Li Xiaoyan had caused trouble at his gym earlier that afternoon, he could use this powerful figure to eliminate him. Gui Jiao laughed heartily. Old man, your reaction pleases me greatly. It seems you are considerably stronger than the trash around you, able to recognize my might. He pulled a chair over and sat down with a swagger. You have time to make the call and summon him here. Bai Changming stammered, Sir, I too am a victim. He injured my disciples earlier, and I can only do my best to notify him. I do not know him personally. As he spoke, Bai Changming hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Ma Yulai's number, pressing the speakerphone button. Mr. Ma, how can I contact Li Xiaoyan and ask him to come to my gym? Ma Yulai replied awkwardly. Old Bai, I apologize for this afternoon's incident. I was also attacked by that brat. I am also seeking revenge against him. Alas, I do not have his contact information. Bai Changming insisted, think of something. I need to find him immediately. Old Bai, I can only inquire for you. Ma Yulai did not possess Li Xiaoyan's contact details, as he had left no phone number or address. Who was the figure behind him? Everything remained a mystery. After hanging up, Bai Changming said, Sir, you heard that. I can only provide you with a name. Gui Jiao's expression darkened. If I cannot battle him tonight, I will have to take my wrath out on you all. Yes, I will find a way. Bai Changming, well aware of Gui Jiao's formidable strength, knew he had struck hard. The disciples lying on the ground would need at least 3 months in the hospital to recover. Now, the only hope rested with Ma Yulai. Bai Changming felt a sense of urgency. Being injured was minor, but if there were lasting effects, it could severely impact his future strength. If affected, he might not retain his current position. Before long, Ma Yulai returned the call. Old Bai, I managed to ask Jiang Qiancheng for the number. I will send it to you now. Bai Changming sighed in relief. He could not afford to be complacent or rest, dialing the number without delay. Who is this? A youthful voice answered quickly on the other end. Bai Changming declared, the head of the Jiangshan boxing gym. You came to my gym this afternoon seeking trouble. I have returned to seek your guidance. You injured my disciple and caused a disturbance in my gym. I cannot let this matter rest. In the distance, Li Xiaoyan had already bathed and lay on his bed playing on his phone. In the mountains, such devices were scarce. But Ziki had taught him to play Honor of Kings, and now they were busy competing in ranked matches. Old man, I'm going to sleep. I have no time for you. Bye-bye. He hung up the phone. Bai Changming dialed again, and before it rang twice, the call ended. He sorrowfully looked at Gui Jiao and said, Sir, you see, I have tried my best. Please, do not harm me. I cannot match your strength. Chapter 188. Lin Hao's status in Jiangchen. Gui Jiao, proud and temperamental, replied, Enough, give me the phone. I have lost interest in someone like you. Bai Changming sighed deeply and handed over his phone number. Thank you for your great kindness, sir. Gui Jiao took the number and departed Jiangshan boxing gym, stepping into the darkness. Once the other party had left, Bai Changming realized he was drenched in sweat. How did such a monster come to Jiangqing? He stood up, surrounded by over 30 disciples watching him. In the past, he would never have acted in such a manner, but now he felt aged, contemplating the long term, lacking the youthful vigor of his earlier days. In youth, one could conquer the world with fists, but in old age, one could be rendered powerless. All that he had accumulated over decades could vanish in an instant. Master, are you all right? A disciple stepped forward to support him. Bai Changming replied, I am fine. Do not concern yourselves with me. Go save the injured. Quickly, take them to the hospital. Remember, do not provoke this individual. He is not someone we can contend with. Feeling frustrated after failing to find a worthy opponent, Gui Jiao walked along the street, thinking, what a bore. I searched all night and found no one capable of a fight. If this continues, I will have to wait for the auction in a few days. He pulled out his phone, glancing at Li Xiaoyan's number. I hope you do not disappoint me. They should be arriving soon. Jiao Du, Fei Duan, and Xiao Nan. I guess I will have to return and spar with Fei Duan. In the following days, As the auction drew nearer, disciples from various sects and prominent martial arts families flocked to Jiangqing. Not only did strong figures from various provinces arrive, but even from the capital city, noble families planned to attend. Families from major cities nearby also intended to participate in this auction. The commotion surrounding the Yulei True formula was immense and far-reaching. Since the incident involving 24 injured practitioners, no one dared to trouble Lin Hao's family. Orochimaru and Tobi, rarely taking a break, strolled and enjoyed leisure time in Jiangqing, as this place vastly differed from their world in Naruto. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiancheng's avatar continuously protected Lin Hao, accompanying him to meetings and arrangements. The auction venue was decided, the iconic Himalaya Royal Hotel in Jiangqing. Lin Hao had reserved the entire building, spending a considerable sum to ensure the best service for the distinguished guests attending the auction. This was also a matter of pride for the Lin family. Consequently, influential business figures from Jiangqing, even those from the capital and major provincial cities, began to curry favor with Lin Hao. Even some martial arts sects extended olive branches towards him, eager to glimpse the powerful figures behind Lin Hao. This situation left Ma Yulai and Jiang Qiancheng feeling both envious and resentful. With 3 days remaining until the auction, Jiang Qiancheng woke up as usual, preparing to go out to buy groceries and cook. Su Minjing arrived at his door and said, "Qiancheng, Mom is coming back today. Her flight is at 10. Please pick her up. I have to handle company matters and won't have breakfast." Jiang Qiancheng nodded. "Oh, all right. Should I ride the electric bike?" Chapter 189. Su Minjing smile actually, you should drive the Benz. Su Minjing handed the car keys to Jiang Qiancheng. Today, she was dressed in professional attire, her figure alluring, with slender legs and a radiant expression on her face. Holding Su Minjing's hand, Jiang Qiancheng remarked, Look, I clean the house every day. Just see how delicate my wife's hands are." Su Minjing blushed and shyly withdrew her hand, saying, "You still need to thank me. My mom's friends will definitely expect their sons to pick them up. When it comes to appearances, show some confidence and don't embarrass me." Jiang Qiancheng laughed. "Oh, you want me to stop being useless and show some bravado, huh?" Su Minjing noted, "Of course, in front of outsiders, you must not embarrass me or your mother. Our family is well off. We are not short on money, so show your mettle when it counts. I used to dislike you for your cowardly nature. You were timid at home and outside as well. It would vex me when others insulted you, and you couldn't even retort. All right, I want to say more. I need to go now. Remember what I told you. Recently, Su Yao's company was getting back on track, with the help of the Zhang family from Jiangqing. Although other companies continued to isolate Su Yao Entertainment, the threats had diminished significantly. Giving you the keys makes it inconvenient for me. It seems I will have to buy another car soon. One is simply not enough." Su Minjing smiled. "Jiang Qiancheng, what car do you like? A Benz, Audi, or BMW? Let us see what you prefer." During this time, Su Minjing's attitude towards Jiang Qiancheng had changed remarkably, thanks to the contract Jiang Qiancheng secured with the Zhang family. Her company was revived. Jiang Qiancheng inquired, "You look so beautiful today and are even willing to buy me a car. Did something good happen?" Su Minjing's face blossomed with joy, reflecting the bright sunlight, captivating and radiant. Jiang Qiancheng was mesmerized for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. It's been a while since we did what couples do. He was a celestial emperor, the foremost in cultivation, surrounded by 3,000 divine maidens. Boredom would occasionally lead him to indulge in certain activities. Su Minjing replied excitedly, "The Zhang family boss sees the value in our collaboration and is planning to invest 100 million. He doesn't want any equity in the company. I still feel like I'm dreaming. I thought he had ulterior motives, but he wants nothing. Today, I just need to sign the contract. All right, let me know what car you choose." Su Minjing happily departed, repeatedly praising the boss of the Zhang family. Jiang Qiancheng accepted the keys, feeling a surge of goodwill towards Zhang Kaiyuan. It was rare to see Su Minjing smile like a child. To him, that smile was worth more than 100 million. Seeing Minjing smile, he felt a twinge of guilt about severing her son's hand and killing her father. Jiang Qiancheng resolved, "When I have the time, I will do what I can." He understood that the 100 million was merely a gesture from the Zhang family to please him, gaining the top position in Jiangqing. Zhang Kaiyuan truly was a cunning figure. Jiang Qiancheng stated, "Now, I must head to the airport to pick up my mother-in-law." Chapter 190. More than a sun at Shuangqing Airport, Su Jingyan donned a pristine white outfit and sunglasses, her skin fair as jade. Wherever she went, she drew the gaze of countless men. "Sister Jingyan, look at yourself. You are in your 40s, yet maintain such remarkable beauty that the men around you can hardly take their eyes off you. My friend, Zhong Nian, enviously remarked. Look at me, an old woman. No man even glances my way. She feigned a proud posture, but it appeared somewhat greasy. Su Jingyan, noticing the surrounding gazes, donned a sun hat to shield her stunning visage. In truth, she had long since grown weary of being the center of attention. Sister Zhong, you look lovely as well. They are all looking at you. It has nothing to do with me, she said. Lu Hongxue added, Jingyan, you are the most beautiful among us sisters. I feel truly fortunate to have you as my friend. Although she voiced such sentiments, her heart belied them. Humph. What does beauty matter when there is a useless man in the house? The two of you, mother and daughter, will inevitably find yourselves comparing with one another. Except for the carefree Zhong Nian, who would not mind, Lu Hongxue and Lin Mei were somewhat perturbed. However, the fact that Su Jingyan's daughter had chosen a good-for-nothing who merely cooked and cleaned, with no career, gave them a sense of balance in their hearts. Jingyan, how long until Qiancheng arrives? It's past 10 and he is still not here, Zhong Nian inquired. He is usually quite punctual, Su Jingyan replied. Just then, a Mercedes Maybach worth over 4 million yuan pulled up, honking twice. A 25-year-old young man, wearing sunglasses and sporting dyed blonde hair, stepped out in trendy attire. His physique revealed he frequented the gym, and he was quite handsome. Mom, what are you doing here? Upon hearing his voice, Lu Hongxue excitedly exclaimed, Son, we just returned from our trip abroad. What brings you here? Xiangying explained, I was dropping a client from the company and just finalized a contract. Since you are here, I thought I'd give you a ride home. He got into the car. At 25, he had utilized 3 million yuan in funds given by his father to start a company, and within 2 years, he had developed it into a business worth 100 million. In terms of strength and competence, he lacked nothing. He was indeed a young achiever, stylish and fashionable, the epitome of a prince charming. However, he had once taken a liking to Su Jingyan's daughter, Su Minjing. Unfortunately, despite his persistent pursuit, Su Minjing had rejected him, ultimately opting for the inept Jiang Qiancheng instead. This had struck him hard. Could it be that he was inferior even to a good-for-nothing? Thus, he had resolved to impress Su Jingyan today, to showcase his capabilities and skills, proving that Su Minjing had made the wrong choice. He was determined to make both Su Jingyan and Su Minjing regret their decisions. Xiangying knew that upon Su Jingyan's return, Jiang Qiancheng would inevitably come to pick her up. Zhong Nian remarked, Wow, Sister Hong, your son is impressive. When I saw him a year ago, he was still driving a Maserati, and now he has upgraded to a Maybach. Quite the achievement. Lin Tangmei expressed her envy. Your son is the most successful among our group of sisters. I think back to my son, who squandered 1 million from his father to start a business, only to return home empty-handed, now working as an employee in his father's company. If only my son had half your son's success. Who doesn't he relish praise? Lu Hongxue proudly responded, My son still has much to learn and strive for. He isn't truly exceptional yet. Xiangying interjected, Mom, I don't appreciate that. I plan to expand our business internationally soon. My net worth will at least quintuple. Doesn't that count as exceptional? Let us go. Hop in the car. It's fate that we crossed paths, and I'll treat you all to a meal. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng finally arrived in his Mercedes. As Jiang Qiancheng parked the car, he approached Su Jingyan, opened the trunk, and loaded her luggage. Mom, I'm here to take you home. Su Jingyan was reluctant to dine out, weary from her travels. All she desired was to return home and rest. Ladies, I want to be joining you for dinner. I'd rather go home and recuperate, she stated. Upon seeing Jiang Qiancheng's arrival, Xiangying felt quite displeased. The man before her had married Su Minjing and appeared utterly unfazed by anyone else. Xiangying quickly interjected, Aunt Su, it takes more than an hour to get back to Jiang City. It's nearly mealtime. If you return home, you'll need to cook. Let us eat first to avoid Jiang Qiancheng having to shop and cook again. Lu Hongxue saw that Su Jingyan was not going, and naturally, Jiang Qiancheng wouldn't go either. Without the main guest, the meal would lose its appeal. Lu Hongxue urged, Sister Jingyan, Xiangying means well. Come on. It's just a quick meal. Zhong Nian added, Yes, Jingyan, let us go. It'll just take a moment. Jiang Qiancheng looked at everyone and said, I don't mind. Mom, it's up to you. Su Jingyan was unwilling to go, having already considered the potential for the other party's ostentation, and she wished to avoid it as much as possible. However, she found it hard to resist their fervent persuasion. Lin Tangmei encouraged, Jingyan, don't overthink it. Let us go. It's just a casual meal. Su Jingyan nodded. All right. The group began to board the vehicles. Su Jingyan got into her son's car, while Zhong Yin and Lin Tangmei succumbed to Xiang Ying's enthusiasm and entered the Maybach. That car was worth over 5 million, far superior to Jiang Qiancheng's 1 million yuan Mercedes. Once inside, Jiang Qiancheng drove, following closely behind Xiang Ying's luxury vehicle, maintaining a smooth journey. In Xiang Ying's car, Lu Hongxue sat in the passenger seat, beaming with pride over her capable son, radiating confidence between her two friends. She inquired, "Son, it's been a while since I last saw you. You've grown even more handsome and mature. Have you discussed expanding the company with your father? Will he support you?" Lin Hongxue asked. The business world is like a battlefield. A slight misstep can lead to losses. Lin Tangmei added, "Indeed, business has been tough recently." My son set out full of confidence, but returned home with a bruised ego. Zhong Yin remained silent, merely listening. It was evident to all that Lin Hongxue was subtly boasting about her son. Xiang Ying replied, "I haven't mentioned it to my father. I want to rely on my own efforts. The startup capital he provided has been sufficient. I've meticulously planned the next steps. I've studied this business for a long time, and there is no issue, Mom." Lu Hongxue responded, "That is good to hear. You mentioned your assets could increase tenfold. Your company already has over 10 million in scale, so wouldn't that mean over 100 million? At just 25. Your father only managed to grow his company to that level by 40. Xiang Ying smiled. "Mom, once I start making money, I plan to buy a villa abroad. When you and Dad are older, it will serve as a great vacation spot. Villas abroad aren't expensive. You can get one for over 10 million. Lu Hongxue laughed. "Haha, son, I'm eagerly awaiting that. Here's to your company thriving." Lin Tangmei expressed her envy. "Oh dear, I can't compare. If my son could achieve even half of Xiang Ying's success, that would be wonderful. Hongxue, you've truly raised a remarkable son." Zhong Yin chimed in, "Sister Hongxue, when Xiang Ying buys a villa abroad, you must take us to see it." In the car, Xiang Ying basked in the compliments and praise from the aunts. Feeling quite pleased, with his mother alongside him, he could showcase his achievements over the past few years, establishing himself as a standout among his peers, possessing notable capabilities. Lin Tangmei asked, "Xiang Ying, have you started dating? Would you like me to introduce someone?" Xiang Ying responded, "Aunt, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm still young and focused on my career. Once I'm well prepared, marriage can wait." Lin Tangmei remarked, "You're far more accomplished than my son." "Oh, my son now, emboldened by our family's wealth, has courted numerous girlfriends. Since starting his job at the company, he has displayed a distinct lack of ambition." On another note, Jiang Qiancheng drove steadily, glancing at Su Jingyan through the rearview mirror. "Mother, how was the trip? Did you enjoy it?" he inquired. "It was satisfactory. I brought gifts for you and Minjing," Su Jingyan replied. "Thank you, Mother." As she gazed out the window, a sigh escaped her lips. She recalled how she had once obstructed Xiang Ying's pursuit of Su Minjing, believing him to be too glib and insincere. The Su family, affluent as they were, sought a man of integrity. Ultimately, Su Minjing chose Jiang Qiancheng, and if Xiang Ying harbored resentment, he would surely flaunt it. This was also why she was reluctant to dine out. "Mother, if you don't wish to eat, let's head home," Jiang Qiancheng suggested nonchalantly. Su Jingyan pondered for a moment before conceding. "Very well. I suppose it would be unwise to appear aloof. It's merely a meal, after all." After some contemplation, she chose to remain silent. Before long, two luxurious Mercedes-Benz vehicles arrived at the Himalayan Grand Hotel. The opulent establishment was adorned with an array of high-end cars, while the courteous staff attended to the flow of guests. An auction was set to take place there in 3 days, and affluent families from the capital and major cities had begun to check into the hotel. After finding a parking spot, Jiang Qiancheng and Su Minjing joined others in the lobby. "Aunties, let us have lunch here today," Xiang Ying suggested. Given their wealth, the hotel did not particularly impress them, as many of their families were prominent figures in Jiang City and frequently dined at the Himalayan Grand Hotel. The average bill would amount to around 10,000 yuan, and with some fine wine, it would not exceed 100,000, an inconsequential sum for them. Zhong Yin queried, "What is happening? Why are there suddenly so many luxury cars in Jiang City? Is there a banquet taking place?" Xiang Ying replied with a smile, "In 3 days. Lin Hao will host an auction here, attracting many prominent families. Securing an invitation to attend would be a tremendous opportunity. This auction has gained a near-mythical status in Jiang City, especially with the participation of practitioners and esteemed families from the capital and first-tier cities. To witness true high society would be a boast worthy of admiration. Oh, an auction. Why wasn't I informed? Lin Hongxue exclaimed. Mother, you've been abroad. And father likely didn't mention it, Xiang Ying remarked, eyeing the distinguished guests arriving. I currently lack the credentials to enter. I wish I could at least glimpse the prominent families from the capital. Su Jingyan, Lu Hongxue, and Zhong Yin were all astonished. Were these elevated individuals truly attending the auction in Jiang City? Chapter 193. The conflict between Xiang Ying and Jiang Qiancheng. Xiang Ying contemplated that if he could gain entry, he might meet the daughters of families from the capital or major cities. He would willingly endure humiliation to marry into a true noble family. After all, the economic prowess and wealth of the capital and first-tier cities far surpassed that of Jiang City, a mere third-tier locale. Indeed, I am also unclear about this auction. He said, let us eat first and see if there are any acquaintances who can procure an invitation. Lin Hao, is he one of the 3 heroes of Jiang City? Lin Tanghong asked excitedly. My husband has some business dealings with him. If I could see the top families, it would be worth the trip. I'll ask my husband for an invitation. Xiang Ying led the group forward. Upon reaching the entrance, the staff did not hinder them, but rather welcomed them warmly, as Lin Hao had given prior notice to treat every guest with respect. Moreover, with practitioners in attendance, it was common for some to be eccentric and less concerned with appearances. As long as they were not excessively unkempt, they were granted entry, and Lin Hao would arrange accommodations based on their abilities and origins. Wow, there are so many people today. I wonder if there are any seats left during the dinner rush, Xiang Ying said, feeling a bit anxious amidst such illustrious company. However, seeing Jiang Qiancheng ignited a flame of frustration within him. The woman he admired had been taken by this so-called waste. Not to worry, Qiancheng. Why don't you check the third-floor restaurant for available seats? Xiang Ying suggested. Me? You're the one treating, shouldn't you go? Jiang Qiancheng replied, pointing at himself. Su Jingyan's earlier concerns resurfaced. She feared Xiang Ying might cause trouble. I'm footing the bill. You can at least run an errand, can't you? Xiang Ying insisted. At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng felt akin to a subordinate, especially in front of so many acquaintances. He chuckled. If you're reluctant to treat, I'll cover it. You can run the errand. Xiang Ying, taken aback, scoffed. You're treating? Do you even have the means? I have money. Will you fetch it? Jiang Qiancheng retorted. As the two exchanged barbs, the onlooking ants found the escalating tension undesirable. Hey, you 2 young men should temper your words, Zhong Yin interjected, attempting to ease the situation. I'll go check things out. Xiang Ying, your behavior isn't ideal. Su Jingyan looked at Jiang Qiancheng in disbelief. What are you doing? It's just running an errand. I promised Minjing before departing that I wouldn't embarrass you. I cannot be bossed around by him, Jiang Qiancheng declared. Su Jingyan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Hongxue and Xiang Ying both wore displeased expressions. I'm heading to the restroom, Jiang Qiancheng announced. I'll join you, Xiang Ying replied. In the restroom, Jiang Qiancheng washed his hands, catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror. No trace of a waist remained. He appeared handsome, with resolute eyes and an air of confidence. Despite his ordinary attire, his demeanor radiated distinction. Xiang Ying sneered. So the waist has found his voice. Thanks to Minjing's generous allowance. You think you can afford to treat everyone here? Jiang Qiancheng raised an eyebrow. And what of it? Chapter 194. Sorry. This table has been reserved. The reputation of Jiang Qiancheng as a waste was well known and deeply ingrained. As Xiang Ying faced repeated provocations from him, his dissatisfaction grew. Did he truly believe that securing Su Minjing meant he could flaunt his superiority and oppose him at every turn? Jiang Qiancheng was merely a waste. I don't know where you get your confidence. I intend to show Su Jingyan that choosing you was a mistake. I will make her regret it, he asserted. Jiang Qiancheng continued washing his hands, casually fixing his hair. You believe a mere meal can instigate regret? How naive. Without further ado, he turned and headed for the exit. Unwilling to engage any longer with Xiang Ying, the latter's fury intensified. He had aimed to humiliate Jiang Qiancheng today, only to be insulted by a waste. You'll soon see who the real fool is, Xiang Ying muttered under his breath as they exited the restroom. Su Jingyan quietly asked, Qiancheng, what did you two discuss in the restroom? Nothing much. We're not well acquainted, he replied. Just then, Zhong Yin called Lu Hongxue. Hurry up. There's still a seat upstairs. I'm currently sitting in it. It's the last one. After hanging up, Lu Hongxue beamed. Quickly, there's one last spot. Let us go. As they ascended in the elevator, Xiang Ying's venomous gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qiancheng. They arrived at the restaurant. The place was already packed with a diverse crowd, some adorned in opulent attire, others dressed modestly. When they spotted Zhong Yan waving, everyone quickly took their seats. Xiang Ying, adopting an air of superiority, loudly declared, "Waitstaff, we wish to place our orders here. Ladies, feel free to order whatever you desire. It's no trouble at all. You have all worked hard." Jiang Qiancheng, however, disregarded the commotion and chose a seat close to Su Jingyan. I simply watched, intrigued by the unfolding scene. At that moment, a waitstaff member approached, accompanied by 5 men clad in suits. The waiter said, "Esteemed guests, I apologize, but this table has been reserved for the patrons behind me. I kindly ask you to vacate it." Xiang Ying's face fell. After all, the people around were notable figures. Being asked to leave publicly was quite embarrassing. The 5 individuals remained composed, exuding an air of elegance, with the leader sporting a watch valued over 3 million. A man who could afford such a timepiece was not to be trifled with. Su Jingyan and Jiang Qiancheng merely observed the spectacle. Jiang Qiancheng suggested, "Let us not dwell on this. Since it is reserved, we should find another place to dine." Yet Xiang Ying grew irate, retorting, "Waitstaff, you are in the wrong. We sat down first, and there was no reservation sign indicating otherwise. How can you ask us to leave?" The waiter found himself in a predicament. He was just an employee and could not afford to offend anyone present. Lu Hongxue, noticing her son speak, was unwilling to appear foolish in front of Jiang Qiancheng. She interjected, "Exactly. We are all here to dine and are paying customers. Is there a reason for such discrimination?" The waiter, feeling the pressure, explained, "I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Today's crowd is unusually large. However, this table is indeed reserved for these gentlemen." The leader, wearing a $1 million watch and appearing over 50, squinted with an air of confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhang Jingguo from the capital. May I inquire where you hail from?" Chapter 195. The true embarrassment is mine upon hearing the name of the Zhang family from the capital. Su Jingyan, Lin Tangmei, Lu Hongxue, and Zhong Nian felt a shiver run down their spines. They were aware that prominent families existed in various cities, particularly in the capital, which overshadowed their own Jiang city in terms of stature. "You are Zhang Jingguo of the esteemed Zhang family from the capital," Zhong Nian exclaimed nervously. Zhang Jingguo noticed their trepidation and felt reassured. Their fear indicated respect for his lineage. "Ah, it seems my reputation still holds some weight," he chuckled. Zhong Nian suggested, "Xiang Ying, let us find another restaurant." This table was reserved by them. Xiang Ying, recognizing the gravity of the situation, conceded, "Mr. Zhang, I apologize. I did not realize it was you. We, the residents of Jiang City, should not be impolite to our guests from afar. Thank you for your understanding." Xiang Ying stood, pulling her mother along, suppressing her discontent and unwillingness to confront Zhang Jingguo. "Ladies, I will treat you to another meal elsewhere." At that moment, Jiang Qiancheng remarked, "Xiang Ying, is this the regret you referred to? Your attempts to prove superiority seem rather feeble. You excel in finding ways to retreat gracefully." His words abruptly shifted the atmosphere. Su Jingyan tugged at Jiang Qiancheng's arm, urging, "Qiancheng, please don't stir trouble." Xiang Ying glared at Jiang Qiancheng, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, let me cover this meal," Jiang Qiancheng replied. "Waitstaff, please summon your manager. It seems a misunderstanding has occurred due to your oversight." Zhang Jingguo, observing Jiang Qiancheng's unremarkable appearance and attire, retorted coldly, "My young friend, you initially suggested yielding to us, yet now you seem to be causing a scene. What is your intent?" Xiang Ying shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Qiancheng, realizing that with Zhang Jingguo present, any conflict was no longer her concern. If Zhang Jingguo were to target Jiang Qiancheng, that would be ideal. She hastily clarified, "Sir, please forgive my friend. He is not the sharpest. I shall have him leave immediately." Jiang Qiancheng, enough. Stop making things worse. No one considers you mute because you choose silence, she admonished. Lu Hongxue chimed in, "Su Jingyan, you must control your son. Provoking the Zhang family brings no benefit to you." Zhong Nian and Lin Tangmei shared her apprehension, fearing repercussions. Zhong Nian quickly added, "Qiancheng, let us just concede and leave." Su Jingyan implored, "Qiancheng, what are you doing? Do not cause a scene. There are so many witnesses." Jiang Qiancheng retorted, "Am I the one instigating trouble? Just because you all are fearful does not mean I should be. The name Heavenly Lord and the title of the foremost ninja in the realm of immortals are not mere embellishments. Jiang Qiancheng would not be a target for bullying, nor would he allow himself to be trifled with. The opposing group clearly relied on their illustrious names and powerful family to intimidate the less formidable. Mother, it is precisely because there are so many witnesses that I speak. If we are forced out in front of all these people, we shall become the subject of ridicule, he asserted. Xiang Ying retorted, Jiang Qiancheng, you worthless fool. After enduring this for so long and being the laughingstock, do you still feel embarrassed? You are simply seeking unnecessary trouble. Chapter 196. Su Jingyan's fury. Mother, let us depart and ignore this fool, Xiang Ying insisted, hastening her steps. Wishing to avoid further conversation with Jiang Qiancheng, she had clearly observed the growing anger on Zhang Jingwo's face. Zhang Jingwo clenched his fists tightly, while the 4 other businessmen beside him had already taken out their phones, ready to summon assistance. Lu Hongxue scolded, Su Jingyan, you must manage your son properly. He is causing trouble. He has no understanding of the situation. It is no wonder he has achieved nothing. With this temperament, he will never accomplish anything significant. Su Jingyan grasped Jiang Qiancheng by the arm, imploring, Qiancheng, do not create chaos. What is wrong with you today? Jiang Qiancheng replied with a smile, Mother, Su Minjing advised me not to bring you shame. Today, after much effort, I can finally showcase my capabilities without pretending to be a fool. He recognized the opportunity to demonstrate his strength and earn Su Jingyan's respect, thus shedding the label of being inept. This was his chance to redeem himself, and he must seize it. Mother, I will follow your and Su Jingyan's wishes. I am willing to do anything to make you happy, he said. Though he secretly understood that he had to obey the commands issued by the Reincarnation Lord. However, as long as he exhibited a strong demeanor, both women would naturally reconsider the orders they had given. Jiang Qiancheng was not foolish. He understood the importance of seizing opportunities. Zhang Jingwo interjected, Young man, I do not know your background, but I understand your sense of embarrassment. Let me make it clear. Facing humiliation in my presence is inconsequential. For the Zhang family is the foremost family in the capital. I kindly ask you to leave and not waste my time any further. You have 3 seconds to consider. Otherwise, I will have you removed. Jiang Qiancheng leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Xiang Ying, Lu Hongxue, and Lin Tangmei distanced themselves, clearly separating themselves from the Su family. Zhong Yin stepped forward and grasped Jiang Qiancheng's arm, exclaiming, You reckless boy, have you lost your mind? Hurry and leave. Spare Aunt Zhong some dignity. If this escalates, it will do no good for you or your mother. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Su Jingyan struck Jiang Qiancheng across the face, drawing the attention of everyone present. Su Jingyan's face flushed crimson. For the first time, Jiang Qiancheng witnessed the usually pristine visage of Su Minjing, now marred by a hint of blood-red anger. Her eyes were bloodshot, her brows knitted tightly. She was genuinely furious. Jiang Qiancheng, enough. Without my support, how do you intend to confront the foremost family in the capital? I cannot afford to provoke them. Su Jingyan shouted. Enough. Return with me. Stop this nonsense. I apologize, Mr. Zhang, for my son's misbehavior causing you trouble. She bowed deeply, offering her apologies to Zhang Wanghua. Jiang Qiancheng covered his face, feeling the disdainful and mocking gazes of those around him. Xiang Ying stifled a laugh, saying, You deserve it. You little brat. Acting tough, and now you've become a laughingstock in Jiang City. Lu Hongxue added, Humph, you brought this upon yourself. Targeting my son? With your pathetic demeanor. You think you can trouble him? My son only treats you as a favor, and you still dare to put on airs. Whispers of gossip circulated among the crowd. Jiang Qiancheng sighed, fixing his gaze on Su Jingyan. Why must you apologize to him? Chapter 197. Master Rong Chongsong of Wuliang Mountain. Suddenly, Jiang Qiancheng seized Su Jingyan's hand. Anger surged within him. The woman he vowed to protect was apologizing to an ordinary mortal. He was a reincarnator, the foremost prodigy on the heavenly ranking. This was an affront to the dignity he had cultivated over 30,000 years, enduring countless trials in hell, traversing the cycles of reincarnation to achieve the supreme path. Do you truly believe I am worthless? Do you think I cannot safeguard you and the Su family women? Ding. The reincarnation master reminded, Reincarnators, please refrain from anger. Ding. Please do not resist Su Jingyan's orders. Otherwise, immediate annihilation. Su Jingyan gazed at the furious and serious Jiang Qiancheng. He was no longer the incompetent man who merely cooked and cleaned at home. The man before her exuded an aura of authority, charisma, and courage. standing resolutely against formidable foes. Su Jingyan was lost in thought. What exactly did Jiang Qiancheng possess? What gave him the audacity to challenge Zhang Wanghua from the capital? The capital was the largest city in Sichuan province, a first-tier city comparable to Beijing, Donghai, Beigang, and Nanjing. You are being too impulsive, Su Jingyan cautioned. At that moment, a man in black whispered to Zhang Jingguo, Mr. Zhang, the master of Wuliang Mountain has arrived. A man in a suit then spoke up. Zhang Jingguo, anxious, replied, Master Rong Changsong has arrived so soon? I will go welcome him. Quickly, get rid of these people. He turned to Jiang Qiancheng and the others, warning, if Master Rong gets angry, you will all suffer. Zhang Jingguo had come early to order dishes for Master Rong, hoping that after his arduous journey, he could enjoy a warm meal to recuperate. He hurried towards the entrance. Jiang Qiancheng, feeling helpless, realized the reincarnation master had seen through his little schemes. Clenching his fists, he had never felt such humiliation. Fine, let us go back, he said. Su Jingyan looked at Jiang Qiancheng, her heart torn, uncertain if that slap had been justified. If you had acted sooner, I wouldn't have had to strike you. Xiang Ying sneered, truly a waste, so afraid of your mother-in-law. Now I understand why Su Jingyan chose you over me. You are merely a docile dog. If it were me, I wouldn't allow my mother-in-law to slap me in front of so many people. You cannot leave, a bodyguard of Zhang Jingguo interjected. Mr. Zhang has not permitted your departure. Su Jingyan, seeing the fierce demeanor of the bodyguard, pleaded, I have already apologized to your boss. Why can't we leave? The bodyguard replied, you have offended someone far beyond my master's reach. We must await his instructions. Master Rong Changsong of Wuliang Mountain, the foremost figure in Sichuan province, represented the most prestigious sect in the region, a beacon among the elite. Mr. Zhang's influence stemmed from the backing of Wuliang sect and Master Rong. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, allowing them to leave easily would undermine the reputation and prestige of Wuliang sect. They would have to wait for Master Rong to personally address the matter. Lu Hongxue remarked, Xiang Ying, let us leave. We cannot involve ourselves in this. We don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Mom, don't be anxious. This has nothing to do with us, Xiang Ying replied. Let us just wait and see the drama unfold. Chapter 198. The astonishment of Rong Changsong. Zhang Jingguo entered alongside an elderly man clad in plain robes. His hair grizzled and his eyes sharp. The once self-assured Zhang Jingguo appeared submissive, lowering his head and bowing. Master Rong, I intended to place an order for you, but encountered a minor inconvenience. Master Rong smiled. No worries, no worries. I'm not hungry. This way, Master Rong, please. The arrival of Rong Changsong, a significant figure in Sichuan province and a leader in the cultivation world, caused quite a stir. After all, powerful figures in the cultivation community were renowned within their circles. Goodness, this young man has offended such a prominent person. I wonder where he comes from and if he can bear the consequences, someone murmured. I suspect life in Jiang City will be difficult for him from now on. Zhang Jingguo glared at Jiang Qiancheng and the others, fuming. Subdue this brat for me until I decide what to do. Understood. The bodyguard responded. Su Jingyan, seeing the approach of the guards, felt a surge of excitement. These were figures she could never provoke. When she mingled with the upper echelons in the capital, she had heard of Rong Changsong's esteemed name. Now, having fallen from grace and returned to Jiang City, she found herself facing someone once again out of reach. However, at that moment, Rong Changsong's gaze fell upon Jiang Qiancheng, and his aged face turned pale with fear. He recognized him all too well. Rong Changsong blinked rapidly, staring at Jiang Qiancheng, as if trying to see through him, a profound wariness evident in his eyes. The shock of that night flooded back to him. The young man had silently appeared at the main hall of Wuliang's sect, and as the sect master, Rong Changsong had been completely dominated by this youth's presence. The power he exuded was utterly terrifying. Although he had only caught a glimpse of Jiang Qiancheng's profile, it was engraved in his memory. It's you, he exclaimed, suddenly delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Jingguo's face without inquiring about the situation. The sound of the slap reverberated, leaving the audience in shock, gasping in disbelief. Xiang Ying, Lu Hongxue, and Su Jingyan were all stunned, failing to comprehend the implications. Having recognized Jiang Qiancheng, Rong Changsong struck Zhang Jingguo without hesitation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Jingguo, a clever man, was taken aback. Remembering Jiang Qiancheng's earlier confidence and arrogance, he felt a chill run down his spine. How could it be? Master Rong actually knows this young man? He hastily apologized, saying, Master Rong, I am truly sorry. I did not recognize your worth. Jiang Qiancheng regarded Rong Changsong, asking, Do you know me? Rong Changsong, not daring to be dismissive, stepped forward to shake Jiang Qiancheng's hand. Such a genius, an unparalleled master. He had to curry favor while he could. Sir, it's normal for you not to know me, but I certainly know you. When you came to Wuliang Mountain to slay my disciple, I had been searching for you, Rong Changsong whispered to Jiang Qiancheng. Jiang Qiancheng's eyes turned frosty. Patting Rong Changsong on the shoulder, I asked, Do you wish to seek revenge on me? The mere utterance of these words sent Rong Changsong nearly to his knees, terrified. The young man before him exuded a fearsome aura that could effortlessly extinguish his life. Rong Changsong exclaimed, Indeed, it is you. I am not here for revenge. Rather, I wish to befriend you, to express my goodwill. I have issued a strict order to the Zhang family to refrain from pursuing any information regarding you. Zhang Jingguo, quickly offer this esteemed gentleman a seat while you stand aside and observe. Have you offended him? Rong Changsong pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Jingguo, berating him with righteous indignation. Chapter 199. Old Man. Do not expose me. Rong Changsong disregarded the bewildered gazes surrounding him and personally moved to pull out a chair for Jiang Qiancheng, bowing in a courteous invitation for him to sit. This act ignited a frenzy within the restaurant. Lu Hongxue was rendered speechless, her mind racing, unable to comprehend the impossibility of the situation. How could it be? Why did Zhang Jingguo, who feared this elder, also fear Jiang Qiancheng? Wasn't he, this young man, a mere waste of space, a piece of trash? How could he command such respect? Zhang Wangwei shook his head in confusion. He had planned to have Rong Laoxian punish Jiang Qiancheng to rectify his own failures. Instead, he found himself humiliated by Jiang Qiancheng. This was also the first time Su Jingyan regarded Jiang Qiancheng with a glimmer of intrigue, fundamentally altering her perception of him. Having never left Jiangcheng except to wash dishes or cook, how could she fathom that he would know the venerable Rong Changsong? Old sir, are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else? She queried. Rong Changsong inquired. And who might this be? Jiang Qiancheng quickly squinted, exclaiming, Mother, this old man is simply mistaken. He has confused me with someone else. Rong Changsong slapped his forehead, correcting himself. Oh dear, my apologies. I must have made a mistake. Mistaken or not, please, sister, take a seat. Let us share a meal together. Zhang Jingguo stood by, dumbfounded. As a longtime practitioner of Taoism, Rong Changsong was a man of etiquette. And instead of taking offense at being called an old man, he smiled and acknowledged it. Who exactly was this young man? It could not possibly be as simple as a case of mistaken identity. Jiang Qiancheng whispered, Old man, do not expose me, or I shall annihilate your entire sect. With such a flimsy excuse, do you think they would believe you? Rong Changsong hastily concealed his astonishment and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, Ladies and gentlemen, this young man bears an uncanny resemblance to a long-lost son of an old friend of mine. I have searched for him for many years. And now that I have finally encountered him, whether true or not, let us dine together and ease the burdens of my heart. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood. It was not that Jiang Qiancheng possessed any remarkable capabilities. Xiang Ying remarked, This waste truly has stumbled upon a stroke of luck, by merely resembling someone else. He has the privilege of dining with a person of great stature. Rong Changsong continued, Since you are this young man's mother, please take a seat. Waiter, bring out your finest dishes. Zhang Jingguo, remain standing and observe. Zhang Jingguo quickly commanded, Waiter, did you not hear? Bring out your best dishes and charge it to my account. Su Jingyan, somewhat taken aback, hurriedly took her seat. Zhang Jingguo urged, Quickly, please sit. Having seen that Xiang Ying and her party were also friends of Jiang Qiancheng, he naturally spoke up. Zhong Nian eagerly approached, saying, He, Qiancheng, I truly appreciate this opportunity to dine with such influential figures. Thanks to you. This is a great chance. And I can boast about this meal for an entire year. Lin Tangmei, Lu Xiahong, and Xiang Ying, their previous mockery forgotten, shamelessly prepared to take their seats. Jiang Qiancheng, displeased, remarked, There is not enough room for all of you. Let those three leave. Zhang Zong, you may join us for the meal. Zhang Jingguo, wary of making a misstep, glanced toward Rong Changsong for confirmation. Rong Changsong nodded. Sensing Jiang Qiancheng's discontent, Zhang Jingguo coldly ordered, Apologies, escort them out. The bodyguards complied. Understood, Zhang Zong. under the bodyguard's authority. Xiang Ying and her companions were unceremoniously expelled from the restaurant. Quickly now, you must be starving. Order your dishes. Rong Changsong warmly welcomed Jiang Qiancheng, Su Jingyan, and Zhong Yan. Chapter 200. Follow me to Wuliang Mountain. Rong Changsong's demeanor was respectful, devoid of the airs typically associated with a sect leader, leaving Su Jingyan and Zhong Yan puzzled. Su Jingyan had anticipated that an esteemed practitioner would exhibit a haughty disposition. When Zhou Huafeng had brought her to a banquet for the powerful in the capital, they had merely sat at the back, without even the opportunity to toast the esteemed guests. Rong Changsong exclaimed, "Little Zhang, I almost forgot the important matter in my excitement. Quickly prepare a private room. I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with this young man who resembles the son of an old friend." At last, I have found him. Jiang Qiancheng shot a cold glare at Rong Changsong. He had assumed that sect leaders would be serious figures, yet this elder gave off an unreliable vibe. Zhang Jingguo interjected, "Lord Rong, many prominent figures have arrived for the auction, and all the private rooms have been reserved." Rong Changsong replied, "Jiang Xianshi, shall I find another place to treat you to a meal?" "Xianshi," Jiang Qiancheng thought to himself, "what standing do I possess to be addressed as such by this elder? I am more than enough to be your elder." Yet, with Su Jingyan and Zhong Yan watching, he could only force a smile and say, "Old sir, there is no need for such trouble. It is merely a casual meal." At the entrance of the restaurant, Lu Xiaohong grumbled, "What a character. Just because he resembles someone's long-lost son, he acts as if he has achieved great success. Such a typical petty person." Xiang Ying added, "Humph, mother. This is just a small-town citizen. With a minor opportunity, he thinks himself impressive." Lin Tangmei, filled with envy, remarked, "What a splendid opportunity. If that old gentleman were to adopt Jiang Qiancheng as an honorary son, and if he flourishes in the future, it would surely benefit us all. Quickly, let us leave. If you continue to speak ill of that gentleman, I shall not be so courteous." Xiang Ying, Lu Xiaohong, and Lin Tangmei slunk away, tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the patrons in the restaurant no longer underestimated Jiang Qiancheng, who had been struck earlier. Rong Changsong's demeanor had made everything clear. Seated at the table, Su Jingyan once again inquired, "Old sir, is Jiang Qiancheng truly just a look-alike of your friend's son?" Rong Changsong replied, "Oh, why would I deceive you? Today, I am in high spirits, so let us avoid any disheartening topics. Isn't it delightful to amuse an old man?" With this, Su Jingyan refrained from pressing further. Soon, the dishes were served, each a sumptuous delight. Zhong Yan raised his glass, beginning a toast, "To all the esteemed gentlemen and the old sir, I am Zhong Yan. As Jiang Qiancheng has grown up, my daughter Jingyan has taken great care of him, even marrying him. Their lives are quite splendid. And I have invested a fair amount of effort as well. Here's to everyone." Zhong Yan drank heartily. Rong Changsong and Zhang Wanghua lifted their glasses in acknowledgement, showing Zhong Yan due respect. Before long, the table was filled with an array of exquisite dishes. Su Jingyan, pleasantly surprised, unveiled a genuine smile. Perhaps to her, establishing connections with influential figures could pave the way for future developments in Su Yao Entertainment. She was acutely aware that Zhou Huafeng had likely risen to great heights in the capital. After the meal, Rong Changsong politely suggested, "Jiang Xianshi, might I have your phone number? I would like to visit you when I think of you. Alternatively, you could accompany me back to Wuliang Mountain." Chapter 201. Journey to Wuliang Mountain for Cultivation. Jiang Qiancheng firmly declined, saying, "If I return to the mountain with you, what will happen to my wife and mother-in-law? It's inconvenient without a phone." Rong Changsong's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such a decisive refusal. He was a prominent figure, the master of the Wuliang Mountain sect. Yet Jiang Qiancheng had the audacity to ignore his status. However, Jiang Qiancheng possessed an arrogance that stemmed from his overwhelming strength, which far surpassed anyone's imagination. If Rong Changsong were to learn that the meteorite, which had once caused a global stir, was merely summoned by Jiang Qiancheng's casual ninjutsu, he would likely find himself kneeling before him in awe. Su Jingyan interjected, "Jiang Qiancheng, do not be so unreasonable. Give your phone number to this esteemed elder." Reluctantly, Jiang Qiancheng complied and provided his number to Rong Changsong, after which the group began to depart. Rong Changsong had intended to keep Jiang Qiancheng a while longer, but the latter showed no interest in staying. With little else to say, Rong Changsong and Zhang Jingguo watched as Jiang Qiancheng and his companions vanished into the distance, their gazes lingering at the end of the road where they had disappeared. In that moment, Rong Chongsung's demeanor returned to its usual composure, the air of a master evident in his presence. He inquired, what exactly just transpired? A cold voice pierced through the air, and Zhang Jingguo understood that the elder was not yet placated. He explained, Elder Rong, I genuinely did not know he had any connection with you. I had made a reservation, but the staff's negligence led to a minor misunderstanding. You didn't offend him, did you? It was fortunate you arrived when you did. Or else Zhang Jingguo spoke candidly. Phew, that's good. Should that gentleman require assistance in the future, you may help him. If you cannot, inform me. Rong Chongsong replied after a moment of thought. No need. I will handle it personally. Zhang Jingguo was taken aback. What kind of extraordinary abilities did Jiang Qiancheng possess to warrant such attention from the master of Wuliang? As Jiang Qiancheng drove his Mercedes, Su Jingyan and Zhong Yan occupied the back seat. Zhong Yan, her beauty radiant, remarked, not bad, not bad. This meal was worth it. I now have something to boast about when I return. Su Jingyan, however, remained focused on Jiang Qiancheng, asking, Qiancheng, you must cultivate a good relationship with that elder. I understand the weight of the name Rong Chongsong. Jiang Qiancheng scoffed inwardly, dismissing the name as insignificant. Did you hear what I said? He retorted. Yes, Mom. Let us go home. Once at home, Su Jingyan's first action was to take a shower. With her damp, dark hair cascading down, she donned a refreshing summer nightgown and purple silk thigh-high stockings. Qiancheng, come in and give me a massage. Jiang Qiancheng tossed aside his broom and replied, all right. I'm coming. In the bedroom, Su Jingyan leaned against the headboard as Jiang Qiancheng placed his hands on her fragrant shoulders, gently kneading and massaging. Su Jingyan closed her eyes in contentment. Mom, is the pressure all right? Yes, it feels wonderful. The pressure is just right, she praised. So, you have a knack for massage. Do you often visit blind massage parlors? No, perhaps it's a talent, Jiang Qiancheng thought to himself. This scenario occurred repeatedly, igniting his desire, yet resulting in nothing. What should have been a pleasurable experience turned into a torment. Su Jingyan stated, Rong Chongsong intends for you to train at Wuliang Mountain. You should go. In the future, to deal with Zhou Huafeng from Yanjing, the Su family needs someone from the cultivation world. You've learned massage so quickly, you would surely master martial arts even faster. Mom, I'm not going. What about you and Minjing? Jiang Qiancheng protested. How could he possibly train at Wuliang Mountain? The cultivation techniques there were utterly worthless. The technique he had casually created, the Yulei Jinjue, had already caused a sensation in the cultivation realm, and that was merely a lower-tier skill in his arsenal. If he revealed his higher-level techniques, it would surely incite chaos within the cultivation world. Su Jingyan trembled slightly, her anger rising. Qiancheng, this is an opportunity. Do you want to be a waste for the rest of your life? The chance has come. Jiang Qiancheng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling. After waiting so long for this opportunity, he could finally break free from the commands of the reincarnation master and shed the identity of a waste. Mom, just say the word. If you don't want me to be a waste, I will change immediately for both of you. Do you understand? I've only been pretending to be a waste for you too. Just give me a sign. Su Jingyan smiled miraculously. Qiancheng, do you think this is a drama? Do you think you're playing the role of a young master pretending to be a waste for 3 years? Enough of this nonsense. Go train at Wuliang Mountain and prove that you're not a waste. Her words were swift and resolute. Jiang Qiancheng took a deep breath and said, Mom, just say one word to let me not be a waste, and I will immediately go to Wuliang Mountain to prove myself. Enough, stop with the useless chatter. Once you return from your training with some skills, I will reconsider my opinion of you. After this exchange, Jiang Qiancheng had lost all desire to continue the massage. Was Su Jingyan really so obstinate? Was it so difficult to utter a single phrase? After the massage, Jiang Qiancheng exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He walked along the path leading up the hillside villa, gazing down at the breathtaking landscape. The city below was a magnificent sight, layered and expansive, the mountain breeze refreshing. The beauty of nature always stirred the heart and brought a rare sense of tranquility. Jiang Qiancheng pondered. Now that I plan to go to Wuliang Mountain, everything here is also prepared. Lin Hao's auction will have my clone and Orochimaru overseeing things, so the impact should be minimal. The Su mother and daughter have also gained the protection of Tuo Xingguang, yet I should still arrange for a clone to ensure their safety. That makes me feel more at ease. Lin Hao has 4 clones. I can spare one for the Su family. Jiang Qiancheng sighed. Training in the mountains is so dull. Just when I finally have a rare break, I have to return to the rigors of training. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Li Xiaoyan. Hello, Xiaoyan, what's the matter? On the other end, Li Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, clearly aggrieved. Jiang Qiancheng could faintly hear the sound of Li Xiaoyan weeping. What's wrong? Did a girl dump you? Jiang Qiancheng teased, knowing that Li Xiaoyan had a playful side and enjoyed flirting with girls outside the mountains. Master, I lost. I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you. I lost, Li Xiaoyan sobbed, his fists pounding against a stone wall on the other end of the line. Master, I tried my best. I gave it everything I had, but Jiang Qiancheng comforted him. Winning and losing is normal. You're still young. Remember the feeling of humiliation. But, Master, he crippled my hand. What? A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from Jiang Qiancheng. His eyes brimmed with a fierce rage. Who?